We're live, I think.
Yay, huzzah. Just double checking to see who's in. All right, I think we're still waiting.
We're live, I think.
Yeah, we should be up, right? I hope Yay, so. Huzzah. Just double checking to see who's in. Let me pause that because I don't need the feedback.
I'm going to pop that link up so people can follow it straight from Twitter. It's not going quite yet.
Wait, say that one more time.
I'm just going to pop that link up so we could go straight from Twitter. Let's have a look. We're not quite up yet. There it is.
Perfect. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and start talking. And actually, I'll just do a really quick tech thing. Okay, so hi, welcome back. I'm sure this isn't your first read with us today. We've been going since 7 p.m. Saturday night, and it's been a wonderful time. If don't mind me if I'm a bit frazzled, and we're doing a bit of a changeover right now, and I'm only a little bit half awake, to be perfectly honest. So just to kind of remind everybody why we're here, where it's Read for the Globe. Sorry, let me start over. It is 11:17 Eastern Standard Time in Boston, Massachusetts. I believe it is about 4:17 British Summer Time over in London, home of the Globe. We're continuing on in our third leg of our live streams for Read for the Globe this weekend. And I just want to give you actually a couple of quick numbers before we start, because just to give you an idea of what we've been able to accomplish so far. On our Twitter page where we started this campaign, we are now at just under 800 followers. We have 400 subscribers to this YouTube page. And at last check, we had 233 donors who have donated over 7,600 pounds. We've already smashed our original goal of 5,000 pounds. We're hoping to smash through 10,000 pounds today. Please help us. And it's really, really exciting. But I don't say that because we want to pat ourselves on the back. I say that because it is a testament to how many of you care about the Globe and how important this institution is to so many, culturally, historically, artistically. And it's really exciting that we're able to do this for them. All that said, here is how today is going to go. We've got people waiting in our waiting room, so I'm going to let them in. They're all going to be muted, so they won't be able to. Let's just get them all, see them all popping up there. This is exciting. A couple of people, I know I definitely saw you yesterday in a couple of different reads. All right. I think. Okay. Just want to make sure everyone is in before I start giving the rundown. All right, so just
Regine,
about.
do you just want to put me on co-host so I can help you out there?
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's okay.
There we go.
Lovely.
All right, so I think we've got almost everyone with us. So this is how today's going to go down. Same rules apply if you've been watching the whole time. We are here raising money for the Globe because Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on the audiences for its income. It is in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we're reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and across British theater. We're on Twitter just follow at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtag Read for the Globe and hashtag RFTG and the player watching. So for this, it would be RFTG, Winter's Tale. Please donate if you can. Encourage your friends and your family to donate if they can. And if that's not a possibility, just share this. Retweet, tweet, just tell everybody you know about it. That would be wonderful. So this is how we just have a few house rules to go through. So all my wonderful reader friends who are muted, just hang on tight for a little bit. First things first, I just want to remind our players that when we start The Winter's Tale, you're going to stay on mute. We'll do the casting. We'll keep on mute to do that. And then once we've cast every part, you'll be able to unmute yourself. Right now, you're not able to unmute yourself. We'll change that once we've got all parts settled. Please remember, this is a live stream. So don't do anything you don't want your granny to see, or don't say anything you don't want your granny to hear. Honestly, we really do need you to behave appropriately. If we see anybody doing anything that's any kind of shady, we will have to kick you out of the stream. We don't want to do that. We want you to be able to participate. So please, let's just keep it appropriate. The only drama should be the drama that's in the text of the play. Please have fun and be kind to each other. We've had a number of professional actors on these reads, but also we've had some first-time actors, amateur actors, and honestly, everybody has been wonderful. But again, this isn't a professional performance. It's something that's for fun and to help the globe out. So have fun, do the best that you can, and let's be supportive of each other. That said, let's please not let our performances get the better of us. We're on a tight schedule, so we want to keep the pace up. So while we want you to have the performance of your lifetime, should you choose, please don't take any dramatic pauses, because we really need to keep this within the 48 hours, which would be wonderful. A couple of things to let you know really quickly about how Zoom works. The mute button is at the bottom left of your screen. When you are able to unmute yourself, that's where you'll want to just click. Please stay with your computer. If you need to leave it for any reason, that's totally fine. Like if you need to run to the toilet and come right back, or grab a drink of water, or maybe your phone rings and you just need to see who it is, that's totally fine. Just please make sure that your Zoom is muted. And if there's something that you really don't need to see, make sure your video is stopped as well. The stop video button is at the bottom left next to the mute button. I'm going to be the admin, just making sure that things run smoothly. Kat is going to be my co-pilot on this trip. If for any reason you do step away and your line comes up, one of us, probably me, can pick up for you. So please don't worry about that. When it comes to casting, just so you know, it's pretty much first come, first serve. It's going to be open call. At the bottom of your Zoom screen, there's a reactions button. What we'll do is when we say the part, we're just going to ask that you hit the reactions button, and the first hand that I see will be the person who gets that part. So if you really want something, a really juicy, big role, just be ready to hit that reaction button. Once things are cast, that's what it's going to be. We won't go back and reassign. So just please be aware of that. And let's see, is there anything else that I particularly need you to know right now? Okay, those are our house rules. I just need to double check one thing. The reaction button, I just saw a question. The reaction button is at the bottom of the screen. So if you are hovering over, it's going to be at the bottom. It just says reaction. There's like a smiley face above it, and you can hit whichever one you'd like. I'm just double checking that we've got everybody in the call. We do. So I've just rattled off a lot of information at you. Please hold it, process it, because we've got a really cool thing that's going to happen first. One of the things that's been really fantastic about doing this is how many really great special guests we've had come out who want to support the globe. If you've been following along, you know that we've had some kind of big names, and even today already we've had some really lovely people join us. Today is no different. You will have probably seen this actor on TV because he's had a long TV career, maybe in film. He's had a long film career. Some of you, maybe if you're fans of Pirates of the Caribbean, might recognize him when you see him on the screen. But the man also knows as Shakespeare. He has played Claudius alongside Jude Law's Hamlet and Penelope Wilton's Gertrude in the 2009 production of Hamlet. And he's also a good friend of the globe, as he has played King Lear in the 2017 production of King Lear. We're very excited to have Kevin McNally with us today. I'm just gonna unmute him really quickly. He is going to share with us a speech from from King Lear. So if you all will just sit back for a few moments and enjoy Kevin McNally. Thank you for joining us, Kevin.
Hi, it's glad to be here. Would you like me to do the speech now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, reason, not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life's as cheap as beasts. Thou art a lady. If only to go warm were gorgeous, why nature needs not what thou gorgeous wear'st, which scarcely keeps thee warm. But for true need, oh, you heavens, give me patience, patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger, and let not women's weapons water drops stain my man's cheeks. No, you unnatural hags. I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall. I will do such things. What they are, yet I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws, or ere I'll weep. Oh, fool, I shall go mad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm just gonna try to get myself back on here. Thank you so much, Kevin. That was wonderful. It's so great to have you with us. Please feel free to stick around and watch the live stream. I don't know what your schedule is like today. We definitely don't want that's a good plan, my friend. But once again, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to have you. Wow, that's a great start for this.
And
it's not even the winter's tale yet.
Great luck
Yes,
to the
please.
Globe.
Thank you. Absolutely. Good luck to the Globe. Thank you. That's not even the winter's tale yet, and already it's amazing. I'm so excited. Okay, so I guess we'll start casting. So like I said, it's first come, first serve. I'm just gonna say what the parts are. Some of these, the big parts will obviously be solo. There are going to be parts that are doubled and maybe a few that are tripled small parts. So again, if you want it, please raise your hand as quickly as you can and using that reaction button, or if your reaction button's not working, wave at me real hard and we'll do it up. First up, Leontes. Joe Richardson, I saw you. That was like so ready. I love it. It's all yours, my friend. Oh, and when you've got your part, please, you can change your name. If you just hover over your screen to change name or rename, please go ahead and do that so we all know what part you're playing. All right, next up is another lovely one, Hermione. Melina, quick on the buzzer. I love it. Next up is Polixenes. Oh, wait a minute. I saw Cam Goslin. That's all yours. Wonderful. Next up, I'm not gonna lie, this is my favorite, so good luck to whoever gets it. Paulina. In the corner, Solène Mariani. All yours, Solène. Next part, another meaty roll. I'm gonna wait for a couple of those reactions to go away so I see the right thing. Camillo. Luke Prowse Baldwin, that's all yours. Next up is, now this is gonna be doubled, one small roll and one big roll. The big roll is Perdita, doubled with Amelia. I saw Freya Turton, she was ready for that one. That's all yours, Freya. So you'll be Amelia and Perdita. Next up is, this is again another one of those, it's doubled, a small role and a big role. First servant and florizel. Okay. I think Julie Martis was the first reaction that I saw. So you'll be first servant and florizel. Next part is, it's another one of those doubled up ones. The large role is, okay, I need to read it because I always forget. Autolycus. I saw Livy, your hand went up. So you'll be Autolycus, and second lady is the second role. Next up, and this is just going to be solo, excuse me. The part is clown, or the shepherd's son. I saw Grace's hand go up, so you'll be the clown slash shepherd's son. The clown is the shepherd's son. Next up is the clown's dad, old shepherd. Pablo, that's all yours. Pablo, you will be the old shepherd. Next up, this is going to be 3 roles. All right, so this part will be Antigonus, time, and a lord, the third lord. Stephanie, that is all yours. Next up is, this is going to be 3 roles altogether. First role is Mamilius, officer, and second gentleman. Jonah, I saw your hand first. Yeah, Jonah, that's all yours. Let's see. Okay, another 3 roller. Archidamus, jailer, and mariner. Madeline, that's all yours. I saw your hand. Thank you. Okay, and now these are smaller, but they'll still pop up throughout the play, so you'll still have a bit to do. The first one is First Lord slash First Gentleman. Kat, thank you very much. Next up is Second Servant and Gentleman. Deny Arch, that's all yours. Next part is, and this is going to be 3, it's First Lady, Cleomenes, and Mopsa. Meher, I hope I said your, or Meher, I'm sorry if I just massacred your name. Wonderful, that will be all yours. And who does not have a part yet? I should need 2 more people. Does everybody have a part? Everyone on the call? Oh, perfect. That worked out awesomely. So what will happen is I will then take over the roles of Lords, Dorcas, and Lord, as well as stage directions and Dion. That's a lot to do, but I'm ready for it. Okay, so I'm gonna allow you all to unmute yourselves. All right, so everybody can unmute themselves. If you are not reading, I'm going to ask that you are muted so we don't have feedback. If you've got the YouTube stream on in the background, please turn it off because that will cause reverb. Otherwise, with that, we're gonna start The Winter's Tale. Act 1, Scene 1, Antechamber in Leontes' palace. Enter Camillo and Archidamus.
Sorry, I was still muted. If you shall chance, Camillo, to visit Bohemia, on the like occasion whereon my services are now on foot, you shall see, as I have said, great difference betwixt our Bohemia and your Sicilia.
I think this coming summer, the King of Sicilia means to pay Bohemia the visitation which he justly owes him.
Wherein our entertainment shall shame us, we will be justified in our loves. For indeed,
I beseech you.
Verily, I speak it in the freedom of my knowledge. We cannot say with such magnificence, in so rare, I know not what to say. We will give you sleepy drinks, that your senses, unintelligent of our insufficient sense, may, though they cannot praise us, as little accuse us.
Oh, you pay a great deal too dear for what's given freely.
Believe me, I speak as my understanding instructs me, and as mine honesty puts it to utterance.
Cecilia cannot show himself overkind to Bohemia. They were trained together in their childhoods, and they're rooted betwixt them such an affection which cannot choose but branch now. Since their more mature dignities and royal necessities made separation of their society, their encounters, though not personal, have been royally attoined with interchange of gifts, letters, loving embassies. That they have seemed to be together, though absent, shook hands, as over a vast and embraced, as it were, from the ends of opposite winds. The heavens continue their loves.
I think there is not in the world either malice or matter to alter it. You have an unspeakable comfort in your young Prince Mamilius. It is a gentleman of the greatest promise that ever came into my note.
I very well agree with you in the hopes of him. It is a gallant child, and one that indeed physics the subject, makes all hearts fresh. They went on crutches ere he was born, desire yet their life to see a man.
Would they be else content to die?
Yes. If there were no other excuse, why should they desire to live?
If the king had no son, they would desire to live on crutches till he had one.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 2, a room of state in the same. Enter Leontes, Hermione, Mamilius, Polixenes, Camillo, and attendants.
9 changes of the watery star hath been the shepherd's note since we have left our throne without burden. Time as long again would be filled up, my brother, with our thanks, and yet we should for perpetuity go hence in debt. And therefore, like a cipher yet standing in rich place, I multiply with one, we thank you, many thousand more that go before it.
Stay your thanks a while, and pay them when you part.
Sir, that's tomorrow. I am questioned by my fears of what may chance or breed upon our absence, that may blow no sneaping wind at home to make us say, this is put forth too truly. Besides, I have stayed to tire your royalty.
We are tougher, brother, than you can put us to it.
No longer stay.
A 1 7 night longer.
Very sooth, tomorrow.
We'll part the time betweens then, and in that I'll no gainsaying.
Press me not, beseech you, so. There is no tongue that moves, none in the world so soon as yours could win me. Though it should now, were there necessity in your request, although 'twere needful I denied it. My affairs do even drag me homeward, which to hinder were in your love a whip to me. My stay to you a charge and trouble, to save both. Farewell, our brother.
Tongue-tied, our queen? Speak you.
I had thought, sir, to have held my peace until you have drawn oaths from him not to stay. You, sir, charge him too coldly. Tell him you are sure all in Bohemia is well. The satisfaction the bygone day proclaimed, say this to him, his beat from his best ward.
Well said, Hermione.
To tell he longs to see his son were strong, but let him say so then, and let him go. But let him swear so, and he shall not stay. He'll thwack him hence with distaffs. Yet of your royal presence I'll adventure the borrow of a week. When at Bohemia you take my lord, I'll give him my commission to let him there a month behind the jest prefixed for his parting. Yet good deed, Leontes, I love thee not a jar of the clock behind. What lady she her lord? You'll say,
No, madam.
nay, but you will.
I may not, verily.
Verily, you put me off with limper vows, but I, though you would seek to unsphere the stars with oaths, should yet say, sir, no going. Verily, you shall not go. A lady's verily is as potent as a lord's. Will you go yet? Force me to keep you as a prisoner, not like a guest. So you shall pay your fees when you depart and save your thanks. How say you? My prisoner or my guest? By your dread, verily, one of them you shall be.
Your guest then, madam. To be your prisoner should import offending, which is for me less easy to commit than you to punish.
Not your jailer then, but your kind hostess. Come, I'll question you of my lord's tricks and yours when you were boys. You were pretty lordings then.
We were, fair queen. Two lads that thought there were no more behind but such a day tomorrow as today. And
Was
to be
not
a
my
boy
lord-
eternal.
Ah, was not my lord the verier wag of the two?
We were as twin lambs that did frisk in the sun and bleat the one at the other. What we changed was innocence for innocence. We knew not the doctrine of ill-doing, nor dreamed that any did. Had we pursued that life, and our weak spirits ne'er been higher reared with stronger blood, we should have answered heaven boldly, not guilty. The imposition cleared, hereditary ours.
By this we gather, you have tripped since.
Oh, my most sacred lady. Temptations have since then been born to us, for in those unfledged days was my wife a girl. Your precious self had then not crossed the eyes of my young playfellow.
Grace to boot. Of this make no conclusion, lest you say your queen and I are devils. Yet go on, the offences we have made you do will answer. If you first sinned with us, and that with us you did continue fault, and that you slipped not with any but with us.
Is he won yet?
He'll stay, my lord.
Well, at my request, he would not. Hermione, my dearest, thou never spokest to better purpose.
Never?
Never, but once.
What? Have I twice said well? When was it before? I prithee tell me. Crams with praise, and make as fat as tame things. One good deed, thine tongueless, slaughters 1,000 waiting upon that. Our praises are our wages. You may rides with one soft kiss 1,000 furlongs, ere with spur we beat an acre. But to the goal, my last good deed was to entreat his stay. What was my first? It has an elder sister, or I mistake you. Oh, would her name were Grace. But once before I spoke to the purpose, when? Nay, let me have it. How long?
Why, that was when 3 crabbed months had soured themselves to death, ere I could make thee open thy white hand and clap thyself my love. Then didst thou utter, I am yours forever.
'Tis Grace indeed. Why, lo you now, I have spoke to the purpose twice. The one forever earned a royal husband, the other for some while a friend.
Too hot, too hot. To mingle friendship far is mingling bloods. I have tremor cordis on me, my heart dances, but not for joy, not joy. This entertainment may a free face put on, derive a liberty from heartiness, from bounty, fertile bosom, and well become the agent. It may, I grant, but to be paddling palms and pinching fingers, as they now are, and making practiced smiles, as in a looking glass, and then to sigh, as 'twere the mort of the deer. Oh, that is entertainment my bosom likes not, nor my brows. Mamilius, art thou my boy?
Hey, my good lord.
Effects, why, that's my boarcock. What, hast smutched thy nose? They say it is a copy out of mine. Come, captain, we must be neat. Not neat, but cleanly captain. And yet the steer, the heifer, and the calf are all called neat, still virginaling upon his palm. How now, you wanton calf? Art thou my calf?
Yes, if you will, my lord.
Thou want'st a rough pash and the shoots that I have to be full like me. Yet they say we are almost as like eggs. Women say so, that will anything but were they false, as o'er-dyed blacks, as wind, as waters, false as dice are to be wished by one that fixes, no born twixt his and mine, yet were it true to say this boy were like me. Come, Sir Page, look on me with your welkin eye. Sweet villain, most dearest, my collop, can thy dam mayst be affection. Thy intention stabs the centre. Thou dost make possible things not so held. Communicatest with dreams. How can this be? With what unreal thou coactive art and fellowst nothing, then 'tis very credent that thou mayst co-join with something, and thou dost, and that beyond commission, and I find it, and that to the infection of my brains and hardening of my brows.
What means Cecilia?
Something seems unsettled.
How, my lord?
You look as if you held a brow of much distraction. Are you moved, my lord?
No, in good earnest. How sometimes nature will betray its folly, its tenderness, and make itself a pastime to harder bosoms. Looking on the lines of my boy's face, methought I did recoil 23 years, and saw myself unbreeched in my green velvet coat, my dagger muzzled, lest it should bite its master, and so prove, as ornaments oft do, too dangerous. How like, methought, I then was to this colonel, this squash, this gentleman. Mine honest friend, will you take eggs for money?
No, my lord, I will fight.
You will? Why, happy man be dole. My brother, are you so fond of our young prince as we do seem to be of yours?
If at home, sir, he's all my exercise, my mirth, my matter, now my sworn friend, and then mine enemy, my parasite, my soldier, statesman, all. He makes a July's day short as December, and with his varying childness, cures me in thoughts that would thick my blood.
So stands this squire officed with me. We two will walk, my lord, and leave you to your graver steps. Hermione, how thou lovest us, show in our brother's welcome. Let what is dear in Sicily be cheap next to thyself and my young rover. He's apparent to my heart.
If you would seek us, we are yours at the garden. Shall us attend you there?
To your own bents dispose you. You'll be found, be you beneath the sky. I am angling now, though you perceive me not how I give line. Go to. How she holds up the neb to build to him, and arms her with the boldness of a wife to her allowing husband.
Exit Polixenes, Hermione, and attendants.
Gone already. Inch thick, knee deep, o'erhead and ears a forked one. Go, play, boy, play. Thy mother plays, and I play too, but so disgraced a part, whose issue will hiss me to my grave. Contempt and clamour will be my knell. Go, play, boy, play. There have been, or I am much deceived, cuckolds ere now. And many a man there is, even at this present, now while I speak this, holds his wife by the arm, that little thinks she has been sluiced in's absence, and his pond fished by his next neighbour, by Sir Smile, his neighbour. Nay, there's comfort in't, whilst other men have gates, and those gates opened as mine against their will. Should all despair that have revolted wives, the 10th of mankind would hang themselves. Physic for it, there's none. It is a bawdy planet that will strike where 'tis predominant, and 'tis powerful, think it, from east, west, north, and south, be it concluded, no barricado for a belly. Know it. It will let in and out the enemy, with bag and baggage. Many thousands on have the disease and feel it not. How now, boy?
I am like you, they say.
Why, that's some comfort. What, Camillo there?
Aye, my good lord.
Ah, go, play, Mamilius. Thou art an honest man.
Exit Mamilius.
Camillo, this great sir will yet stay longer.
You had much ado to make his anchor hold. When you cast out, it still came home.
I did note it.
Ah, he would not stay at your petitions. Made his business more material.
Didst perceive it? They're here with me already, whispering, rounding, Cecilia is a so forth. 'Tis far gone, when I shall gust it last. How cam't Camillo that he did stay?
At the good queen's entreaty.
At the queen's beard. Good should be pertinent, but so it is not. Was this taken by any understanding pate but thine? For thy conceit is soaking, will draw in more than the common blocks, not noted, is't, but of the finer natures, by some several of headpiece extraordinary. Lower messes perchance are to this business purblind, say?
Business, my lord. I think most understand Bohemia stays here longer.
Ha!
Stays here longer.
Aye, but why?
To satisfy your highness and the entreaties of our most gracious mistress.
Satisfy? The entreaties of your mistress, satisfy? Let that suffice. I have trusted thee, Camillo, with all the nearest things to my heart, as well my chamber councils, wherein priest-like thou hast cleansed my bosom. I from thee departed, thy penitent reformed, but we have been deceived in thy integrity, deceived in that which seems so.
Be it forbid, my lord.
To bide upon't, thou art not honest, or if thou inclinest that way, thou art a coward, which hoxes honesty behind, restraining from course required, or else thou must be counted a servant grafted in my serious trust, and therein negligent, or else a fool that ceased a game played home, the rich stake drawn, and takes it all for jest.
My gracious lord, I may be negligent, foolish, and fearful. In every one of these no man is free, but that his negligence, his folly, fear, among the infinite doings of the world, sometimes puts forth in your affairs, my lord. If ever I were wilful negligent, it was my folly. If industriously I played the fool, it was my negligence, not weighing well the end. If ever fearful to do a thing where I issue doubted, where at the execution did cry out against the non-performance, 'twas a fear which oft infects the wisest. These, my lord, are allowed affirmities that honesty is never free of. But beseech your grace, be plainer with me. Let me know my trespass by its own visage. If I then deny it, 'tis none of my own.
Had not you seen, Camillo? But that's past doubt you have, or your eyeglass is thicker than a cuckold's horn. Or heard, for to a vision so apparent rumour cannot be mute. Or thought, for cogitation resides not in that man that does not think. My wife is slippery. If thou wilt confess, or else be impudently negative, to have nor eyes, nor ears, nor thought, then say, my wife's a hobby horse, deserves a name as rank as any flax wench that puts to before her troth plight. Say it and justify it.
I would not be a stander by to hear my sovereign mistress clouded so, without my present vengeance taken. True, my heart, you never spoke what did become you less than this, which to reiterate when sin as deep as that, though true.
Is whispering nothing? Is leaning cheek to cheek? Is meeting noses, kissing with inside lip, stopping the career of laughing with a sigh? A note infallible of breaking honesty, horsing foot on foot, skulking in corners, wishing clocks more swift, hours, minutes, noon, midnight, and all eyes blind with the pin and web, but theirs only, that would unseen be wicked. Is this nothing? Why then the world and all that's in it is nothing. The covering sky is nothing. Bohemia is nothing. My wife is nothing, nor nothing have these nothings, if this be nothing.
Could my lord be cured of this diseased opinion, and betimes, for 'tis most dangerous.
Say it be, 'tis true.
No, my lord.
It is. You lie. I say thou liest, Camillo, and I hate thee. Pronounce thee a gross lout, a mindless slave, or else a hovering temporizer, that canst with thine eyes at once see good and evil, inclining to them both. Were my wife's liver infected as her life, she will not live the running of one glass.
Who does infect her?
Why, he that wears her like a medal, hanging about his neck, Bohemia, who, if I had servants true about me that bear eyes to see alike mine honour as their profits, their own particular thrifts, they would do that which should undo more doing. I, and thou, his cupbearer, whom I from meaner form have benched and reared to worship, who mayst see, plainly as heaven sees earth and earth sees heaven, how I am galled, mightst bespice a cup to give mine enemy a lasting wink, which draught to me were cordial.
Sir, my lord, I could do this, and that with no rash potion, but with a lingering dram that should not work maliciously like poison. But I cannot believe this crack to be in my dread mistress, so sovereignly being honourable, I have loved thee.
Oh, make that thy question and go rot. Dost think I am so muddy, so unsettled, to appoint myself in this vexation, sully the purity and whiteness of my sheets, which to preserve is sleep, which being spotted is goads, thorns, nettles, tails of wasps, give scandal to the blood of the prince my son, who I do think is mine and lovers mine, without ripe moving to it. Would I do this? Could man so blench?
I must believe you, sir. I do. And we'll fetch off Bohemia for it. Provided that when he's removed, your highness will take your queen as yours at first, even for your son's sake, and thereby for sealing the injury of tongues in courts and kingdoms known and allied to yours.
Thou dost advise me. Even so, as I mine own course have set down, I'll give no blemish to her honour, none.
My lord, go on. And with a countenance as clear as friendship's wears at feast, keep with Bohemia and with your queen. I am his cupbearer. If from me he have wholesome beverage, account me not your servant.
This is all. Do it, and thou hast the one half of my heart. Do it not, thou splits thine own.
I'll do it, my lord.
I will seem friendly, as thou hast advised me.
Exit Leontes.
Oh, miserable lady! But for me, what case stand I in? I must be the poisoner of good Polixenes. My ground to it is the obedience to a master, one who in rebellion with himself will have all that are his so too. To this deed, promotion follows. If I could find example of thousands that had struck anointed kings and flourished after, I'll not do it. But since nor brass, nor stone, nor parchment bears not one, let villainy itself forswear it. I must forsake the court. To do it or no is certain to me a breakneck. Happy star, reign now. Here comes Bohemia.
Enter Polixenes.
This is strange. Methinks my favor here begins to warp. Not speak. Good day, Camillo.
Hail, most royal sir!
What is the news in the court?
None rare, my lord.
The king hath on him such a countenance as he had lost some province and a region loved as he loves himself. Even now I met him with customary compliment, when he, wafting his eyes to the contrary and falling a lip of much contempt, speeds from me, and so leaves me to consider what is breeding that changes thus his manners.
I dare not know, my lord.
How dare not? Do not? Do you know and dare not? Be intelligent to me, 'tis thereabouts. For to yourself what you do know, you must and cannot say you dare not. Good Camillo, your changed complexions are to me a mirror, which shows me mine changed too, for I must be a party to this alteration, finding myself thus altered with it.
That there is a sickness which puts some of us in distemper, but I cannot name the disease, and it is caught of you that yet are well.
How caught of me? Make me not sighted like the basilisk. I have looked on thousands who have sped the better, but by my regard, but killed none so. Camillo, as you are certainly a gentleman, thereto clerk-like experienced, which no less adorns our gentry than our parents' noble names, in whose success we are gentle, I beseech you, if you know aught which does behoove my knowledge thereof to be informed, imprison it not in ignorant concealment.
I may not answer.
Oh, sickness caught of me, and yet I well? I must be answered. Dost thou hear, Camillo? I conjure thee by all the parts of man which honor does acknowledge, whereof the latest is not to suit of mine, that thou declare with incendiary thou dost guess of harm is creeping toward me? How far off? How near? Which way to be prevented, if to be? If not, how best to bear it?
Sir, I will tell you. Since I am changed in honor and by him, that I think honorable. Therefore, mark my counsel, which must be even as swiftly followed as I mean to utter it, or both yourself and me cry lost, and so good night.
On, good Camillo.
I am appointed him to murder you.
By whom, Camillo?
By the king.
For what?
He thinks, nay, with all confidence, he swears, as he had seen it or been an instrument to vice you to it, that you have touched his queen forbiddenly.
Oh. Then my best blood turn to an infected jelly, and my name be yoked with his that did betray the best. Turn then my freshest reputation to a savor that may strike the dullest nostril when I arrive, and my approach be shunned, nay, hated too, worse than the greatest infection that e'er was heard of or read.
Swear his thought over, by each particular star in heaven, and by all their influences, you may as well forbid the sea for to obey the moon, as or by oath remove or counsel shake the fabric of his folly, whose foundation is piled upon his faith and will continue the standing of his body.
How should this grow?
I know not, but I am sure 'tis safer to avoid what's grown than question how 'tis born. If therefore you trust my honesty, that lies enclosed in this trunk, which you shall bear along in pawn away tonight. Your followers I will whisper to the business, and will by twos and threes at several posterns clear them ode to the city. For myself, I'll put my fortunes to your service, which are here by this discovery lost. Be not uncertain, for by the honor of my parents, I have uttered truth, which if you seek to prove, I dare not stand by, nor shall you be safer than one condemned by the king's own mouth, thereon his executions.
I do believe thee. I saw his heart in his face. Give me thy hand. Be pilot to me, and thy places shall still neighbor mine. My ships are ready, and my people did expect my hence departure 2 days ago. This jealousy is for a precious creature. As she's rare, must it be great. And as his person's mighty, must it be violent. And as he does conceive he is dishonored by a man which ever professed to him, why his vengeances must be in that be made more bitter. Fear o'ershades me. Good expedition be my friend, and comfort the gracious queen, part of his theme, but nothing of this ill-taken suspicion. Come, Camillo, I will respect thee as a father if thou bearest my life off hence. Let us avoid.
It is in mine authority to command the keys of all the posterns. Please your highness to take this urgent hour. Come, sir, away.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 1, a room in Leonte's palace. Enter Hermione, Mamilius, and ladies.
Take the boy to you, he so troubles me, 'tis past enduring.
Come, gracious lord, shall I be your playfellow?
No, I'll none of you.
Why, my sweet lord?
You'll kiss me hard and speak to me as if I were a baby still. I love you better.
And why so, my lord?
Not for because your brows are blacker, yet black brows, they say, become some women best, so that there be not too much hair there, but in semicircle or half moon made with a pen.
Who taught you this?
I learned it out of women's faces. Pray now, what color are your eyebrows?
Blue, my lord.
Nay, that's a mock. I've seen a lady's nose that has been blue, but not her eyebrows.
Hark ye, the queen your mother rounds of meats. We shall present our services to a fine new prince, one of these days, and then you'd wanton with us if we were to have you.
She is spread of late into a goodly bulk. Good time encounter her.
What wisdom stirs amongst you? Come, sir, now I am for you again. Pray you, sit by us and tell us a tale.
Marry us art, shall it be?
As merry as you will.
A sad tale's best for winter. I have one of sprites and goblins.
Let's have that, good sir. Come on, sit down. Come on and do your best to fright me with your sprites. You're powerful at it.
There was a man.
Nay, come, sit down, then on.
Dwelt by a churchyard. I will tell it softly. Young crickets shall not hear it.
Come on then, and give it me in mine ear.
Enter Leontes with Antigonus, lords, and others.
Was he met there? His train, Camillo with him?
Behind the tuft of pines I met them. Never saw I men scour so on their way. I eyed them even to their ships.
Oh, how blessed am I, in my just censure, in my true opinion, a lack for lesser knowledge. How accursed in being so blessed. There may be in the cup a spider steeped, and one may drink, depart, and yet partake no venom, for his knowledge is not infected. But if one present, the abhorred ingredient to his eye make known how he hath drunk, he cracks his gorge, his sides, with violent hefts. I have drunk, and seen the spider. Camillo was his help in this, his pander. There is a plot against my life, my crown. All's true that is mistrusted. That false villain whom I employed was pre-employed by him. He has discovered my design, and I remain a pinched thing, yea, a very trick for them to play at will. How came the postern so easily open?
By his great authority, which often hath no less prevailed than so on your command.
I know too well. Give me the boy. I am glad you did not nurse him, though he does bear some signs of me, yet you have too much blood in him.
What is this? Sport?
Bear the boy hence. He shall not come about her. Away with him, and let her sport herself with that she's big with, for 'tis Polixenes has made thee swell thus.
But I would say he had not, and I'll be sworn you would believe my saying, however you lean to the nayward.
You, my lords, look on her, mark her well. Be but about to say she's a goodly lady, and the justice of your hearts. The justice of your hearts will thereto add, 'tis pity she's not honest, honourable. Praise her, but for this her without door form, which on my faith deserves high speech, and straight the shrug, the hum or ha, these petty brands that calumny doth use. Oh, I am out, that mercy does, for calumny will sear virtue itself. These shrugs, these hums and ha's, when you have said she's goodly, come between, ere you can say she's honest. But be it known, from him that has most cause to grieve it should be, she's an adulteress.
Should a villain say so, the most replenished villain in the world, he were as much more villain. You, my lord, do but mistake.
You have mistook, my lady, Polixenes for Leontes. Oh, thou thing, which I'll not call a creature of thy place, lest barbarism, making me the precedent, should a like language used to all degrees and mannerly distinguishment leave out betwixt the prince and the beggar. I have said she's an adulteress. I have said with whom. More, she's a traitor, and Camillo is a federate with her, and one that knows what she should shame to know herself, but with her most vile principle, that she's a bed swerver, even as bad as those that vulgars give boldest titles, aye, and privy to this their late escape.
No, by my life, privy to none of this. How will this grieve you when you shall come to clearer knowledge that you thus have published me? Gentle my lord, you scarce can write me thoroughly then to say you did mistake.
No, if I mistake, in those foundations which I build upon, the centre is not big enough to bear a schoolboy's top. Away with her. to prison. He who shall speak for her is afar off guilty, but that he speaks.
There's some ill planet reigns. I must be patient till the heavens look with an aspect more favourable. Good my lords, I am not prone to weeping, as our sex commonly are, the want of which vain dew perchance shall dry your pities. But I have that honourable grief lodged here, which burns worse than tears down. Beseech you all, my lords, with thoughts so qualified as your charities shall best instruct you, measure me. And so the king's will be performed.
Shall I be heard?
Who is it that goes with me? Beseech your highness, my women may be with me, for you see, my plight requires it. Do not weep, good fools, there is no cause. When you shall know your mistress has deserved prison, then abound in tears as I come out. This action I now go on is for my better grace. Adieu, my lord. I never wished to see you sorry. Now, I trust I shall. My women, come, you have leave.
Go. Do our bidding. Hence.
Exit Hermione, guarded with ladies.
Beseech your highness, call the queen again.
Be certain what you do, sir, lest your justice prove violence, in the which three great ones suffer, yourself, your queen, your son.
For her, my lord, I dare my life lay down and will do it, sir. Please you to accept it, that the queen is spotless in the eyes of heaven and to you. I mean in this which you accuse her.
If it proves she is otherwise, I'll keep my stables where I lodge my wife. I'll go in couples with her. Then, when I feel and see her no farther trust her, for every inch of woman in the world, aye, every dram of woman's flesh is false if she be.
Hold your pieces.
Good my lord.
It is for you we speak, not for ourselves. You are abused, and by some putter on that will be damned for it. Would I knew the villain, I would land damn him. Be she honour flawed, I have 3 daughters, the eldest 11, the second and the third 9, and some 5. If this prove true, they'll pay for it. By mine honour, I'll geld them all. 14 say they shall not see. To bring false generations, they are co-heirs, and I had rather glib myself than they should not produce fair issue.
Cease. No more. You smell this business with a sense as cold as is a dead man's nose, but I do see it and feel it, as you feel doing thus, and see with all the instruments that feel.
If it be so, we need no grave to bury honesty. There's not a grain of it, the face to sweeten, or the whole dungy earth.
What? Lack I credit?
I had rather you did lack than I, my lord, upon this ground, and more it would content me to have her honour true than your suspicion be blamed for how you might.
Why, what need we commune with you of this, but rather follow our forceful instigation? Our prerogative calls not for your counsels, but our natural goodness imparts this, which if you, or stupefied or seeming so in skill, cannot or will not relish a truth like this, inform yourselves. We need no more of your advice. The matter, the loss, the gain, the ordering on't is all properly ours.
And I wish, my liege, you had only in your silent judgment tried it, without more overture.
How could that be? Either thou art most ignorant by age, or thou wert born a fool. Camillo's flight added to their familiarity, which was as gross as ever touched conjecture, that lacked sight only, naught for appropriation, but only seeing. All other circumstances made up to the deed, doth push on this proceeding. Yet for a greater confirmation, for in act of this importance, 'twere most piteous to be wild. I have dispatched in post to sacred Delphos, to Apollo's temple, Cleomenes and Dion, whom you know of stuffed sufficiency. Now, from the oracle they will bring all, whose spiritual counsel shall stop or spur me. Have I done well?
Well done, my lord.
Though I am satisfied and need no more than what I know, yet shall the oracle give rest to the minds of the others, such as he whose ignorant credulity will not come up to the truth. So have we thought it good from our free person she should be confined, lest that the treachery of the two fled hence be left her to perform. Come, follow us. We are to speak in public, for this business will raise us all.
To laughter, as I take it, if the good truth were known.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 2, a prison. Enter Paulina, a gentleman, and attendants.
The keeper of the prison, call to him. Let him have knowledge who I am. Good lady, no court in Europe is too good for thee. What dost thou then in prison? Now, good sir, you know me, do you not?
A worthy lady, and one whom I much honour.
Pray you then, conduct me to the queen.
I may not, madam. To the contrary, I have express commandment.
Here's a do, to lock up honesty and honour from the access of gentle visitors. Is it lawful, pray you, to see her women, any of them, Emilia?
So please you, madam, to put apart these your attendants, I shall bring Emilia forth.
I pray now, call her. Withdraw yourselves.
Exit gentlemen and attendants.
And, madam, I must be present at your conference.
Well, be it so, prithee.
Exit Gowler.
Here's such ado to make no stain a stain as passes colouring.
Enter Gowler with Emilia.
Dear gentlewoman, how fares our gracious lady?
As well as one so great and so forlorn may hold together, on her frights and griefs, which never tender lady hath borne greater, she is something before her time delivered.
A boy?
A daughter, and a goodly babe, lusty and like to live. The queen receives much comfort in it. Says, my poor prisoner, I am innocent as you.
I dare be sworn these dangerous, unsafe loons and the king beshrew them. He must be told on't, and he shall. The office becomes a woman best. I'll take it upon me. If I prove honey mouth, let my tongue blister, and never to my red-looked anger be the trumpet any more. Pray you, Emilia, commend my best obedience to the queen. If she dares trust me with her little babe, I'll show the king and undertake to be her advocate to the loudest. We do not know how he may soften at the sight of the child. The silence often of pure innocent persuades when speaking fails.
Most worthy madam, your honour and your goodness is so evident that your free undertaking cannot miss a thriving issue. There is no lady living to so meet for this great errand. Please your ladyship to visit the next room. I'll presently acquaint the queen of your most noble offer. Who but today hammered of this design, but durst not tempt a minister of honour, lest she should be denied.
Tell her, Emilia, I'll use that tongue I have. If wit flow from as boldness from my bosom, let it not be doubted I shall do good.
Now be your best for it. I'll to the queen, please you. Come something nearer.
Madam, if it please the queen to send the babe, I know not what I shall incur to pass it, having no warrant.
You need not fear it, sir. This child was prisoner to the womb, and is by law and process of great nature, thence freed and enfranchised, not a party to the anger of the king, nor guilty of, if any be, the trespass of the queen.
I do believe it.
Do not you fear. Upon mine honour, I will stand betwixt you and danger.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 3, a room in Leontes' palace. Enter Leontes, Antigonus, lords, and servant.
Nor night, nor day, no rest. It is but weakness to bear the matter thus, mere weakness, if the cause were not in being. Part of the cause, she, the adulteress. For the harlot king is quite beyond mine arm, out of the blank and level of my brain, plot-proof. But she, I can hook to me. Say that she were gone, given to the fire, a moiety of my rest might come to me again. Who's there?
My lord.
How does the boy?
He took good rest tonight. 'Tis hoped his sickness is discharged.
To see his nobleness, conceiving the dishonour of his mother, he straight declined, drooped, took it deeply, fastened and fixed the shame on't in himself, threw off his spirit, his appetite, his sleep, and downright languished. Leave me solely. Go, see how he fares.
Exit servant.
Fie, fie, no thought of him. The thought of my revenges that way recoil upon me. In himself too mighty, and in his parties, his alliance. Let him be, until a time may serve. For present vengeance, take it on her. Camillo and Polixenes laugh at me, make their pastime at my sorrow. They should not laugh if I could reach them, nor shall she within my power.
Enter Paulina with child.
You must not enter.
Nay, rather, good my lords, be second to me. Fear you his tyrannous passion more, alas, than the queen's life? A gracious, innocent soul, more free than he is jealous.
That's enough.
Madam, he hath not slept tonight, commanded none should come at him.
Not so hot, good sir. I come to bring him sleep. 'Tis such as you that creep like shadows by him and do sigh at each his needless heavings, such as you nourish the cause of his awaking. I do come with words as medicinal as true, honest as either, to purge him of that humour that presses him from sleep.
What noise there, ho?
No noise, my lord, but needful conference about some gossips for your highness.
How? Away with that audacious lady. Antigonus, I charge thee that she should not come about me. I knew she would.
I told her so, my lord. On your displeasure's peril and on mine, she should not visit you.
What, canst not rule her?
From all dishonesty, he can. And this, unless he take the course that you have done, commit me for committing honour, trust it. He shall not rule me.
Lah, you know how. You hear, when she will take the rein, I let her run, but she'll not stumble.
Good my liege, I come, and I beseech you, hear me, who profess myself your loyal servant, your physician, your most obedient counsellor, yet that dare less appear so in comforting your evils than such as most in yours. I say, I come from your good queen.
Oh, good queen.
Good queen, my lord, good queen, I say good queen. And would my combat make her good, so why a man the worst about you?
Force her hence.
Let him that makes but trifles of his eyes first hand me. On mine own accord I'll off, but first I'll do my errand. The good queen, for she is good, hath brought you forth a daughter. Here 'tis. Commends it to your blessing.
Laying down the child.
Out. A mankind witch. Hence with her, out of the door. A most intelligencing board.
Not so. I am as ignorant in that as you, in so entitling me. And no less honest than you are mad, which is enough, I'll warrant, as this world goes, to pass for honest.
Traitors! Will you not push her out? Give her the bastard, thou dotard, thou art woman-tired, unroosted by thy dame partlet here. Take up the bastard, take up, I say, give to thy crone.
Forever unvenerable be thy hands, if thou takest up the princess by that forced baseness which he has put upon't.
He dreads his wife.
So I would you did. Then 'twere past all doubt you'll call your children yours.
A nest of traitors.
I am none by this good light.
Nor I, nor any but one that's here, and that's himself. For he, the sacred honor of himself, his queens, his hopeful sons, his babes, betrays to slander, whose sting is sharper than the sword, and will not, for, as the case now stands, it is a curse he cannot be compelled to, once remove the root of his opinion, which is rotten, as ever oak or stone was sound.
A callet of boundless tongue, who late hath beat her husband and now baits me. This brat is none of mine. It is the issue of Polixenes. Hence with it, and together with the dam, commit them to the fire.
It is yours. And might we lay the old proverb to your charge, so like you, 'tis the worse. Behold, my lords, although the prince be little, the whole matter and copy of the father, eye, nose, lip, the trick of frown, his forehead, nay, the valet, the pretty dimples of his chin and cheek, his smiles, the very mould and frame of hand, nail, finger, and thou, good goddess nature, which hast made it so like to him that got it, if thou hast the ordering of the mind too, mongst all colours no yellow in it, lest she suspect, as she does, her children not her husband's.
A gross hag, and Losel, thou art worthy to be hanged that will not stay her tongue.
Hang all the husbands that cannot do that feat. You leave yourself hardly one subject.
Once more, take her hence.
A most unworthy, unnatural lord can do no more.
I'll have thee burnt.
I care not. It is an heretic that makes the fire, not she which burns in it. I'll not call you tyrant, but this most cruel usage of your queen, not able to produce more accusations than your own weak-ting fancy, something savors of tyranny, and will ignoble make you, yeah, scandalous to the world.
On your allegiance, out of the chamber with her. Were I a tyrant, where were her life? She durst not call me so. If she did know me one, away with her.
I pray you, do not push me. I'll be gone. Look to your babe, my lord. 'Tis yours. Jove hand her a better guiding spirit. What needs these hands? You, that are thus so tender over his follies, will never do him good. Not one of you. So, farewell. We are gone.
Exit Paulina.
Thou, traitor, hast set on thy wife to this. My child. Away with it. Even thou, that hast a heart so tender o'er it, take it hence, and see it instantly consumed with fire. Even thou, and none but thou. Take it up straight. Within this hour bring me word 'tis done, and by good testimony, or I'll seize thy life, with what thou else call'st thine. If thou refuse, and wilt encounter with my wrath, say so. The bastard brains with these my proper hands shall I dash out. Go take it to the fire, for thou set'st on thy wife.
I did not, sir. These lords, my noble fellows, if they please, can clear me in it.
We can, my royal liege. He is not guilty of her coming hither.
You're liars, all.
Beseech your highness, give us better credit. We have always truly served you, and beseech you so to esteem of us. And on our knees we beg, as recompense of our dear services past and to come, that you do change this purpose, which being so horrible, so bloody, must lead on to some foul issue. We all kneel.
I am a feather for each wind that blows. Shall I live on to see this bastard kneel and call me father? Better burn it now than curse it then. But be it, let it live. It shall not neither. You, sir, come you hither. You that have been so tenderly officious with Lady Marjorie, your midwife there, to save this bastard's life. For 'tis a bastard, so sure as this beard's grey. What will you adventure to save this brat's life?
Anything, my lord, that my ability may undergo and nobleness impose. At least thus much, I'll pawn the little blood which I have left to save the innocent. Anything possible.
It shall be possible. Swear by this sword thou wilt perform my bidding.
I will, my lord.
Mark, and perform it. Seest thou? For the frail of any point in't shall not only be death to thyself, but to thy lewd-tongued wife, whom for this time we pardon. We enjoin thee, as thou art liegeman to us, thou that carriest this female bastard hence, and that thou bear it to some remote and desert place, quite out of our dominions, and that there thou leave it, without more mercy, to its own protection and favour of the climate. As by strange fortune it came to us, I do in justice charge thee on thy soul's peril, and thy body's torture, that thou commend it strangely to some place, where chance may nurse or end it. Take it up.
I swear to do this, though a present death had been more merciful. Come on, poor babe. Some powerful spirit instruct the kites and ravens to be thy nurses. Wolves and bears, they say, casting their savageness aside, have done like offices of pity. Sir, be prosperous in more than this deed does require, and blessing against the cruelty fight on thy side. Poor thing, condemned to loss.
Exit with child.
No, I'll not rear another's issue.
Enter a servant.
Please, your highness, posts from those you sent to the oracle are come an hour since. Cleomenes and Dion, being well arrived from Delphos, are both landed, hasting to the court.
So please you, sir, their speed hath been beyond account.
23 days they have been absent. 'Tis good speed. Foretells the great Apollo suddenly will have the truth of this appear. Prepare you, lords, summon a session that we may arraign our most disloyal lady, for, as she hath been publicly accused, so shall she have a just and open trial. While she lives, my heart will a burden to be. My heart will be a burden to me. Leave me and think upon my bidding.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 1, a seaport in Sicilia. Enter Cleomenes and Dion.
The climate's delicate, the air most sweet, fertile the isle, the temple much surpassing the common praise it bears.
I shall report, for most it caught me, the celestial habits. Methinks I so should term them, and the reverence of the grave wearers. Oh, the sacrifice! How ceremonious, solemn, and unearthly it was in the offering.
But of all the burst and the ear-deafening voice of the oracle, akin to Jove's thunder, still surprised my sense that I was nothing.
If the event of the journey prove as successful to the queen, albeit so, as it hath been to us rare, pleasant, speedy, the time is worth the use on it.
Great Apollo, turn all to the best. These proclamations, so forcing faults upon Hermione, I like little.
The violent carriage of it will clear or end the business. When the oracle, thus by Apollo's great divine sealed up, shall the contents discover, something rare even then will rush to knowledge. Go, fresh horses, and gracious be the issue. Exit. Act 3, Scene 2, a court of justice. Enter Leontes, lords, and officers.
This sessions, to our great grief we pronounce, even pushes gainst our heart. The party tried, the daughter of a king, our wife, and one of us too much beloved. Let us be cleared of being tyrannous, since we so openly proceed in justice, which shall have due course, even to the guilt or the purgation. Produce the prisoner.
It is His Highness' pleasure that the Queen appear in person here in court. Silence!
Enter Hermione guarded, Paulina and ladies attending.
Read the indictment.
Hermione, queen to the worthy Leontes, king of Sicilia, thou art here accused and arraigned of high reason in committing adultery with Polixenes, king of Bohemia, and conspiring with Camillo to take away the life of our sovereign lord, the king, the royal husband. The pretense whereof being by circumstances partly laid open, thou, Hermione, contrary to the faith and allegiance of a true subject, didst counsel and aid them for their better safety to fly away by night.
Since what I am to say must be but that which contradicts my accusation, and the testimony on my part no other but what comes from myself, it shall scarce boot me to say not guilty. Mine integrity being counted falsehood shall, as I express it, be so received. But thus, if powers divine behold our human actions as they do, I doubt not then, but innocence shall make false accusation blush, and tyranny tremble at patience. You, my lord, best know, who least will seem to do so. My past life hath been as continent, as chaste, as true, as I am now unhappy, which is more than history can pattern, though devised and played to take spectators. For behold me, a fellow of the royal bed, which owe a moiety of the throne, a great king's daughter, the mother to a hopeful prince, here standing to prate and talk for life and honor, for who please to come and hear. For life, I prize it as I weigh grief, which I would spare. For honor, 'tis a derivative from me to mine, and only that I stand for. I appeal to your own conscience, sir. Before Polixenes came to your court, how I was in your grace, how merited to be so. Since he came, with what encounter so uncurrent I have strained to appear thus. If one jot beyond the bound of honor, or an act or will that way inclining, hardened be the hearts of all that hear me, and my nearest of kin cry fie upon my grave.
I ne'er heard yet that any of these bold devices wanted less impudence to gainsay what they did than to perform it first.
That's true enough, though 'tis a saying, sir, not due to me.
You will not own it.
More than mistress of which comes to me in name of fault, I must not at all acknowledge. For Polixenes, with whom I am accused, I do confess, I loved him as in honor he required, with such a kind of love as might become a lady like me, with a love even such, so, and no other, as yourself commanded, which not to have done, I think, had been in me both disobedience and ingratitude to you and towards your friend, whose love had spoke, even since it could speak from an infant freely, that it was yours. Now, for conspiracy, I know not how it tastes, though it be dished for me to try how. All I know of it is that Camillo was an honest man, and why he left your court, the gods themselves, wotting no more than I, are ignorant.
You knew of his departure, as you know what you have undertaken to do in his absence.
Sir, you speak a language that I understand not. My life stands in the level of your dreams, which I'll lay down.
Your actions are my dreams. You had a bastard by Polixenes, and I but dreamed it, as you were past all shame. Those of your fact are so past all truth, which to deny concerns more than avails. For as thy brat hath been cast out, like to itself, no father owning it, which is, indeed, more criminal in thee than it, so thou shalt feel our justice, in whose easiest passage look for no less than death.
Sir, spare your threats. The bug which you would fright me with, I seek. To me can life be no commodity, the crown and comfort of my life, your favor, I do give lost, for I do feel it gone, but know not how it went. My second joy, and first fruits of my body, from his presence I am barred like one infectious. My third comfort, starred most unluckily, is from my breast, the innocent milk in its most innocent mouth, held out to murder. Myself on every post proclaimed a strumpet, with immodest hatred, the childbed privilege denied, which longs to women of all fashion. Lastly, hurried here to this place, in the open air, before I have got strength of limit, Now, my liege, tell me, what blessings I have here alive, that I should fear to die. Therefore proceed. But yet hear this, mistake me not. No life, I prize it not a straw, but for mine honor, which I would free, if I shall be condemned upon surmises, all proofs sleeping else, but what your jealousies awake, I tell you, 'tis rigor, and not law. Your honors all, I do refer me to the oracle. Apollo be my judge.
This your request is altogether just. Therefore bring forth, and in Apollo's name, his oracle. Exeunt certain officers.
The Emperor of Russia was my father. Oh, that he were alive, and here beholding his daughter's trial, that he did but see the flatness of my misery, yet with eyes of pity, not revenge.
Re-enter officers with Cleomenes and Dion.
You here shall swear upon this sword of justice, that you, Cleomenes and Dion, have been both at Delphus, and from thence have brought the sealed-up oracle by the hand delivered of great Apollo's priest, and that since then you have not dared to break the holy seal, nor read the secrets in it.
All this we
This we
swear.
swear.
Break up the seals and read.
Hermione is just, Polixenes blameless, Camillo a true subject, Leontes a jealous tyrant, his innocent babe truly begotten, and the king shall live without on their hair, if that which is lost be not found.
Now blessed be the great Apollo.
Praise.
Hast thou read truth?
Aye, my lord, even so, as it is here set down.
There is no truth at all in the oracle. The sessions shall proceed. This is mere falsehood.
Enter servant.
My lord, the king.
What is the business?
Oh, sir, as Behatus reported, the prince, your son, with mere conceit and fear of the queen's speed, is gone.
How? Gone?
Is dead.
Apollo is angry, and the heavens themselves do strike at my justice. Injustice.
Hermione swoons.
How now there?
This news is mortal to the queen. Look down and see what death is doing.
Take her hence. Her heart is but o'ercharged. She will recover. I have too much believed mine own suspicion. Beseech you, tenderly apply to her some remedies for life.
Exeunt Paulina and ladies with Hermione.
Apollo, pardon my great profaneness against thine oracle. I reconcile me to Polixenes, new woo my queen, recall the good Camillo, whom I proclaim a man of truth, of mercy, for being transported by my jealousies to bloody thoughts and to revenge, I chose Camillo for the minister to poison my friend Polixenes, which had been done. But that the good mind of Camillo tardied my swift command, though I with death and with reward did threaten and encourage him, not doing it and being done, he, most humane and filled with honour, to my kingly guest, unclasped my practice, quit his fortunes here, which you knew great, and to the hazard of all uncertainties himself commended, no richer than his honour. How he glisters through my rust, and how his pity does my deeds make the blacker.
Enter Paulina.
Woe the while. Oh, cut my lace, less my heart, cracking it, break two.
What fit is this, good lady?
What studied torments, tyrant, hast for me? What wheels, racks, fires, what flaying, boiling, in leads or oils? What old or new torture must I receive, whose every word deserves to taste of thy most worst? Thy tyranny together working with thy jealousies, fancies too weak for boys, too green and idle for girls of 9. Oh, think what they have done and then run mad indeed, stark mad. For all thy bygone fooleries were but spices of it. That thou betrayest Polixenes, 'twas nothing. That did but show thee of a fool, inconstant and damnable ingrateful, nor wasn't much. Thou wouldst have poisoned good Camilla's honor to have him kill a king. Poor trespasses more monstrous standing by, whereof I reckon the casting forth to crows thy baby daughter to be or none or little. Though a devil would have shed water out of fire, it done it. Nor isn't directly laid to thee the death of the young prince whose honorable thoughts high for one so tender, cleft a heart that could conceive a gross and foolish sire, blemished his gracious stand. This is not, no, laid to thy answer, but the last, O lords, when I have said, cry row, the queen, the sweetest, dearest creature's dead, and vengeful not dropped down yet.
The higher powers forbid.
I say she's dead. I'll swear it. If word nor oath prevail not, go and see. If you can bring tincture or luster in her lip, her eye, heat outwardly or breathe within, I'll serve you as I would do to the gods. But, O thou tyrant, do not repent these things, for they are heavier than all thy woes can stir. Therefore, betake thee to nothing but despair. 1,000 knees, 10,000 years together, naked, fasting upon a barren mountain, and still winter and storm perpetual could not move the gods to look that way thou wert.
Go on. Go on. Thou canst not speak too much. I have deserved all tongues to talk their bitterest.
Say no more. Howe'er the business goes, you have made fault in the boldness of your speech.
I'm sorry for it. All faults I make, when I shall come to know them, I do repent. Alas, I have showed too much the rashness of a woman. He is touched to the noble heart. What's gone and what's past help should be past grief. Do not receive affliction at my petition. I beseech you, rather let me be punished, that have minded you of what you should forget. Now, good my liege, sir, royal sir, forgive a foolish woman. The love I bore your queen, oh, fool again, I'll speak of her no more, nor of your children. I'll not remember you of my own lord, who is lost to. Take your patience to you, and I'll say nothing.
Thou didst speak but well, when most the truth, which I receive much better than to be pitied of thee. Prithee, bring me to the dead bodies of my queen and son. One grave shall be for both. Upon them shall the causes of their death appear, unto our shame perpetual. Once a day I'll visit the chapel where they lie, and tears shed there shall be my recreation, so long as nature will bear up with this exercise, so long I daily vow to use it. Come and lead me unto these sorrows.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 3, Bohemia, a desert country near the sea. Enter Antigonus with a child and a mariner.
Thou art perfect then. Our ship hath touched upon the deserts of Bohemia.
Aye, my lord, and fear we have landed in ill time. The skies look grimly and threaten present blusters. In my conscience, the heavens with that we have in hand are angry and frown upon us.
Their sacred wills be done. Go, get aboard. Look to thy bark. I'll not be long before I call upon thee.
Make your best haste, and go not too far of the land. 'Tis like to be loud weather. Besides, this place is famous for the creatures of prey that keep upon it.
Go thou away. I'll follow instantly.
I am glad at heart to be so rid of the business.
Exit mariner.
Come, poor babe. I have heard but not believed the spirits o' the dead. may walk again. If such thing be, thy mother appeared to me last night. For ne'er was dream so like a waking. To me comes a creature, sometimes her head on one side, some another. I never saw a vessel of like sorrow, so filled and so becoming, in pure white robes. Like very sanctity she did approach my cabin where I lay. Thrice bowed before me and gasping to begin some speech, her eyes became two spouts, the fury spent. Anon did this break from her, good Antigonus, since fate against thy better disposition hath made thy person for the thrower out of my poor babe. According to thine oath, places remote enough are in Bohemia. There weep and leave it cruelly by my lord. Thou ne'er shalt see thy wife Paulina more. And so with shrieks she melted into air, affrighted much. I did in time collect myself and thought this was so, and no slumber. Dreams are toys. Yet for this once, yea, superstitiously I will be squared by this. I do Hermione have suffered death, and that Apollo would, this being indeed the issue of King Polixenes, it should here be laid, either for life or death, upon the earth of its right father. Blossom, speed thee well. There lie, and there thy character. There these, which may, if fortune please, both breed thee pretty, and still rest thine. The storm begins, poor wretch, that for thy mother's fault art thus exposed to loss and what may follow. Weep I cannot, but my heart bleeds, and most accursed am I to be oath enjoined to this. Farewell. The day frowns more and more. Thou art like to have a lullaby too rough. I ne'er saw the heavens so dim by day. A savage clamour. Well may I get aboard. This is the chase. I am gone forever.
Exit, pursued by a bear. Enter a shepherd.
I would there were no age between 16 and 23, or that youth would sleep out the rest. For there is nothing in the between but getting wenches with child, wronging the ancestry, stealing, fighting. Hark you now! Would any but these bold brains of 19 and 22 hunt this weather? They have scared away 2 of my best sheep, which I fear the wolf will sooner find than the master. If anywhere I have them, 'tis by the seaside, browsing of ivy. Good luck! Ain't be thy will what have we here? Mercy on us! A barn, a very pretty barn. A boy or a child, I wonder? A pretty one, a very pretty one. Sure, some scape, though I am not bookish, yet I can read waiting gentlewoman in the scape. This has been some stair work, some track work, some behind door work. They were warmer than that got this, than the poor thing is here. I'll take it up for pity, yet I'll tarry till my son come. He hallowed, but even now, wow, ho, ho.
Enter clown.
Hello, hello.
Old shepherd.
What art so near? Thou say a thing to talk on when thou art dean and rotten. Come hither. What allest thou, man?
I have seen 2 such sights, by sea and by land, but I am not to say it is a sea, for it is now the sky, betwixt the firmament, and if you cannot thrust a bodkin's point.
Why, boy, how is it?
I would you did but see how it chafes, how it rages, how it takes up the shore, but that's not the point. Oh, the most piteous cry of the poor souls, sometimes to see them and not to see them. Now the ship boring the moon with her main mast, and anon swallowed with yest and froth, as you'd thrust a cork into a hogshead. And then, for the land service to see how the bear tore out his shoulder bone, how he cried to me for help and said his name was Antigonus, and a nobleman.
but to make an end of the ship, to see how the sea flap-dragoned it, but first how the poor souls roared and the sea mocked them, and then how the poor gentleman roared and the bear mocked them, both roaring louder than the sea all the weather.
Name of mercy, when was this, boy?
Now, I've not winked since I saw these sights. The men are not yet cold under water, nor the bear half dined to the gentleman. He's at it now.
Would I have been by to have helped the old man?
I would you had been by the ship's side to have helped her. There your charity would have lacked footing.
Heavy matters, but look thee here, boy, now bless thyself. Thou mettest with things dying, I with things new born. Here's a sight for thee, look thee, a bearing clothes for a squire's child. Look thee here, take up, boy, open it. So let's see, it was told me I should be rich by the fairies. This is some changeling. Open it. What's within, boy?
You're a made old man if the sins of your youth have forgiven you. You're well to live. Gold, all gold.
This is fairy gold, boy, until proved so. Up with it, keep it close. Home, the next way. We are lucky, boy, and to be so still requires nothing but secrecy. Let money's sheep go. Come, good boy, the next way home.
Go you the next way with your findings. I'll go see if the bear be gone from the gentleman and how much he hath eaten. They are never cursed, but when they are hungry, if there be any left of him, I'll bury him.
That's a good deed, if thou mayest discern by that which is left of him what he is. Fetch me to the sight of him.
Marry will I, and you shall help him to put in the ground.
'Tis a lucky day, boy, and we'll do good deeds on it.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 1. Chorus as Time speaks. Enter Time. The chorus.
I, that please some, try all, both joy and terror, of good and bad, that makes and unfolds error. Now take upon me, in the name of time, to use my wings, impute it not a crime. To me or my swift passage that I slide o'er 16 years and leave the growth untried of that wide gap, since it is in my power to overthrow law and in one self-born hour to plant and o'erwhelm custom. Let me pass the same I am, ere ancientest order was or what is now received, I witness to the times that brought them in. So shall I do to the freshest things now reigning and make stale the glistening of this present, as my tale now seems to it. Your patience this allowing, I turn my glass and give my scene such growing as you had slept between. Leontes leaving, the effects of his fond jealousy so grieving, that he shuts up himself. Imagine me, gentle spectators, that I now may be in fair Bohemia, and remember well, I mentioned a son o'er the kings, which Florizel I now name to you, and with speed so paced to speak of Perdita, now grown in grace equal with wandering. What of her ensues I list not prophecy, but let time's news be known when 'tis brought forth. I a shepherd's daughter, and what to her adheres, which follows after, is the argument of time. Of this allow, if ever you have spent time worse ere now. If never, yet that time himself doth say, he wishes earnestly you never may.
Exit Time. Act 4, Scene 2, Bohemia, the Palace of Polixenes. Enter Polixenes and Camillo.
I pray thee, good Camillo, be no more importunate. 'Tis a sickness denying thee anything, a death to grant this.
It is 15 years since I saw my country. Though I have for the most part been aired abroad, I desire to lay my bones there. Besides, the penitent king, my master, hath sent for me, to whose feeling sorrows I might be some allay, or ween to think so, which is another spur to my departure.
As thou lovest me, Camillo, wipe not out the rest of thy services by leaving me now. The need I have of thee thine own goodness hath made. Better not to have had thee than thus to want thee. Thou having made me businesses which none without thee can sufficiently manage, must either stay to execute them thyself, or take away with thee the very services thou hast done. Which, if I have not enough considered, as too much I cannot, to be more thankful to thee shall be my study, and my profit therein the heaping friendships. Of that fatal country, Sicilia, prithee speak no more, whose very naming punishes me with the remembrances of the penitent, as thou callest him, and reconciled king, my brother, whose loss of his most precious queen and children are even now to be afresh lamented. Say to me, whence saw thou the Prince Florizel, my son? Kings are no less unhappy, their issue not being gracious, than they are in losing them when they have approved their virtues.
Sir, it is 3 years since I saw the prince. What his happier affairs may be are to me unknown, but I have missingly noted he is much retired from court and is less frequent to his princely exercises than formerly he hath appeared.
I have considered so much, Camillo, and with some care, so far that I have eyes under my service which look upon his removedness, from whom I have this intelligence, that he is seldom from the house of a most homely shepherd, a man, they say, from very nothing and beyond the imagination of his neighbors, is grown into an unspeakable estate.
I have heard, sir, of such a man who hath a daughter of most rare note. The report of her is extended more than can be thought to begin from such a cottage.
That's likewise part of my intelligence, but I fear the angle that plucks our son thither. Now shalt accompany us to this place, where we will, not appearing what we are, have some question with the shepherd, from whose simplicity I think it not uneasy to get the cause of my son's resort thither. Prithee be my present partner in this business, and lay aside the thoughts of Sicilia.
I willingly obey with your command.
My best, Camillo, we must disguise ourselves.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 3, a road near the shepherd's cottage. Enter Andronicus singing.
When daffodils begin to peer with high the doxy o'er the dale, why then comes in the sweet of the year, for the red blood reigns in the winter's pale. The white sheep bleaching on the hedge with high, the sweet birds, oh how they sing, doth set my pugging tooth on edge, for a quart of ale is a dish for a king. The lark that tira lyra chants with high, the thrush and the jay are summer songs for me and my aunts while we lie tumbling in the hay. I have served Prince Florizel, and in my time wore 3 pile, but now I am out of service. But shall I go mourn for that, my dear? The pale moon shines by night, and when I wander here and there, I then do most go right. If tinkers may have leave to live and bear the sow-skin budget, then my account I well may give, and in the stocks avouch it. My traffic is sheets, when the kite builds, look to lesser linen. My father named me Autolycus, who being as I am, littered under Mercury, was likewise a snapper up of unconsidered trifles. With dye and drab I purchase this caparison, and my revenue is the silly cheat. Gallows and knock are too powerful on the highway. Beating and hanging are terrors to me. For the life to come, I sleep out the thought of it. A prize, a prize.
Enter clown.
Let me see, every 11 were the tods, every tod yields pound and odd shilling, 1500 shorn, what comes the wool to?
If the spring hold, the cock's mine.
I cannot do it without counters. Let me see, what am I to buy for our sheep shearing feast? 3 pound of sugar, 5 pound of currants, rice. What will this sister of mine do with rice? But my father hath made her mistress of the feast, and she lays it on. She hath made me 24 nosegays for the shearers, 3-man songmen all, and very good ones, but they are most of them means and basses, but one Puritan amongst them, and he sings psalms to hornpipes. I must have saffron to colour the warden, pies, mace, dates, none that's out of my note. Nutmegs, 7 race or 2 of ginger, but that I may beg, 4 pound of prunes, and as many of raisins of the sun.
Oh, that ever I was born.
I the name of me.
Oh, help me, pluck but off these rags, and then death, death.
Alack, poor soul, thou hast need of more rags to lay on thee rather than have these off.
Oh, sir, the loathsomeness of them offends me more than the stripes I have received, which are mighty ones and millions.
Alas, poor man, 1,000,000 of beating may come to a great matter.
I am robbed, sir, and beaten, my money and apparel taken from me, and these detestable things put upon me.
What, by a horseman or a footman?
A footman, sweet sir, a footman.
Indeed, he should be a footman by the garments he has left with thee. If this be a horseman's coat, it hath seen very hot service. Lend me thy hand, I'll help thee. Come, lend me thy hand.
Oh, good sir, tenderly, oh.
Alas, poor soul.
Oh, good sir, softly, good sir. I fear, sir, my shoulder blade is out.
How now, can't stand?
Picking his pocket.
Oh, sir, softly, dear sir, good sir, softly. Oh, you have done me a charitable office.
Dost lack any money? I have a little money for thee.
Oh, no, good sweet sir, no, I beseech you, sir. I have a kinsman not past 3/4 of a mile hence, unto whom I was going. I shall there have money, or anything I want. Offer me no money, I pray you, that kills my heart.
What manner of fellow was he that robbed you?
A fellow, sir, that I have known to go about with trollmadanes. I knew him once a servant of the prince. I cannot tell, good sir, for which of his virtues it was, but he was certainly whipped out of the court.
His vices, you would say. There's no virtue whipped out of the court. They cherish it to make it stay there, and yet it will be no more but abide.
Vices, I would say, sir. I know this man well. He hath been since an ape-bearer, then a process server, a bailiff. Then he compassed a motion of the prodigal son and married a tinker's wife within a mile where my land and living lies. And having flown over many knavish professions, he settled only in rogue. Some call him Autolycus.
Out upon him, prig, for my life, prig, he haunts, wakes and fairs, and bear baitings.
Very true, sir. Sir, that's the rogue that put me into this apparel.
Not a more cowardly rogue in all Bohemia. If you had but looked big and spit at him, he would have run.
I must confess to you, sir, I am no fighter. I am false of heart that way, and that he knew, I warrant him.
How do you know?
Sweet sir, much better than I was. I can stand and walk. I will even take my leave of you and pace softly towards my kinsman.
Shall I bring thee on the way?
Oh, no, good-faced sir, no, sweet sir.
Then fare thee well. I must go and buy spices for our sheep shearing.
Prosper you, sweet sir.
Exit clown.
Your purse is not hot enough to purchase your spice. I'll be with you at your sheep shearing too. If I make not this cheat bring out another, and the shearers prove sheep, let me be unrolled and my name put in the book of virtue.
Sings.
Jog on, the footpath way, and merrily hent the styler. Merrily heart goes all the day, your sad tires in a miler.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 4, The Shepherd's Cottage. Enter Florizel and Perdita.
These your unusual weeds to each part of you do give a life. No shepherdess, but Flora peering in April's front. This your sheep shearing is as a meeting of the petty gods and you the queen on't.
Sir, my gracious lord, to chide at your extremes it not becomes me. Oh, pardon that I name them. Your high self, the gracious mark of the land, you have obscured with a swain's wearing, and me, poor lowly maid, most goddess-like pranked up. But that our feasts in every mess have folly, and the feeders digest it with a custom, I should blush to see you so attired, sworn, I think, to show myself a glass.
I bless the time when my good falcon made her flight across thy father's ground.
Now Jove afford you cause. To me the difference forges dread. Your greatness hath not been used to fear. Even now I tremble to think your father, by some accident, should pass this way as you did. Oh, the fates! How would he look to see his work so noble vilely bound up? What would he say? Or how should I, in these my borrowed flaunts, behold the sternness of his presence?
Apprehend nothing but jollity. The gods themselves, humbling their deities to love, have taken the shapes of beasts upon them. Jupiter became a bull and bellowed, the green Neptune a ram and bleated, and the fire-robed god, golden Apollo, a poor humble swain, as I seem now. Their transformations were never for a piece of beauty rarer, nor in a way so chaste, since my desires run not before mine honour, nor my lusts burn hotter than my faith.
Oh, but sir, your resolution cannot hold. When 'tis opposed, as it must be, by the power of the king, one of these two must be necessities, which then will speak that you must change this purpose, or I my life.
Thou dearest Perdita, with these forced thoughts I prithee darken not the mirth of the feast. Or I'll be thine, my fair, or not my father's, for I cannot be mine own, nor anything to any, if I be not thine. To this I am most constant, though destiny say no. Be merry, gentle, strangle such thoughts as these with anything that you behold the while. Your guests are coming. Lift up your countenance as if it were the day of celebration of that nuptial which we two have sworn shall come.
O Lady Fortune, stand you spacious.
See, your guests approach. Address yourself to entertain them sprightly, and let's be red with mirth.
Enter shepherd, clown, Mopsa, Dorcas, and others, with Polixenes and Camillo disguised.
Fie, daughter, when my old wife lived, upon this day she was both pantler, butler, cook, both dame and servant, welcomed all, served all, would sing her song and dance her turn. Now here, at upper end of the table, now I in the middle, on this shoulder, and his her face of fire, with labour and the things she took to quench it. She would to each one sip. You are retired, as if you were a feasted one, and not the hostess of the meeting. Pray you, bid these unknown friends to us welcome, for it is a way to make us better friends, more known. Come, quench your blushes, and present yourself, that which you are, mistress of the feast. Come on, and bid us welcome to your sheep shearing, as your good flock shall prosper.
To Polixenes.
Sir, welcome. It is my father's will I should take on me the hostess-ship of the day.
To Camillo.
You're welcome, sir. Give me those flowers there, Dorcas. Reverend sirs, for you there's rosemary and rue. These keep seeming and savour all the winter long. Grace and remembrance be to you both, and welcome to our shearing.
Shepherdess, a fair one are you. Well you fit our ages with flowers of winter.
Sir, the year growing ancient, not yet on summer's death, nor on the birth of trembling winter, the fairest flowers of the season are our carnations and streaked gillivores, which some call nature's bastards. Of that kind are rustic gardens barren, and I care not to get slips of them.
Wherefore, gentle maiden, do you neglect them?
For I have heard it said that there is an art which in their piedness shares with great creating nature.
Say there be. Yet nature is made better by no mean but nature makes that mean. So over that art would you say adds to nature is an art that nature makes. You see, sweet maid, we marry a gentler scion to the wildest stock, and make conceive a bark of baser kind by bud of nobler race. This is an art which does mend nature, change it rather, but the art itself is nature.
So it is.
Then make your garden rich in gillivores, and do not call them bastards.
I'll not put the dibble in earth to set one slip of them. no more than where I painted, I would wish this youth should say, 'twere well, and only therefore desire to breed by me. Here's flowers for you, hot lavender, mints, savoury marjoram, the marigolds that goes to bed with the sun, and with him rises weeping. These are flowers of midsummer, and I think they are given to men of middle age. You are very welcome.
I should leave by grazing, were I of your flock, and only live by gazing.
Out, alas! You'd be so lean that blasts of January would blow you through and through. Now, my fairest friend, I would I had some flowers of the spring that might become your time of day, and yours, that wear upon your virgin branches yet your maidenheads growing. O Proserpina, for the flowers now that frightened thou lett'st fall from Dis's wagon, daffodils that come before the swallow dares and take the winds of March with beauty, violets dim, but sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes or Cerinthia's breath, pale primroses that die unmarried, ere they can behold bite Phoebus in his strength, a malady most incident to maids, bold oxlips and the crown imperial, lilies of all kinds, the flower de luce being one. Oh, these I lack, to make you garlands of, and my sweet friend, to strew him over and over.
What, like a chorus?
No, like a bank for love to lie and play on. Not like a corse, or if, not to be buried, but quick in mine arms. Come, take your flowers. Methinks I play as I have seen them do in Whitsun pastorals. Sure, this robe of mine does change my disposition.
What you do still betters what is done. When you speak, sweet. I'd have you do it ever. When you sing, I'd have you buy and sell so give alms, pray so, and, for the ordering your affairs, to sing them too. When you do dance, I wish you a wave of the sea, that you might ever do nothing but that, move still so, and own no other function, each your doing, so singular in each particular, crowns that you are doing in the present deed, that all your acts are queens.
O Doricules, your praises are too large, but that's your youth, and the true blood which peepeth fairly thought, do plainly give you out an unstained shepherd. With wisdom I might fear, my Doricles, you wooed me the false way.
I think you have as little skill to fear as I have purpose to put you to it. But come, our dance, I pray, your hand, my Perdita, so turtles pair that never mean to part.
I'll swear for him.
This is the prettiest low-born lass that ever ran on the greensward. Nothing she does or seems but smacks of something greater than herself. Too noble for this place.
It tells her something that makes her look out. Good sooth, she is the queen of Can't Agree.
Come on, strike up.
Mopsa must be your mistress. Merry garlic to mend her kissing with.
Now, in good time.
Not a word, a word. We stand upon our manners. Come, strike up.
Music. Hear a dance of shepherds and shepherdesses.
Pray, good shepherd, what fair swain is this which dances with your daughter?
They call him Doricles, and boast himself to have a worthy feeding, but I have it upon his own report, and I believe it. He looks like a Zeus. He says he loves my daughter. I think so too, for never gazed the moon upon the water, as he'll stand and read as 'twere my daughter's eyes. And, to be plain, I think there's not half a kiss to choose who loves another best.
She dances featly.
So, she does anything, though I report it, that should be silent. If young Doricles do light upon her, she shall bring him that which he not dreams of.
Enter servant.
Oh, master, if you did but hear the peddler at the door, you would never dance again after the tabor and pipe. No, the bagpipe could not move you. He sings several tunes faster than you tell money. He utters them as he had eaten balance, and all men's ears grew to his tunes.
Oh, he could never come better. He shall come in. I love a ballad, but even too well. If it be doleful matter, merrily set down, or a very pleasant thing indeed, and sung lamentably.
He hath songs for man or woman of all sizes. No milliner can so fit his customers with gloves. He has the prettiest love songs for maids. So without bawdry, which is strange, with such delicate patterns, all dildos and faddings, jump her and thump her, and where some stretch mouth rascal would, as it were, mean mischief and break a foul gap into the matter, he makes the maid to answer, whoop, do me harm, good man. Puts him off, slights him with whoop, do me no harm, good man.
This is a brave fellow.
Believe me, thou talkest of an admirable, conceited fellow. Has he any unbraided wares?
He hath ribbons of the colors of the rainbows, points more than all the lawyers in Bohemia can learnedly handle, though they come to him by the gross. Inkles, codices, cambrakes, lawns. Why, he sings them over as they were gods or goddesses. You would think a smock were a she-angel. He so chants to the sleeve hand and the works about the square round.
Prithee, bring him in and let him sing approaching.
Forewarn him that he use no scurrilous words in his tunes.
Exit servant.
You have of these peddlers that have more in them than you'll think, sister.
Ay, good brother, or go about to think.
Enter Autolycus singing.
Lawn as white as driven snow, cypress black as air was crow, gloves as sweet as damask roses, masks for faces and for noses, bugle bracelet, necklace amber, perfume for a lady's chamber, golden coifs and stomachers for my lads to give their dears, pins and poking sticks of steel, what maids lack from head to heel. Come buy of me, come buy, buy lads, or else your lasses cry, come buy.
Oh, if I were not in love with Mopsa, thou shouldst take no money of me. But being enthralled as I am, it will also be the bondage of certain ribbons and gloves.
I was promised them against the feast, but they come not too late now.
He hath promised you more than that, and there be liars.
He had paid you all he promised you. Maybe he has paid you more, which will shame you to give him again.
Is there no manners left among maids? Will they wear their plackets where they should bear their faces? Is there not milking time, when you are going to bed or kiln hole, to whistle off these secrets, but you must be tittle-tattling before all of our guests? 'Tis well they are whispering, clamour your tongues, and not a word more.
I have done. Come, you promised me a tawdry lace and a pair of sweet gloves.
Have I not told thee how I was cozened by the way and lost all of my money?
And indeed, sir, there are cozeners abroad, therefore it behooves men to be wary.
Fear not thou, man, thou shalt lose nothing here.
I hope so, sir, for I have about me many parcels of charge.
What hast here? Ballads?
Pray now, buy some. I love a ballad in print of life of, for there we are sure they are so they're true.
Here's one to a very doleful tune, how a usurer's wife was brought to bed of 20 money bags at a burden, and how she longed to eat adders' heads and toads carbonadoed.
Is it true, think you?
Very true, and but a month old.
Bless me, from where I'm marrying a usurer.
Here's the midwife's name to it, one Mistress Tailporter, and 5 or 6 honest wives that were present. Why should I carry lies abroad?
Pray you now, buy it.
Come on, lay it by, and let's first see Mo Ballads. We'll buy other things anon.
Here's another ballad of a fish that appeared upon the coast on Wednesday, the 80 of April. 4,000 fathom above water and sung this ballad against the hard hearts of maids. It was thought she was a woman and was turned into a cold fish, for she would not exchange flesh with one that loved her. The ballad is very pitiful and as true.
Is it true too, think you?
5 justices' hands at it, and witnesses more than my pack will hold.
Lay it by 2. Another.
This is a merry ballad, but a very pretty one.
Let's have some merry ones.
Why, this is a passing merry one, and goes to the tune of 2 maids wooing a man. There's scarce a maid westward, but she sings it. 'Tis in request, I can tell you.
We can both sing it. If thou bear a part, thou shalt hear. 'Tis in 3 parts.
We had the tune on it a month ago.
I can bear my part. You must know 'tis my occupation. Have at it with you. Get you hence, for I must go where it fits not you to know.
Whither?
Oh, whither?
Whither?
It becomes thy oath full well, thou to me thy secrets tell.
Me too, let me go thither.
O thou goest to the orange or mill.
If to either thou dost ill.
Neither.
What, neither?
Neither.
Thou hast sworn my love to be.
Thou hast sworn it more to me than with the ghost. Say, whither?
We'll have this song out anon by ourselves. My father and gentlemen are in sad talk, and we'll not trouble them. Come, bring away thy pack after me. Wenches, I'll buy for you both. Peddler, let's have the first choice. Follow me, girls.
Exit with Dorcas and Mopsa.
And you shall pay well for 'em.
Follow singing.
Will you buy any tape or lace for your cape, my dainty duck, my dear? Any silk, any thread, any toys for your head, of the newest and finest wear? Come to the peddler, money's a meddler, that doth utter all men's wear.
Exit Autolycus. Enter servant.
Master, there's 3 carters, 3 shepherds, 3 neat herds, 3 swineherds that have made themselves all men of hair. They call themselves Salters, and they have a dance which the wenches say is a gallimaufry of gumballs, because they're not in it. But they themselves are of the mind, if it be not too rough for some that know little but bowling, it will please plentiful.
Away, will none on it. Here has been too much homely foolery already. I know, sir, we weary you.
You weary those that refresh us. Pray, let's see these 4 threes of herdsmen.
1-3 of them, by their own report, sir, have danced before the king. And not the worst of the 3, but jumps 12 foot and half by the squire.
Leave your prating. Since these good men are pleased, let them come in, but quickly now.
Why, they stay at door, sir.
Exit servant. Here a dance of 12 satyrs.
Oh, father, you'll know more of that hereafter. Is it not too far gone? 'Tis time we part them. He's simple and tells much. How now, fair shepherd? Your heart is full of something that does take your mind from feasting. Sooth, when I was a young and handed love, as you do, I was wont to load my she with knacks. I would have ransacked the peddler's silken treasury and have poured it to her acceptance. You have let him go, and nothing martyred with him. If your lass interpretation should abuse and call this your lack of love or bounty, you were straitened for a reply. At least if you make a care of happy holding her.
Old sir, I know she prizes not such trifles as these are. The gifts she looks from me are packed and locked up in my heart, which I have given already, but not delivered. Oh, hear me breathe my life before this ancient sir, who, it should seem, hath sometime loved. I take thy hand, this hand, as soft as dove's down and as white as it, or Ethiopian's tooth, or the fanned snow that's bolted by the northern blast twice o'er.
What follows this? How prettily the young swain seems to wash the hand was fair before. I have put you out. But to your protestation, let me hear what you profess.
Do, and be witness to it.
And this my neighbors too?
And he, and more than he, and men, the earth, the heavens and all, that were I crowned the most imperial monarch, thereof most worthy, were I the fairest youth that ever made eyes swerve, had force and knowledge more than was ever man's, I would not prize them without her love. For her employ them all, commend them and condemn them to her service, or to their own perdition.
Fairly offered.
This shows a sound affection.
But, my daughter, say you the like to him?
I cannot speak so well, nothing so well, no, nor mean better. By the pattern of my own thoughts I cut out the purity of his.
Take Hans, a bargain, and friends unknown. You shall bear witness to it. I give my daughter to him, and will make her portion equal his.
Oh, that must be. I, the virtue of your daughter, one being dead, I shall have more than you can dream of yet. Enough then for your wonder. But, come on, contract us for these witnesses.
Come, your hand, and daughter yours.
Soft, swain, a while, beseech you. Have you a father?
I have, but what of him?
Knows he of this?
He neither does nor shall.
Methinks a father is at the nuptial of his son a guest that best becomes the table. Pray you once more, is not your father grown incapable of reasonable affairs? Is he not stupid with age or altering rooms? Can he speak, hear? No man from man dispute his own estate? Lies he not bedrid and again does nothing but what he did being childish?
No, good sir. He has his health and ampler strength indeed than most have of his age.
By my white beard, you offer him, if this be so, a wrong something unfilial. Reason my son should choose himself a wife, but as good reason the father, all whose joy is nothing else but fair posterity, should hold some counsel of such a business.
I yield all this, but for some other reasons, my grave sir, which 'tis not fit you know, I not acquaint my father of this business.
Let him know it.
He shall not.
Prithee, let him.
No, he must not.
Let him, my son. He shall not need to grieve at knowing of thy choice.
Come, come, he must not. Mark our contract.
Mark your divorce, young sir, whom son I dare not call. Thou art too base to be acknowledged. Thou, a scepter's heir, that thus affects a sheep-hook. Thou, old traitor, I am sorry that by hanging thee, I can but shorten thy life 1 week. And thou, fresh piece of excellent witchcraft, whom of force must know the royal fool thou cupst with.
Oh, my heart.
I'll have thy beauty scratched with briars and made more homely than thy state. For thee, fond boy, if I make ever know thou dost but sigh, that thou no more shalt see this knack, as never I mean thou shalt, we'll bar thee from succession. Not hold thee from our blood, no, not our kin, far than Deuclion off. Mark you my words, follow us to court. Thou, churl, for this time, though full of our displeasure, yet we free thee from the dead blow of it. And you, enchantment, worthy enough a herdsman, yea, him too, that makes himself, but for our honor therein, unworthy thee, if ever henceforth thou these rural latches to his entrance open, or hoop his body more with thy embraces, I will devise a death as cruel for thee as thou art tender to it.
Exit Polixenes.
Even here undone. I was not much afeard, for once or twice I was about to speak and tell him plainly. The self-same sun that shines upon his court hides not his visage from our cottage, but looks on alike. Will it please you, sir, be gone? I told you what would come of this. Beseech you, of your own state take care. This dream of mine, being now awake, I'll queen it no inch farther, but milk my ewes and weep.
Why, how now, father? Speak ere thou diest.
I cannot speak, nor think, nor dare to know that which I know. Oh, sir, you have undone a man, of 63, that thought to fill his grave in quiet. Yeah, to die upon the bed my father died, to lie close by his honest bones. But now some hangman must put on my shirt and lay me where no priest shovels in dust. O cursed wretch, that knewest this was the prince, and wouldest adventure to mingle fate with him. Undone, undone! If I might die within this hour, I have lived to die where I desire.
Exit Old Shepherd.
Why look you so upon me? I am but sorry, not afeard, delayed but nothing altered. What I was, I am, more straining on for plucking back, not following my leash unwillingly.
Gracious my lord, you know your father's temper. At this time, he will allow no speech, which I do guess you do not purpose to him. And that hardly will he endure your sight as yet, I fear. And then, till the fury of his highness settle, come not before.
I not purpose it. I think, Camillo.
Even he, my lord.
How often have I told you 'twould be thus? How often said my dignity would last but 'twere known?
It cannot fail but by the violation of my faith, and then let nature crush the sides of the earth together and mar the seeds within. Lift up thy looks, from my succession wipe me, Father. I am heir to my affection.
Be advised.
I am, and by my fancy, if my reason will thereto be obedient, I have reason. If not, my senses, better pleased with madness, do bid it welcome.
This is desperate, sir.
So call it, but it does fulfill my vow. I needs must think it honesty. Camillo, not for Bohemia, nor the pomp that may be thereat gleaned, for all the sun sees, or the close earth wombs, or the profound sea hides in unknown fathoms, will I break my oath to this, my fair beloved. Therefore, I pray you, as you have ever been my father's honoured friend, when he shall miss me, as in faith I mean not to see him any more, cast your good counsels upon his passion. Let myself and fortune tug for the time to come. This you may know and so deliver. I am put to sea with her whom here I cannot hold on shore. And most opportune to our need, I have a vessel rides fast by, but not prepared for this design. What course I mean to hold shall nothing benefit your knowledge, nor concern me the reporting.
Oh, my lord, I would your spirit were easier for advice, or stronger for your need.
Hark, Perdita.
Drawing her aside.
I'll hear you by and by.
He's irremovable, resolved for flight. Now, were I happy, if his going I could frame to serve my turn, save him from danger, do him love and honor, purchase the sight again of dear Cecilia. Oh, and that unhappy king, my master, whom I much thirst to see.
Now, good Camillo, I am so fraught with curious business that I leave out ceremony.
Oh, sir, I think you have heard of my poor services. The love that I have borne your father.
Very nobly have you deserved. It is my father's music to speak your deeds, not little of his care to have them recompensed as thought on.
Well, my lord, if you may please to think I love him, him, and through what is nearest to him, which is your gracious self, embrace my direction. If your more ponderous and settled project may suffer alteration on mine honor, I'll point you where you shall have such receiving as shall become your highness, where you may enjoy your mistress, from whom I see there's no dysfunction to be made. But by as heavens forth and your ruin, you'll marry her, and with my best endeavours in your absence, your discontenting father strive, qualify, and bring him up to like.
How, Camillo, may this almost a miracle be done, that I may call thee something more than man, and after that trust to thee?
Have you thought on a place to where you'll go?
Not any yet, but as the unthought on accident is guilty to what we wildly do, so we profess ourselves to be the slaves of chance and flies of every wind that blows.
Then listen to me. This follows if you will not change your purpose, but undergo this flight, make for Cecilia, and there present yourself and your fair princess. For so I see she must be for Leontes. She shall be habited as it becomes the partner of your bed. Methinks I see Leontes opening his free arms and weeping his welcomes forth. Ask thee the son's forgiveness, as 'twere I the father's person, kisses the hands of your fresh princess, o'er and o'er divides him twixt his unkindness and his kindness, but the one his chides that hell and bids the other grow faster than falls or time.
Worthy Camillo, what colour from my visitation shall I hold up before him?
Sent by the king, your father, to greet him and to give him comforts. Sir, the manner of your bearing towards him, with what as from your father shall deliver, things known betwixt us three. I'll write you down, the which you shall point you forth at every sitting. What you must say that he shall not perceive, but you have your father's bosom there, and speak his very heart.
I am bound to you. There is some sap in this.
A cause more promising is the line.
I seem to have lost the page slightly.
I'll take it for you until you find it.
Thank you.
A cause more promising than a wild dedication of yourselves to unpathed waters, undreamed shores, most certain to miseries enough. No hope to help you, but as you shake off one to take another. Nothing so certain as your anchors, who do their best office if they can but stay you where you'll be loath to be. Besides, you know, prosperity's the very bond of love, whose fresh complexion and whose heart together affliction alters.
One of these is true. I think affliction may subdue the cheek, but not take in the mind.
Yea, say you so. There shall not at your father's house these 7 years be born another such.
My good Camillo, she is as forward of her breeding as she is in the rear or birth.
I cannot say, 'tis pity. She lacks in instruction, for she seems a mistress to most that teach.
Your pardon, sir, for this I'll blush you thanks.
My prettiest Perdita, but oh, the thorns we stand upon. Camillo, preserver of my father, now of me, the medicine of our house. How shall we do? We are not furnished like Bohemia's son, nor shall appear in Sicilia.
My lord, fear none of this. I think you know my fortunes do all lie there. It shall be so my care to have you royally appointed, as if the scene you play were mine. For instance, sir, that you may know you shall not want.
They talk aside. Enter Autolycus.
Ha ha, what a fool honesty is, and trust his sworn brother, a very simple gentleman. I have sold all my trumpery, not a counterfeit stone, not a ribbon, glass, pomander, brooch, table book, ballad, knife, tape, glove, shoe tie, bracelet, horn ring, to keep my pack from fasting. They throng who should buy first, as if my trinkets had been hallowed and brought a benediction to the buyer, by which means I saw whose purse was best in picture, and what I saw to my good use I remembered. My clown, who wants but something to be a reasonable man, grew so in love with the wench's song that he could not stir his petticoats till he had both tune and words, which so drew the rest of the herd to me that all their other senses stuck in ears. You might have pinched a placket, it was senseless. It was nothing to geld a codpiece of a purse. I could have filed keys off that hung in chains. No hearing, no feeling, but my sir's song, and admiring the nothing of it, so that in this time of lethargy I picked and cut most of their festival purses, and had not the old man come in with a rhubarb against his daughter and the king's son, and scared my chuffs from the chaff, I had not left a purse alive in the whole army.
Camillo, Florizel, and Perdita come forward.
Nay, but my letters, by this means being there so soon as you arrive, shall clear that doubt.
And those that you'll procure from King Leonidas.
I shall satisfy your father.
Happy be you. All that you speak shows fair.
Who have we here?
Seeing Autolycus.
We'll make an instrument of this. Admit nothing may give us aid.
If they have overheard me now, white hanging.
How now, good fellow? Why shakest thou so? Fear not, man. Here's no harm intended to thee.
I am a poor fellow, sir.
Why be so still? Here's nobody will steal that from thee. Yet for the outside of thy poverty, we must make an exchange. Therefore, discase thee instantly. Thou must think there's a necessity in it, and change garments with this gentleman, though the pennyworth on his side be the worst. Yet hold thee, there's some boot.
I am a poor fellow, sir, I know ye well enough.
Nay, prithee, dispatch. The gentleman is half laid already.
Are you in earnest, sir? I smell the trick on it.
Dispatch, I prithee.
Indeed, I have had earnest, but I cannot with conscience take it.
Unbuckle, unbuckle.
Florizel and Autolycus exchange garments.
Fortunate mistress, let my prophecy come home to ye. You must retire yourself into some covert. Take your sweetheart's hat and pluck it, or your eyebrows, muffle your face, dismantle you, and as you can, disliken the truth of your own seeming, that you may, for I do fear eyes over to shitboard and get undescribed.
I see the play so lies that I must bear a part.
No remedy. Have you done there?
Should I now meet my father? He would not call me son.
Nay, you shall have no hat.
Giving it to Perdita.
Come, lady, come. Farewell, my friend.
Adieu, sir.
Oh, Perdita, what have we twain forgot? Pray you, a word.
What do I do next? Shall to be tell the king of this escape, and whither they are bound? Wherein might hope I shall so prevail to force him after, in whose company I shall review Cecilia, for whose sight I have a woman's longing.
Fortune speed us. Thus we set on, Camillo, to the seaside.
The swifter speed, the better.
Exeunt Florizel, Perdita, and Camillo.
I understand the business. I hear it. To have an open ear, a quick eye, and a nimble hand is necessary for a cut purse. A good nose is requisite also to smell out work for the other senses. I see this is the time that the unjust man doth thrive. What an exchange had this been without boot? What a boot is here with this exchange? Sure the gods do this year connive at us, and we may do anything extempore. The prince himself is about a piece of iniquity, stealing away from his father with his clog at his heels. If I thought it were a piece of honesty to acquaint the king withal, I would not do it. I hold it the more knavery to conceal it, and therein am I constant to my profession.
Enter clown and shepherd.
Aside. Here is more matter for a hot brain. Every lane's end, every shop, church, session hanging yields a careful man work.
See what a man you are now. There is no other way but to tell the king she's a changeling and none of your flesh and blood.
Nay, but hear me.
Nay, but hear me.
Go to, then.
She being none of your flesh and blood has not offended the king, and so your flesh and blood is not to be punished by him. Show those things you found about her, those secret things all about, but what she has with her. This being done, let the law go, Whistle, I warrant you.
I will tell the king all, every word, yea, and his son's pranks too, who, I may say, is no honest man, neither to his father nor to me, to go about to make me the king's brother-in-law.
Indeed, brother-in-law was the farthest off you could have been to him, and then your blood had been the dearer by I know how much an ounce.
Very wisely, puppies.
Well, let us to the king. There is that in this fardel will make him scratch his beard.
I know not what impediment this complaint may be to the flight of my master.
Pray heartily he be at palace.
Though I am not naturally honest, I am so sometimes by chance. Let me pocket up my pedlar's excrement.
Takes off his false beard.
How now, rustics, whither are you bound?
To the palace, and it like your worship.
Your affairs there, what with whom, the condition of that fardel, the place of your dwelling, your names, your ages, of what having, breeding, and anything that fitting to be known, discover.
We are but plain fellows, sir.
A lie, you are rough and hairy. Let me have no lying. It becomes none but tradesmen, and they often give us soldiers the lie, but we pay them for it with stamped coin, not stabbing steel. Therefore, they do not give us the lie.
Your worship had like to have given us one, if you had not taken yourself with the manner.
Are you a courtier? Ain't like you, sir.
Whether it like me or no, I am a courtier. Seest thou not the air of the court in these enfoldings? Hath not my gait in it the measure of the court? Receives not thy nose court odour from me? Reflect I not on thy baseness, court contempt? Thinkest thou for that I insinuate or tease from thee thy business? I am therefore no courtier. I am courtier capicape, and one that will either push on or pluck back thy business here, whereupon I command thee to open thy affair.
My business, sir, is to the king.
What advocate hast thou to him?
I know not, ain't like you.
Advocate's the court word for a pheasant. Say you have none.
None, sir, I have no pheasant, cock, nor hen.
How blessed are we that are not simple men, yet nature might have made me as these are, therefore I will not disdain.
This cannot be but a great courtier.
His garments are rich, but he wears them not handsomely.
He seems to be more noble in being fantastical. A great man, I'll warrant, I know by picking on's teeth.
The fardel there, what's in the fardel? Wherefore that box?
Sir, there lie such secrets in this fardel and box, which none must know but the king, and which he shall know within this hour, if I may come to the speech of him.
Age, thou hast lost thy labour.
Why, sir?
The king is not at the palace. He has gone aboard a new ship to purge melancholy and air himself. For if thou beest capable of things serious, thou must know the king is full of grief.
So 'tis said, sir, about his son, that should have married a shepherd's daughter.
If that shepherd be not in handfast, let him fly. The curses he shall have, the tortures he shall feel, will break the back of a man, the heart of a monster.
Think you so, sir?
Not he alone shall suffer what wit can make heavy and vengeance bitter, but those that are germane to him, though removed 50 times, shall all come under the hangman, which though it be great pity, yet it is necessary. An old sheep whistling rogue, a ram tender, to offer to have his daughter come into grace. Some say he shall be stoned. But that death is too soft for him, say I. I draw our throne into a sheep cote. All deaths are too few, the sharpest too easy.
Has the old man a son, do you hear, and like you, sir?
He has a son who should be flayed alive, then anointed over with honey, set on the head of a wasp's nest, then stand till he be 3/4 on a dram head, then recovered again with aquavitae or some other hot infusion, then raw as he is and in the hottest day prognostication proclaims, shall be set against a brick wall, the sun looking with a southern eye upon him, where he is to behold him with flies blown to death. But what talk we of these traitorly rascals whose miseries are to be smiled at, their offences being so capital? Tell me, for you seem to be honest, plain men, what have you to the king? Being something gently considered, I'll bring you where he is aboard, tender your persons to his presence, whisper him in your behalf, and if it be in man besides the king to effect your suits, here as man shall do it.
He seems to be of great authority. Close with him, give him gold, and though authority be a stubborn bear, yet he is oft led by nose with gold. Show the inside of your purse to the outside of his hand, and no more ado. Remember, stoned and flayed alive.
An't please you, sir, to undertake the business for us. Here is that gold I have. I'll make it as much more, and leave this young man in pawn till I bring it to you.
After I have done what I promised?
Aye, sir.
Well, give me the moiety. Are you a party in this business?
In some sort, sir, but though my case be a pitiful one, I hope I shall not be flayed out of it.
Oh, that's the case of the shepherd's son. Hang him, he'll be made an example.
Comfort, good comfort, we must be to the king and show our strange sights. He must know 'tis none of our daughter nor my sister, we are gone else. Sir, I'll give you as much as this old man does when the business is performed, and remain, as he says, your pawn, till it be brought to you.
I will trust you. Walk before toward the seaside, go on the right hand, I will but look upon the hedge and follow you.
We are blessed in this man, as I may say, even blessed.
Let's before us, he bids us. He was provided to do us good.
Exit shepherd and clown.
If I had a mind to be honest, I see fortune would not suffer me. She drops booties in my mouth. I am courted now with a double occasion, gold and a means to do the prince my master good, which who knows how that may turn back to my advancement. I will bring these 2 moles, these blind ones, aboard him. If he think it fit to shore them again, and that the complaint they have to the king concerns him nothing, let him call me rogue for being so far officious. For I am proof against that title, and what shame else belongs to it. To him will I present them. There may be matter in it.
Exit. Act 5, Scene 1, a room in Leontes' palace. Enter Leontes, Cleomenes, Dion, Paulina, and servants.
So, you have done enough, and have performed a saint-like sorrow. No fault could you make, which you have not redeemed. Indeed, paid down more pertinence than that done trespass. And that last do as the heavens have done, forget your evil. With them forgive yourself.
Whilst I remember her and her virtues, I cannot forget my blemishes in them, and so still think of the wrong I did myself, which was so much, that airless it hath made my kingdom, and destroyed the sweetest companion that e'er man bred his hopes out of.
True, too true, my lord. If one by one you wedded all the world, or from the all that are took something good to make a perfect woman, she you killed would be unparalleled.
I think so. Killed. She I killed, I did so. But thou strikest me sorely to say I did. It is as bitter upon thy tongue as in my thought now. Good now, say so, but seldom.
Not at all, good lady. You might have spoken 1,000 things that would have done the fine, more benefit and graced your kindness better.
You are one of those would have him wed again.
If you would not so, you pity not the state, nor the remembrance of his most sovereign name. Consider little what dangers by his highness's fail of issue may drop upon his kingdom and devour incertain lookers on. What were more holy than to rejoice the former queen is well? What holier than for royalty's repair, for present comfort, and for future good, to bless the bed of majesty again with a sweet fellow to it?
There is none worthy, respecting her that's gone. Besides, the gods will have fulfilled their secret purposes, for has not the divine Apollo said, it's not the 10 of his article, that King Leontes shall not have an heir till his lost shall be found? Which, that it shall, is all as monstrous to our human reason as my Antigonus to break his grave and come again to me, who on my life did perish with the infant. 'Tis your counsel, my lord, should to the heavens be contrary, oppose against their wills.
To Leontes.
Care not for an issue. The crown will find an heir. Great Alexander left his to the worthiest, so his successor was like to be the best.
Good Paulina, who hast the memory of Hermione, I know, in honour. Oh, that ever I had squared me to thy counsel, then, even now, I might have looked upon my queen's full eyes, have taken treasure from her lips.
And left them more rich for what they yield?
Thou speakst truth. No more such wives, therefore no wife. One worse and better used would make her sainted spirit again possess her corpse, and on this stage, where we're offenders now, appear soul-vexed, and begin, why to me?
Had she such power, she had just cause.
She had, and would incense me to murder her I married.
I should so. Were I the ghost that walked, I'd bid you mock her eye, and tell me for what dull part in you chose her. Then I shrieked that even your ears should rift to hear me, and the words that followed should be, remember mine.
Stars, stars, and all eyes else dead coals, fear thou no wife. I'll have no wife, Paulina.
Will you swear never to marry, but by my free leave?
Never, Paulina, so be blessed my spirit.
Then, good my lords, bear witness to his oath.
You tempt him overmuch.
Unless another, as like Hermione as is her picture, affront his eyes.
Good madam.
I have done. Yet, if my lord will marry, if you will, sir, no remedy, but you will, give me the office to choose your queen. She shall not be so young as was your former, but she shall be such as walked your first queen's ghost. It should take joy to see her in your arms.
My true Paulina, we shall not marry till thou bidst us.
That shall be when your first queen's again is again in breath, never till then.
Enter a gentleman.
One that gives out himself, Prince Florizel, son of Polixenes, with his princess. She, the fairest I have yet beheld, desires access to your higher presence.
What with him? He comes not like to his father's greatness. His approach, so out of circumstance and sudden, tells us 'tis not a visitation framed, but forced by need and accident. What train?
But few, and those but mean.
His princess, say you with him?
Ay, the most peerless piece of earth. I think that ere the sun shone bright on.
Hermione, as every present time doth boast itself above the better one, so must thy grave give way to what's seen now? Sir, you yourself have said and writ so, but your writing now is colder than that theme. She had not been, nor was not to be equalled. Thus your verse flowed with her beauty once. 'Tis shrewdly ebbed to say you have seen a better.
Pardon, madam, the one I have almost forgot. Your pardon. The other, when she has obtained her eye, your eye, will have your tongue too. This is a creature, would she become a sect, might quench the zeal of all professors else, make proselytes, or who she but bid follow.
How? Not women?
Women will love her that she is a woman more worth than any man. Men, that she is the rarest of all women.
Go, Cleomenes, yourself, assisted with your honoured friends, bring them to our embracement. Still, 'tis strange.
Exit Cleomenes and others.
'Tis strange he thus should steal upon us.
Had our prince, jewel of children, seen this hour, he had paired well with this lord. There was not full a month between their birth.
Oh, prithee, no more. Cease. Thou knowest he dies to me again when talked of. Sure, when I shall see this gentleman, thy speeches will bring me to consider that which may unfurnish me of reason. Oh, they are come.
Enter Cleomenes and others with Florizel and Perdita.
Your mother was most true to wedlock, prince, for she did print your royal father off, conceiving you. Were I but 21, your father's image is so hit in you, his very air, that I should call you brother, as I did him, and speak of something wildly by us performed before, most dearly welcome. And your fair princess, poor goddess. Oh, alas, I lost a couple that twixt heaven and earth might thus have stood begetting wonder, as you, gracious couple, do. And then I lost all my own folly, the society, amity too of your brave father, whom though bearing misery, I desire my life once more to look on him.
By his command have I here touched Cecilia, and from him give you all greetings that a king at friend can send his brother. And but infirmity which waits upon worn times hath something seized his wished ability. He had himself the lands and waters twixt your throne and his, measured to look upon you, whom he loves. He bid me say so, more than all the scepters and those that bear them living.
Oh, my brother, good gentleman, the wrongs I have done thee stir afresh within me. And these, thy offices, so rarely kind, are as interpreters of my behindhand slackness. Welcome hither, as is the spring to the earth, and hath he too exposed this paragon to the fearful usage, at least ungentle, of the dreadful Neptune, to greet a man not worth her pains, much less the adventure of her person?
Good my lord, she came from Libya.
Ah, where the warlike Smallus, that noble, honoured lord, is feared and loved?
Most royal, sir, from hence. From him whose daughter his tears proclaimed his. Parting with her, thence, a prosperous south wind friendly, we have crossed to execute the charge my father gave me for visiting your highness. My best train I have from your Sicilian shores dismissed,
who for Bohemia bend, to signify not only my success in Libya, sir, but my arrival and my wife's in safety here where we are.
The blessed gods purge all infection from our air whilst you do climate here. You have a holy father, a graceful gentleman, against whose person, so sacred as it is, I have done sin, for which the heavens, taking angry note, have left me issueless. And your father's blessed, as he from heaven merits it, with you, worthy his goodness. What might I have been? Might I, a son and daughter, now have looked on? Such goodly things as you.
Enter a lord. Most noble sir, that which I shall report will bear no credit, were not the proof so nigh. Please you, great sir, Bohemia greets you from himself by me, desires you to attach his son, who has his dignity and duty both cast off, fled from his father, from his hopes, and with a shepherd's daughter.
Where's Bohemia? Speak.
Here in your city, I now came from him. I speak amazedly, and it becomes my marvel and my message. To your court, whilst he was hastening in the chase, it seems, of this fair couple, meets he on the way the father of this seeming lady and her brother, having both their country quitted with this young prince.
Camillo has betrayed me, whose honour and whose honesty till now endured all weathers.
Lay it so to his charge. He's with the king, your father.
Who, Camillo?
Camillo, sir, I spake with him, who now has these poor men in question. Never saw I wretches so quake. They kneel, they kiss the earth, forswear themselves as often as they speak. Bohemia stops his ears and threatens them with diverse threats in death.
Oh, my poor father, the heavens set spies upon us. We'll not have our contract celebrated.
You are married?
We are not, sir, nor are we like to be. The stars I see will kiss the valleys first, the odds for high and lows alike.
My lord, is this the daughter of a king?
She is, when once she is my wife.
That once, I see by your good father's speed, will come on very slowly. I am sorry, most sorry, you have broken from his liking, where you were tied in duty, and as sorry, your choice is not so rich in worth as beauty, that you might well enjoy her.
Dear, look up. Through fortune, visible and enemy should chase us with my father. Power no jot hath she to change our loves. Beseech you, sir, remember since you owed no more to time than I do now, with thoughts of such affections, step forth mine advocate. At your request, my father will grant precious things as trifles.
Would he do so? I beg your precious mistress, which he counts but a trifle.
Sir, my liege, your eye hath too much youth in it. Not a month 'fore your queen died, she was more worth such gazes than what you look on now.
I thought of her, even in these looks I made.
To Florizel.
But your petition is yet unanswered. I will to your father. Your honour not o'erthrown by your desires, I am friend to them and you, upon which errand I now go toward him. Therefore follow me, and mark what I make. Come, my good lord.
Excellent. Act 5, Scene 2, before Leontes' palace. Enter Autolycus and a gentleman. Livy.
Whoops, sorry. Beseech you, sir, were you present at this relation?
I was by at the opening of the fardel, heard the old shepherd deliver the manner how he found it, whereupon, after a little amazedness, we were all commanded out of the chamber. Only this bethought I heard the shepherd say, he found the child.
I would most gladly know the issue of it.
I make a broken delivery of the business, but the changes I perceived in the king and Camillo were very notes of admiration. They seemed almost, with staring on one another, to tear the cases of their eyes. There was speech in their dumbness, language in their very gesture. They looked as they had heard of a world ransomed or one destroyed. A notable passion of wonder appeared in them, but the wisest beholder that knew no more but seeing could not say of the importance with joy or sorrow, but in the extremity of one, it must needs be. Here comes a gentleman that haply knows more. The news, Rogero.
Nothing but bonfires. The oracle is fulfilled. The king's daughter is found. Such a deal of wonders broken out within this hour that ballot makers cannot be able to express it.
Enter a third gentleman.
Here comes the Lady Paulina Stewart. He can deliver you more. How goes it now, sir? This news which is called true, so like an old tale that the verity of is strong suspicion that the king found his hair?
Most true. If ever truth were pregnant by circumstance, that which you hear you'll swear you see. There is such unity in the proofs. The mantle of Queen Hermione's, her jewel about the neck of it, the letters of Antigonus found with it, which they know to be his character, the majesty of the creature in resemblance of the mother, the affection of nobleness which nature shows above her breeding, and many other evidences proclaim her with all certainty to be the king's daughter. Did you see the meeting of the two kings?
No.
Then have you lost a sight, which was to be seen, cannot be spoken of. Then might you have beheld one joy crown another, so and in such manner that it seemed sorrow wept to take leave of them, for their joy waded in tears. There was casting up of eyes, holding up of hands, with countenances of such distraction that they were to be known by garment, not by favour. Our king being ready to leap out of himself for joy of his found daughter, as if that joy were now become a loss, cries, "Oh, thy mother, thy mother!" Then asks Bohemia forgiveness, then embraces his son-in-law, then again worries he his daughter with clipping her. Now he thanks the old shepherd, which stands by like a weather-bitten conduit of many kings' reigns. I never heard of such another encounter, which lames report to follow it, and undoes description to do it.
What, pray you, became of Antigonus that carried hence the child?
Like an old tale still, which will have matter to rehearse, though credit 'tis asleep, and not an ear open, he was torn to pieces with a bear. This avouches the shepherd's son, who has not only his innocence, which seems much to justify him, but a handkerchief and rings of his that Paulina knows.
What became of his bark and his followers?
Wrecked the same instant of their master's death, and in the view of the shepherd, so that all the instruments which aided to expose the child were even then lost when it was found. But oh, the noble combat that twixt joy and sorrow was fought in Paulina. She had one eye declined for the loss of her husband, another elevated that the oracle was fulfilled. She lifted the princess from the earth, and so locks her in embracing, as if she would pin her to her heart, that she might no more in danger of losing.
The dignity of this act was worth the audience of kings and princes, for by such was it acted.
One of the prettiest touches of all, and that which angled for mine eyes, caught the water though not the fish, was when at the relation of the queen's death, with the manner of how she came to it bravely, confessed and lamented by the king, how attentiveness wounded his daughter, till from one sign of dolour to another, she did with an alas, I would fain say bleed tears, for I am sure my heart wept blood. Who was most marble their changed colour, some swooned, some sorrowed. If all the world could have seen it, the woe had been universal.
Are they returned to the court?
No, the princess, hearing of her mother's statue, which is in the keeping of Paulina, a piece many years in doing and now newly performed by that rare Italian master, Giulio Romano, who, had he himself eternity and could put breath into his work, would beguile nature of her custom, so perfectly he is her ape. He so near to Hermione hath done Hermione that they say would speak to her and stand in hope of answer. Thither, with all greediness of affection, are they gone, and there they intend to sup.
I thought she had some great matter there in hand, for she had privately twice or thrice a day, ever since the death of Hermione, visited that removed house. Shall we thither and with our company piece the rejoicing?
Who would be thence that has the benefit of access? Every wink of an eye some new grace will be born. Our absence make us unthrifty to our knowledge. Let's along.
Exit gentlemen.
Now, had I not the dash of my former life in me, would preferment drop on my head. I brought the old man and his son aboard the prince, told him I heard them of a fardel and I know not what, but he at that time over fond of the shepherd's daughter, so he then took her to be, who began to be much seasick, and himself little better, extremity of weather continuing, this mystery remained undiscovered. But 'tis all one to me, for had I been the finder out of this secret, it would not have relished among my other discredits. Here come those I have done good to against my will, and already appearing in the blossoms of their fortune.
Come, boy, I am past my children, but thy sons and daughters will be all gentlemen born.
You are well met, sir. You denied to fight with me the other day because I was no gentleman born. See you these clothes? So you see them and not think me still no gentleman born. You were best stay these robes, and not gentleman born. Give me the lie do, and try whether I'm not now gentleman born.
I know you are now, sir, a gentleman born.
Aye, and have been so any time these 4 hours.
And so have I, boy.
So you have, but I was a gentleman before my father, for the king's son took me by the hand and called me brother. And then the 2 kings called my father brother, and then the prince, my brother, and the princess, my sister, called my father father, and so we wept, and there was the first gentleman-like tears that ever were shed.
We may live, son, to shed many more.
Aye, or else 'twere hard luck, being in so preposterous a state as we are.
I humbly beseech you, sir, to pardon me all the faults I have committed to your worship, and to give me your good report to the prince my master.
Prithee, son, do, for we must be gentle. Now, we are gentlemen.
Thou wilt amend thy life?
Aye, an it like your good worship.
Give me thy hand, I will swear to the prince thou art as honest a true fellow as in any is Bohemia.
You may say it, but not swear it.
Not swear it, now I am a gentleman, let Bors and Franklin say it, I'll swear it.
How if it be false, son?
If it be ne'er so false, a true gentleman may swear it in the behalf of his friend, and I'll swear to the prince that thou art a tall fellow of thy hands, and that thou wilt not be drunk. But I know thou art no tall fellow of thy hands, and that thou wilt be drunk, but I'll swear it, and thou wouldst be a tall fellow of thy hands.
I will prove so, sir, to my power.
Aye, by any means prove a tall fellow. If I do not wonder how thou darest venture to be drunk, not being a tall fellow, trust me not. Hark, the kings and the princes, our kindred, are going to see the queen's picture. Come, follow us. We'll be thy good masters.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 3, a chapel in Paulina's house. Enter Leontes, Polixenes, Florizel, Perdita, Camillo, Paulina's lords and attendants.
O grave and good Paulina, the great comfort that I have had of thee.
What, sovereign sir? I did not well, I meant well. All my services you have paid home. But that you have vouchsafed with your crown brother, and these your contracted heirs of your kingdoms, my poor house to visit, it is a surplus of your grace, which never my life may last to answer.
O Paulina, we honour you with trouble, but we came to see the statue of our queen. Your gallery have we passed through, not without much content, in many singularities. But we saw not that which my daughter came to look upon, the statue of her mother.
As she lived peerless, so her dead likeness, I do well believe, excels whatever yet you looked upon or hand of men have done. Therefore, I keep it lonely, apart. But here it is. Prepare to see the life as lively mocked as ever still sleeped mocked death. Behold, and say it as well.
Paulina draws a curtain and discovers Hermione, standing like a statue.
I like your silence. It more shows off your wonder. But yet speak. First you, my liege. Comes it not something near?
Her natural posture. Chide me, dear stone, that I may say indeed, thou art Hermione.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, thou art she, in thy not chiding, for she was as tender as infancy and grace. But yet, Paulina, Hermione was not so much wrinkled, nothing so aged as this seems.
Oh, not by much.
Oh, much the more Carver's excellence, which lets go by some 16 years and makes her as she lived now.
As now she might have done, so much to my good comfort, as it is now piercing to my soul. Oh, thus she stood, even with such life of majesty, warm life, as now it coldly stands when I first wooed her. Oh, I am ashamed. Does not the stone rebuke me for being more stone than it? O royal peace, there's magic in thy majesty, which has my evils conjured to remembrance, and from thy admiring daughter took the spirits, standing like stone with thee.
And give me leave, and do not say 'tis superstition, that I kneel and then implore her blessing. Lady, dear queen, that ended when I but began, give me that your hand of yours to kiss.
Oh, patience! The stature is but newly fixed, the colour's not dry.
My lord! Your sorrow was too sore laid on, which 16 winters cannot blow away. So many summers dry, scarce any joy. Did ever ever so long live? No sorrow, but killed itself much sooner.
Dear my brother, let him that was the cause of this have power to take off so much grief from you as he will peace up in himself.
Indeed, my lord. If I had thought the sight of my poor image would thus have wrought you, for the stone is mine, I'd not have showed it.
Do not draw the curtain.
No longer shall you gaze on't, lest your fancy may think anon it moves.
Oh, let be, let be. Would I were dead, but that methinks already. What was he that made it? What was he that did make it? See, my lord, would you not seem it breathed, and that those veins did verily bear blood?
Masterly done. The very life seems warm upon her lip.
God, the fixture of her eye has motion in't, as we are mocked with art.
I'll draw the curtain. My lord's almost so far transported that he'll think anon it lives.
Oh, sweet Paulina, make me to think so 20 years together. No settled senses of the world can match the pleasure of that madness, let alone.
I am sorry, sir. I have thus far stirred you, but I could afflict you farther.
Do, Paulina, for this affliction has a taste as sweet as any cordial comfort. Still, methinks, there is an air comes from her. What fine chisel could ever yet cut breath? Let no man mock me, for I will kiss her.
Good my lord, forbear. The rudeness upon her lip is wet. You'll mar it if you kiss it. Stain your own with holy painting. Shall I draw the curtain?
No, not these 20 years.
So long could I stand by and look on.
So long could I stand by, a looker on.
Either forbear, quit presently the chapel, or resolve you for more amazement. If you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend and take you by the hand. But then you'll think, which I protest again, I am assisted by wicked powers.
What you can make her do, I am content to look on. What to speak, I am content to hear, for 'tis as easy to make her speak as move.
It is required you do awake your faith. Then all stand still. On those that think it is unlawful business I'm about, let them depart.
Proceed. No foot shall stir.
Music, awake her. Strike.
Music.
'Tis time, descend. Bestow no more, approach. Strike all that look upon with marvel. Come, I'll fill your grave up. Stir, nay, come away. Bequeath to death your numbness. For from him, dear life redeems you. You perceive she stirs.
Hermione comes down.
Stop not. Her action shall be holy, as you hear my spell is lawful. Do not shun her until you see her die again, for then you kill her double. Nay, present your hand. When she was young, you wooed her. Now in age, has she become the suitor?
Oh, she's warm. If this be magic, let it be an art lawful as eating.
She embraces him.
She hangs about his neck. If she pertain to life, let her speak too.
Aye, and make it manifest where she has lived, or how stolen from the dead.
That she is living, words but told you, should be hooted at like an old tale. But it appears she lives, yet she speak not. Mark a little while. Please you to interpose, fair madam. Kneel and pray your mother's blessing. Turn, good lady, our Perdita is found.
You gods, look down, and from your sacred vials pour your graces upon my daughter's head. Tell me, mine own, where hast thou been preserved? Where lived? How found thy father's court? For thou shalt hear it that I, knowing by Paulina that the oracle gave hope thou wast in being, have preserved myself to see the issue.
There's time enough for that. Lest they desire upon this push to trouble your joys with like relation. Go together, you precious Gwenazor. Your exaltation partakes you everyone. I, a Nor turtle, will wing me to some withered both, and there my mate, that's never to be found again, lament till I am lost.
O peace, Paulina, thou shouldst a husband take by my consent, as I by thine a wife. This is a match, and made betweens by vows. Thou hast found mine, but how? It is to be questioned, for I saw her, as I thought, dead, and have in vain said many a prayer upon her grave. I'll not seek far, for him I partly know his mind, to find thee an honourable husband. Come, Camillo, and take her by the hand, whose worth and honesty is richly noted, and here justified by us, a pair of kings. Let's from this place. What? Look upon my brother. Both your pardons that e'er I put between your holy looks, my ill suspicion. This is your son-in-law, and son unto the king, who, heaven's directing, is troth plight to your daughter. Good Paulina, lead us from hence, where we may leisurely each one demand an answer to his part, performed in this wide gap of time since first we were dissevered. Hastily lead away.
Excellent. And that's the end of The Winter's Tale. Oh my God, you guys were amazing. Thank you so much. I am all sorts of emotional right now because this play is beautiful and that ending gets me every time. So thank you for reading with us. Thank you for your characterization, your passion, your emotion. You were so committed. It was truly beautiful to watch and gorgeous to listen to. I hope you will stick with us and continue to watch us on the live stream. We're halfway through, but at this point, readers, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. We're actually running ahead of schedule. So I will throw some more facts at you and maybe we'll do some sonnets for you. But with that, I will say thank you again, readers of The Winter's Tale. It was wonderful. Silent applause. Bye. Thank you so much. All right, as we bid farewell to this recent cast of readers, just a couple of things to let you know, like a little quick reminder as to why we're here. I know we all know why we're here, but it doesn't hurt to say it. Shakespeare's Globe is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It is in dire straits right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But this weekend, with a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise money and awareness of these difficulties for the Globe and difficulties across the British theater industry and theater everywhere. I'm in the States and we're having a bit of a rough time of it as well. Please continue to follow us on Twitter at @GlobeRead. Share your thoughts, your impressions of how the readings are going. Use the hashtag and the hashtag that goes with the show. So if you have any impressions of The Winter's Tale from the last couple of hours, you can tweet with hashtag RFTG Winter's Tale. If you are able to donate, please do. If you've got friends and family who are able to donate, please do. At last check, we are just shy of £8,500, which is huge. We are 24 hours just over 24 hours into the Read-a-thon, and we've been raising money for about 48 hours. So we've already blasted past our first goal. We are now so close, so close to our next goal of £10,000, about £1,500 out. If you can help us make that happen before the end of the Read-a-thon, we'd be so appreciative. So again, tweet, retweet, share, tell your friends to watch the YouTube stream. There's a donate button in the YouTube stream description. We've got the donate information on the Twitter page. It's all over the place. Let's spread this wide, as far and as wide as we possibly can. Another thing that's been really great this weekend are all the special guests that we've had. Just at the top of this reading for The Winter's Tale, the wonderful Kevin McNally did a speech for us from King Lear. It was just beautiful and amazing, and his support is so great. We've had Johnny Broadbent with us today, Chukwudi Ewuju, who's done all sorts of Shakespeare, Jessica Warbeck from 2018's Othello at the Globe, and many more to come. And stick around for King Lear in about 25 minutes because we have more special guests. I believe we've announced it, so I'm gonna go ahead and say Stephen Greenblatt, who is amazing, will be with us in about 25 minutes. If you are a Shakespeare nerd like the rest of us in an academic-y sense, you know that this is basically a rock star joining us. So we're super excited to have him. Also joining us will be Rami Targov, another rock star of the Shakespeare academic world. So please stay with us and listen to them read. And with that, because I think I've talked enough, my fellow Read for the Globe team is on the call. We're gonna do some sonnets for you. I believe we're starting with sonnet 40. If someone could confirm that for me, please. Awesome sauce. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and start because I love reading the sonnets. So I just have to find them. I think I've gone too far. There we go. So beginning with sonnet 40, and then I'll pass it along afterwards. Take all my loves, my love, yea, take them all. What hast thou then more than thou hadst before? No, love, my love, that thou mayst true love call. All mine was thine before thou hadst this more. Then if for my love thou my love receivest, I cannot blame thee for my love thou usest, but yet be blamed if thou thyself deceivest by willful taste of what thyself refusest. I do forgive thy robbery, gentle thief, although thou steal thee all my poverty. And yet love knows it is a greater grief to bear love's wrong than hate's known injury. Lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows, kill me with spites, yet we must not be foes. And now to take on 41, I will pass it on to Livy because that's the first face I see.
Quite a big face, you can't really miss it. Sonnet 41. Those petty wrongs that liberty commits when I am sometime absent from thy heart, thy beauty and thy years full well befits, for still temptation follows where thou art. Gentle thou art, and therefore to be won. Beauteous thou art, therefore to be assailed. And when a woman woos, what woman's son will sourly leave her till she have prevailed? Ay me, but yet thou mightest my seat forbear, and try beauty and thy straying youth, who lead thee in their riot even there, where thou art forced to break a twofold truth. Hers by their beauty tempting her to thee, thine by thy beauty being false to me. Swell. I am going to pass directly below me on my Zoom screen to Kat.
So it's just so I don't make the same mistakes I did earlier, I'm reading 42 now, right? Yes, thank you. Sonnet 42. That thou hast her, it is not all my grief, and yet it may be said I loved her dearly. That she hath thee is of my wailing chief, a loss in love that touches me more nearly. Loving offenders thus, I will excuse ye. Thou dost love her, because thou know'st I love her, and for my sake even so doth she abuse me, suffering my friend for my sake to approve her. If I lose thee, my loss is my love's gain, and losing her, my friend have found that loss. Both find each other, and I lose both twain, and both for my sake lay on me this cross. But here's the joy, my friend and I are one. Sweet flattery, then she loves but me alone. That's a tongue twister. Thank you, Shakespeare. Madeline, I'm going to nominate you for Sonnet 43.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. When I most wink, then do mine eyes best see. For all the day they view things unrespected, but when I sleep, in dreams they look on thee, and darkly bright are bright in dark directed. Then thou whose shadow shadows doth make bright, how would thy shadow's form happy show to the clear day with thy much clearer light, when to unseeing eyes thy shade shines so? How would I say, mine eyes be blessed made by looking on thee in living day, when in dead night thy fair imperfect shade through heavy sleep on sightless eyes doth stay. All days are nights to see till I see thee, all nights bright days when dreams do show thee me. It is a tongue twister. They're wonderful. Jamie, do you want to do 44?
Thank you, Madeline. And can I just say, given that most of us have been up for the best part of just over 24 hours now, everyone looks great. Seriously. Wow. And with that, Sonnet 44. If the dull substance of my flesh were thought, injurious distance should not stop my way. For then, despite of pace, I would be brought from limits far remote where thou dost stay. No matter then, although my foot did stand upon the farthest earth removed from thee, for nimble thought can jump both sea and land, as soon as think the place where he would be. But thought kills me, and I am not thought, to leap large lengths of miles when thou art gone. But that so much of earth and water wrought, I must attend time's leisure with my moan, receiving naught by elements so slow, but heavy tears, badges of either's woe. That was Sonnet 44. I think I see Elise. Yes, hi. You ready for 45?
Sure, I can do 45. All right. Sonnet 45. The other two, slight air and purging fire, are both with thee, wherever I abide. The first my thought, the other my desire, these present absent with swift motion slide. For when these quicker elements are gone, in tender embassy of love to thee, my life, being made of four with two alone, sinks down to death, oppressed with melancholy. Until life's composition be recurred by these swift messengers returned from thee, who even now but now come back again, assured of thy fair health, recounting it to me. This told I joy, but then no longer glad. I send them back again, and straight grow sad. And I will pass over to Kath for Sonnet 46.
Sure thing, thank you. Also, just want to say how incredible it is that we've got to over £8,000. So basically, while I had my much needed nap, I've woken to £2,000 more being raised across the afternoon, which is incredible. Winter's Tale, I've skipped through some highlights and it looked absolutely amazing. I feel very heart-warmed right now. But without further ado, Sonnet 46. Mine eye and heart are at a mortal war. How to divide the conquest of thy sight? Mine eye, my heart, thy picture's sight would bar. My heart, mine eye, the freedom of that right. My heart doth plead that thou in him dost lie. A closet never pierced with crystal eyes, but the defendant both that plead deny, and says in him thy fair appearance lies. To side this title is impanelled, a quest of thoughts or tenants to the heart, and by their verdict is determined the clear eye's moiety and the dear heart's part. As thus mine eye's due is thy outward part, and my heart's right thy inward love of heart. And now I can pass over to who's just hopped in, Alex. Sonnet 47, hello.
Hello. Maybe your sleep is really just golden, Cat. You should just go to sleep more often. We'll raise like 40,000 quid. All right, Sonnet 48. Betwixt mine eye and heart a league is took, and each doth good turn now unto the other. When that mine eye is famished for a look, or heart in love sighs himself doth smother. With my love's picture then my eye doth painted banquet bids my heart. Another time mine eye is my heart's guest, and in his thoughts of love doth share a part. So either by thy picture or my love, thyself art resent still with me. For thou not farther than my thoughts canst move, and I am still with them, and they with thee. Or, if they sleep, thy picture in my sight awakes my heart to hearts and eyes' delight. That was Sonnet 48. I came in kind of late, so I'm gonna push up the order, maybe give it to Regine.
Yeah, I think it's back to me. Like you're not tired of my voice yet. Okay, so 49, if I've actually kept real count. All right, here we go. Sonnet 49. Against that time, if ever that time come, when I shall see thee frown on my defects, when as thy love hath cast his utmost sun, called to that audit by advised respects. Against that time when thou shalt strangely pass, and scarcely greet me with that sun thine eye, when love, converted from the thing it was, shall reasons find of settled gravity. Against that time do I ensconce me here within the knowledge of mine own desert, and this my hand against myself uprear, to guard the lawful reasons on thy part. To leave poor me thou hast the strength of laws, since why to love I can allege no cause. Tongue twister for sure. All right, I think that means I get to pass it back to Livy for Sonnet 50.
Thank you very much, Regine. This is lovely. This is really calming, I feel. Some nice downtime that I think we're all appreciating. Sonnet 50. How heavy do I journey on the way, when what I seek my weary travels end, doth teach that ease and that repose, to say thus far the miles are measured from thy friend. The beast that bears me, tired with my woe, plods dully on to bear what weight in me, as if by some instinct the wretch did know his rider loved not speed, being made from thee. The bloody spur cannot provoke him on, that sometimes anger thrusts into his hide, which heavily he answers with a groan, more sharp to me than spurring to his side. For that same groan doth put this in my mind: my grief lies onward and my joy behind. Oh, god damn. Oh, Shakespeare. I'm going to pass it back to Kat now. I mean, Kat. God, I'm tired.
Okay, so I love that one. It's so gorgeous. Right, by reading Sonnet 51. Thus can my love excuse the slow offence of my dull bearer when from thee I speed. From where thou art, why should I haste me thence? Till I return, of posting is no need. Oh, what excuse will my poor beast then find, when swift extremity can seem but slow? Then should I spur, though mounted on the wind, in winged speed no motion shall I know. then can no horse with my desire keep pace. Therefore desire of perfect love being made, shall neigh no dull flesh in his fiery race, but love for love thus shall excuse my jade. Since from thee going he went wilful slow, towards thee I'll run, and give him leave to go.
I think loads of us can relate to that right now. Just, I've not seen my boyfriend for 6 weeks. I've not seen any of these beautiful people for a huge amount of time. So yeah, little tear in my eye. I can't remember who I passed on to. So Jamie, Madeline, I think it was Madeline. Madeline, you read Sonnet 52. This is lovely.
52. Yeah, it is so calming. It's really lovely. One of the really nice things about all of this is that now I have friends in lots of different time zones because I'm in Brooklyn. And so I know that there are people at this point who are like about to go to sleep. And even though it's the middle of my afternoon, I feel like these are little lullabies. Okay, 52. So am I as the rich, whose blessed key can bring him to his sweet uplocked treasure, the which he will not every hour survey, for blunting the fine point of seldom pleasure. Therefore are feasts so solemn and so rare, since seldom coming in the long year set, like stones of worth they thinly placed are, or captain jewels in the carcanet. So is the time that keeps you as my chest, or as the wardrobe in which the robe doth hide, to make some special instant special blessed, by new unfolding his imprisoned pride. Blessed are you whose worthiness gives scope, being had, to triumph, being lacked, to hope. Jamie, do you want to go ahead? 53.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, kind of just jumping off what Kat and Madeline just said, it's so nice to see all of the readers that we've had, because I think this might be the first time many of us have been in a crowd this big in a long time, with like 300 people. But also it's nice to see all these guys again, because back when we were on our MA together, we used to meet up once a week to read through a play just like this, cold read. And it feels really nostalgic to be doing that on a much bigger scale. So thank you for sharing that with us. Sonnet 53, Roman numerals, struggle. What is your substance whereof you are made, that millions of strange shadows on you tend? Since every one hath every one shade, and you but one can every shadow lend. Describe Adonis, and the counterfeit is poorly imitated after you. On Helen's cheek, all art of beauty set, and you in Grecian tires are painted new. Speak of the spring and foison of the year, the one doth shadow of your beauty show, the other as your bounty doth appear, and you, in every blessed shape we know. In all external grace you have some part, but you like none you, for constant heart. And I think it was Elise next, right?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I'm just going to go right ahead with Sonnet 54. Yeah. Sonnet 54. Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem by that sweet ornament which truth doth give. The rose looks fair, but fairer we it deem, for that sweet odour which doth in it live. The canker blooms have full as deep a dye as the perfume tincture of the roses, hang on such thorns and play as wantonly when summer's breath their masked buds discloses. But for their virtue only is their show. They live unwooed and unrespected fade, die to themselves. Sweet roses do not so. Of their sweet deaths are sweetest odours made. And so of you, beauteous and lovely youth, when that shall fade, my verse distills your truth. Oh, I liked that one. It was very nice. I believe I threw it to Kath. So, Kath.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and read 55. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme, but you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone besmeared with sluttish time. When wasteful war shall statues overturn and broils root out the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword nor war's quick fire shall burn, the living record of your memory. 'Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth, your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity, that wear this world out to the ending doom. So, till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this, and dwell in lovers' eyes. And over to Alex.
All right. Sonnet 56. This is exciting. All right. Sweet love, renew thy force. Be it not said thy edge should blunter be than appetite, which but today by feeding is allayed, tomorrow sharpened in his former might. So, love, be thou, although today thou fill thy hungry eyes even till they wink with fullness, tomorrow see again, and do not kill the spirit of love with perpetual dullness. Let this sad interim be like the ocean be, which pass the shore, where two contracted new come daily to the banks, that, when they see return of love, more blessed may be the view. Else call it winter, which being full of care makes summer's welcome sight more wished, more rare. Sonnet 61, 51, 60, I can't do, I don't know, never mind. It is what it is. The numbers are what they are.
You're all right. I'm following, so you're good.
Yeah. I'm gonna pass it back off to you, Najine, and then maybe we can start a handoff pretty soon.
Yeah, so I think we've got the time, so we'll do one more, and this is just a point of privilege since I'm leading this call, because this is a sonnet that I love. So I will read this to you, and then we'll do the handoff. So sonnet, if I've done this correctly, I have no idea what I'm reading. It's something. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Yeah. 57. Ha, got it. Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire? I have no precious time at all to spend, nor services to do till you require. Nor do I chide the world without end hour, whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you, nor think the bitterness of absence sour when you have bid your servant once adieu. Nor dare I question with my jealous thought where you may be or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave, stay and think of naught save where you are, how happy you make those. So true a fool is love that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill. And that is sonnet 57. I remembered how to read Roman numerals, huzzah. And so we're about 2 minutes out from the next start. So I'm gonna be handing it off out. I'm actually going to be handing it back to Alex, but again, I just want to go over the numbers really quickly. So as of this moment, almost 25 hours into the read-a-thon, we have read 8 plays in 25 hours. We have raised almost $8,500 with the help of 268 donors. I'm sorry, I said $8,500, 8,500 pounds. I'm American, I'm sorry, it's been late. We have almost 800 followers on Twitter, and on our YouTube live stream, nearly 450 subscribers. That's massive and huge, and it's just a testament to how many of you out there care about the Globe and why it needs to stay open. We can't lose it. We've had such an amazing experience at the Globe Theater. We met each other there. We just did The Winter's Tale, and it clicked in my head that that's the first play I saw with you guys at orientation at the Globe. Probably why I'm as emotional about it as I always am. But truly, this place is so special to us and special to so many people. And we really want lots of other people, lots of future generations to have the same wonderful gift that we have had. So again, please continue to tweet, retweet, follow. If you can, donate some more cash. If you can't, tell your friends and your family to do it. Tell them to come watch the live stream. Tell them to go to all the things, and we will so appreciate it. And on that note, with like 20 seconds to spare, Alex, it is your turn. I think it's time for some King Lear and some Stephen Greenblatt, I think, and Rami Targov.
It's all about that kingly time. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, bye, everybody. I'm out.
Get some sleep, Regine.
Huh, eventually. Ooh, I gotta give Alex some powers first. My bad.
Oh, mistake.
Divide the powers. Divide the
I
powers.
could explain to you.
When one supreme falls, another rises.
I like control. This is not a secret.
Regine, break up your kingdom into 3 parts and then make us battle for it.
I've not lost my mind yet, my dear.
Alright.
I think you've got it now, Alex.
I do have it indeed. First point of action, have my #1 fan with me as co-host. I think he is co-host. He is indeed. All right. And then bye, I guess. Bye, Cass. Let's see. Manage participants. We are going to tick the boxes off. I'm speaking into the void, but the void is nothing to me. Okay, let's see. I got you. Hello. Admit. I got you. I want to mute. Oh. Continue. There we go. You're all muted right now, but we're gonna keep things going. Yeah. Just listen to some music in your head or something. What else we got? We got a guy called Burnham Forest in it. So I have no idea. I'm gonna take a shot. You probably know what you're doing. Another one, Caius Lucius. Old alums. Yeah. Admit. There we go. I'm just saying admit now. Admit. There we go. All right. I think we've got a fair amount of participants, and I think we've got everyone. Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep you all on mute for a while. I've just got a little script to read. Obviously, I'm not an actor. I don't know things off by heart. But yeah. Okay, here we go. Right. So let's see. How do we spotlight me? I want the spotlight. I may not be an actor, but I do love to. There we go. Thank you. All right. Well, welcome all. This is going to be King Lear. Thanks so much for being here. It's currently 8:03 p.m. and we're reading King Lear. It's one of the most just craziest plays that you could possibly have. Lots of shouting, lots of nature happening. I hope people will get crazy with props and really just go all out. Just so you know, we are live, but as I've said a couple of times already, you're currently on mute. If you're watching the YouTube stream at the moment, please make sure you turn it off now. Stop any reverb. We wouldn't want speeches to be any spookier than the Macca's play. Thanks to everyone who's also watching from across the globe. I just want to take you a quick opportunity to remind you all why we're here. Because Shakespeare's Globe is an I'm going to say this word correctly. It's going to happen. It's an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It is in dire straits due to financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and across British theatre in general. We are on Twitter at GlobeRead. It's hilarious, by the way. And we encourage you to share your thoughts with a hashtag #ReadForTheGlobe and #ReadForTheGlobe King Lear. And of course, if you can, please donate anything you feel you can do to our GoFundMe page. The link's below, right here, for those of you on the YouTube. All money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe. Thank you. Right, I'm gonna go in gallery view, take the spotlight off me, see all your beautiful faces. So, hello, players. We're about to read off the cast list and we're gonna start casting the play, during which you will be kept on mute. We just need to set a couple of ground rules before we begin. Remember, again, flashing lights. We are live. You can be seen. Do not do anything you wouldn't want your granny to see. On a serious note, if you do behave inappropriately or deliberately disrupt the reading, I will stop your video, or Jamie will stop your video, and he has very low standards, or high standards rather, and remove you from the call. Please have fun though, and be kind. I know many of you are trained actors, scholars, readers, and have done this before, but many aren't. This is not a professional performance. It's a charity event. Things probably will go wrong. I hope they go wrong. This is when things get fun, but mistakes don't matter. Please don't let your great performance take away from our need to get the play read in time. Feel free to act, but long pauses are banned. There is a mute button at the bottom left of your screen. You will be able to mute yourself when you are not speaking and unmute yourself when you are. You can also stop your video by hovering over your own picture and clicking on the blue button in the corner. Please stay with your computer throughout the play wherever possible. If you do need to go to the toilet, please don't interrupt the call to ask. And if you do take your computer with you to the toilet, please mute it. And then leave. All I ask is that you get yourself back up to speed with the script as quickly as possible when you are back. We will not be stopping for mass toilet breaks. I am here to keep things running smoothly and calmly. If your Wi-Fi freezes at any crucial moment or you have to run off for an emergency, don't panic. I'll pick up any line you drop. Jamie will pick up any line you drop. Finally, before we start casting, I'd like to warmly welcome a few special guests we have here. Dr. Rami Talgoff and Dr. Stephen Greenblatt and Dr. Miranda Thay Thomas are some of the most renowned and accomplished Shakespearean and early modern scholars in the world. We are truly honored to have them here among us. And personally, not gonna lie, having read their work and pored over their words myself during my dissertation, I'm a bit starstruck. Nonetheless, the show must go on, and we will proceed. One person will read act and scene numbers and all stage directions. Slight note that I have split the stage direction. Some roles have been doubled, so everyone should get a reasonable amount to do. I appreciate that you're all excited, and some of you may be disappointed with your role, but hopefully not. I think I did a pretty good job of making it all decently even. If that's the case, please remember the spirit of why we're here and that you're part of something fantastic that has already raised a lot of money for the show. Please note that I will not reconsider casting decisions once they are made. We simply don't have time. In a moment, you can use one of the reaction buttons at the bottom of your screen to indicate what kind of role you would like to play. Please find that now and try it out. Nice, I think. All right, so you know what? I think I have this strange thing with my Zoom that I don't see react. I see only hand raising. So can I ask all of you to go into manage participant and do hand raising to indicate your parts? There we go. Good job. I think most of you have got it. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Well, if not, I'll try to find you physically on the screen and you can wave at me. Okay. Right. I think I'm gonna do the casting. Unmute you. I'm gonna keep you on mute for now. But I'm gonna go through the casting. What is going on? Okay.
Just to interrupt, Alex, sorry. When you get your part, you can rename yourself on Zoom, which will help you remember.
That is very important. Yes, that will help you remember. You can also write it down on the side, obviously, as you may have more than one part, as they will be split. Okay, here we go. Everyone who has their hand raised, can you please unraise your hand so that I know that you're not actually asking for a part at the moment. Okay, first off, we're going to go by order of big parts to smaller parts. Who wants the part of Lear? I saw Emily Carding first there. You're going to play Lear. Next up, we have Gloucester, who wants Ben Cords. I saw Ben Cords, you have Gloucester. Kent, who wants Kent? Sam Todd 15. I'm sorry about 1 to 14. Edgar, who wants Edgar? Daniel Bravo, I see you. The Fool, who wants the Fool? Rachel, did I see Rachel? Yes, I did, Rachel. Rachel, you are the Fool. Goneril, Elise, I saw Elise there. Elise, you are Goneril. Cordelia, who wants Cordelia? Amelia, I saw Amelia there. Amelia, you are Goneril. So, okay, now we get into sort of splitting a little bit. Edmund, Act 1 and 2. I've got Stephen Greenblatt, Remy Targoff. I've got Reagan, Act 1 and 2. What's next? Albany, who wants Albany? Ruth, you have Albany. Who wants Cornwall? I've got Sonia. Sonia, you want Cornwall? There we go. Edmund, Act 3 to 5. JC Roy. All right, I got you. Gentleman, medium. Robin, there we go. I got Oswald and Servant 3. Who's up for that? Vivian. All right. Stage directions 1 plus 2. Anybody for that? Rebecca, nice, good job. Stage directions 3 to 5. Do I have anybody for stage direction 3 to 5? Am I missing that? Nobody wants that at all? Jamie, you've got it. Reagan, Act 3 to 5. Vic, I see you. Quran/Herald. Do I see any? Madeline. Doctor/Knight. Do I see anybody? Nick, Nick, I see your hand there. Yeah. You are Doctor / Knight. Burgundy / servant 2. I'm looking. Is anybody who doesn't have a part? Fergus, you don't have a part. You're Burgundy servant 2. King of France / messenger / captain. Three roles. Miranda. Old man / servant 1. Old man / servant 1. Am I missing anyone? Did I get everyone? Who didn't? Who? I think that's the last one. Old man / you know what? I'm going to take
That's
you all
Tomislav.
Tom. Your old man / servant 1. There we go. All right. I think everyone's got a part now. I'm going to find my script again. I don't know where I am. There we go. Great. I'm about to unmute you all, and then you can then mute and unmute yourself, and we can basically get started, I believe now. Page direction started off. We did get stage direction, didn't we?
Act 1, Scene 1, King Lear's palace. Enter Kent, Gloucester, and Edmund. Kent and Gloucester converse. Edmund stands back.
I thought the king had more affected the Duke of Albany than Cornwall.
Did you guys not? Did I not unmute you all? What is going on?
Got it. Thank you.
There we go.
It did always seem so to us, but now in the division of the kingdom, it appears not which of the dutes he values most, for equalities are so weighed that curiosity in neither can make choice of either's moiety.
Is not this your son, my lord?
His breeding, sir, hath been at my charge. I have so often blushed to acknowledge him that now I am brazen to it.
I cannot conceive you.
Sir, this young fellow's mother could, whereupon she grew round wombed, and had indeed, sir, a son for her cradle, ere she had a husband for her bed. Do you smell a fault?
I cannot wish the fault undone, the issue of it being so proper.
But I have, sir, a son by order of law, some year elder than this, who yet is no dearer in my account. Though this knave came something saucily into the world before he was sent for, yet his mother fair, there was good sport at his making, and the whoreson must be acknowledged. Do you know this noble gentleman, Edmund?
Comes forward.
Sorry, I think there seems to be a problem with the meeting, and I can't find anywhere on the thing where it seems to have gone.
Got it.
Yeah,
you can unmute yourselves now.
Am I unmuted now? I seem to have disappeared. No, my lord.
My lord of Kent, remember him hereafter as my honorable friend.
My services to your lordship.
I must love you and sue to know you better.
Sir, I shall study deserving.
He hath been out 9 years, and away he shall again.
Sound of Senate.
Ah, the king is coming.
Enter one bearing a coronet, then Lear, then the Dukes of Albany and Cornwall. Next, Goneril, Regan, Cordelia with followers.
Attend the lords of France and Burgundy. Gloucester.
I shall, my liege.
Exeunt Gloucester and Edmund.
Meantime, we shall express our darker purpose. Give me the map there. Though we have divided in three our kingdom, and 'tis our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, while we, unburdened, crawl toward death. Our son of Cornwall and you, our no less loving son of Albany, we have this hour a constant will to publish our daughter's several dowers, that future strife may be prevented now. The princes, France and Burgundy, great rivals in our youngest daughter's love, long in our court have made their amorous sojourn, and here are to be answered. Tell me, my daughters, since now we will divest us both of rule, interest of territory, cares of state, which of you, shall we say, doth love us most? That we our largest bounty may extend, where nature doth with merit challenge. Goneril, our eldest born, speak first.
Her, I love you more than words can wield the matter. Dearer than eyesight, space, and liberty, beyond what can be valued rich or rare, no less than life, with grace, health, beauty, honour, as much as child e'er loved, or father found, a love that makes breath poor and speech unable, beyond all manner of so much I love you.
What shall Cordelia speak? Love and be silent.
These bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champaigns riched, with plenteous rivers and wide-skirted meads, we make thee lady. To thine and Albany's issue be this perpetual. What says our second daughter, our dearest Regan, wife to Cornwall? Speak.
Sir, I am made of the selfsame metal that my sister is, and prize me at her worth. In my true heart, I find she names my very deed of love. Only she comes too short, that I profess myself an enemy to all other joys which the most precious square of sense possesses, and find I am alone felicitate in your dear highness's love.
Then poor Cordelia, and yet not so, since I am sure my love's more richer than my tongue.
And thine hereditary ever remain this ample third of our fair kingdom, no less in space, validity, and pleasure than that conferred on Goneril. Now, our joy, although the last, not least, to whose young love the vines of France and milk of Burgundy strive to be interest. What can you say to draw a third more opulent than your sisters? Speak.
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing can come of nothing. Speak again.
Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond, no more nor less.
How, Cordelia, mend your speech a little, lest it may mar your fortunes?
Good my lord, you have begot me, bred me, loved me. I return those duties back as are right fit, obey you, love you, and most honour you. Why have my sisters husbands, if they say they love you all? Haply, when I shall wed, that lord whose hand must take my plight shall carry half my love with him, half my care and duty. Sure, I shall never marry like my sisters to love my father all.
But goes thy heart with this?
Aye, good my lord.
So young and so untender.
So young, my lord, and true.
Oh, let it be so. Thy truth then be thy dower, for by the sacred radiance of the sun, the mysteries of Hecate and the night, by all the operation of the orbs from whom we do exist and cease to be, here I disclaim all my paternal care, propinquity and property of blood, and as a stranger to my heart and me, hold thee from this forever. The barbarous Scythian, or he that makes his generation messes to gorge his appetite, shall to my bosom be as well neighboured, pitied, and relieved as thou, my sometime daughter.
Good, my liege.
Peace, Kent. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. I loved her most, and thought to set my rest on her kind nursery. Hence, and avoid my sight. So be my grave, my peace, as here I give her father's heart from her. Call France, who stirs? Call Burgundy, Cornwall, and Albany, with my 2 daughters' dowers digest this third. Let pride, which she calls plainless, marry her. I do invest you jointly in my power, preeminence, and all the large effects that troop with majesty. Ourself, by monthly course, with reservation of 100 nights, by you to be sustained, shall our abode make with you by due turns. Only we still retain the name and all additions to a king. This way, revenue, execution of the rest, beloved sons, be yours. Which to confirm, this coronet part betwixt you.
Royal Lear, who I have ever honoured as my king, loved as my father, as my master followed, as my great patrons thought on in my prayers.
The bow is bent and drawn, make from the shaft.
Let it fall rather, though the fork invade the region of my heart, be kent unmannerly when Lear is mad. What wouldst thou do, old man? Think'st thou that duty shall have dread to speak when power to flattery bows? To plainness honour's bound when majesty falls to folly. Reverse thy doom, and in thy best consideration check this hideous rashness. Answer my life, my judgment, thy youngest daughter does not love thee least, nor are these empty-hearted whose low sound reverbs no hollowness.
And on thy life no more.
My life I have never held but as a pawn to wage against thine enemies, nor fear to lose it, thy safety being the motive.
Out of my sight!
See better, Lear, and let me still remain the true blank of thine eye.
Now by Apollo.
Now by Apollo, king, thou swear'st thy gods in vain.
Oh, vassal, miscreant!
Lays his hand on his sword.
Do, kill thy physician, and the fee bestow upon the foul disease. Revoke thy gift, or, whilst I can vent clamour from thy throat, I'll tell thee thou dost evil.
Hear me, recreant. On thy allegiance hear me. Since thou hast sought to make us break our vow, which we durst never yet, and with strange pride to come between our sentence and our power, which nor our nature nor our place can bear, our potency made good, take thy reward. 5 days we do allot thee for provision, to shield thee from diseases of the world, and on the 6th, to turn thy hated back upon our kingdom. If, on the 10th day following, thy banished trunk be found in our dominions, the moment is thy death. Away! By Jupiter, this shall not be revoked.
Fare thee well, king. Since thus thou wilt appear, freedom lives hence, and banishment is here. The gods to their dear shelter take thee, maid, that justly think'st and hast most rightly said. And your large speeches may your deeds approve, that good's effect may spring from words of love. Thus, Kent, old princes, bid you all adieu. He'll shape his old course in a country new.
Exit.
Exit.
Flourish. Enter Gloucester with France and Burgundy, attendants.
Here's France and Burgundy, my noble lord.
My lord of Burgundy, we first address toward you, who with this king hath rivaled for our daughter. What in the least will you require in present dower with her, or cease your quest of love?
Most royal majesty, I crave no more than hath your highness offered, nor will you tender less.
Right, noble Burgundy. When she was dear to us, we did hold her so, but now her price has fallen. Sir, there she stands. If aught within that little seeming substance, or all of it, with our displeasure pieced and nothing more, may fitly like your grace, she's there, and she's yours.
I know no answer.
Will you, with those infirmities she owes, unfriended, new adopted to our hate, dowered with our curse, and strangered with our oath, take her or leave her?
Pardon me, royal sir. Election makes not up on such conditions.
Then leave her, sir. For by the power that made me, I tell you all her wealth. For you, great king, I would not from your love make such a stray to match you where I hate. Therefore beseech you to avert your liking a more worthier way than on a wretch, whom nature is ashamed almost to acknowledge hers.
This is most strange, that she that even but now was your best object, the argument of your praise, balm of your age, most best, most dearest, should in this trice of time commit a thing so monstrous to dismantle so many folds of favour. Sure, her offence must be of such unnatural degree that monsters it, or your forevouched affection fallen into taint, which to believe of her must be a faith that reason without miracle should never plant in me.
I yet beseech your majesty, if for I want that glib and oily art to speak and purpose not, since what I will intend, I'll do it before I speak, that you make known it is no vicious blot, murder or foulness, nor unchaste action or dishonoured step that hath deprived me of your grace and favour. But even for want of that for which I am richer, a still soliciting eye, and such a tongue as I am glad I have not, though not to have it hath lost me in your liking.
Better thou hadst not been born than not to have pleased me better.
Is it but this, a tardiness in nature which often leaves the history unspoke that it intends to do? My lord of Burgundy, what say you to the lady? Love's not love when it is mingled with regards that stands aloof from the entire point. Will you have her? She is herself a dowry.
Royal Lear, give me but that portion which yourself proposed, and here I take Cordelia by the hand, Duchess of Burgundy.
Nothing. I have sworn. I am firm.
I am sorry, then you have so lost a father that you must lose a husband.
Peace be with Burgundy. Since that respects of fortune are his love, I shall not be his wife.
Fairest Cordelia, that art most rich being poor, most choice forsaken, and most loved despised. Thee and thy virtues here I seize upon. Be it lawful, I take up what's cast away. Gods, 'tis strange that from their cold neglect my love should kindle to inflamed respect. Thy dowerless daughter, king, thrown to my chance, is queen of us, of ours, and our fair France. Not all the dukes in waterish Burgundy can buy this unprized precious maid of me. Bid them farewell, Cordelia, though unkind. Thou losest here a better where to find.
Thou hast of France, let it be thine, for we have no such daughter, nor shall ever see that face of hers again. Therefore be gone, without our grace, our love, our benison. Come, noble Burgundy.
Flourish. Exeunt Lear, Burgundy, Cornwall, Albany, Gloucester, and attendants.
Bid farewell to your sisters.
The jewels of our father, with washed eyes Cordelia leaves you. I know you what you are, and like a sister, am most loath to call your faults as they are named. Use well our father. To your professed bosoms I commit him, but yet alas, stood I within his grace, I would prefer him to a better place. So farewell to you both.
Prescribe not us our duties.
Let your study be to content your Lord, who hath received you at fortune's alms. You have obedience scanted, and well are worth the want that you have wanted.
Time shall unfold what plighted cunning hides. Who cover faults, at last shame them derides. Well may you prosper.
Come, my fair Cordelia.
Exeunt France and Cordelia.
Sister, it is not little I have to say of what most nearly appertains to us both. I think our father will hence tonight.
That's most certain. And with you, next month with us.
You see how full of changes he is. The observation we have made of it hath not been little. He always loved our sister most, and with what poor judgment he hath now cast her off appears too grossly.
'Tis the infirmity of his age, yet he hath ever but slenderly known himself.
The best and soundest of his time hath been but rash. Then must we look to receive from his age not alone the imperfections of long engraft condition, but therewithal the unruly waywardness that infirm and choleric years bring with them.
Such unconstant starts are we like to have from him as this of Kent's banishment.
There is further compliment of leave-taking between France and him. Pray you, let's hit together. If our father carry authority with such disposition as he bears, this last surrender of his will but offend us.
We shall further think on it.
We must do something, and in the heat.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 2. The Earl of Gloucester's Castle. Enter Edmund the Bastard, solus, with a letter.
Thou, nature, art my goddess. To thy law my services abound. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom, and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me, for that I'm some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother? Why, bastard, wherefore base? When my dimensions are as well compact, my mind is generous, and my shape as true as honest madam's issue, why brand they us with base, with baseness, bastardy, base, base, who in the lusty stealth of nature take more composition and fierce quality than doth within a dull, stale, tired bed, go to the creating a whole tribe of fops got tween asleep and wake. Well then, legitimate Edgar, I must have your land. Our father's love is to the bastard Edmund, as to the legitimate. Fine word, legitimate. Well, my legitimate, if this letter speed and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top the legitimate. I grow, I prosper. Now, gods, stand up for bastards.
Enter Gloucester.
Kent banished thus, France in choler parted, and the king gone to night, subscribed his power, confined to exhibition, all this done upon the gad? Edmund, how now? What news?
So please your lordship, none.
Puts up the letter.
Why so earnestly seek you to put up that letter?
I know no news, my lord.
What paper were you reading?
Nothing, my lord.
No? What needed then that terrible dispatch of it into your pocket? The quality of nothing hath not such need to hide itself. Let's see. Come, if it be nothing, I shall not need spectacles.
I beseech you, sir, pardon me. It's a letter from my brother that I have not all o'erread. And for so much as I have perused, I find it not fit for your o'erlooking.
Give me the letter, sir.
I shall offend either to detain or give it. The contents, as in part I understand them, are to blame.
Let's see, let's see.
I hope for my brother's justification, he wrote this but as an essay or taste of my virtue.
This policy and reverence of age makes the world bitter to the best of our times, keeps our fortunes from us till our oldness cannot relish them. I begin to find an idle and fond bondage in the oppression of aged tyranny, who sways not as it hath power, but as it is suffered. Come to me that I may speak more. If our father would sleep till I waked him, you should enjoy half his revenue forever and live the beloved of your brother Edgar. Huh. Conspiracy. Sleep till I waked him, you should enjoy half his revenue. My son Edgar, had he a hand to write this? A heart and brain to bleed it in? When came this you? Who brought it?
It was not brought me, my lord. That's the cunning of it. I found it thrown in at the casement of my closet.
You know the character to be your brother's.
If the matter were good, my lord, I durst swear it were his. But in respect of that, I would fain think it were not.
It was his.
It is his hand, my lord, but I hope his heart is not in the contents.
Hath he never before sounded you in this business?
Never, my lord. But I have heard him oft maintain it to be fit that sons at perfect age and fathers declining, the father should be as ward to the son, and the son manage his revenue.
Oh, villain, villain, his very opinion in the letter. Abhorred villain, unnatural, detested, brutish villain. worse than brutish. Go, sirrah, seek him. I'll apprehend him. Abominable villain, where is he?
I do not well know, my lord. If it shall please you to suspend your indignation against my brother till you can derive from him better testimony of his intent, you should run a certain course, where if you violently proceed against him, mistaking his purpose, it would make a great gap in your honor, and shake it in pieces in the heart of his obedience. I dare pawn down my life for him, that he hath writ this to feel my affection to your honor, and to no other pretense of danger.
Think you so?
If your honor judge it meet, I will place you where you shall hear us confer of this, and by an auricular assurance have your satisfaction, and that without any further delay than this very evening.
He cannot be such a monster.
No, nor is not, sure.
To his father, that so tenderly and entirely loves him, heaven and earth. Edmund, seek him out, wind me into him, I pray you. Frame the business after your own wisdom. I would unstate myself to be in a due resolution.
I will seek him, sir, presently. Convey the business as I shall find means, and acquaint you with all.
These late eclipses in the sun and moon portend no good to us, though the wisdom of nature can reason it thus and thus, yet nature finds itself scourged by the sequent effects. Love cools, friendship falls off, brothers divide, in cities mutinies, in countries discord, in palaces treason, and the bond cracked twixt son and father. This villain of mine comes under the prediction, there's son against father. The king falls from bias of nature, there's father against child. We have seen the best of our time. Machinations, hollowness, treachery, and all ruinous disorders follow us disquietly to our graves. Find out this villain, Edmund. It shall lose thee nothing. Do it carefully. And the noble and true-hearted Kent banished. His offense, honesty. 'Tis strange.
Exit.
This is the excellent foppery of the world, that when we're sick in fortune, often the surfeit of our own behavior, we make guilty of our disasters the sun, the moon, and the stars, as if we were villains on necessity, fools by heavenly compulsion, drunkards, liars, and adulterers by an enforced obedience of planetary influence, and all that we're evil in by a divine thrusting on. An admirable evasion of whoremaster man, to lay his goatish disposition to the charge of a star. My father compounded me with my mother under the dragon's tail, and my nativity was under Ursa Major, so that it follows I'm rough and lecherous. I should have been that I am, had the maidenliest star in the firmament twinkled on my bastardizing. Edgar.
Enter Edgar.
And Pat he comes, like the catastrophe of the old comedy. My cue is villainous melancholy, with a sigh like Tom of Bedlam. Oh, these eclipses do portend, these divisions. Fa sol mi.
How now, Brother Edmund? What serious contemplation are you in?
I'm thinking, brother, of a prediction I read this other day. What should follow these eclipses?
Do you busy yourself with that?
I promise you the effects he writes of succeed unhappily, as of unnaturalness between the child and the parent, death, dearth, dissolutions of ancient amities, divisions in state, menaces and maledictions against king and nobles, needless diffidences, banishment of friends, dissipation of cohorts, nuptial breaches, I know not what.
How long have you been a sectary astronomical?
Come. When saw you my father last?
The night gone by.
Spake you with him?
Aye, 2 hours together.
Parted you in good terms? Found you no displeasure in him by word or countenance?
None at all.
Bethink yourself wherein you may have offended him, and at my entreaty forbear his presence until some little time have qualified the heat of his displeasure, which at this instant so rageth in him that with the mischief of your person it would scarcely allay.
Some villain hath done me wrong.
That's my fear. I pray you have a continent forbearance till the speed of his rage goes slower, And as I say, retire with me to my lodging, from whence I will fitly bring you to hear my lord speak. Pray you go. There's my key. If you do stir abroad, go armed.
Armed, brother?
Brother, I advise you to the best. Go armed. I am no honest man if there be any good meaning toward you. I've told you what I've seen and heard, but faintly, nothing like the image and horror of it. Pray you away.
Shall I hear from you anon?
I do serve you in this business.
Exit Edgar.
Credulous father, and a brother noble, whose nature is so far from doing harms that he suspects none, on whose foolish honesty my practices ride easy. I see the business. Let me, if not by birth, have lands by wit. All with me's meet that I can fashion fit.
Exit. Act 1, Scene 3, the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Goneril and her steward Oswald.
Did my father strike my gentleman for chiding of his fool?
Aye, madam.
Oh! By day and night he wrongs me. Every hour he flashes into one gross crime or other that sets us all at odds. I'll not endure it. His nights grow riotous, and himself upbraids us on every trifle. When he returns from hunting, I will not speak with him. Say I am sick. If you come slack of former services, you shall do well. The fault of it I'll answer.
He's coming, madam. I hear him.
Put on what weary negligence you please, you and your fellows. I'd have to come to question. If you distaste it, let him to my sister, whose mind and mine I know in that are one, not to be overruled. Idle old man, that still would manage those authorities that he hath given away. Now by my life, old fools are babes again, and must be used with checks as flatteries when they are seen abused. Remember what I have said.
Very well, madam.
And let us knights have colder looks among you. What grows of it, no matter. Advise your fellows so. I would breed from hence occasions, and I shall, that I may speak. I'll write straight to my sister to hold my very course. Go, prepare for dinner.
Excellent. Act 1, Scene 4, the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Kent, disguised.
If but as well I other accounts borrow, that can my speech diffuse, my good intent may carry through itself to that full issue for which I raised my likeness. Now, banished Kent, if thou canst serve where thou dost stand condemned, so may it come, thy master, whom thou lovest, shall find thee full of labours, arms within.
Enter Lear, knights and attendants.
Let me not stay a jot for dinner. Go, get it ready.
Exit the attendant.
How now? What art thou?
A man, sir.
What dost thou profess? What wouldst thou with us?
I do profess to be no less than I seem, to serve him truly that will put me in trust, to love him that is honest, to converse with him that is wise and says little, to fear judgment, to fight when I cannot choose, and to eat no fish.
What art thou?
A very honest-hearted fellow, and as poor as the king.
Well, if thou beest as poor for a subject as he's for a king, thou art poor enough. What wouldst thou?
Service.
Who wouldst thou serve?
You.
Dost know me, fellow?
No, sir, but you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master.
What's that?
Authority.
What services canst thou do?
I can keep honest counsel, ride, run, mar a curious tale in telling it, and deliver a plain message bluntly. That which ordinary men are fit for, I am qualified in, and the best of me is diligence.
How old art thou?
Not so young, sir, to love a woman for singing, nor so old to dote on her for anything. I have years on my back, 48.
Follow me. Thou shalt serve me. If I like thee no worse after dinner, I will not part from thee yet. Dinner! Oh, dinner! Where's my knave, my fool? Go you and call my fool hither.
Exit an attendant, enter Oswald the steward.
You,
please you.
Sarah, where's my daughter?
So please you. Exit.
What says the fellow there? Call the clock pole back.
Exit a knight.
Where's my fool, ho? I think the world's asleep.
Enter knight.
How now? Where's that mongrel?
He says, my lord, your daughter is not well.
Why came not the slave back to me when I called him?
Sir, he answered me in roundest manner, he would not.
He wouldn't, he would not?
My lord, I know not what the matter is, but to my judgment, your highness is not entertained with that ceremonious affection as you were wont. There's great abatement of kindness appears as well in the general dependence as in the duke himself, also, and your daughter.
Ha! Sayest thou so?
I beseech you pardon me, my lord, if I be mistaken, for my duty cannot be silent when I think your highness wronged.
Thou but rememberest me of mine own conception. I have perceived a most faint neglect of late, which I have rather blamed as mine own jealous curiosity than as a very pretence and purpose of unkindness. I will look further into it. But where's my fool? I've not seen him these 2 days.
Since my young lady's going into France, sir, the fool hath much pined away.
No more of that, I have noted it well. Go you and tell my daughter I would speak with her.
Exit knight.
Go you, call hither my fool.
Exit an attendant. Enter Oswald the steward.
Oh, you, sir, you, come you hither, sir. Who am I, sir?
My lady's father.
My lady's father, my lord's knave, you horse and dog, you slave, you cur!
I am none of these, my lord. I beseech your pardon.
Bandy looks with me, you rascal.
Strikes him.
I'll not be strucken, my lord.
Nor tripped neither. You base football player.
Trips up his heels.
I thank thee, fellow, thou servest me, and I'll love thee.
Come, sir, arise, away. I'll teach you differences. Away, away. If you will measure your lover's length again, tarry, but away, go to. Have you wisdom? So?
Pushes him out.
Now, my friendly knave, I thank thee. There's earnest of your service.
Gives him money. Enters fool.
Let me hire him too. Here's my cockcomb.
Oh, now, my pretty knave, how dost thou?
Sirrah, you were best take my coxcomb.
Why, fool?
Why, fool?
Oh, sorry.
Why, for taking one that's out of favor. Nay, and thou canst not smile as the wind sits. Thou wilt catch cold shortly. There, take my coxcomb. Why, this fellow hath banished 2 one's daughters, and did the third a blessing against his will. If thou follow him, thou must needs wear my coxcomb. How now, nuncle, when I had 2 coxcombs and 2 daughters?
Why, my boy?
If I gave them all my living, I'll keep my coxcombs myself. There's mine, beg another of thy daughters.
Take heed, sirrah, the whip.
Truth, the dog must be the kennel. He must be whipped out when Lady the Brock must stand by the fire and stink.
Pestilent gall to me.
Sirrah, I'll teach thee a speech.
Do.
Mark it, nuncle. Have more than thou showest. Speak more than thou knowest. Speak less than thou owest. Ride more than thou goest. Learn more than thou trowest. Set less than thou throwest. Leave thy drink and thy whore, and sleep in a door, and thou shalt have more than 2 tens to a score.
This is nothing, fool.
Then 'tis like the breath of an unfeed lawyer. You gave me nothing for it. Can you make no use of nothing, nuncle?
Why, no, boy. Nothing can be made out of nothing.
Prithee tell him, so much the rent of land comes to, he will not believe a fool.
A bitter fool.
Dost thou know the difference, my boy, between a bitter fool and a sweet fool?
No, lads, teach me.
That lord that counselled thee to give away thy land, come place him here by me. Do thou for him stand. The sweet and bitter fool will presently appear, the one in motley here, the other found out there.
Dost thou call me fool, boy?
All other titles thou hast given away, that thou wast born with.
This is not altogether, fool.
No faith. No faith. Lords and great men will not let me. If I had a monopoly out, they would have part owned. And ladies too, they will not let me have all the fool to myself. They'll be snatching. Give me an egg, nuncle, and I'll give thee 2 crowns.
What 2 crowns shall they be?
Why, after I've cut the egg in the middle and eat up the meat, the 2 crowns of the egg. When thou clovest the crown in the middle and gavest away both parts, thou borest thine ass on the back over the dirt. Thou hast little wit in the bald crown when thou gavest the golden one away. If I speak like myself in this, let him be whipped that first finds it so. Fools had ne'er laced grace in a year, for wise men are grown foppish. They know not how their wits to wear, their manners are so apish.
When will you want to be so full of songs, sirrah?
I have used it, nuncle, first since thou madest thy daughters thy mother, for whence thou gavest them the rod and putst down thine own breeches. Then they for sudden joy did weep, and I for sorrow sung, that such a king should play bo peep and go the fools among. Prithee, nuncle, keep a schoolmaster that can teach thy fool to lie. I would fain learn to lie.
You lie, sirrah, will have you whipped.
I marvel what kin thou and thy daughters are. They'll have me whipped for speaking true. They'll have me whipped for lying, and sometimes I'm whipped for holding my peace. I had rather be any kind of thing than a fool, and yet I would not be thee, nuncle. Thou hast pared thy wit of both the sides and left nothing in the middle. Here comes one of the pairings.
Enter Goneril.
How now, daughter? What makes that frontlet on? Methinks you are too much elate in the frown.
Thou wast a pretty fellow when thou hadst no need for care for her frowning. Now thou art an O without figure. I am better than thou art now. I am a fool. Thou art nothing. Yes, forsooth, I will hold my tongue, so your face bids me, though you say nothing. Mum, mum, he that keeps nor crust nor cum, weary of all, thou shalt want some. That's a shield peascod.
Not only, sir, this your all-licensed fool, but other of your insolent retinue do hourly carp and quarrel, breaking forth in rank and not to be endured riots. Sir, I had thought by making this well known unto you to have found a safe redress, but now grow fearful by what yourself too late have spoke and done, that you protect this course and put it on by your allowance, which if you should, the fault would not scape censure, nor the redresses sleep, which in the tender of a wholesome weal might in their working do you that offence which else was shame, that then necessity must call discreet proceeding.
For you know, nuncle, the hedge sparrow fed the cuckoo so long that it had head bit off by it young. So out went the candle and we were left darkling.
Are you our daughter?
Come, sir, I would you would make use of that good wisdom whereof I know you are fraught, and put away these dispositions that of late transform you from what you rightly are.
May not an ass know when the cart draws the horse? Whoop! Jug, I love thee.
Doth any here know me? This is not Lear. Doth Lear walk thus, speak thus? Where are his eyes? Either his notion weakens, his discernings are lethargied. Ha! Waiting, 'tis not so. Who is it that can tell me who I am?
Lear's shadow.
I would learn that, for by the marks of sovereignty, knowledge, and reason, I should be false persuaded I had daughters.
Which they will make an obedient father.
Your name, fair gentlewoman?
This admiration, sir, is much of the savour of other your new pranks. I do beseech you to understand my purposes aright. As you are old and reverend, you should be wise. Here do you keep 100 knights and squires, men so disordered, so debauched and bold, that this, our court, infected with their manners, shows like a riotous inn. Epicurism and lust make it more like a tavern or a brothel than a graced palace. The shame itself doth speak instant remedy. Be then desired by her that else will take the thing she begs, a little to disquantity your train, and the remainder that shall still depend to be such men as may besort your age, which know themselves and you.
Darkness and devils, saddle my horses. Call my train together, degenerate bastard! I'll not trouble thee. Yet have I left a daughter.
You strike my people, and your disordered rabble make servants of their betters.
Enter Albany.
Woe that too late repents. Oh, sir, are you come? Is it your will? Speak, sir, prepare my horses. In gratitude, thou marble-hearted fiend, more hideous when thou showest thee in a child than the sea monster.
Pray, sir, be patient.
Detested kite, thou liest. My train are men of choice and rarest parts, that all particulars of duty know, and in the most exact regard support the worships of their name. Ah, most small fault! How ugly didst thou in Cordelia show, which, like an engine, wrenched my frame of nature from the fixed place, drew from my heart all love, and added to the gore. Oh, Lear, 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 beat at this gate that let thy folly in, and thy dear judgment out. Go, go, my people.
My lord, I am guiltless, as I am ignorant of what hath moved you.
You may be so, my lord. Here, nature, here. Dear goddess, here. Suspend thy purpose if thou didst intend to make this creature fruitful. Into her womb convey sterility. Dry up in her the organs of increase, and from her derogate body never spring a babe to honour her. If she must teem, create her child of spleen, that it may live and be athwart disnatured torment to her. Let it stamp wrinkles in her brow of youth, with cadent tears fret channels in her cheeks, turn all her mother's pains and benefits to laughter and contempt, that she may feel how sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Away! Away!
Exit.
Now, gods that we adore, whereof comes this?
Never afflict yourself to know the cause, but let his disposition have that scope that dotage gives it.
Enter Lear.
What 50 of my followers at a clap, within a fortnight?
What's the matter, sir?
I'll tell thee. Life and death, I am ashamed that thou hast power to shake my manhood thus, that these hot tears which break from me perforce should make thee worth them. Blasts and fogs upon thee, the untented woundings of a father's curse pierce every sense about thee. Old fond eyes, beweep this cause again, I'll pluck thee out and cast you with the waters that you lose to temper clay. Yes, it come to this. Let it be so. Yet I have left a daughter, who I am sure is kind and comfortable. When she shall hear this of thee, with her nails she'll flay thy wolvish visage. Thou shalt find that I'll resume the shape which thou dost think I have cast off forever. Thou shalt, I warrant thee.
Exeunt Lear, Kent, and attendants.
Do you mark that, my lord?
I cannot be so partial, Goneril, to the great love I bear you.
Oh, pray you, content. What, Oswald, ho! You, sir, more knave than fool, after your master.
Nuncle Lear, tarry, take the fool with thee. A fox, when one has caught her, and such a daughter should sure to the slaughter. If my cap would buy a halter, so the fool follows after.
Exit.
This man hath had good counsel. 100 knights! 'Tis politic and safe to let him keep at point 100 knights. Yes, that on every dream, each buzz, each fancy, each complaint, dislike, he may enguard his dotage with their powers and hold our lives in mercy. Oswald, I say!
Well, you may fear too far.
Safer than trust too far. Let me still take away the harms I fear, not fear still to be taken. I know his heart. What he hath uttered, I have writ to my sister. If she sustain him and his 100 knights, when I have showed the unfitness.
Enter Oswald the steward.
How now, Oswald? What, have you writ that letter to my sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Take you some company and away to horse. Inform her full of my particular fear, and thereto add such reasons of your own as may compact it more. Get you gone, and hasten your return.
Exit Oswald.
No, no, my lord, this milky gentleness and course of yours, though I condemn it not, yet under pardon you are much more at task for want of wisdom than praised for harmful mildness.
How far your eyes may pierce, I cannot tell. Striving to better, oft we mar what's well.
Nay, then...
Well, the event.
Exeunt. Act 1, Scene 5. Court before the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Lear, Kent, and the fool.
Go you before to Gloucester with these letters. Acquaint my daughter no further with anything you know than comes from her demand out of the letter. If your diligence be not speedy, I shall be there for you.
I will not sleep, my lord, till I have delivered your letters.
Exit.
If a man's brains were in its heels, were it not in danger of cribs?
Aye, boy.
Then I prithee be merry. Thy wit shall ne'er go slipshod. Shalt see thy other daughter will use thee kindly. For though she's as like this, crabs like an apple, yet I can tell what I tell.
What canst tell, boy?
Will taste as like this as a crab does to a crab. Thou canst tell why one's nose stands in the middle on's face?
No.
Why, to keep one's eyes on of either side's nose, that what a man cannot smell out, a man spy into.
Did her wrong.
Canst tell thou how an oyster makes his shell?
No.
Nor I neither. But I can tell why a snail has a house.
Why?
Why, to put heads in, not to give it away to his daughters and leave his horns without a case.
So I will forget my nature. So kind a father. Be my horses ready?
Thy asses have gone about them. The reason why the 7 stars are no more than 7 is a pretty reason.
Because they are not 8.
Yes, indeed. Thou ought make a good fool.
Let's take it again perforce. Monster ingratitude.
If thou wert my fool, nuncle, I'd have thee beaten for being old before thy time.
How's that?
Thou shouldst not have been old till thou hast been wise.
Oh, let me not be mad. Not mad, sweet heaven. Keep me in temper, I would not be mad.
Enter a gentleman.
How now, are the horses ready?
Ready, my lord.
Come, boy.
She that's a maid now and laughs at my departure shall not be a maid long, unless things be cut shorter.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 1. A court within the castle of the Earl of Gloucester. Enter Edmund the Bastard and Curran meeting.
Save thee, Curran.
And you, sir, I have been with your father and given him notice that the Duke of Cornwall and Regan his Duchess will be here with him this night.
How comes that?
Nay, I know not. You have heard the news abroad. I mean, the whispered ones, for they are but ear-kissing arguments.
No, not I. Pray you, what are they?
Have you heard of no likely wars twixt the 2 dukes of Cornwall and Albany?
Not a word.
You may do then in time. Very well, sir. Exit.
The Duke be here tonight? The better. Best. This weaves itself perforce into my business. My father hath set guard to take my brother, and I have one thing of a queasy question, which I must act. Briefness and fortune work. Brother, a word, descend. Brother, I say.
Enter Edgar.
My father watches. Oh, sir, fly this place. Intelligence is given where you're hid. You have now the good advantage of the night. Have you not spoken against the Duke of Cornwall? He's coming hither, now in the night, in the haste. And Regan with him. Have you nothing said upon his party against the Duke of Albany? Advise yourself.
I am sure on't not a word.
I hear my father coming. Pardon me. In cunning, I must draw my sword upon you. Draw, and seem to defend yourself. Now quit you well. Yield! Come before my father. Light ho, here! Fly, brother. Torches, torches! So, farewell.
Exit Edgar.
Some blood drawn upon me would beget opinion of my more fierce endeavor.
Stops his arm.
I've seen drunkards do more than this in sport. Father, father! Stop! Stop! No, no help!
Enter Gloucester and servants with torches.
Now, Edmund, where's the villain?
Here stood he in the dark, his sharp sword out, mumbling of wicked charms, conjuring the moon to stand auspicious mistress.
But where is he?
Look, sir, I bleed.
Where is the villain, Edmund?
Fled this way, when by no means he could...
Pursue him, ho! Go after.
Exeunt some servants.
By no means what?
Persuade me to the murder of your lordship, but that I told him the revenging gods against parricides did all their thunders bend. Spoke with how manifold and strong a bond the child was bound to the father. Sir, in fine, seeing how loathly opposite I stood to his unnatural purpose, in fell motion with his prepared sword, he charges home my unprovided body, lanched mine arm. But when he saw my best alarmed spirits, bold in the quarrel's right, roused to the encounter, or whether gasted by the noise I made, full suddenly he fled.
Let him fly far. Not in this land shall he remain uncaught, and found dispatch. The noble Duke, my master, my worthy arch and patron, comes tonight. By his authority I will proclaim it, that he which find him shall deserve our thanks, bringing that murderous caitiff to the stake. He that conceals him, death.
When I dissuaded him from his intent and found him pight to do it, with cursed speech I threatened to discover him. He replied, "Thou unpossessing bastard, dost thou think if I would stand against thee, would the reposal of any trust, virtue, or worth in thee make thy words faith? No. What I should deny, as this I would, though thou didst produce my very character, I'd turn it all to thy suggestion, plot, and damned practice. And thou must make a dullard of the world, if they not thought the profits of my death were very pregnant potential spurs to make thee seek it."
Strong and fastened villain. Would he deny his letter? I never got him.
Tuck it within.
Hark, the Duke's trumpets. I know not why he comes. All ports I'll bar. The villain shall not scape. The Duke must grant me that. Besides, his picture I will send far and near, that all the kingdom may have due note of him, and of my land, loyal and natural boy, I'll work the means to make thee capable.
Enter Cornwall, Regan, and attendants.
How now, my noble friend? Since I came hither, which I can call but now, I have heard strange news.
If it be true, all vengeance comes too short which can pursue the offender. How dost, my lord?
Oh, madam, my old heart is cracked.
What? Did my father's godson seek your life? He whom my father named? Your Edgar?
Oh, lady, shame would it have it hid.
Was he not companion with the riotous knights that tend upon my father?
I know not, madam. 'Tis too bad, too bad.
Yes, madam, he was of that consort.
No marvel then, though he were ill affected. 'Tis they have put him on the old man's death, to have the expense and waste of his revenues. I have this present evening from my sister been well informed of them, and with such cautions that if they come to sojourn at my house, I'll not be there.
Nor I, assure thee, Regan. Edmund, I hear that you have shown your father a childlike office.
'Twas my duty, sir.
He did bewray his practice and received this hurt, you see, in striving to apprehend him.
Is he pursued?
Aye, my good lord.
If he be taken, he shall never more be feared of doing harm. Make your own purpose, how in my strength you please. For you, Edmund, whose virtue and obedience doth this instant so much commend itself, you shall be ours. Natures of such deep trust we shall much need. You we first seize on.
I shall serve you, sir, truly, however else.
For him I thank your grace.
You know not why we came to visit you.
Thus out of season, threading dark-eyed night, occasions, noble Gloucester, of some poise, wherein we must have use of your advice. Our father he hath writ, so hath our sister, of differences, which I best thought it fit to answer from our home. The several messengers from hence attend dispatch. Our good old friend, lay comforts to your bosom, and bestow your needful counsel to our business, which craves the instant use.
I serve you, madam. Your graces are right welcome.
Exeunt, flourish. Act 2, Scene 2, before Gloucester's castle. Enter Kent and Oswald the steward severally.
Good dawning to thee, friend. Art of this house?
Aye.
Where may we set our horses?
Ithamar.
Prithee, if thou lovest me, tell me.
I love thee not.
Why then, I care not for thee.
If I had thee in Lipsbury pinfold, I would make thee care for me.
Why dost thou use me thus? I know thee not.
Fellow, I know thee.
What dost thou know me for?
A knave, a rascal, an eater of broken meats, a base, proud, shallow, beggarly, three-suited, £100, filthy, worsted stocking knave, a lily-livered, action-taking, whore's son, glass-glazing, super serviceable, finical rogue, one trunk inheriting slave, one that wouldst be abhorred in way of good service, and art nothing but the composition of a knave, beggar, coward, pander, and the son of an heir of a mongrel bitch, one whom I will beat into clamorous whining, if thou deny the least syllable of thy addition.
Why, what a monstrous fellow art thou, thus to rail on one that's either known of thee nor knows thee.
What a brazen-faced varlet art thou, to deny thou knowest me. Is it 2 days ago since I beat thee and tripped up thy heels before the king?
Draws his sword.
Draw, you rogue, for though it be night, yet the moon shines. I'll make a sop of the moonshine of you. Draw, you whoreson cullionly barber monger. Draw.
Away, I have nothing to do with thee.
Draw, you rascal. You come with letters against the king, and take Vanity the puppet's part against the royalty of her father. Draw, you rogue, or I'll so carbonade you your shank. Draw, you rascal, come your ways.
Help! Oh, murder, help!
Strike, you slave. Stand, rogue. Stand, you neat slave. Strike!
Beats him.
Help, ho! Murder! Murder!
Enter Edmund with his rapier drawn. Gloucester, Cornwall, Regan, servants.
How now? What's the matter?
Parts them.
With you, goodman boy, and you please. Come, I'll flesh ye. Come on, young master.
Weapons? Arms? What's the matter here?
Keep peace upon your lives. He dies that strikes again. What is the matter?
The messengers from our sister and the king.
What is your difference? Speak.
I am scarce in breath, my lord.
No marvel. You have so bestirred your valor. You cowardly rascal. Nature disclaims in thee. A tailor made thee.
Thou art a strange fellow. A tailor make a man?
Aye, a tailor, sir. A stone cutter or a painter could not have made him so ill, though he had been but 2 hours at the trade.
Speak yet. How grew your quarrel?
This ancient ruffian, sir, whose life I have spared at suit of his grey beard.
Thou whoreson Zed, thou unnecessary letter. My lord, if you'll give me leave, I will tread this unbolted villain into mortar and dowd the walls of a jakes with him. Spare my grey beard, you warg tail.
Oh, peace, sirrah, you beastly knave, know you no revenants?
Yes, sir, but anger hath a privilege.
Why art thou angry?
That such a slave as this should wear a sword, who wears no honesty. Such smiling rogues as these, like rats, oft bite the holy cords atwain, which are too entrenched to unloose. Smooth every passion that in the natures of their lords rebel, bring oil to fire, snow to their colder moods, renege affirm, and turn their halcyon beaks with every gale, and vary their of their masters knowing naught. Like dogs, but following. A plague upon your epileptic visage. Smile you my speeches, as I were a fool. Goose, and I had you upon Sarum Plain. I'll dive you, cackling home to Camelot.
What? Art thou mad, old fellow?
How fell you out? Say that.
No contraries hold more antipathy than I, and such a knave.
Why dost thou call him knave? What is his fault?
His countenance likes me not.
No more perchance does mine, or his, or hers.
Sir, 'tis my occupation to be plain. I have seen better faces in my time than stands on any shoulder that I see before me at this instant.
This is some fellow who, having been praised for bluntness, does affect a saucy roughness and constrains the garb quite from his nature. He cannot flatter, he, an honest mind and plain, he must speak truth, and they will take it. So, if not, he's plain. These kind of knaves I know which in this plainness harbour more craft and more corrupt ends than 20 silly ducking observants that stretch their duties nicely.
Sir, in good faith, in sincere verity, under the allowance of your great aspect, whose influence, like the wreath of radiant flyer on flickering Phoebus's front.
What means by this?
To go out of my dialect, which you discommend so much. I know, sir, I am no flatterer. He that beguiled you in a plain accent was a plain knave, which for my part I will not be, though I should win your displeasure to entreat me to it.
What was the offence you gave him?
I never gave him any. It pleased the king his master very late to strike at me upon his misconstruction, when he, conjunct and flattering his displeasure, tripped me behind, being down, insulted, railed, and put upon him such a deal of a man that worthied him got praises of the king for him attempting who was self-subdued, and in the fleshment of his dread exploit, drew on me here again.
None of these rogues and cowards, but Ajax is their fool.
Fetch forth the stocks. You stubborn ancient knave, you reverent braggart, we'll teach you.
Sir, I am too old to learn. Call not on your stocks for me. I serve the king, on whose employment I was sent to you. You shall do small respect, show too bold malice against the grace and person of my master, stocking his messenger.
Fetch forth the stocks. As I have life and honour, there shall he sit till noon.
Till noon, till night, my lord, and all night too.
Why, madam, if I were your father's dog, you should not use me so.
Sir, being his knave, I will.
This is a fellow of the self-same colour our sister speaks of. Come, bring away the stocks.
Stocks brought out.
Let me beseech your grace not to do so. His fault is much, and the good king his master will check him for it. Your purposed low correction is such as basest and contemned wretches for pilferings and most common trespasses are punished with. The king must take it ill that he, so slightly valued in his messenger, should have him thus restrained.
I'll answer that.
My sister may receive it much more worse to have her gentleman abused, assaulted for following her affairs. Put in his legs.
Kent is putting the stocks.
Come, my good lord, away.
Excellent, all but Gloucester and Kent.
I am sorry for thee, friend. 'Tis the duke's pleasure, whose disposition all the world well knows will not be rubbed nor stopped. I'll entreat for thee.
Pray do not, sir. I have watched and travelled hard. Sometime I shall sleep out, the rest I'll whistle. A good man's fortune may grow out at heels. Give you good morrow.
The duke is to blame in this. 'Twill be ill taken.
Exits.
Good king, that must approve the common sore. Thou out of heaven's benediction comest to the warm sun. Approach, thou beacon to this under globe, that by the comfortable means I may peruse this letter. Nothing almost sees miracles but misery. I know 'tis from Cordelia, who have most fortunately been informed of my obscured course, and shall find time from this enormous state, seeking to give losses their remedies. All weary and o'erwatched, take vantage, heavy eyes, not to behold this shameful lodging. Fortune, good night. Smile once more, turn thy wheel.
Sleeps. Act 2, Scene 3, the open country. Enter Edgar.
I heard myself proclaimed, and by the happy hollow of a tree escaped the hunt. No port is free, no place that guard and most unusual vigilance does not attend my taking. Whiles I may escape, I will preserve myself, and am bethought to take the basest and most poorest shape that ever penury and contempt of man brought near to beast. My face I'll grime with filth, blanket my loins, elf all my hair in knots, and with presented nakedness outface the winds and persecutions of the sky. The country gives me proof and precedent of bedlam beggars who, with roaring voices, strike in their numbed and mortified bare arms, pins, wooden pricks, nails, sprigs of rosemary, and with this horrible object, from low farms, poor pelting villages, sheepcotes and mills, sometimes with lunatic bans, sometimes with prayers, enforce their charity. Poor Turley God, poor Tom, that's something yet. Edgar, I nothing am.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 4, before Gloucester's castle. Kent in the stocks. Enter Lear, fool, and gentleman.
'Tis strange that they should so depart from home and not send back my messenger.
As I learned, the night before there was no purpose in them of this remove.
Hail to thee, noble master.
Huh. Makest thou this shame thy pastime?
No, my lord.
Look, he wears cruel garters. Horses are tied by the head, dogs and bears by the neck, monkeys by the loins, and men by the legs. When a man's o'er lusty at legs, then he wears wooden nether stocks.
What's he that hath so much thy place mistook to set thee here?
It is both he and she, your son and daughter.
No.
Yes.
No, I say.
I say yes.
No, they would not.
Yes, they have.
By Jupiter, I swear no.
By Juno, I swear aye.
They durst not do it. They would not, could not do it. 'Tis worse than murder to do upon respect such violent outrage. Resolve me with all modest haste which way thou mightst deserve or they impose this usage coming from us.
My lord, when at their home I did commence your highness's letter to them, ere I was risen from the place that showed my duty kneeling, came there a reeking post, stewed in his haste, half breathless, panting forth from Goneril his mistress' salutations, delivered letters, spite of intermission, which presently they read, on whose contents they summoned up their meaning. Straight took horse, commanded me to follow and attend the leisure of their answer, gave me cold looks, and meeting here the other messenger, whose welcome I perceived it had positioned mine, being the very fellow which of late displaced so saucily against your highness, having more man than wit about me, drew. He raised the house with loud and coward cries. Your son and daughter found this trespass worth the shame which here it suffers.
Winter's not gone yet, if the wild geese fly that way. Fathers that wear rags do make their children blind, but fathers that bear bags shall see their children kind. Fortune, that errant whore, never turns the key to the poor. But for all this, thou shalt have as many dolours for their daughters as thou canst tell in a year.
Oh, how this mother swells up toward my heart. Hysterica passio, down, thou climbing sorrow, thy elements below. Where is this daughter?
With the earl, sir, here within.
Follow me not, stay here.
Exit.
Made you no more offence but what you speak of?
None. How chance the king comes with so small a number?
And thou hast been set in the stocks for that question, thou wouldst well have deserved it.
Why, fool?
We'll set thee to school to an ant to teach thee there's no laboring in the winter. All that follow their noses are led by their eyes, but blind men, and there's not a nose among 20 but can smell him that's stinking. Let go thy hold when a great wheel runs down a hill, lest it break thy neck with following it. But the great one that goes upward, let him draw thee after. When a wise man gives thee better counsel, give me mine again. I would have none but knaves follow it, since a fool gives it. That sir which serves and seeks for gain and follows but for form will pack when it begins to rain and leave thee in the storm. But I will tarry, the fool will stay, and let the wise man fly. The knave turns fool that runs away, the fool, no knave, per die.
Where learned you this, fool?
Not in the stocks, fool.
Enter Lear and Gloucester.
Deny to speak with me. They are sick. They are weary. They have travelled all the night. Mere fetches. The images of revolt and flying off. Fetch me a better answer.
My dear lord, you know the fiery quality of the Duke, how unremovable and fixed he is from his own course.
Vengeance, plague, death, confusion, fiery. What quality? Why, Gloucester, I'll speak with the Duke of Cornwall and his wife.
Well, my good lord, I have informed them so.
Inform them. Dost thou understand me, man?
Aye, my good lord.
The king would speak with Cornwall. The dear father would with his daughter speak. Commands her service. Are they informed of this? My breath and blood. Fiery, the fiery Duke. Tell the hot Duke that, no, but not yet. Maybe he is not well. Infirmity doth still neglect all office whereto our health is bound. We are not ourselves, when nature, being oppressed, commands the mind to suffer with the body. I'll forbear, and am fallen out with my more headier will, to take the indisposed and sickly fit for the sound man. Death on my state, wherefore should he sit here? This act persuades me that this remotion of the Duke and her is practice only. Give me my servant forth. Go tell the Duke and his wife I'll speak with them. Now, presently, bid them come forth and hear me, or at their chamber door I'll beat the drum till it cry sleep to death.
I would have all well betwixt you.
Exit.
Oh, me, my heart, my rising heart. Down.
Cry to it, nuncle, as the cockney did to the eels when she put them in the paste alive. She napped 'em o' the coxcombs with a stick and cried, "Down, wantons, down!" 'Twas her brother that, in pure kindness to his horse, buttered his hay.
Enter Cornwall, Regan, Gloucester, servants.
Good morrow to you both.
Hail to your grace.
Kent here set at liberty.
I am glad to see your highness.
Regan, I think you are. I know what reason I have to think so. If thou shouldst not be glad, I would divorce me from thy mother's tomb, sepulchring an adulteress. Oh, are you free? Some other time for that. Beloved Regan, thy sister's naught. Oh, Regan, she hath tied sharp-toothed unkindness like a vulture here. I can scarce speak to thee. Thou'lt not believe with how depraved a quality. Oh, Regan.
I pray you, sir, take patience. I have hope you less know how to value her desert than she to scant her duty.
Say, how is that?
I cannot think my sister in the least would fail her obligation. If, sir, perchance she have restrained the riots of your followers, 'tis on such ground and to such wholesome end as clears her from all blame.
My curse is on her.
Oh, sir, you are old. Nature in you stands on the very verge of her confine. You should be ruled and led by some discretion that discerns your state better than you yourself. Therefore, I pray you that to our sister you do make return. Say you have wronged her, sir.
Ask her forgiveness. To you, but mark how this becomes the house. Dear daughter, I confess that I am old.
He kneels.
Age is unnecessary. On my knees, I beg that you'll vouchsafe me raiment, bed, and food.
Good sir, no more. These are unsightly tricks. Return you to my sister.
Rises.
Never! Regan, she hath abated me of half my train. looked black upon me, struck me with her tongue most serpent-like. Upon the very heart, all the stored vengeances of heaven fall on her ingrateful top. Strike her young bones, you taking airs with lameness.
Fie, sir, fie.
You nimble lightnings dart your blinding flames into her scornful eyes. Infect her beauty, you fen-sucked fogs, drawn by the powerful sun to fall and blast her pride.
Oh, the blessed gods! So will you wish on me when the rash mood is on?
No, Regan, thou shalt never have my curse. Thy tender-hefted nature shall not give thee aught to harshness. Her eyes are fierce, but thine do comfort and not burn. 'Tis not in thee to grudge my pleasures, to cut off my train, to bandy hasty words, to scant my sizes, and in conclusion to oppose the bolt against my coming in. Thou better knowest the offices of nature, bond of childhood, effects of courtesy, dues of gratitude. Thy half of the kingdom hast thou not forgot, wherein I thee endowed.
Good sir, to the purpose.
Within.
Who put my man in the stocks?
What trumpet's that?
I know it, my sister's. This approves her letter, that she would soon be here.
Enter Oswald the steward.
Is your lady come?
This is a slave whose easy borrowed pride dwells in the fickle grace of her he follows. Out, varlet, from my sight!
What means your grace?
Enter Goneril.
Who stalked my servant? Regan, I have good hope thou didst not know on it. Who comes here? Oh, heavens! If you do love old men, if your sweet sway allow obedience, if yourselves are old, make it your cause. Send down and take my part. Art thou not ashamed to look upon this beard? Oh, Regan, wilt thou take her by the hand?
Why not by the hand, sir? How have I offended? All's not offence that indiscretion finds, and dotage terms so.
Oh, side, you are too tough. Will you let hold? How came my man in the stocks?
I set him there, sir. By his own disorders deserved much less advancement.
You? Did you?
I pray you, father, being weak, seem so. If till the expiration of your month you will return and sojourn with my sister, dismissing half your train, come then to me. I'm now from home, and out of that provision which shall be needful for your entertainment.
Return to her, and 50 men dismissed? No, rather I abjure all roofs, and choose to wage against the enmity of the air, to be a comrade with the wolf and owl, necessity's sharp pinch, return with her. Why, the hot-blooded France that dowerless took our youngest born, I could as well be brought to kneel his throne, and squire-like pension beg to keep base life afoot. Return with her. Persuade me rather to be slave and sumpter to this detested groom.
Points at Oswald.
At your choice, sir.
I prithee, daughter, do not make me mad. I will not trouble thee, my child. Farewell. We'll no more meet, no more see one another, but yet thou art my flesh, my blood, my daughter, or rather, a disease that's in my flesh, which I must needs call mine. Thou art a boil, a plague sore, an embossed carbuncle in my corrupted blood, but I'll not chide thee. Let shame come when it will, I do not call it. I do not bid the thunder bearer shoot, nor tell tales of thee, high judging Jove. Mend when thou canst, be better at thy leisure. I can be patient. I can stay with Regan, I and my 100 knights.
Not altogether so. I look not for you yet, nor am provided for your fit welcome. Give ear, sir, to my sister, for those that mingle reason with your passion must be content to think you old. And so, but she knows what she does.
Is this well spoken?
I dare vouch it, sir. What, 50 followers? Is it not well? What should you need of more? Yea, or so many, sit that both charge and danger speak against so great a number. How in one house should many people under two commands hold amity? 'Tis hard, almost impossible.
Why might not you, my lord, receive attendance from those that she calls servants, or from mine?
Why not, my lord? If then they chance to slacky, we could control them. If you will come to me, for now I spy a danger, I entreat you to bring but 25. To no more will I give place or notice.
I gave you all.
And in good time you gave it.
Made you my guardians, my depositaries, but kept a reservation to be followed with such a number. What? Must I come to you with 25, Regan, say so?
And speak it again, my lord. No more with me.
Those wicked creatures yet do look well favoured when others are more wicked. Not being the worst stands in some rank of praise. I'll go with thee. Thy 50 yet doth double 25, and thou art twice her love.
Hear me, my lord. What need you 25, 10, or 5, to follow in a house where twice so many have a command to tend you?
What need one?
Oh, reason not the need. Our basest beggars are in the poorest things superfluous. Allow not nature more than nature needs. Man's life is cheap as beasts. Thou art a lady, if only to go warm or gorgeous. Why, nature needs not what thou gorgeous wearest, which scarcely keeps thee warm. But for true need, oh, you heavens, give me patience. Patience I need. You see me here, you gods, a poor old man, as full of grief as age, wretched in both. If it be you that stirs these daughters' hearts against their father, fool me not so much to bear it tamely. Touch me with noble anger, and let not women's weapons, water drops, stain my man's cheeks. No! You unnatural hags, I will have such revenges on you both that all the world shall. I will do such things. What they are yet, I know not, but they shall be the terrors of the earth. You think I'll weep? No, I'll not weep. I have full cause of weeping, but this heart shall break into 100,000 flaws, or I'll weep. Oh, fool, I shall go mad.
Exeunt Lear, Gloucester, Kent, and Fool. Storm and tempest.
Let us withdraw. 'Twill be a storm.
This house is little. The old man and his people cannot be well bestowed.
'Tis his own blame. Hath put himself from rest, and must needs taste his folly.
For his particular, I'll receive him gladly, but not one follower.
So am I purposed. Where is my lord of Gloucester?
Followed the old man forth.
Enter Gloucester.
He is returned.
The king is in high rage.
Whither is he going?
He calls to horse, but will I know not whither.
'Tis best to give him way. He leads himself.
My lord, entreat him by no means to stay.
Alack, the night comes on, and the bleak winds do sorely ruffle. For many miles about there's scarcely a bush.
Oh, sir, to willful men, the injuries that they themselves procure must be their schoolmasters. Shut up your doors. He's attended with a desperate train, and what they may incense him to, being apt to have his ear abused, wisdom bids fear.
Shut up your doors, my lord. 'Tis a wild night. My Regan counsels well. Come out of the storm.
Exeunt.
Act 3, Scene 1. A heath. Storm still. Enter Kent and a gentleman at several doors.
Who's there? Besides foul weather.
One minded like the weather, most unquietly.
I know you. Where's the king?
Contending with the fretful elements, bids the winds below the earth into the sea, or swell the curled waters above the main, that things might change or cease, tears his white hair, which the impetuous blasts with eyeless rage catch in their fury and make nothing of, strives in his little world of man to outscorn the to and fro conflicting wind and rain. This night wherein the cub-drawn bear would couch, The lion and the belly-pinched wolf keep their fur dry. Unbonneted he runs and bids what will take all.
But who is with him?
None but the fool who labours to outjest his heart-struck injuries.
Sir, I do know you, and dare upon the warrant of my note commend a dear thing to you. There is division, although as yet the face of it be covered with mutual cunning, twixt Albany and Cornwall, who have, as who have not, that their great stars throned and set high, servants, who seem no less, which are to France, despise and speculations intelligent of our state. What hath been seen, either in snuffs and packings of the dukes, or the hard reign which both of them have borne against the old kind king, or something deeper, whereof, perchance, these are but furnishings, but true it is, from France there comes a power into this scattered kingdom, who, already wise in our negligence, have secret feed in some of our best ports, and are at point to show their open banner. Now to you, if on my credit you dare build so far to make your speed to Dover, you shall find some that will thank you, making just report of how unnatural and bemadding sorrow the king hath cause to plain. I am a gentleman of blood and breeding, and from some knowledge and assurance offer this office to you.
I will talk further with you.
No, do not. For confirmation that I am much more than my outwall, open this purse and take what it contains. If you shall see Cordelia, as fear not but you shall, show her this ring, and she will tell you your fellow is that yet you do not know. Fee on this storm, I will go seek the king.
Give me your hand. Have you no more to say?
Few words, but to effect more than all yet, that when we have found the king, in which your pain that way I'll lift, he that first lights on him, follow the other.
Exeunt severally. Act 3, Scene 2. Another part of the heath. Storm still. Enter Lear and Fool.
Blow, winds, and crack your cheeks, rage! Blow, you cataracts and hurricanos! Spout, till you have drenched our steeples, drowned the cocks, you sulphurous and thought-executing fires! Vaunt couriers to oak-cleaving thunderbolts, singe my white head, and thou, all shaking thunder, strike flat the thick rotundity of the world, crack nature's molds, all germain spill once that makes ingrateful man.
Oh, nuncle, court holy water in a dry house is better than this rainwater out of the door. Gnuncle in and ask thy daughter's blessing. Here's a knight pities neither wise men nor fools.
Rumble thy belly full, spit, fire, spout, rain, nor rain, wind, thunder, fire, my daughters. I tax you not, you elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdom, called you children. You owe me no subscription. Then let fall your horrible pleasure. Here I stand, your slave, a poor, infirm, weak, and despised old man. But yet I call you servile ministers that will with two pernicious daughters join your high engenders battles against a head so old and white as this. Oh, 'tis foul.
He that has a house to puts head in has a good headpiece. The codpiece that will house before the head has any, the head and he shall louse, so beggars marry many. The man that makes his toe what he his heart shall make, shall have a corn cry woe and turn his sleep to wake. For then there was never yet fair woman that she would make mouths in a glass.
Enter Kent.
I will be the pattern of all patience. I will say nothing.
Who's there?
Mary, here's grace and a codpiece. That's a wise man and a fool.
Alas, sir, are you here? Things that love night love not such nights as these. These wrathful skies gallow the very wanderers of the dark and make them keep their caves. Since I was man, Such sheets of fire, such bursts of horrid thunder, such groans of roaring wind and rain, I never remember to have heard. Man's nature cannot carry the fiction nor the fear.
Let the great gods that keep this dreadful pudder o'er our heads find out their enemies now. Tremble, thy wretch, that hast within thee undivulged crimes, unwhipped of justice. Hide thee, thou bloody hand, thou perjured and thou similar man of virtue that art incestuous. Caitiff in pieces shake, that under covert and convenient seeming hast practiced on man's life. Close pent-up guilts, rive your concealing continence, and cry these dreadful summoners' grace. I am a man more sinned against than sinning.
Alack, bareheaded, gracious my lord, hard by here is a hovel. Some friendship will it lend you gainst the tempest. Repose you there, whilst I to this hard house, more harder than the stones whereof 'tis raised, which even but now, demanding after you, denied me to come in. Return, and force their scanted courtesy.
My wits begin to turn. Come on, my boy, how does my boy? Art cold? I am cold myself. Where is this straw, my fellow? The art of our necessities is strange, that can make vile things precious. Come, your hovel, poor fool and knave, I have one part in my heart that's sorry yet for thee.
He that has and a little tiny wit, with hey ho, the wind and rain, must make content with his fortunes fit, for the rain it raineth every day.
True, true, my good boy, come, bring us to this hovel.
Exeunt Lear and Kent.
This is a brave night to cool a courtesan. I'll speak a prophecy ere I go. When priests are more in word than matter, when brewers mar their malt with water, when nobles are their tailors' tutors, no heretics burn but wenches' suitors, when every case in law is right, no squire in debt, no poor knight, when slanders do not live in tongues, nor cut purses come not to throngs, when usurers tell their gold to the field, and bawds and hoards do churches build, then shall the realm of Albion come to great confusion. Then comes the time, who lives to see it, that going shall be used with feet. This prophecy Merlin shall make, for I live before his time.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 3, Gloucester's Castle. Enter Gloucester and Edmund.
Alack, alack, Edmund, I like not this unnatural dealing. When I desired their leave that I might pity him, they took from me the use of mine own house, charged me on pain of perpetual displeasure neither to speak of him, entreat for him, nor any way sustain him.
Most savage and unnatural.
Go to, say you nothing. There is division betwixt the dukes, and a worse matter than that. I have received a letter this night. 'Tis dangerous to be spoken. I have locked the letter in my closet. These injuries the king now bears will be revenged home. There's part of a power already footed. We must incline to the king. I will seek him and privily relieve him. Go you and maintain talk with the duke, that my charity be not of him perceived. If he ask for me, I am ill and gone to bed, though I die for it, as no less is threatened me. The king, my old master, must be relieved. There is some strange thing toward, Edmund. Pray you be careful.
Exit Gloucester.
This courtesy, forbid thee, shall the duke instantly know, and of that letter too. This seems as fair deserving, and must draw me that which my father loses, no less than all. The younger rises when the old doth fall.
Exit Edmund. Act 3, Scene 4, The Heath, before a hovel, storm still. Enter Lear, Kent, and Fool.
Here is the place, my lord. Could my lord enter? The tyranny of the open night, too rough for nature to endure.
Let me alone.
Could my lord enter here?
Wilt break my heart?
I had rather break mine own. Good my lord, enter.
Thou think'st 'tis much that this contentious storm invades us to the skin. So 'tis to thee, but where the greater malady is fixed, the lesser is scarce felt. Thou'dst shun a bear, but if thy flight lay toward the raging sea, thou'dst meet the bear in the mouth. When the mind's free, the body's delicate. The tempest in my mind doth from my senses take all feeling else, save what beats there, filial ingratitude. Is it not as this mouth should tear this hand for lifting food to it? But I will punish, oh no, I will weep no more. In such a night, to shut me out? Born, I will endure in such a night as this. Oh, Regan, Goneril, your old, kind father, whose frank heart gave all. Oh, that way madness lies. Let me shun that. No more of that.
Good my lord, enter here.
Prithee go in thyself, seek thine own ease. This tempest will not give me a leave to ponder on things would hurt me more, but I'll go in. In, boy, go first. You houseless poverty, nay, get thee in. I'll pray and then I'll sleep.
Exit full.
Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm. How shall your houseless heads and unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness defend you from seasons such as these? Oh, I have ta'en too little care of this. Come, take physic, pump, expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayst shake the superflux to them and show the heavens more just.
Fathom and half, fathom and half. Poor Tom.
Enter fool from the hovel.
Come not in here, nuncle. There's a spirit. Help me, help me.
Give me thy hand. Who's there?
A spirit, a spirit. He says his name's poor Tom.
What art thou that dost grumble there in the straw? Come forth.
Enter Edgar, disguised as a madman.
Away! The foul fiend follows me. Through the sharp hawthorn blows the cold wind. Go to thy cold bed and warm thee.
Hast thou given all to thy two daughters, and art thou come to this?
Who gives anything to poor Tom, whom the foul fiend hath led through fire and through flame, through ford and whirlpool, o'er bog and quagmire, that hath laid knives under his pillow and halters in his pew, set ratsbane by his porridge, made him proud of heart to ride on a bay trotting horse over 4-inch bridges, to course his own shadow for a traitor. Bless thy 5 wits. Tom's a cold. Oh, do-dee, do-dee, do-dee. Bless thee from whirlwinds, star blasting and taking. Do poor Tom some charity, whom the foul fiend vexes. There could I have him now, and there again, and there.
Storm still.
What have his daughters brought him to this pass? Couldst thou save nothing? Didst thou give 'em all?
Nay, he reserved a blanket, else we all had been shamed.
Now all the plagues that in the pendulous air hang fated o'er men's faults light on thy daughters.
Ye have no daughters, sir.
Death, traitor, nothing could have subdued nature to such aloneness but his unkind daughters. Is it the fashion that discarded fathers should have thus little mercy on their flesh? Judicious punishment. 'Twas this flesh begot those pelican daughters.
Pillicock sat on Pillicock's hill. Allow, allow, Lulu.
This cold night would turn us all to fools and madmen.
Take heed, O thou foul fiend, obey thy parents, keep thy word justly. Swear not, commit not with man's sworn spouse, set not thy sweetheart in proud array. Tom's a cold.
What hast thou been?
A serving man. proud in heart and mind, that curled my hair, wore gloves in my cap, served the lust of my mistress's heart, and did the act of darkness with her, swore as many oaths as I spake words, and broke them in the sweet face of heaven, one that slept in the contriving of lust, and waked to do it. One loved I deeply, dice dearly, and in woman out paramored the Turk, false of heart, light of ear, bloody of hand, hog in sloth, fox in stealth, wolf in greediness, dog in madness, lion in prey. Let not the creaking of shoes nor the rustling of silks betray thy poor heart to woman. Keep thy foot out of brothel, thy hand out of placard, thy pen from lender's book, and defy the foul fiend. Still though the hawthorn blows the cold wind, says soon mun, hey no, nonny nonny. Dolphin, my boy, Sessa, let him trot by.
Storm, still.
Why, thou wert better in thy grave than to answer with thy uncovered body this extremity of the skies. Is man no more than this? Consider him well. Thou owest the worm no silk, the beast no hide, the sheep no wool, the cat no perfume. His threons are sophisticated. Thou art the thing itself. Unaccommodated man is no more but such a poor, bare, forked animal as thou art. Off, thou lendings. Come, unbutton here.
Tears at his clothes.
Prithee, uncle, be contented. 'Tis a naughty night to swim in. Now a little fire in a wild field were like an old lecher's heart. Small spark, while the rest on's bloody cold. Look, here comes a walking fire.
Enter Gloucester with a torch.
This is the foul fiend Flibbity-Gibbet. He begins at curfew and walks till the first cock. He gives the web and the pin, squints the eye and makes the harelip, mildews the white wheat, and hurts the poor creature of earth. Saint with old-footed thrice the old, he met the nightmare in her ninefold, bid her a light and her troth plight, and aroint thee which around thee.
How fares your grace?
What's he?
Who's there? What is you?
What are you there? Your names?
Poor Tom that eats the swimming frog, the toad, the tadpole, the wall-newt in the water, that in the fury of his heart, when the foul fiend rages, eats cow dung for salads, swallows the old rat and the ditch dog, drinks the green mantle of the standing pool, who is whipped from tithing to tithing, and stock punished and imprisoned, who hath had 3 suits to his back, 6 shirts to his body, horse to ride, and weapons to wear. But mice and rats and such small deer have been Tom's food for 7 long year. Beware, my follower. Peace, smoke, in peace, thou fiend.
What, hath your grace no better company?
The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman. Modo he's called, and Mahu.
Our flesh and blood is grown so vile, my lord, that it doth hate what gets it.
Poor Tom's a cold.
Go in with me. My duty cannot suffer to obey in all your daughter's hard commands, though their injunction be to bar my doors and let this tyrannous night take hold upon you. Yet have I ventured to come seek you out and bring you both where fire and food is ready.
First, let me talk with this philosopher. What is the cause of thunder?
Good, my lord, take his offer. Go into the house.
I'll talk a word with this same learned Theban. What is your study?
How to prevent the fiend and to kill vermin.
Let me ask you one word in private.
Importune him once more to go, my lord. His wits begin to unsettle.
Canst thou blame him?
Storm, still.
His daughters seek his death. Ah, that good Kent. He said it would be thus. Poor banished man. Thou sayest the king grows mad. I'll tell thee, friend, I am almost mad myself. I had a son now outlawed from my blood. He sought my life, but lately, very late. I loved him, friend. No father his son dearer. True to tell thee, the grief hath crazed my wits. What a night's this! I do beseech your grace.
Oh, God, cry you mercy, sir, noble philosopher, your company.
Toms are cold.
In, fellow, there, into the hovel, keep thee warm.
Come, let's in all.
This way, my lord.
With him, I will keep still with my philosopher.
Good my lord, soothe him. Let him take the fellow.
Take you him on.
Sirrah, come on, go along with us.
Come, good Athenian.
No words, no words. Hush.
Child Roland to the dark tower came. His word was still. Fie, foe, and fum, I smell the blood of a British man.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 5. Gloucester's Castle. Enter Cornwall and Edmund.
I will have my revenge ere I depart his house.
How, my lord, I may be censured that nature thus gives way to loyalty. Something fears me to think of.
I now perceive it was not altogether your brother's evil disposition made him seek his death, but a provoking merit set a work by a reprovable badness in himself.
How malicious is my fortune that I must repent to be just? This is the letter he spoke of, which approves him an intelligent party to the advantages of France. Oh heavens, that this treason were not, or not I the detector.
Go with me to the Duchess.
If the matter of this paper be certain, you mighty have business in hand.
True or false, it have made thee Earl of Gloucester. Seek out where thy father is, that he may be ready for our apprehension.
If I find him comforting the king, it will stuff my suspicion more fully. I will persevere in my course of loyalty, though the conflict be sore between that and my blood.
I will lay trust upon thee, and thou shalt find a dearer father in thy love.
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 6. A farmhouse near Gloucester's castle. Enter Gloucester, Lear, Kent, Fool, and Edgar.
Here is better than the open air. Take it thankfully. I will piece out the comfort with what addition I can. I will not be long from you.
All the power of his wits have given way to his impatience. The gods reward your kindness.
Exit Gloucester.
Frateretto calls me and tells me Nero is an angler in the lake of darkness. Pray, innocent, and beware the foul fiend.
Prithee, nuncle, tell me whether a madman be a gentleman or a yeoman.
A king, a king.
No, he's a yeoman that has a gentleman to his son, for he's a mad yeoman that sees his son a gentleman before him.
To have 1,000 with red burning spits come hissing in upon him.
The foul fiend bites my back.
He's mad that trusts in the tameness of a wolf, a horse's health, a boy's love, or a whore's oath.
It shall be done. I will arraign them straight. Come, sit thou here, most learned justicer. Thou, sapient sir, sit here. Now, you she-foxes.
Look where he stands and glares. Wants thou eyes a trial, madam? Come over the bourne, Bessie, to me.
Her boat hath a leak, and she must not speak, why she dares not come over to thee.
The foul fiend haunts poor Tom in the voice of a nightingale. Hop and dance cries in Tom's belly for 2 white herring. Croak not, black angel, I have no food for thee.
How do you, sir? Stand you not so amazed? Will you lie down and rest upon the cushions?
I'll see their trial first. Bring in their evidence. Thou, robed man of justice, take thy place, and thou, his yoke fellow of equity, bench by his side. You are of the commission, sit you too.
Let'll steal justly. Sleepest or wakest thou, jolly shepherd? Thy sheep be in the corn, and for one blast of thy minikin mouth, thy sheep shall take no harm. Purr, the cat is grey.
Arraign her first. Oh, 'tis Goneril. I here take my oath before this honourable assembly. She kicked the poor king, her father.
Come hither, mistress. Is your name Goneril?
She cannot deny it.
Cry you mercy. I took you for a joint stool.
And here's another whose warped looks proclaim what store her heart is made on. Stop her there. Arms, arms, sword, fire, corruption in the place. False justicer, why hast thou let her escape?
Bless thy 5 wits.
Oh, pity, sir. Where is the patience now that you I've boasted to retain?
My tears begin to take his part so much they'll mar my counterfeiting.
The little dogs and all, Drake, Blanche, and Sweetheart, see, they bark at me.
Tom will throw his head at them. Avaunt, you curs! Be thy mouth or black or white, tooth that poisons if it bite, mastiff, greyhound, mog or grim, hound or spaniel, brack or limb, bobtail, tyke or trundle tail, Tom will make them weep and wail, for with throwing thus my head, dogs leap the hatch and all are fled. Dodie, dee, sessa, come march to wakes and fairs and market towns. Poor Tom, thy horn is dry.
Then let them anatomize Regan, see what breeds about her heart. Is there any cause in nature that makes these hard hearts? You, sir, I entertain you for one of my 100, only I do not like the fashion of your garments. You'll say they are Persian attire, but let them be changed.
Now, good my lord, lie here and rest a while.
Make no noise, make no noise. Draw the curtains, so. We'll go to supper in the morning, so.
And I'll go to bed at noon.
Enter Gloucester.
Come hither, friend. Where is the king, my master?
Here, sir, but trouble him not. His wits are gone.
Good friend, I prithee take them in thy arms. I have o'erheard a plot of death upon him. There is a litter ready. Lay him in it and drive towards Dover, friend, where thou shalt meet both welcome and protection. Take up thy master. If thou should dally half an hour, his life with thine, and all that offer to defend him stand in assured loss. Take up, and follow me, that will to some provision give thee quick conduct.
Oppressed nature sleeps. This rest might yet have balmed thy broken senses, which, if convenience will not allow, stand in hard cure. Come, help to bear thy master. Thou must not stay behind.
Come, away!
Exit all but Edgar.
When we our betters see our bearing our woes, we scarcely think our miseries our foes. Who alone suffers most in the mind, leaving 3 things and happy shows behind. But then the mind much sufferance doth overskip, when grief hath mates and bearing fellowship. How light and portable my pain seems now, when that which makes me bend makes the king bow. He childed as I fathered. Tom, away! Mark the high noises and thyself bewray, when false opinion whose wrong that thought defiles thee, in thy just proof repeals and reconciles thee. What will hap more tonight? Safe scape the king. Lurk.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 7. Gloucester's castle. Enter Cornwall, Regan, Goneril, Edmund the Bastard, and servants.
Post speedily to my lord your husband. Show him this letter. The army of France is landed. Seek out the traitor Gloucester.
Exit some of the servants.
Hang him instantly.
Pluck out his eyes.
Leave him to my displeasure. Edmund, keep you our sister company. The revenges we are bound to take upon your traitorous father are not fit for your beholding. Advise the Duke where you are going, to a most festinate preparation. We are bound to the like. Our post shall be swift and intelligent betwixt us. Farewell, dear sister. Farewell, my lord of Gloucester.
Enter Oswald, the steward.
How now? Where's the king?
My lord of Gloucester hath conveyed him hence. Some 5 or 36 of his knights, hot questressed after him, met him at the gate, who, with some of the lord's other dependents, are gone with him towards Dover, where they boast to have well-armed friends.
Get horses for your mistress.
Farewell, sweet lord and sister.
Edmund, farewell.
Exit Goneril, Edmund, and Oswald.
Go seek the traitor Gloucester. Pinion him like a thief. Bring him before us.
Exit other servants.
Though well we may not pass upon his life without the form of justice, yet our power shall do a courtesy to our wrath, which men may blame, but not control.
Enter Gloucester, brought in by 2 or 3.
Who's there? The traitor?
Ingrateful fox. 'Tis he.
Bind fast his corky arms.
What mean your graces? Good my friends, consider you are my guests. Do me no foul play, friends.
Bind him, I say.
Servants, bind him.
Hard, hard, oh filthy traitor.
Unmerciful lady as you are, I am none.
To this chair bind him. Villain, thou shalt find.
Regan plucks his beard.
By the kind gods, 'tis most ignobly done to pluck me by the beard.
So white, and such a traitor.
Naughty lady, these hairs which thou dost ravish from my chin will quicken and accuse thee. I am your host. With robbers' hands my hospitable favors you should not ruffle thus. What will you do?
Come, sir, what letters had you late from France?
Be simple answered, for we know the truth.
And what confederacy have you with the traitors late footed in the kingdom?
To whose hands have you sent the lunatic king? Speak.
I have a letter, guessingly set down, which came from one that's of a neutral heart, and not from one opposed.
Cunning.
And false.
Where hast thou sent the king?
To Dover.
Wherefore to Dover? Wast thou not charged at peril?
Wherefore to Dover? Let him first answer that.
I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course.
Wherefore to Dover, sir?
Because I would not see thy cruel nails pluck out his poor old eyes, nor thy fierce sister in his anointed flesh stick boorish fangs. The sea with such a storm as his bare head in hell-black night endured would have buoyed up and quenched the steeled fires. Yet, poor old heart, he holp the heavens to rain. If wolves had at thy gate howled that stern time, thou shouldst have said, good porter, turn the key. All cruels else subscribed, but I shall see the winged vengeance overtake such children.
See it shalt thou never. Fellows, hold the chair. Upon these eyes of thine, I'll set my foot.
He that will think to live till he be old, give me some help. Oh, cruel, oh, ye gods. Oh.
One side will mock another, the other too.
If you see vengeance.
Hold your hand, my lord. I have served you ever since I was a child, but better service have I never done you than now to bid you hold.
How now, you dog?
If you did wear a beard upon your chin, I'll shake it on this quarrel.
What do you mean?
My villain, draw and fight.
Nay. Then come on, and take the chance of anger.
Give me thy sword. A peasant stand up thus. She takes a sword and runs at him behind.
I am slain. My lord, you have one eye left to see some mischief on him.
He dies.
Lest it see more, prevent it. Out, vile jelly. Where is thy luster now?
All dark and comfortless. Where is my son Edmund? Edmund, enkindle all the sparks of nature to quit this horrid act.
Out, treacherous villain. Thou call'st on him that hates thee. It was he that made the overture of thy treasons to us, who is too good to pity thee.
Oh, my follies. Then Edgar was abused. Kind gods, forgive me that and prosper him.
Go, thrust him out at gates, and let him smell his way to Dover.
Exit 1 with Gloucester.
How is't, my lord? How look you?
I have received a hurt. Follow me, lady. Turn out that eyeless villain. Throw this slave upon the dunghill. Regan, I bleed apace. Untimely comes this hurt. Give me your arm.
Exit Cornwall, led by Regan.
I'll never care what wickedness I do, if this man come to good.
If she live long, and in the end meet the old course of death, women will all turn monsters.
Let's follow the old earl, and get the bedlam to lead him where he would. His roguish madness allows itself to anything.
Go thou. I'll fetch some flax and the whites of eggs to apply to his bleeding face. Now heaven help him.
Exit. Act 4. Scene 1, the heath. Enter Edgar.
Yet better thus and known to be condemned than still condemned and flattered. To be worse, the lowest and most dejected thing of fortune stands still in esperance, lives not in fear. The lamentable changes from the best. The worst returns to laughter. Welcome then, thou unsubstantial air that I embrace. The wretch that thou hast blown unto the worst owes nothing to thy blasts.
Enter Gloucester, led by an old man.
But who comes here? My father, poorly led. World, world, oh world! But that thy strange mutations make us hate thee, life would not yield to age.
Oh, my good lord. I have been your tenant and your father's tenant these 80 years.
Away, get thee away. Good friend, be gone. Thy comforts can do me no good at all. Thee they may hurt.
You cannot see your way.
I have no way, and therefore want no eyes. I stumbled when I saw. Full oft 'tis seen our measures secure us, and our mere defects prove our commodities. Ah, dear son Edgar, the food of thy abused father's wrath. Might I but live to see thee in my touch, I'll say that I had eyes again.
How now? Who's there?
Oh gods, who is can say I am at the worst? I am worse than e'er I was.
'Tis poor mad Tom.
And worse I may be yet. The worst is not so long as we can say this is the worst.
Fellow, where goest?
Is it a beggar man?
Madman, and beggar too.
He has some reason, else he could not beg. In the last night's storm I such a fellow saw, which made me think a man a worm. My son came then into my mind, and yet my mind was then scarce friends with him. I have heard more since. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport.
How should this be? Bad is the trade that must play fool to sorrow, angering itself and others. Bless thee, master.
Is that the naked fellow?
Aye, my lord.
Then prithee, get thee gone, if for my sake thou wilt o'ertake us here a mile or twain in the way toward Dover. Do it for ancient love, and bring some covering for this naked soul, who I'll entreat to lead me.
Alack, sir, he is mad.
'Tis the times played when madmen lead the blind. Do as I bid thee, or rather do thy pleasure. Above the rest, be gone.
I'll bring him the best apparel that I have. Come on, to what will.
Exit old man.
Sirrah, naked fellow.
Poor Tom's a cold. I cannot daub it further.
Come hither, fellow.
And yet I must. Bless thy sweet eyes, they bleed.
Knowest thou the way to Dover?
Both stile and gate, horseway and footpath. Poor Tom hath been scarred out of his good wits. Bless thee, good man's son, for the foul fiend. 5 friends have been in poor Tom at once, of lust as Obidicut, Hobibidence, prince of dumbness, Mehu of stealing, Modo of murder, Flibbertigibbet of mopping and mowing, who since possesses chambermaids and waiting woman. So bless thee, master.
Here, take this purse, thou whom the heavens' plagues have humbled to all strokes. That I am wretched makes thee the happier. Heavens deal so still. Let the superfluous and lust-dieted man that slaves your ordinance, that will not see because he does not feel your power quickly, so distribution should undo excess, and each man have enough. Dost thou know Dover?
Aye, master.
There is a cliff, whose high and bending head looks fearfully in the confined deep. Bring me but to the very brim of it, and I'll repair the misery thou dost bear with something rich about me. From that place I shall no leading need.
Give me thy arm. Poor Tom shall lead thee.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 2. Before the Duke of Albany's palace. Enter Goneril and Edmund the Bastard.
Welcome, my lord. I marvel our mild husband not met us on the way.
Enter Oswald the steward.
Now, where's your master?
Madam, within, but never a man so changed. I told him of the army that was landed. He smiled at it. I told him you were coming. His answer was the worse. Of Gloucester's treachery and the loyal service of his son when I informed him, then he called me sot and told me I'd turned the wrong side out. What most he should dislike seems pleasant to him, what like offensive.
Then shall you go no further. It is the cowish terror of his spirit that dares not undertake. He'll not feel wrongs which tie him to an answer. Our wishes on the way may prove effects. Back, Edmund, to my brother. Hasten his musters and conduct his powers. I must change arms at home and give the distaff into my husband's hands. This trusty servant shall pass between us. Ere long you are like to hear, if you dare venture in your own behalf, a mistress's command. Wear this.
Gives a favor.
Spare speech. Decline your head. This kiss, if it dare speak, would stretch thy spirits up into the air. Conceive and fare thee well.
Yours in the ranks of death.
My most dear Gloucester, how the difference of man and man. To thee a woman's services are due, my fool usurps my body.
Madam, here comes my lord.
Exit Oswald. Enter Albany.
I have been worth the whistle.
Oh, Goneril, you are not worth the dust which the rude wind blows in your face. I fear your disposition, that nature which contemns its origin cannot be bordered certain in itself. She that herself will slither and disbranch from her material sap, perforce must wither and come to deadly use.
No more! The text is foolish.
Wisdom and goodness to the vile seem vile. Filth savour but themselves. What have you done? Tigers, not daughters, what have you performed? A father and a gracious aged man whose reverence even the head-lugged bear would lick. Most barbarous, most degenerate, have you madded. Could my brother suffer you to do it? A man, a prince by him so benefited? If that the heavens do not their visible spirits send quickly down to tame these vile offences, it will come. Humanity must perforce prey on itself, like monsters of the deep.
Milk-livered man, that bear'st a cheek for blows, a head for wrongs. Who has not in thy brows an eye discerning thine honour from thy suffering? That not know'st fools do those villains pity who are punished ere they have done their mischief? Where's thy drum? France spreads his banners in our noiseless land. With plumed helm thy state begins to threat, whilst thou, a moral fool, sits still and criest, alack, why does he so?
See thyself, devil. Proper deformity seems not in the fiend so horrid as in the woman.
Oh, vain fool.
Thou changed and self-covered thing, for shame. Be monster not thy feature. Were it my fitness to let these hands obey my blood, they are apt enough to dislocate and tear thy flesh and bones. Howe'er thou art a fiend, a woman's shape doth shield thee.
Marry, your manhood mew.
Enter a gentleman.
What news?
Oh, my good lord, the Duke of Cornwall's dead, slain by his servant, going to put out the other eye of Gloucestershire.
Gloucester's eyes?
A servant that he bred, thrilled with remorse, opposed against the act, bending his sword to his great master, who thereat enraged, flew on him, and amongst them felled him dead, but not without that harmful stroke which since hath plucked him after.
This shows you are above, you justices, that these are never crimes so speedily convenged. But oh, poor Gloucester, lost he his other eye?
Both, my lord. This letter, madam, craves a speedy answer. 'Tis from your sister.
One way I like this well, but being a widow and my Gloucester with her, may all the building lit and my fancy pluck upon my hateful life. Another way the news is not so tart. I'll read and answer.
Exit Goneril.
Where was his son when they did take his eyes?
Come with my lady hither.
He is not here.
No, my good lord, I met him back again.
Knows he the wickedness?
Aye, my good lord. 'Twas he informed against him and quit the house on purpose that their punishment might have the freer course.
Gloucester, I live to thank thee for the love thou showst the king, and to revenge thine eyes. Come hither, friend. Tell me what more thou knowest.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 3. The French camp near Dover. Enter Kent and a gentleman.
Why the King of France is so suddenly gone back. Know you the reason?
Something he left imperfect in the state, which since his coming forth is thought of, which imports to the kingdom so much fear and danger that his personal return was most required and necessary.
Who has he left behind him, General?
The Marshal of France, Monsieur Lafare.
Did your letters pierce the Queen to any demonstration of grief?
Aye, sir. She took them, read them in my presence, and now and then an ample tear trilled down her delicate cheek. It seemed she was a queen over her passion, who, most rebel-like, sought to be king o'er her.
Oh, then it moved her.
Not to a rage, patience and sorrow strove who should express her goodliest. You have seen sunshine and rain at once. Her smiles and tears were like a better way. Those happy smilets that played on her ripe lips seemed not to know what guests were in her eyes, which parted thence as pearls from diamonds dropped. In brief, sorrow would be a rarity most beloved, if all could be so become it.
Made she no verbal question?
Faith, once or twice she heaved the name of father pantingly forth, as if it pressed her heart, cried, sisters, sisters, shame of ladies, sisters, Kent, father, sisters, what, in the storm, in the night? Let pity not be believed. There, she shook the holy water from her heavenly eyes and clamour moistened. Then away she started to deal with grief alone.
It is the stars above us govern our conditions. Else one self-mate and mate could not beget such different issues. You spoke not with her since?
No.
Was this before the king returned?
No, since.
Well, sir, the poor distressed Lear's Read-a-thon, who sometime in his better tune remembers what we are come about, and by no means will yield to his daughter.
Why, good sir?
A sovereign shame so elbows him, his own unkindness, that stripped her from his benediction, turned her to foreign casualties, gave her dear rights to his dog-hearted daughters. These things sting his mind so venomously that burning shame detains him from Cordelia.
Alack, good gentleman.
Of Albany's and Cornwall's powers, you heard not.
'Tis so, they are afoot.
Well, sir, I'll bring you to our master Lear and leave you to attend him. Some dear cause will in concealment wrap me up a while. When I am known aright, you shall not grieve, lending me this acquaintance. I pray you go along with me.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 4, the French camp. Enter with drum and colours, Cordelia, doctor, and soldiers.
Alack, 'tis he. Why, he was met even now as mad as the vexed sea, singing aloud, crowned with rank fumiter and furrow weeds, with harlocks, hemlock, nettles, cuckoo flowers, darnel, and all the idle weeds that grow in our sustaining corn. A sentry send forth, search every acre in the high-grown field, and bring him to our eye.
Exit an officer.
What can man's wisdom in the restoring his bereaved sense? He that helps him take all my outward worth.
There is means, madam. Our foster nurse of nature is repose, the which he lacks, that to provoke in him are many simples operative, whose power will choose the eyes of anguish.
All blessed secrets, all you unpublished virtues of the earth, spring with my tears. Be adient and remediate in the good man's distress. Seek for him, lest his ungoverned rage dissolve the life that wants the means to lead it.
Enter messenger.
News, madam. The British powers are marching hitherward.
'Tis known before, our preparation stands in expectation of them. Oh, dear father, it is thy business that I go about. Therefore, great France, my mourning and important tears have pitied. No blown ambition doth our arms incite, but love, dear love, and our aged father's right. Soon may I hear and see him.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 5, Gloucester's castle. Enter Regan and Oswald the steward.
But are my brother's powers set forth?
Aye, madam.
Himself in person there?
Madam, with much ado, your sister is the better soldier.
Lord Edmund spake not with your lord at home?
No, madam.
What might import my sister's letter to him?
I know not, lady.
Faith, he is posted hence on serious matter. It was great ignorance, Gloucester's eyes being out to let him live. Where he arrives, he moves all hearts against us. Edmund, I think, is gone in pity of his misery to dispatch his knighted life, moreover, to descry the strength of the enemy.
I must needs after him, madame, with my letter.
Our troops set forth tomorrow. Stay with us. The ways are dangerous.
I may not, madam. My lady charged my duty in this business.
Why should she write to Edmund? Might not you transport her purposes by word? Belike, something, I know not what. I love thee much. Let me unseal the letter.
Madam, I had rather...
I know your lady does not love her husband. I am sure of that. And at her late being here, she gave strange Iliads and most speaking looks to noble Edmund. I know you are of her bosom.
Aye, madam.
I speak in understanding. Yeah, I know it. Therefore, I do advise you take this note. My lord is dead. Edmund and I have talked, and more convenient is he for my hand than for your lady's. You may gather more. If you do find him, pray you give him this. And when your mistress hears thus much from you, I pray desire her call her wisdom to her. So farewell. If you do chance to hear of that blind traitor, preferment falls on him that cuts him off.
Would I could meet him, madam. I should show what party I do follow.
Fare thee well.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 6. The country near Dover. Enter Gloucester and Edgar like a peasant.
When shall I come to the top of that same hill?
You do climb up it now. Look how we labour.
Methinks the ground is even.
You hear the sea?
No, truly.
Why then your other senses grow imperfect by your eyes' anguish.
So may it be indeed. Methinks thy voice is altered, and thou speakst in better phrase and matter than thou didst.
You're much deceived. In nothing am I changed but in my garments.
Yet methinks you're better spoken.
Come on, sir, here's the place. Stand still. Oh, how fearful and dizzy 'tis to cast one's eye so low. The crows and coughs that wing the midway air show scarce so gross as beetles. Halfway down hangs one that gathers samphire, dreadful trade. Methinks he seems no bigger than his head. The fishermen that walk upon the beach appear like mice, and yon tall anchoring bark diminished to her cock a boy almost too small for sight. The murmuring surge that on the unnumbered idle pebble chafes cannot be heard so high. I'll look no more, lest my brain turn and the deficient sight topple down headlong.
Set me where you stand.
Give me your hand. You are now within a foot of the extreme verge. For all beneath the moon would I not leap upright.
Let go my hand. Here, friend, is another purse. In it, a jewel well worth a poor man's taking. Fairies and gods prosper it with thee. Go thou further off, bid me farewell, and let me hear thee going.
Now fare ye well, good sir.
With all my heart.
Why do I trifle thus with his despair as done to cure it?
O you mighty gods, this world I do renounce, and in your sights shake patiently my great affliction off. If I could bear it longer and not fall to quarrel with your great opposeless wills, my snuff and loathed part of nature should burn itself out. If Edgar live, oh, bless him. Now, fellow, fare thee well.
He falls forward and swoons.
Gone, sir, farewell. And yet I know not how conceit may rob the treasury of life when life itself yields to the theft. Had he been where he thought, by this had thought been past, alive or dead? Ho you, sir, friend, hear you, sir, speak. Thus might he pass indeed, yet he revives. What are you, sir?
Away, let me die.
Hadst thou been aught but gossamer feathers, ere so many fade them down precipitating. Thou dost shivered like an egg, but thou dost breathe, hast heavy substance, bleeds not, speak'st art sound. 10 masts at each make not the altitude, which thou hast perpendicularly fell. Thy life is a miracle. Speak yet again.
But have I fallen or no?
From the dread summit of this chalky bourne. Look up a height. The shrill gorged lark so far cannot be seen or heard. Do but look up.
Alack, I have no eyes. Is wretchedness deprived that benefit to end itself by death? 'Twas yet some comfort when misery could beguile the tyrant's rage and frustrate his proud will.
Give me your arm. Up, so. How is't? Feel your legs? You stand?
Too well, too well.
This is above all strangeness. Upon the crown of the cliff, what thing was that which parted from you?
A poor unfortunate beggar.
As I stood here below, methought his eyes were 2 full moons. He had 1,000 noses, horns whelked and waved like the enriched sea. It was some feat. Therefore, thou happy father, think that the clearest gods who make them honours of men's impossibility have preserved thee.
I do remember now. Henceforth I'll bear affliction till it do cry out itself, enough, enough, and die. That thing you speak of, I took it for a man. Often 'twould say, the fiend, the fiend. He led me to that place.
Bear free and patient thoughts.
Enter Lear, mad, fantastically dressed with weeds.
But who comes here? The safer sense will ne'er accommodate his master thus.
No, they cannot touch me for coming. I am the king himself.
Oh, thou sigh-piercing sight.
Nature's above art in that respect. There's your press money. That fellow handles his bow like a crow keeper. Draw me a clothier's yard. Look, look, mouse! Peace, peace. This piece of toasted cheese will do it. There's my gauntlet. I'll prove it on a giant. Bring up the brown bills. Oh, well thrown, bird. Hit the cloud, hit the cloud. Woo! Get the word.
Sweet marjoram.
Pass.
I know that voice.
Goneril with a white beard. They flattered me like a dog and told me I had white hairs in my beard. The black ones were there to say aye and no to everything I said. Aye and no, too, was no good divinity. When the rain came to wet me once, and the wind to make me chatter, when the thunder would not peace at my bidding, there I found them, there I smelt them out. Go to, they are not men of their words. They told me I was everything. 'Tis a lie. I am not ague-proof.
The trick of that voice I do well remember. Is't not the king?
Aye, every inch a king. When I do stare, see how the subject quakes. I pardon that man's life. What was thy cause? Adultery? Thou shalt not die. Die for adultery? No. The wren goes to it, and the small gilded fly does lecture in my sight. Let copulation thrive. For Gloucester's bastard son was kinder to his father than my daughters. Got between the lawful sheets, to it luxury pell-mell, for I lack soldiers. Behold yon simpering dame, whose face between her forks presseth snow that minces virtue, and does shake the head to hear of pleasure's name. The fit shoe nor the soiled horse goes to it with a more riotous appetite. Down from the waist they are centaurs, their women all above, but to the girdle do the gods inherit. Beneath is all the fiends. There's hell, there's darkness, there's the sulphurous pit, burning, scalding stench, consumption, fie. Give me an ounce of civet good apothecary to sweeten my imagination. There's money for thee.
Oh, let me kiss that hand.
Let me wipe it first. It smells of mortality.
Oh, ruined piece of nature, this great world shall so wear out to naught. Dost thou know me?
I remember thine eyes well enough. Dost thou squinny at me? Nay, do thy worst, blind Cupid, I'll not love. Read thou this challenge, mark but the penning of it.
Were all the letters suns, I could not see one.
I would not take this from report. It is, and my heart breaks at it.
Read.
What, with the case of eyes?
Oh, are you there with me? No eyes in your head, nor no money in your purse. Your eyes are in a heavy case, your purse in a light. Yet you see how the world goes.
I see it feelingly.
What? Art mad? A man may see how the world goes with no eyes. Look with thine ears. See how yond justice rails upon yond simple thief. Hark in thine ear. Change places and handy-dandy. Which is the justice? Which is the thief? Thou hast seen a farmer's dog bark at a beggar.
Aye, sir.
And the creature run from the car. There thou mightst behold the great image of authority. A dog's obeyed in office. Thou rascal beadle, hold thy bloody hand. Why dost thou lash that whore? Strip thine own back. Thou hotly lusts to use her in that kind for which thou whipst her. The usurer hangs the cozener, through tattered clothes small vices do appear. Robes and furred gowns hide all. Plate sin with gold, and the strong lance of justice hurtles, breaks. Arm it in rags, a pygmy's straw does pierce it, none does offend, none, I say none. I'll able them. Take that of me, my friend, who have the power to seal the accuser's lips. Get the glass eyes, and like a scurvy politician, seem to see the things thou dost not. Now, pull off my boots. Harder, so.
Oh, matter and impertinency mixed, reason in madness.
If thou wilt weep my fortunes, take my eyes. I know thee well enough, thy name is Gloucester, but thou must be patient. We came crying hither, thou knowest. The first time that we smell the air, we wail and cry. I will preach to thee, Mark.
Alack the day.
When we are born, we cry that we are come to this great stage of fools. This a good block. It were a delicate stratagem to shoe a troop of horse with felt. I'll put it in proof. And when I have stolen upon these sons-in-law, then kill.
Enter a gentleman with attendants.
Oh, here he is. Lay hand upon him. Sir, your most dear daughter.
The rescue! What a prisoner! I am even the natural fool of fortune. Use me well. You shall have ransom. Let me have a surgeon. I am cut to the brains.
You shall have anything.
No seconds? All myself? Why, this would make a man of salt, to use his eyes for garden water pots, aye, and laying autumn's dust.
Good sir,
I will die bravely, like a smug bridegroom. What? I will be jovial. Come, come, I am a king, masters, know that.
you are a royal one, and we obey you.
And there's life in it. Nay, and you get it, you shall get it by running. Sa, 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 sa.
Exit running, attendants follow.
Most pitiful in the sight most pitiful in the meanest wretch, past speaking of in a king. Thou hast one daughter who redeems nature from the general curse which twain have brought her to.
Hail, gentle sir.
Sir, speed you. What's your will?
Do you hear aught, sir, of a battle toward?
Most sure and vulgar. Everyone hears that which can distinguish sound.
But by your favour, how near's the other army?
Near and on speedy foot. The main descry stands on the hourly thought.
I thank you, sir. That's all.
Though that the Queen on special causes here, her army is moved on.
I thank you, sir.
Exit gentlemen.
You ever gentle gods, take my breath from me. Let not my worser spirit tempt me again to die before you please.
Well, pray you, father.
Now, good sir, what are you?
A most poor man, made tame to fortune's blows, who, by the art of known and feeling sorrows, am pregnant to good pity. Give me your hand. I'll lead you to some binding.
Hearty thanks, the bounty and the benison of heaven to boot. And boot.
Enter Oswald the steward.
A proclaimed prize, most happy. That eyeless head of thine was first framed flesh to raise my fortunes. Thou old unhappy traitor, briefly thyself remember. The sword is out that must destroy thee.
Now let thy friendly hand put strength enough to it.
Edgar interposes.
Wherefore, bold peasant, darst thou support a published traitor? Hence, lest that the infection of this fortune take like hold on thee. Let go his arm.
Chill not let go, sir, without further caging.
Let go, slave, or thou diest.
Good gentlemen, go your gate and let poor folks pass. And should ha been zwaggered out of my life, 'twould not have been so long as 'tis but a fortnight. Nay, come not thee near, old man. Keep out. Shervor ye, or I try whether you're custard or be ballow by the harder. Chill be plain with you.
Out, dunghill!
They fight.
Chill, pick your teeth, sir. Come, no matter vor your fanes.
Oswald falls.
Slave, thou hast slain me. Villain, take my purse. If ever thou wilt thrive, bury my body, and give the letters which thou find'st to bound me to Edmund, Earl of Gloucester. Seek him out among the British party. Oh, untimely death! Death!
He dies.
I know thee well. A serviceable villain, as duteous to the vices of thy mistress as badness would desire.
What, is he dead?
Sit you down, father, rest you. Let's see his pockets. These letters that he speaks of may be my friends. He's dead. I'm only sorry he had no other deathsman. Let us see. Leave gentle wax and manners blame us not. To know our enemies' minds we'll rip their hearts, their papers is more lawful. Let our reciprocal vows be remembered. You have many opportunities to cut him off. If your will want not, time and place will be fruitfully offered. There is nothing done. If he return the conqueror, then am I the prisoner, and his bed my jail. From the loathed warmth whereof deliver me, and supply the place for your labour. Your wife, so I would say, affectionate servant, Goneril, O distinguished space of woman's will. A plot upon her virtuous husband's life, and the exchange my brother. Here in the sands, I'll rake up the post unsanctified of murderous lechers, and in the mature time with this ungracious paper strike the sight of the death-practised duke. For him 'tis well that of thy death and business I can tell.
The king is mad. How stiff is my vile sense that I stand up and have ingenuous feeling of my huge sorrows. Better I were distract, So should my thoughts be severed from my griefs and woes by wrong imaginations lose the knowledge of themselves.
A drum, far off.
Give me your hand. Far off methinks I hear the beaten drum. Come, father, I'll bestow you with a friend.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 7. A tent in the French camp. Enter Cordelia, Kent, Doctor, and Gentleman.
O thou good Kent, how shall I live and work to match thy goodness? My life will be too short, and every measure fail me.
Be acknowledged, madam, is overpaid. All my reports go with the modest truth, no more nor clipped, but so.
Be better suited. These weeds are memories of those worse hours. I prithee cut them off.
Pardon, dear madam, yet to be known shortens my made intent. My boon I make it that you know me not till time and I think meet.
Then be it so, my good lord. How does the king?
Madam, sleep still.
Oh, you kind gods, cure this great breach in his abused nature. The untuned and jarring senses are wind up of this child-changed father.
So please your majesty that we may wake the king. He hath slept long.
Be governed by your knowledge and proceed in the sway of your own will. Is he arrayed?
Enter Lear, in a chair carried by servants.
Aye, madam. In the heaviness of sleep, we put fresh garments on him.
Be by, good madam, when we do awake him, I doubt not of his temperance.
Very well.
Music.
Please you, draw near. Louder the music there.
Oh, my dear father, restoration hang thy medicine on thy lips, and let this kiss repair those violent harms that my two sisters have in thy reverence made.
Kind and dear princess.
Had you not been their father, these white flakes had challenged pity of them. Was this a face to be opposed against the warring winds? To stand against the deep dread-bolted thunder in the most terrible and nimble stroke of quick-cross lightning? To watch, poor Perdue, with this thin helm? Mine enemy's dog, though he had bit me, should have stood that night against my fire. And wast thou fain, poor father, to hovel thee with swine and rogues forlorn in short and musty straw? Alack, alack! 'Tis wonder that thy life and wits at once have not concluded all. He wakes. Speak to him.
Madam, do you? 'Tis fittest.
How does my royal lord? How fares your majesty?
You do me wrong to take me out the grave. Thou to soul in bliss, but I am bound upon a wheel of fire that mine own tears do scald like molten lead.
Sir, do you know me?
You're a spirit, I know. When did you die?
Still far wide.
He's scarce awake. Let him alone a while.
Where have I been? Where am I? Fair daylight. I am mightily abused. I should e'en die with pity to see another thus. I know not what to say. I will not swear these are my hands. Let's see, I feel this pinprick. Would I were assured of my condition.
Oh, look upon me, sir, and hold your hands in benediction o'er me. No, sir, you must not kneel.
Pray do not mock me. I am a very foolish, fond old man. 80 and upward, not an hour more nor less, and to deal plainly, I fear I am not in my perfect mind. Methinks I should know you, and know this man, yet I am doubtful, for I am mainly ignorant what place this is, and all the skill I have remembers not these garments, nor I know not where I did lodge last night. Do not laugh at me, for as I am a man, I think this lady to be my child, Cordelia.
And so I am. I am.
Be your tears wet? Yet, for faith, I pray, weep not. If you have poison for me, I will drink it. I know you do not love me, for your sisters have, as I do remember, done me wrong. You have some cause. They have not.
No cause, no cause.
Am I in France?
In your own kingdom, sir.
Do not abuse me.
Be confronted, good madam. The great rage you see has killed him, and yet it is danger to make him even owe the times he has lost. Desire him to go in, trouble him no more, till further settling.
Wilt please your highness walk?
You must bear with me. Pray you now, forget and forgive. I am old and foolish.
Exeunt. Man and Kent and gentlemen.
Holds it true, sir, the Duke of Cornwall was so slain?
Most certain, sir.
Who is conductor of his people?
As 'tis said, the bastard son of Gloucester.
They say Edgar, his banished son, is with the Earl of Kent in Germany.
Report is changeable. It is time to look about. The powers of the kingdom approach apace.
The Albertman is like to be bloody. Fare you well, sir.
Exit, gentlemen.
My point and period will be thoroughly wrought, or well or ill, as this day's battles fought.
Exit Kent. Act 5. Scene 1. The British camp near Dover. Enter, with drum and colours, Edmund, Regan, gentlemen, and soldiers.
Know of the Duke if his last purpose hold, or whether since he is advised by aught to change the course. He's full of alteration and self-reproving. Bring his constant pleasure.
Exit an officer.
Our sister's man is certainly miscarried.
Is to be doubted, madam.
Now, sweet lord, you know the goodness I intend upon you. Tell me, but truly, but then speak the truth. Do you not love my sister?
In honoured love.
But have you never found my brother's way to the forfended place?
That thought abuses you.
I am doubtful that you have been conjunct and bosomed with her, as far as we call hers.
No, by mine honour, madam.
I never shall endure her. Dear my lord, be not familiar with her.
Fear me not. She and the Duke her husband? She and the Duke her husband.
I had rather
With
lose.
drum and colours. Albany, Goneril, soldiers.
I had rather lose the battle than that sister should loosen him and me.
Our very loving sister, well bemet. Sir, this I hear. The king is come to his daughter, with others whom the rigour of our state forced to cry out. Where I could not be honest, I never yet was valiant. For this business it toucheth us if France invades our land, not bolds the king with others whom I fear most just and heavy courses make oppose.
Sir, you speak nobly.
Why is this reasoned?
Combined together against the enemy. For these domestic and particular broils are not the question here.
Let's then determine with ancient of war on our proceeding.
I shall attend you presently at your tent.
Sister, you'll go with us?
No.
'Tis most convenient. Pray you, go with us.
I know the riddle. I will go.
As they are going out, enter Edgar, disguised.
If e'er your grace had speech with man so poor, hear me one word.
I'll overtake you. Speak.
Exeunt all but Albany and Edgar.
Before you fight the battle, ope this letter. If you have victory, let the trumpet sound for him that brought it. Wretched though I seem, I can produce a champion that will prove what is avouched there. If you miscarry, your business of the world hath so an end, and machination ceases. Fortune love you.
Stay till I have read the letter.
I was forbid it. When time shall serve, let but the herald cry, and I'll appear again.
Why, fare thee well. I will overlook thy paper.
Exit Edgar. Enter Edmund.
The enemy is in view. Draw up your powers. Here is the guess of their true strength enforced by diligent discovery, but your haste is now urged on you.
We will greet the time.
To both these sisters have I sworn my love, each jealous of the other as the stung are of the adder. Which of them shall I take? Both, one, or neither? Neither can be enjoyed if both remain alive. To take the widow exasperates, makes mad her sister Goneril, and hardly shall I carry out my side, her husband being alive. Now then we'll use his countenance for the battle, which being done, let her who would be rid of him devise his speedy taking off. As for the mercy which he intends to Lear and Cordelia, the battle done, and they within our power shall never see his pardon. For my state stands on me to defend, not to debate.
Exit. Act 5, Scene 2. A field between the two camps. Alarm within. Enter, with drum and colours, the powers of France over the stage. Cordelia with her father in hand, and Exeunt. Enter Edgar and Gloucester.
Here, father, take the shadow of this tree, for your good host. Pray that the right may thrive. If I ever return to you again, I'll bring you comfort.
Grace go with you, sir.
Exit Edgar. Alarm, and retreat within. Enter Edgar.
Away, old man! Give me thy hand, away! King Lear hath lost, he and his daughter taken. Give me thy hand, come on.
No further, sir. A man may rot even here.
What, in ill thoughts again? Men must endure their going hence even as their coming hither. Ripeness is all, come on.
And that's true, too.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 3. The British camp near Dover. Enter in Conquest, with drum and colours, Edmund, Lear, and Cordelia, as prisoners, soldiers, captain.
Some officers take them away. Good guard until their greater pleasures first be known that are to censure us.
We are not the
Censure them.
first who with best meaning have incurred the worst. For thee, oppressed king, am I cast down. Myself could else outfrown false fortune's frown. Shall we not see these daughters and these sisters?
No, 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 no. Come, it's the way to prison. We two alone will sing like birds in the cage. When thou dost ask me blessing, I'll kneel down and ask of thee forgiveness. So we'll live and pray and sing and tell old tales and laugh at gilded butterflies and hear poor rogues talk of court news, and we'll talk with them too, who loses and who wins, who's in, who's out, and take upon us the mystery of things, as if we were God's spies, and will wear out in a walled prison packs and sects of great ones that ebb and flow by the moon.
Take them away.
Upon such sacrifices, my Cordelia, the gods themselves throw incense. Have I caught thee? He that parts us shall bring a brand from heaven and fire us hence like foxes. Wipe thine eyes. The good years shall devour them, flesh and fell, ere they shall make us weep. We'll see him starved first. Come.
Exeunt. Lear and Cordelia, guarded.
Come hither, captain. Hark. Take thou this note. Go
Gives a
follow them.
paper.
Go follow them to prison. One step I have advanced in thee. If thou dost as this instructs thee, thou dost make thy way to noble fortunes. Now know this, that men are as this time is. To be tender-minded does not become a sword. Thy great employment will not bear question. Either say thou do it, or thrive by other means.
I'll do it, my lord.
About it, and right happy when thou hast done. Mark, I say instantly, and carry it so as I have set it down.
I cannot draw a cart nor eat dried oats. If it be man's work, I'll do it.
Exit captain. Flourish. Enter Albany, Goneril, Regan, soldiers.
Sir, you have showed today your valiant strain, and fortune led you well. You have the captives who are the opposites of this day's strife. We do require them of you, so to use them as we shall find their merits and our safety may equally determine.
Sir, I thought it fit to send the old and miserable king to some retention and appointed guard, whose age has charms in it, whose title more, to pluck the more common bosom of his side and turn our impressed lances into our eyes, which do command them. With him I sent the queen, my reason all the same, and they are ready tomorrow or at further space, to appear where you shall hold your session. At this time we sweat and bleed. The friend hath lost his friend, and the best quarrels in the heat are cursed by those that feel their sharpness. The question of Cordelia and her father requires a fitter pace.
Sir, by your patience, I hold you but a subject of this war, not as a brother.
That's as we list to grace him. Methinks our pleasure might have been demanded ere you had spoke so far. He led our powers, for the commission of my place and person, the which immediacy may well stand up and call itself your brother.
Not so hot. In his own grace he doth exalt himself more than in your addition.
In my rights, by me invested, he compares the best.
That were the most if he should husband you.
Jesters do oft prove prophets.
Holla, holla, that eye that told you so looked but a squint.
Lady, I am not well, else I should answer from a full flowing stomach. General, take thou my soldiers, prisoners, patrimony, dispose of them, of me, the walls are thine. Witness the world that I create thee here, my lord and master.
Mean you to enjoy him?
The let alone lies not in your good will.
Nor in thine, lord.
Half-blooded fellow, yes.
Let the drum strike and prove my title thine.
Stay yet, hear reason. Edmund, I arrest thee on capital treason, and in thine attaint this gilded serpent.
Points to Goneril.
For your claim, fair sister, I bar it in the interest of my wife. 'Tis she is subcontracted to this lord, and I, her husband, contradict your banes. If you will marry, make your loves to me. My lady is bespoke.
An interlude.
Thou art armed, Gloucester. Let the trumpet sound. If none appear to prove upon thy person thy heinous manifest and many treasons, there is my pledge.
He throws down a glove.
I'll prove it on thy heart. Ere I taste bread, thou art in nothing less than I have here proclaimed thee.
Sick! Oh, sick!
If not, I'll ne'er trust medicine.
There's my exchange.
He throws down a glove.
What in the world he is that names me traitor, villain like he lies? Call by thy trumpet. He that dares approach on him, on you, who not? I will maintain my truth and honor firmly.
A herald, ho!
A herald, ho! A herald!
Trust to thy single virtue, for thy soldiers, all levied in my name, have in my name took their discharge.
My sickness grows upon me.
She is not well. Convey her to my tent.
Exit Regan, led. Enter a herald.
Come hither, herald, let the trumpet sound and read out this.
Sound trumpet, a trumpet sounds.
If any man of quality or degree within the lists of the army will maintain upon Edmund, supposed Earl of Gloucester, that he is a manifold traitor, let him appear by the third sound of the trumpet. He is bold in this defense.
Sound! First trumpet.
Again, second trumpet. Again, third trumpet.
Trumpet answers within. Enter Edgar, armed, at the third sound, a trumpet before him.
Ask him his purposes, why he appears upon this call of the trumpet.
What are you? Your name, your quality, and why you answer this present summons?
No, my name is lost. By treason's tooth bear gnawn and canker bit. Yet am I noble as the adversary I come to cope.
Which is that adversary?
What's he that speaks for Edmund, Earl of Gloucester?
Himself. What sayest thou to him?
Draw thy sword, that if my speech offend a noble heart, thy arm may do thee justice. Here is mine. Behold, it is the privilege of mine honours, my oath and my profession. I protest, morgue thy strength, youth, place and eminence, despite thy victor sword and fire new fortune, thy valour and thy heart, thou art a traitor, false to thy gods, thy brother and thy father, conspirant against this high illustrious prince, and from the extremest upwards of thy head to the descent and dust beneath thy foot, a most toad-spotted traitor. Say thou no, this sword, this arm, and my best spirits are bent to prove upon thy heart whereto I speak. Thou liest.
In wisdom I should ask thy name, but since thy outside looks so fair and warlike, and that thy tongue some say of breeding breathes, what safe and nicely I might well delay by rule of knighthood I disdain and spurn. Back do I toss those treasons to thy head, with the hell-hated lie o'erwhelm thy heart, which, for they yet glance by and scarcely bruise, this sword of mine shall give them trumpets way, and where they shall rest forever. Trumpets, speak.
Alarms. Fight. Edmund falls.
Save him! Save him!
This is mere practice, Gloucester. By the law of arms, thou wast not bound to answer an unknown opposite. Thou art not vanquished, but cozened and beguiled.
Shut your mouth, dame, or with this paper I shall stop it.
Shows her letter to Edmund.
Hold, sir. Thou worse than any name read thine own evil. No tearing, lady, I perceive you know it.
Say if I do. The laws are mine, not thine. Who can arraign me for it?
Most monstrous! Know'st thou this paper?
Ask me not what I know.
Exit Goneril.
Go after her. She's desperate. Govern her.
Exit an officer.
What you have charged me with, that have I done, and more, much more. The time will bring it out. 'Tis past, and so am I. But what art thou that hast this fortune on me? If thou art noble, I do forgive thee.
Let's exchange charity. I am no less in blood than thou art, Edmund. If more, the more thou hast wronged me. My name is Edgar, and thy father's son. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to scourge us. The dark and vicious place where he got cost him his eyes.
Thou hast spoken right. 'Tis true. The wheel comes in full circle. I am here.
Methought thy very gait did prophesy a royal nobleness. I must embrace thee. Let sorrow split my heart if ever I did hate thee or thy father.
Worthy prince, I note.
Where have you hid yourself? How have you known the miseries of your father?
By nursing them, my lord. List a brief tale, and when 'tis told, oh, that my heart would burst. The bloody proclamation to escape that followed me so near. Oh, our life's sweetness that with the pain of death would hourly die, rather than die at once. Taught me to shift into a madman's rags, to assume a semblance that very dogs disdained, and in this habit met I my father with his bleeding rings. Their precious stones new lost, became his guide, led him, begged for him, saved him from despair. Never, oh fault, revealed myself unto him, until some half hour passed when I was armed. Not sure, though hoping of this good success, I asked his blessing, and from first to last told him my pilgrimage. But his flawed heart, alack too weak the conflict to support, twixt two extremes of passion, joy, and grief, burst smilingly.
This speech of yours hath moved me, and shall perchance do good. But speak you on. You look as you had something more to say.
If there be more woeful, hold it in, for I am almost ready to dissolve, hearing of this.
This would have seemed a period to such as love, not sorrow, but another to amplify too much would make much more and top extremity. Whilst I was big in clamour, came there a man who, having seen me in my worst estate, shunned my abhorred society. But then, finding who 'twas that so endured, with his strong arms he fastened on my neck and bellowed out as he burst heaven through him on my father, told the most piteous tale of Lear and him that ever ear received, which in recounting his grief grew puissant, and the strings of life began to crack. Twice then the trumpet sounded, and there I left him, tranced.
But who was this?
Kent, sir, the banished Kent, who in disguise followed his enemy king and did him service improper for a slave.
Enter a gentleman with a bloody knife.
Help! Help! Oh, help!
What kind of help?
Speak, man!
What means that bloody knife?
'Tis hot. It smokes. It came even from the heart. Oh, she's dead.
Who dead? Speak, man!
Your lady, sir, your lady, and her sister by her is poisoned. She hath confessed it.
I was contracted to them both, all three, now marry in an instant.
Enter Kent.
Here comes Kent.
Produce their bodies, be they alive or dead.
Exit gentleman.
This judgment of the heavens that makes us tremble touches us not with pity. Oh, is this he? The time will not allow the compliment that very manners urges.
I am come to bid my king and master I good night. Is he not here?
Great thing of us forgot. Speak, Edmund, where's the king, and where's Cordelia?
The bodies of Goneril and Regan are brought in.
Seest thou this object, Kent?
Alack, why thus?
Yet Edmund was beloved, the one the poisoned for my sake and after slew herself.
Even so, cover their faces.
I pant for life. Some good I mean to do despite of mine own nature. Quickly send brief Bianna to the castle, for my writ is on the life of Lear and on Cordelia. Nay, send in time.
Run, run, oh run!
To who, my lord? Who has the office? Send thy token of reprieve.
Well thought on. Take my sword, give it to the captain.
Haste thee for thy life.
Exit Edgar.
He hath commission from thy wife and me to hang Cordelia in the prison and to lay blame upon her own despair that she forbid herself.
The cops defend her. Bear him hence a while.
Edmund is borne off. Enter Lear with Cordelia dead in his arms. Edgar, captain, and others following.
Howl, 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 howl. Oh, you are men of stone. Had I your tongues and eyes, I'll use them so that heaven's vault should crack. She's gone forever. I know when one is dead and when one lives. She's dead as earth. Lend me a looking glass. If that her breath will mist or stain the stone, why then she lives.
Is this the promised end?
Or image of that horror?
Fall and cease.
This feather stirs. She lives. If it be so, it is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that I have ever felt.
Oh, my good master.
Prithee away.
'Tis noble Kent, your friend.
Plague upon you. Murderers, traitors all. I might have saved her now. She is gone forever. Cordelia. Cordelia, stay a little. 'Tis thou sayest. Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low, an excellent thing in woman. I killed the slave that was hanging thee.
'Tis true, my lord, he did.
Did I not, fellow? I've seen the day. With my good biting falchion, I would have made them skip. I am old now, and these same crosses spoil me. Who are you? My eyes are not at the best, I'll tell you straight.
If fortune brag of two she loved and hated, one of them we behold.
This a dull sight. Are you not Kent?
The same, your servant Kent. Where is your servant Caius?
He's a good fellow, I can tell you that. He'll strike, and quickly too. He's dead and rotten.
No, my good lord, I am the very man.
I'll see that straight.
That from your first of difference and decay have followed your sad steps.
You're welcome hither.
Nor no man else, all cheerless, dark, and deadly. Your eldest daughters have foredone themselves, and desperately are dead.
Aye, so I think.
He knows not what he says, and vain is it that we present us to him.
Very bootless.
Enter a captain.
Edmund is dead, my lord.
That's but a trifle here. You lords and noble friends know our intent. What comfort to this great decay may come shall be applied. For us, we will resign during the life of this old majesty to him, our absolute power. You to your rights, with boot and such addition as your honours have more than merited. All friends shall taste the wages of their virtue, and all foes the cup of their deservings. Oh, see, see.
Oh, my poor fool is hanged. No, no life. Why should a dog, a horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at all? Thou'lt come no more. Never, 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 never. Pray you undo this button. Thank you, sir. Do you see this? Look on her, look, her lips. Look, look there.
He faints. My lord, my lord.
Break, heart, I prithee break.
Look up, my lord.
Vex not his ghost. Oh, let him pass. He hates him that would upon the rack of this tough world stretch him out longer.
He is gone indeed.
The wonder is, he hath endured so long. He but usurped his life.
Bear them from hence. Our present business is general woe. Friends of my soul, you twain, rule in this realm, and the good state sustain.
I have a journey, sir, shortly to go. My master calls me. I must not say no.
The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest have borne most, we that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long.
Exeunt with a dead march.
Wow. Everyone, I'm going to unmute us all because I think we all need to clap to that. Incredible performance.
Amazing.
Incredible cast. Jesus. Goosebumps. Literal goosebumps. Oh my God. I need to shake that off. Shake that off. All right, well, that was King Lear. That's a wrap. Thank you so much to all of you. You were truly incredible. I'm afraid our revels now are ended. But please do stick on. Watch the next performance. It's going to be incredible. Midsummer Night's Dream. And please go onto our Twitter page to really see everything that we've been going through. One last time, I'm going to remind everyone who's watching from across the globe. I just want to take this opportunity to remind you why we're here. Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It is in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and across British theatre. We are on Twitter @GlobeRead, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtag Read for the Globe and hashtag RFTG King Lear. And of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page, link below. All money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe. Thank you. Please tune in for the next part. I'm afraid that I'm going to have to pass this on to Sophie for our next play.
Yeah, just let her in first.
Oh yeah, good point. I'm gonna ask you all to leave now, but honestly, incredible performance. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
That was really magical. I'm just, for the people who are watching the live stream, I know you might not have been able to see, but Emily Carding, who was just playing our Lear, just showed us all her Shakespeare's Globe mug that she was drinking coffee out of, and I just think that was a fun little tidbit that we didn't get to see otherwise.
Adorable.
I think that might have been my favorite one so far. That was so much fun.
I'm exhausted. I had a moment where I looked out the window and didn't remember that it was daylight here still.
How can we have daylight when there's that much.
It's storming,
work.
obviously.
I know,
There are umbrellas
I know.
everywhere.
I saw the umbrellas. God. Sophie, you there? Sophie?
She's coming in. If you want to make me the host, I can make her the host in a minute.
Well, the weird thing is I made her the host already. But she's not answering.
Elise, can I just fangirl over you for a moment? That was absolutely incredible.
Your Gonor was on point.
Guys, stop it. I wasn't acting. That's my true self.
You just unleashed the Goneril inside.
I should be mean to you guys more often.
You really should.
No, that was so much fun. I was just blown away by Emily's Lear, honestly, and the more expressive headgear that as time went on, I mean, it was just so good.
I've already tweeted out an apology, but I was trying to upload a video of it to Twitter. I had like a little gif of her headgear at one point, and I interrupted the entire play by accident. So I apologize to all people who randomly saw my face in the middle of that.
You had some comments on YouTube asking if you were okay. It did sound like you were in pain or something. It's messy. It's live. You know, it's all an experiment.
Yeah.
What happens? We love some unexpected interruptions. It's all good.
Speaking of unexpected interruptions, while we figure out how to set up the next play, Elise, do you want to read another sonnet for us?
Sure. Does anyone remember which one we were?
You're at 58.
58. Can I read Roman numerals? Possibly.
2 away from
58. That God forbid? Yeah, I think. Is that the right one? I'm going to read it anyway. Sonnet 58. That God forbid that made me first your slave, I should in thought control your times of pleasure, or at your hand the account of hours to crave, being your vassal, bound to stay at your leisure. Oh, let me suffer, being at your beck, the imprisoned absence of your liberty, and patience, tamed to sufferance, bide each check, without accusing you of injury. Beware you list, your charter is so strong, that you yourself may privilege your time to what you will, to you it doth belong, yourself pardon of self-doing crime. I am to wait, though waiting so be hell, not blame your pleasure, be it ill or well. That was sonnet 58. It was lovely. Are we still having, should we continue with sonnets?
Yeah, could you read another?
Just you keep reading.
Yeah, just keep yeah.
I'll do the next one.
48 hours of Elise reading.
And we're ending plays now, guys. We're just you've just joined the live stream. That's not true. But here is sonnet 59. If there be nothing new, but that which is hath been before, how are our brains beguiled, which, labouring for invention, bear amiss the second burden of a former child? Oh, that record could with a backward look, even of 500 courses of the sun, show me your image in some antique book, since mind at first in character was. But here is sonnet 59. That if there be nothing new, that which what world may. Sorry, I had an issue there. That I might see what the old world could say to this composed wonder of your frame, whether we are mended or whether better they, or whether revolution be the same. Oh, sure I am, the wits of former days, to subjects worse have given admiring praise.
That was beautiful, Elise. Okay, I think we can get started. It's so nice to see some faces that I know here. Hi guys. A couple of you have been in other plays before. It's nice to see you. We've had so many people who've come back into shows and done more than one, and you're so generous with your time. And it's just been a pleasure getting to see people in different roles as well. Oops, there we go. Thank you for your patience with all of our technology. There we go.
I'm in, guys. Perfect. Okay. Are these, Madeline, did you look through the people? Because obviously I've been stuck outside, so I'm wondering if these are the correct cast members. Good. Perfect. Thank you so much. Had a little bit of a technical glitch there. But welcome to the Midsummer portion of this 48-hour Globe Read-a-thon. Let me just situate myself for a second. Sorry, everybody. Okay, welcome. I think that you are all here. I'm going to quickly spotlight myself just so you can all see me. I think that may have, oh, no. Never mind, I'll leave it in gallery view, it doesn't matter. Anyway, hello everyone, thank you so much for being here. It is nearly midnight, not quite, it's a bit gone 11:30, and we're going to be doing A Midsummer Night's Dream. That's no accident. I'm very proud of the scheduling I did for that. You might notice further on in the evening, 12th night will also be our 12th play. So please, for Midsummer, get in the party mood. I know it's a little late, but let's get excited. This is a fun play that we are all part of today. So just so you know, a little bit of ground rules admin, we're live, but you're currently on mute, watching this mess of an introduction that I was 5 minutes late for. If you're watching the YouTube stream, please make sure that's muted, otherwise we're gonna get all sorts of horrible reverb that won't be nice for anybody. And also thank you to everyone who's watching across the globe right now. And I just want to take another opportunity to discuss why we're all here. You've heard our other admin hosts talk about it, but hopefully we have new people tuning in to every play. So I'll go over it again. We're here for Shakespeare's Globe, which is an unsubsidized space in London that relies mostly on audiences for its income, and of course, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, is struggling at the minute financially because it has no audience like all other theatres across the globe. So with a team of over 200 volunteers, we're reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness for these difficulties at the Globe and across the theatre industry across the world, not just in Britain. You can find us on Twitter at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts and hashtags, hashtag Read for the Globe, and for this play, hashtag RFTG Midsummer. And of course, if you can, please donate anything you feel is appropriate to our GoFundMe page. People have been donating the cost of a groundling ticket, which is £5, which we think is really nice. All of the money donated from this event is going straight to Shakespeare's Globe. So thank you, everybody.
Really quickly, Sophie, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you and just ask you to make me the co-host so I can take care of the rest of this.
Of course, thank you for reminding me. So hello to our lovely players. In a minute, I'm going to start casting our play, during which time you're going to be kept on mute. You can show interest for a role by reacting. If you go to the bottom of your screen, you'll have a little reaction button where you can clap or put your hand up with a thumbs up. So that's I'll look for that if you want a particular role. Please remember that we are live. You can be seen. Don't do anything you wouldn't want grandma to see, including my grandma, who I hear is watching from Massachusetts right now. So please behave. But also on a serious note, if you do anything inappropriate or illegal, or just that we don't want to look at, we're going to remove you from the video, but I'm sure that's not going to happen. Please have fun, most importantly. Many of you are trained actors, many of you, including myself, are not. This is not a professional performance. We're here to raise money for charity. Things may go wrong. In fact, they already have gone wrong. So mistakes don't matter, okay? So don't worry. Please also act if you want to, ham it up, but don't let your excellent performance get in the way of our strict time schedule. No long pauses, please. Okay, so you've already tested the button at the bottom of your screens. Please stay with your computer if possible. If you need the loo, don't worry, just mute yourself, go to the loo, try and find yourself in the script again when you're back. I'm here to keep things running smoothly, so long as I don't get kicked off. If your Wi-Fi freezes at a crucial moment, I'll step in, unless my Wi-Fi freezes, in which case Madeline will step in for me. And if you have to run off from an emergency, you have to, don't sweat it. Sorry, it's not COVID, I promise. We're going to have one person reading the stage directions, and some roles in this have been doubled. Those will come up at the lower down the list. But with Midsummer, we've managed to have quite a nice divide of characters. So there really aren't many people who have one line in the last scene that they're sticking around for. So please remember why we're here. We're here to raise money for the Globe. So even if you do get a role that you're not thrilled with, just have fun, please. Okay, so in a moment, I'm going to ask you to use those reaction buttons, which you've already tried out. Just making sure there's nothing else I need to say before I start casting. Oh yeah, as I assign you a role, either note that down somewhere, because sometimes we don't keep track of it and then we don't know who we've cast in which role, which can lead to some confusion. Or you can change your Zoom screen name to your character, which also helps our audience at home to see who's speaking. Right, so I'm going to, without further ado, start casting. We're going pretty much from the larger roles down to the bottom, but I haven't organized my list perfectly, so it jumps around a little bit. Before I do start the casting, 2 shout outs. Jamie from the Read for the Globe team has been dreaming of playing Puck since the day he was born. And so we are assigning him the role of Puck today, partly because he was very excited about the costume he created. And another member of the admin team who has a great costume, he tells me has a great costume, is Alex, and he's going to be playing Bottom from Act 1 to the end of Act 3, but then we are going to have another Bottom from the Act 4 till Act 5. Okay, so having established that, who would like to be the second Bottom? Oh, I think I saw Julia first. So Julia, if you could be our second Bottom. Who would like to be Lysander? Oh, your name is covered. Oh, Noella. Noelle, could you be our Lysander? Who would like to be Hermia? Elena, would you like to be our Hermia? Perfect, thank you. And who would like to be Demetrius? I think I see Hannah Lieberman. Yep, our Demetrius. And Theseus, Duke of Athens. Melissa and David. David, you will be our Theseus. Who would like to be Quince, the carpenter? Drew? And who would like to be Helena? Katie Jones? Perfect, thank you. Puck is going to Jamie. And who would like to be Oberon, king of the fairies? Alexander, would you like to be that? Oh my god, the cough is making me cry. I'm not emotional about Midsummer just yet, although I'm sure I'll get there, guys. And who would like to be Oberon's queen, Titania? Melissa of David and Melissa fame, you can be our Titania. And who would like to be Flute? Cynthia? Cynthia, you'll be our Flute, perfect. And who would like to be Snout? Ooh, J.C. Roy, you can be Snout. Aegeus, Hermia's father. Julie, you can be Aegeus, and I actually, just before I came on air, heard that we've had one person drop out, so that was the role I was planning to double. If you could also read our stage directions for us. Perfect, thank you very much. Who would like to be Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons? Jane Hamler, oh my god, what an apt name. You can be our Hippolyta. And who would like to be Cobweb? Oh, and as well as Cobweb, Snug the Joiner, we're getting into the double roles. Michaela? Thank you. And who would like to be both Starveling a Tailor and Fairy? Alexia, are you happy to do that? Is that have we got anyone for Starveling and the Fairy? Madeline, thank you. Oh, I just thought, sorry, Alexia, who I thought I'd cast originally, so I'll give it back to Alexia. And who would like to be both Peas Blossom, the Fairy, and Philostrate? Madeline, thank you. In which case, I think that just leaves, and please wave your hands frantically if I'm wrong, that just leaves Drew. Drew, if you could be both. Oh, we've got two people. Oh, okay. That's okay. In which case, I think I gave Aegeus the stage directions as well. Oh, sorry, ignore me. I have given Drew a part, never mind. In which case, Alex, you can be our moth and our mustard seed, and I think that is all of our parts assigned. So, if anyone's not sure who they are, wave frantically, and if not, I think we're going to get on with the play. Oh, before we do start, you can change your name by hovering over your image, and there's a little blue square with 3 dots, and if you go down there, you can change your name. Right. Let's unmute you all. Ooh, I've accidentally actually unmuted you all when I meant to just allow you to unmute yourselves if you wanted to. 1 second, sorry guys. Okay, you should all now be able to unmute yourselves when your scene comes up. And ooh, I haven't even got my copy of Midsummer up, but whoever has the first line, take it away.
Act 1, Scene 1. Athens, the palace of Theseus. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Philostrate, and attendants.
Now, fair Hippolyta, our nuptial hour draws on apace. 4 happy days bring in another moon, but oh, methinks how slow this old moon wanes. She lingers my desires, like to a stepdame or a dowager, long withering out a young man revenue.
4 days will quickly steep themselves in night. 4 nights will quickly dream away the time, and then the moon, like to a silver bow new bent in heaven, shall behold the night of our solemnities.
Go, Philostrate, stir up the Athenian youth to merriments. Awake the pert and nimble spirit of mirth. Turn melancholy forth to funerals. The pale companion is not for our pomp.
Exit Philostrate.
Hippolyta, I wooed thee with my sword, and won thy love doing thee injuries. But I will wed thee in another key, with pomp, with triumph, and with revelling.
Enter Aegeus, Hermia, Lysander, and Demetrius. Happy be Theseus, our renowned Duke.
Thanks, good Aegeus. What's the news with thee?
Full of vexation come I, with complaint against my child, my daughter Hermia. Stand forth, Demetrius, my noble lord. This man hath my consent to marry her. Stand forth, Lysander, and my gracious Duke. This man hath bewitched the bosom of my child. Thou, Lysander, thou hast given her rhymes and interchanged love tokens with my child. Thou hast by moonlight at her window sung with feigning voice verses of feigning love, and stolen the impression of her fantasy with bracelets of thy hair, rings, gauds, conceit, knacks, trifles, nosegays, sweetmeats, messengers of strong prevailment in unhardened youth. With cunning hast thou filched my daughter's heart, turned her obedience, which is due to me, to stubborn harshness. And, my gracious Duke, be it so she will not here before your grace consent to marry with Demetrius. I beg the ancient privilege of Athens. As she is mine, I may dispose of her, which shall be either to this gentleman or to her death, according to our law immediately provided in that case.
What say you, Hermia? Be advised, fair maid, to you your father should be as a god, one that composed your beauties, yea, and one to whom you are but as a form in wax, by him imprinted and within his power to leave the figure or disfigure it. Demetrius is a worthy gentleman.
So is Lysander.
In himself he is, but in this kind, wanting your father's voice, the other must be held the worthier.
I would my father looked but with my eyes.
Rather your eyes must with his judgment look.
I do entreat. Go ahead.
I do entreat your grace to pardon me. I know not by what power I am made bold, nor how it may concern my modesty. Is such a presence here to plead my thoughts, but I beseech your grace that I may know the worst that may befall me in this case, if I refuse to wed Demetrius.
Either to die the death, or to abjure for ever the society of men. Therefore, fair Hermia, question your desires. Know of your youth, examine well your blood, whether if you yield not to your father's choice, you can endure the livery of a nun. For I, to be in shady cloister mewed, to live a barren sister all your life, chanting faint hymns to the cold, fruitless moon. Thrice blessed they that master so their blood, to undergo such maiden pilgrimage. But earthlier happy is the rose distilled, than that which withering on the virgin thorn grows, lives, and dies in single blessedness.
So will I grow, so live, so die, my lord, ere I will my virgin patent up, and to his lordship, whose unwished yoke my soul consents not to give sovereignty.
Take time to pause, and by the next new moon, the sealing day betwixt my love and me, for everlasting bond of fellowship, upon that day, either prepare to die for disobedience to your father's will, or else to wed Demetrius as he would, or on Diana's altar to protest for austerity and single life.
Relent, sweet Hermia, and Lysander, yield thy praise title to my certain right.
You have her father's love, Demetrius. Let me have Hermia's. Do you marry him?
Scornful Lysander, true he hath my love, and what is mine my love shall render him, and she is mine, and all my right of her I do estate unto Demetrius.
I am, my lord, as well derived as he, as well possessed. My love is more than his. My fortunes every way as fairly ranked, if not with vantage, as Demetrius. And, which is more than all these boasts can be, I am beloved of beauteous Hermia. Why should I not then prosecute my right? Demetrius, I'll avouch it to his head, made love to Nadar's daughter Helena, and won her soul. And she, sweet lady, devoutly dotes in idolatry upon this spotted and inconstant man.
I must confess that I have heard so much, and with Demetrius thought to have spoke thereof. But being overfull of self-affairs, my mind did lose it. But Demetrius, come, and come, Aegeus, you shall go with me. I have some private schooling for you both. For you, fair Hermia, look you arm yourself to fit your fancies to your father's will. or else the law of Athens yields you up, by which by no means we may extenuate, to death or to a vow of single life. Come, my Hippolyta, what cheer, my love? Demetrius and Aegeus, go along. I must employ you in some business against our nuptial, and confer with you of something nearly that concerns yourselves.
With duty and desire we follow you. Exeunt all but Lysander and Hermia.
How now, my love? Why is your cheek so pale? How chance the roses there do fade so fast?
Belike for want of rain, which I could well beteem them from the tempest of my eyes.
Ay me, for aught that I could ever read, could ever hear by tale or history, the course of true love never did run smooth, but either it was difference in blood.
O cross too high to be in thought too low.
Or else misgrafted in respect of years.
O spite, too old to be engaged too young.
Or else it stood upon the choice of friends.
O hell, to choose love but another's eyes.
Or if there were a sympathy in choice, war, death, or sickness did lay siege to it, making it momentary as a sound, swift as a shadow, short as any dream, brief as the lightning in the cullied night, that in its spleen unfoldeth both heaven and earth, and ere a man hath power to say, behold, the jaws of darkness do devour it up, so quick bright things come to confusion.
If then true lovers have been ever crossed, it stands as an edict in destiny. Then let us teach our trial patience, because it is a customary cross, as due to love as thoughts and dreams and sighs, wishes and tears, poor fancy's followers.
A good persuasion. Therefore hear me, Hermia. I have a widow aunt, a dowager of great revenue, and she hath no child. From Athens is her house remote 7 leagues, and she respects me as her only son. There, gentle Hermia, may I marry thee. And to that place the sharp Athenian law cannot pursue us. If thou lovest me then, steal forth thy father's house tomorrow night, and in the wood, a league without the town, where I did meet thee once with Helena to do observance to the morn of May, there will I stay for thee.
My good Lysander, I swear to thee by Cupid's strongest bow, by his best arrow with the golden head, by the simplicity of Venus's doves, by that which kenneth souls and prospers loves, and by that fire which burned the Carthage queen, when the false Trojan under sail was seen, by all the vows that ever men have broke, in number more than ever woman spoke, in that same place thou hast appointed me, tomorrow truly will I meet with thee.
Keep promise, love. Look, here comes Helena.
Enter Helena.
Godspeed, fair Helena. Whither away?
Call you me fair, that fair again unsay. Demetrius loves your fair, oh happy fair. Your eyes are lodestars and your tongue sweet air, more tunable than lark to shepherd's ear. When wheat is green, when hawthorn buds appear, sickness is catching, oh were favor so. Yours would I catch, fair Hermia, ere I go. My ear should catch your voice, my eye your eye, my tongue should catch your tongue's sweet melody, were the world mine. Demetrius being baited, the rest I'd give to be you translated. Oh, teach me how you look and with what art you sway the motion of Demetrius's heart.
I frown upon him, yet he loves me still.
Oh, that your frowns would teach my smiles such skill.
I give him curses, yet he gives me love.
Oh, that my prayers could such affection move.
The more I hate, the more he follows.
And the more I love, the more he hateth me.
His folly, Helena, is no fault of mine.
None but your beauty, would that fault were mine.
Take comfort, he is no more, shall see my face. Lysander and myself will fly this place. Before the time I did Lysander see, seemed Athens as a paradise to me. Oh then, what graces in my love do dwell, that he hath turned a heaven into hell.
Helen, to you our minds we will unfold. Tomorrow night, when Phoebe doth behold her silver visage in the watery glass, decking with liquid pearl and bladed grass, a time when lovers' flights doth still conceal, through Athens' gates have we devised to steal.
And in the wood where often you and I, upon a faint primrose beds, were wont to lie, emptying our bosoms of their counsel sweet, there my Lysander and myself shall meet, and thence from Athens turn away our eyes, and see new friends and stranger companies. Farewell, sweet playfellow, pray thou for us, and good luck grant thee sighed Demetrius. Keep word, Lysander. We must starve our sight from lovers' food till tomorrow deep midnight.
I will, my Hermia.
Exit.
Helena, adieu. As you on him, Demetrius dote on you.
How happy some or other some can be. Through Athens I am thought as fair as she. But what of that? Demetrius thinks not so. He will not know what all but he do know, and as he errs, doubting on Hermia's eyes. So I, admiring his qualities, things base and vile, folding no quantity, love can transpose to form and dignity. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. Nor hath love's mind of any judgment's taste, wings and no eyes figure unheedy haste, and therefore is love said to be a child. Because in choice he is so oft beguiled, as waggish boys in game themselves forswear, so the boy love is perjured everywhere. For ere Demetrius look on Hermia's ire, he hailed down oaths that he was only mine, and when thus hail heat from Hermia's felt, so he dissolved in showers of oaths did melt. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight, then to the wood will he tomorrow night pursue her, and for this intelligence, if I have thanks, it is dear expense, beer and mean, I enrich my pain, to have his sight thither and back again.
Exit. Act 2, oh no, not Act 2, Act 1, Scene 2, Athens, Quince's house. Enter Quince, Snug, Bottom, Flute, Snout, and Starveling.
Is all our company here?
You are best to call them generally, man by man, according to the script.
Here is the scroll of every man's name, which is thought fit through all Athens to play in our interlude before the Duke and the Duchess on his wedding day at night.
First, good Peter Quince, say what the play treats on, then read the names of the actors, and so go to a point.
Mary, our play is the most lamentable comedy and most cruel death of Pyramus and Thisbe.
Oh, very good piece of work, I assure you. Anna Mary, now, good Peter Quince, call forth your actors by the scroll. Masters, spread yourselves.
Answer as I call you. Nick Bottom, the weaver.
Ready, ready. Name what part I am for, and proceed.
You, Nick Bottom, are set down for Pyramus.
What is Pyramus? A lover or a tyrant?
A lover that kills himself most, gallant for love.
I will ask some tears in the true performing of it. If I do it, let the audience look to their eyes. I will move storms. I will condole in some measure to the rest. Yet my chief humor is for a tyrant. I could play Hercules rarely, or a part of Terra Captain to make all split. The raging rocks and shivering shocks shall break the locks of prison's gates, and Phoebus' car shall shine from far, and make and mar their foolish fates. This was lofty. Now, name the rest of the players. This is Hercules' vein, a tyrant's vein. A lover is more condoling.
Francis Flute, the bellows mender.
Here, Peter Quince.
Flute, you must take Thisbe on you.
What of Thisbe, a wandering knight?
It is the lady that Pyramus must love.
Nay, faith, let me not play a woman. I've a beard coming.
That's all one. You shall play it in a mask, and you may speak as small as you will.
And I may hide my face. Let me play Thisbe too. I'll speak in a monstrous low voice. Thisbe, Thisbe. Oh, Pyramus, lover dear, thy Thisbe dear, and lady dear.
No. You must play Pyramus, and Flute, you Thisbe.
Well, proceed.
Robin Starveling, the tailor.
Here, Peter Quince.
Robin Starveling, you must play Thisbe's mother. Tom Snout, the tinker.
Here, Peter Quince.
You, Pyramus's father. Myself, Thisbe's father. Snug, the joiner, you, the lion's part, and I hope here is a play fitted.
Have you the lion's part written? Pray you, if it be, give it me, for I am slow of study.
You may do it extempore, for it is nothing but roaring.
Ooh, let me play the lion too. I will roar that I will do any man's heart good to hear me. I will roar that I will make the Duke say, let him roar again. Let him roar again.
And you should do it too terribly. You would fright the Duchess and the ladies that they would shriek, and that were enough to hang us all.
That would hang us, every mother.
Every mother's son.
I grant you, friends, if that you should fright the ladies out of their wits, they would have no more discretion but to hang us. But I will aggravate my voice so that I will roar you as gently as any sucking dove. I will roar you and twir a nightingale.
You can play no part but Pyramus, for Pyramus is a sweet-faced man, a proper man, as one shall see in a summer's day, a most lovely gentleman-like man. Therefore, you must needs play Pyramus.
Well, I will undertake it. What beard were I best to play it in?
Why, what you will.
I will discharge it in either your straw-colored beard, your orange tawny beard, your purple and grey beard, or your French crown-colored beard, your perfect yellow.
Some of your French crowns have no hair at all, and then you will play barefaced. But, masters, here are your parts, and I am to entreat you, request you, and desire you to con them by tomorrow night and meet me in the palace wood, a mile without the town, by moonlight. There we will rehearse, for if we meet in the city, we shall be dogged with company and our devices known. In the meantime, I will draw a bill of properties, such as our play wants. I pray you, fail me not.
We will meet, and there we may rehearse most obscenely and courageously. Take pains. Be perfect. Adieu.
At the Duke's Oak, we meet.
Enough! Hold or cut bowstrings.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 1, a wood near Athens. Enter from opposite sides a fairy and Puck.
How now, spirit? Whither wander you?
Over hill, over dale, through bush, through brier, over park, over pale, through flood, through fire, I do wander everywhere, swifter than the moon's sphere, and I serve the fairy queen, to dew her orbs upon the green. The cowslips tall her pensions be, in their gold coats spots you see. Those be rubies, fairy favors, in those freckles live their savors. I must go seek some dews here, and hang a pearl in every cowlips here. Farewell, thou loves of spirits, I'll be gone. Our king and all our elves come here anon.
The king doth keep his revels here tonight. Take heed the queen come not within his sight, for Oberon is passing fell and wroth, because that she, as her attendant hath, a lovely boy, stolen from an Indian king she never had so sweet a changeling, and jealous Oberon would have the child, knight of his train, to trace the forest wild, but she perforce withholds the loved boy, crowns him with flowers, makes him all her joy, and now they never meet in grove or green by fountain clear or spangled starlight sheen, but they do square that all their elves for fear creep into acorn cups and hide them there.
Either I mistake your shape and making quiet, or else you are the shrewd and knavish sprite called Robin Goodfellow. Are not you he that frights the maidens of the villagery, skim milk, and sometimes labor in the corn, and bothless make the breathless housewife turn, and sometimes makes the drink to beer no barm, mislead night wanderers, laughing at their harm, those that hoppling call you unsweet Puck? You do their work, and they shall have good luck. Are not you he?
Thou speakest aright. I am that merry wanderer of the night. I jest to Oberon and make him smile. When I a fat and bean-fed horse beguile, neighing in likeness of a filly foal, and sometimes I lurk in a gossip's bowl, in the very likeness of a roasted crab. And when she drinks, against her lips I bob, and on her withered dewlap pour the ale. The wisest aunt telling the saddest tale, sometime for 3-foot stool mistaketh me, then slip I from her bum, down topples she. And Taylor cries and falls into a cough, and then the whole choir hold their hips and laugh, and waxen in their mirth, and knees and swear, a merrier hour was never wasted here. But, room fairy, here comes Oberon.
And here my mistress, would that he were gone.
Enter from one side Oberon with his train, from the other Titania with hers.
Ill met by moonlight, proud Titania.
What, jealous Oberon? Fairy skip hence, I have forsworn his bed and company.
Tarry, rash wanton, am not I your lord?
Then I must be thy lady. But I know, when thou hast stolen away from fairyland, and in the shape of Corin sat all day, playing on pipes of corn and versing love to amorous Phillida, why art thou here? Come from the farthest steppe of India? But that, forsooth, the bouncing Amazon, your buskined mistress and your warrior love, to Theseus must be wedded, and you come to give their bed joy and prosperity.
How canst thou for shame, Titania, glance at my credit with Hippolyta, knowing I know thy love for Theseus? Didst thou not lead him through the glimmering night from Perigina, whom he ravished, and make him with fair Aegle break his faith with Ariadne and Antiope?
These are the forgeries of jealousy. And never since the middle summer's spring met we on hill, in dale, forest, or mead, by paved fountain or by rushy brook, or in the beached margent of the sea, to dance our ringlets to the whistling wind. But with thy brawls thou hast disturbed our sport. Therefore the winds, piping to us in vain, as in revenge, have sucked up from the sea contagious fogs, which falling in the land, have every pelting river made so proud, they have overborne their continents. The ox hath therefore stretched his yoke in vain, the ploughman lost his sweat, and the green corn hath rotted ere his ruth attained a beard. The fold stands empty in the drowned field, and crows are fatted with the murrian flock. The 9 men's morris is filled up with mud, and the quaint mazes in the wanton green, for lack of tread, are undistinguishable. The human mortals want their winter here. No night is now with hymn or carol blessed. Therefore the moon, the governess of floods, pale in her anger, washes all the air, that rheumatic diseases do abound. And through this distemperature we see the seasons alter, hoary-headed frosts, far in the fresh lap of crimson rose, and on old Hyam's thin and icy crown, an odorous chaplet of sweet summer buds, is as in mockery set. The spring, the summer, the childing autumn, angry winter change their wonted liveries, and the mazed world, by their increase, now knows not which is which. And this same progeny of evils comes from our debate, from our dissension. We are their parents and original.
Do you amend it then? It lies in you. Why should Titania cross her Oberon? I do but beg the little changeling boy to be my henchman.
Set your heart at rest. The fairy land buys not the child of me. His mother was a votaress of my order, and in the spiced Indian air by night, full often hath she gossiped by my side, and sat with me on Neptune's yellow sands, marking the embarked traders on the flood, when we have laughed to see the sails conceive and grow big-bellied with the wanton wind, which she, with pretty and with swimming gait, following her womb then rich with my young squire, would imitate and sail upon the land to fetch me trifles, and return again, as from a voyage rich with merchandise. She, being mortal of that boy did die. And for her sake do I rear up her boy, and for her sake I will not part with him.
How long within this wood intend you stay?
Chance till after Theseus's wedding day. If you will patiently dance in our round and see our moonlight revels, go with us. If not, shun me, and I will spare your haunts.
Give me that boy, and I will go with thee.
Not for thy fairy kingdom. Fairies away, we shall chide downright if I longer stay.
Exit Titania with her train.
Well, go thy way. Thou shalt not from this grove till I torment thee for this injury. My gentle Puck, come hither. Thou rememberest, since once I sat upon a promontory and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea maid's music.
I remember.
That very time I saw, but thou couldst not, flying between the cold moon and the earth, Cupid all armed. A certain aim he took at a fair vestal throned by the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow, as it should pierce 100,000 hearts. But I might see young Cupid's fiery shaft quenched in the chaste beams of the watery moon, and the imperial votress passed on in maiden meditation, fancy free. Yet marked I, where the bolt of Cupid fell, it fell upon a little western flower, before milk white, now purple with love's wound, and maidens call it love in idleness. Fetch me that flower, the herb I showed thee once, the juice of it on sleeping eyelids laid, will make man or woman madly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. Fetch me this herb, and be thou here again ere the Leviathan can swim a league.
I'll put a girdle around the earth in 40 minutes.
Exit.
Having once this juice, I'll watch Titania when she is asleep and drop the liquor of it in her eyes. The next thing that she waking looks upon, be it on lion, or bear, or wolf, or bull, on meddling monkey, or on busy ape, she shall pursue it with the soul of love. And ere I take this charm from off her sight, as I can't take it with another herb, I'll make her render up her page to me. But who comes here? I am invisible and will overhear their conference.
Enter Demetrius, Helena following him.
I love thee not, therefore pursue me not. Where is Lysander and fair Hermia? The one I'll slay, the other slayeth me. Thou toldst me they were stolen unto this wood, and here I am, and woed within this wood, because I cannot meet my Hermia. Hence get thee gone, and follow me no more.
You draw me, you hard-hearted adamant, but yet you draw not iron, for my heart is true as steel. Leave you your power to draw, and I shall have no power to follow you.
Do I entice you? Do I speak you fair? Or rather, do I not in plainest truth tell you I do not, nor I cannot love you?
And even for that do I love you the more. I am your spaniel, and Demetrius, the more you beat me, I will fawn on you. Use me but as your spaniel, spurn me, strike me, neglect me, lose me, only give me leave, unworthy as I am, to follow you. What worser place can I beg in your love, and yet a place of high respect with me, than I to be used as use of your dog?
Tempt not too much the hatred of my spirit, for I am sick when I do look on thee.
I am sick when I look not on you.
Oh, you do impeach your modesty too much, to leave the city and commit yourself into the hands of one that loves you not, the opportunity of night, and the ill counsel of a desert place with the rich worth of your virginity.
Your virtue is my privilege, for that it is not night when I do see your face. Therefore I think I am not in the night, nor doth this wood lack worlds of company, for you in my respect are all the world. Then how can it be said I am alone when all the world is here to look to me?
I'll run from thee, and hide me in the brakes, and leave thee to the mercy of wild beasts.
The wildest hath not such a heart as you. Run where you will, the story shall be changed. Apollo flies and Daphne holds the chase. The dove pursues the griffin, the mild hind makes speed to catch the tiger. Bootless speed when cowardice pursues and valor flies.
I will not stay thy questions, let me go, or if thou follow me, do not believe, but I shall do thee mischief in the wood.
Aye, in the temple, in the town, in the field, you do me mischief. Fie, Demetrius, your wrongs do set a scandal on my sex. You can't not fight for love as men may do. We should be wood and were not made to woo.
Exit Demetrius.
I'll follow thee and make a heaven of hell to die upon the hand I love so well.
Exit.
Fare thee well, nymph. Ere he do leave this grove, thou shalt fly him, and he shall seek thy love.
Re-enter Puck.
Hast thou the flower there? Welcome, wanderer.
Aye. Here it is.
I pray thee, give it me. Where I know a bank where the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows, quite o'er-canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk roses and with eglantine. There sleeps Titania some time of the night, lulled in these flowers with dances and delight, and there the snake throws her enamelled skin, weed wide enough to wrap a fairy in. And with the juice of this, I'll streak her eyes and make her full of hateful fantasies. Take thou some of it, and seek through this grove. A sweet Athenian lady is in love with a disdainful youth. Anoint his eyes, but do it when the next thing he espies may be the lady. Thou shalt know the man by the Athenian garments he hath on. Affect it with some care, that he may prove more fond on her than she upon her love. And look thou, meet me here ere the first cock crow.
Oh, fear not, my lord. Your servant shall do so.
Excellent. Act 2, Scene 2. Another part of the wood. Enter Titania with her train.
Come now, a roundel and a fairy song. Then for the third part of a minute hence, some to kill cankers in the musk rosebuds, some war with rear mice for their leathern wings, to make my small elves coats, and some keep back the clamorous owl that nightly hoots and wonders at our quaint spirits. Sing me now asleep, then to your offices, and let me rest.
The fairies sing.
You spotted snakes with double tongue, thorny hedgehogs be not seen, newts and blind worms do no wrong, come not near our fairy queen. Philomel with melody, singing our sweet lullaby, lulla lulla lullaby, lulla lulla lullaby. Never harm, nor spell nor charm, come our lovely lady nigh, so good night with lullaby. Weaving spiders come not here, hence you long-legged spinners hence, beetles black approach not near, worm nor snail do no offence.
Hence away, now all is well, when I live stand sentinel.
Exeunt fairies. Titania sleeps. Enter Oberon and squeezes the flower onto Titania's eyelids.
When thou seest, when thou dost wake, do it for thy true love take, love and languish for his sake, be it ounce or cat or bear, pard or boar with bristled hair. In thy eye that shall appear when thou wakest, it is thy dear. Wake when some vile thing is near.
Exit. Enter Lysander and Hermia.
Fair love, you faint with wandering in the wood, and to speak troth, I have forgot our way. We'll rest us, Hermia, if you think it good, and tarry for the comfort of the day.
Be it so, Lysander, find you out of bed, for I upon this bank will rest my head.
One turf shall serve as pillow for us both, one heart, one bed, two bosoms, and one troth.
Nay, good Lysander, for my sake, my dear, lie further off yet. Do not lie so near.
Oh, take the sense, sweet, of my innocence. Love takes the meaning in love's conference. I mean that my heart unto yours is knit, so that but one heart we can make of it. Two bosoms interchanged with an oath, so then two bosoms and a single troth. And by your bedside no bedroom me deny, for lying so, Hermia, I do not lie.
Lysander riddles very prettily. Now much beshrew my manners and my pride, if Hermia meant to say Lysander lied. But gentle friend, for love and courtesy, lie further off in human modesty. Such separation as may well be said, becomes a virtuous bachelor and a maid. So far be distant, and good night, sweet friend. Thy love ne'er alter till thy sweet life end.
Amen. Amen. To that fair prayer, say I, and then end life when I end liberty. Here is my bed. Sleep, give thee all his rest.
With half that wish, the wisher's eyes be pressed.
They sleep. Enter Puck.
Through the forest have I gone, but Athenian found I none, on whose eyes I might approve this flower's force in stirring love. Night and silence. Who is here? Weeds of Athens doth he wear. This is he, my master said, despised the Athenian maid. Oh, and hear the maiden sleeping sound on the dank and dirty ground. Oh, pretty soul, she does not lie near his lack, love. This kill courtesy. Churl, upon thy eyes I throw all the power this charm doth owe. When thou wakest, let love forbid sleep his seat on thy eyelid. So awake when I am gone, for I must now to Oberon.
Exit. Enter Demetrius and Helena, running.
Stay, thou kill me, sweet Demetrius.
I charge thee hence, and do not haunt me thus.
Oh, wilt thou, darkling, leave me? Do not so.
Stay on thy peril, I alone will go.
Exit.
Oh, I am out of breath in this fond chase. The more my prayer, the lesser is my grace. Happy is Hermia, whereso she lies, for she hath blessed and attractive eyes. How came her eyes so bright? Not with salt tears, if so my eyes are often washed than hers. No, I'm as ugly as a bear, for beasts that meet me run away for fear. Therefore no marvel, fair Demetrius, do as a monster fly of my presence thus. What wicked and dissembling glass of mine made me compare with Hermia's fiery eyne? But who is here? Lysander on the ground, dead or asleep? I see no blood, no wound. Lysander, if you live, good sir, awake.
Awaking.
And run through fire I will for thy sweet sake. Transparent Helena, nature shows art that through thy bosom makes me see thy heart. Where is Demetrius? Oh, how fit a word is that vile name to perish on my sword.
Do not say so, Lysander, say not so. What though he love your Hermia? Lord, what though? Yet Hermia still loves you, then be content.
Content with Hermia? No, I do repent the tedious minutes I with her have spent. Not Hermia, but Helena I love. Who will not change a raven for a dove? The will of man is by his reason swayed, and reason says you are the worthier maid. Things growing are not ripe until their season. So I, being young, till now ripe not the reason. And touching now the point of human skill, reason becomes the marshal to my will, and leads me to your eyes, where I overlook love's stories written in love's richest book.
Wherefore was I to this keen mockery born? When at your hands did I deserve the scorn? Is it not enough? Isn't it not enough, young man, that I did never know, no never know can? Deserve a sweet look from Demetrius' eye, but you must flout my insufficiency. Good troth, you do me wrong, good sooth, you do. In such disdainful manner me to woo, but fare you well, perforce I must confess, I thought you lord of more true gentleness. Oh, that a lady of one man refused, should of another therefore be abused.
Exit.
She sees not Hermia. Hermia, sleep thou there, and never mayest thou come Lysander near. For as a surfeit the sweetest things, the deepest loathing to the stomach brings. Or as heresies that men do leave, are hated most of those they did deceive. So thou, my surfeit and my heresy, of all be hated, but the most of me, and all my powers address your loved might to honor Helen and to be her knight.
Exit. Awaking.
Help me, Lysander, help me. Do thy best to pluck this crawling serpent from my breast. Ay me, for pity, what a dream was there, Lysander. Look how I do quake with fear. Methought a serpent eat my heart away, and you sat smiling at his cruel prey. Lysander, what removed? Lysander, Lord, what out of hearing? Gone? No sound, no word? Alack, where are you? Speak, and if you hear, speak of all loves, I screen almost with fear. No? Then I will well perceive you, or not nigh, neither death or you are find immediately.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 1. The wood. Titania lying asleep. Enter Quince, Snug, Bottom, Flute, Snout, and Starveling.
Are we all met?
Are we all
Pat.
met? No, there we go. Sorry.
Pat, and here's a marvelous convenient place for our rehearsal. This green plot shall be our stage, this hawthorn brake our tiring house, and we will do it in action as we will do it before the Duke.
Peter Quince.
What sayest thou, bully bottom?
There are things in this comedy of Pyramus and Thisbe that will never please. First, Pyramus must draw a sword to kill himself, which the ladies cannot abide. How answer you that?
Fire Larkin, a parlous fear.
I believe we must leave the killing out when all is done.
Not to wit, I have made a design to make all well. Write me a prologue. And let the prologue seem to say we will do no harm with our swords, and that Pyramus is not killed. Indeed, and for the more better assurance, tell them that I, Pyramus, am not Pyramus, but Bottom, the weaver. This will put them out of fear.
Well, we will have such a prologue, and it shall be written in 8 and 6.
No, make it 2 more. Let it be written 8 and 8.
Will not the ladies be afeard of the lion?
I fear it, I promise you.
Masters, you ought to consider with yourselves to bring in, God shield us, a lion among ladies is a most dreadful thing, for there is not a more fearful wild fowl than your lion living, and we ought to look to it.
Therefore, another prologue must tell he is not a lion.
Nay, you must not say his name, and half his face must be seen through the lion's neck, and he himself must speak through saying thus, or to the same effect, ladies, or fair ladies, I would wish you, or I would request you, or I would entreat you not to fear, not to tremble, my life for yours. If you think I come hither as a lion, it were pity of my life. No, I am no such thing. I am a man, as other men are, and there indeed let him name his name and tell them plainly he is Snug the joiner.
Well, it shall be so. But there is 2 hard things. That is, to bring the moonlight into a chamber, for you know, Pyramus and Thisbe meet by moonlight.
Doth the moon shine the night that we play our play?
A calendar. Look in the almanac. Find out moonshine. Find out moonshine.
Yes, it doth shine that night.
Why? Then may you leave a casement of the great chamber window. There we play, open, and the moon may shine in at the casement.
Aye, or else one must come in with a bush of thorns and a lantern and say he comes to disfigure or to present the person of moonshine. Then there is another thing. We must have a wall in the great chamber, for Pyramus and Thisbe says the story did talk through the chink of a wall.
You can never bring in a wall. What say you, Bottom?
Some man or other must present wall, and let him have some plaster, or some loam, or some other rough cast about him to signify wool, and let him hold his fingers thus. And through that cranny shall Pyramus and Thisbe whisper.
If that may be, then all is well. Come, sit down, every mother's son, and rehearse your parts. Pyramus, you begin. When you have spoken your speech, enter into that break, and so everyone according to his cue.
Enter Puck behind.
What hempen homespuns have we swaggering here? So near the cradle of the fairy queen. What? A play towards? I'll be an auditor. An actor too, perhaps, if I see cause.
Speak, Pyramus, Thisbe, stand forth.
Thisbe, the flowers of odious savors sweet.
Odors. Odors.
Odors, savors sweet. So hath thy breath my dearest Thisbe dear. But hark, a voice. Stay thou but here a while, and by I will to thee appear.
Exit.
A stranger Pyramus than e'er played here.
Exit.
Must I speak now?
Aye, Mary, must you? For you must understand he goes but to see a noise that he heard and is to come again.
Most radiant Pyramus, most lily white of hue, of colour like a red rose on triumphant briar, most brisky juvenile and eke most lovely Jew, as truest horse and yet would never tire. I'll meet thee, Pyramus, at Ninny's tomb.
Ninus tomb, man. Why, you must not speak that yet, that you answer to Pyramus. You speak all your part at once. Cues and all Pyramus enter. Your cue is past. It is never tire.
Oh, as truest horse, that yet would never tire.
Re-enter Puck and Bottom with an ass's head. Where?
If I were fair, Thisbe, I were only thine.
Oh, monstrous. Oh, strange, we are haunted. Pray, masters, fly, masters, help!
Exeunt Quint, Snug, Flute, Snout, and Starveling.
I'll follow you. I'll lead you about around, through bog, through bush, through brake, through briar. Sometimes a horse I'll be, sometimes a hound, a hog, a headless bear, sometimes a fire, and neigh and bark and grunt and roar and burn, like horse, hound, hog, bear, fire, at every turn.
Exit.
Well, why do they run away? This is knavery of them to make me afeard.
Re-enter Snout.
Oh, Bottom, thou art changed. What do I see on thee?
What do you see? You see an ass head of your own, do you?
Exit Snout. Re-enter Quint.
Bless thee, Bottom, bless thee, thou art translated.
Exit.
I see their knavery. This is to make an ass of me to fright me, if they could. But I will not stir from this place. Do what they can. I will walk up and down here. I will sing that they shall hear. I am not afraid.
Sings.
The ousel cock so black of hue, with orange towny bill, with throstle with his notes so true, the wren with little quill.
Awaking.
What angel wakes me from my flowery bed?
Sing.
The finch, the sparrow, and the lark, the plain song cuckoo grey, whose note for man a man may mark, and dares not answer nay. For indeed, who would set his wit to so foolish a bird? Who would give a bird the lie, though he cry cuckoo never so?
I pray thee, gentle mortal, sing again. Mine ear is much enamoured of thy note, so is mine eye enthralled to thy shape. And thy fair virtues force perforce doth move me on the first view to say, to swear, I love thee.
Bah! Methinks, mistress, you should have little reason for that. And yet, to say the truth, reason and love keep little company together nowadays. The more the pity that some honest neighbours will not make them friends. Nay, I can gleek upon occasion.
Thou art as wise as thou art beautiful.
Not so, nay, that. But if I had wit enough to get out of this wood, I have enough to serve mine own pen.
Out of this wood do not desire to go. Thou shalt remain here, whether thou wilt or no. I am a spirit of no common rate. The summer still doth tend upon my state, and I do love thee. Therefore go with me. I'll give thee fairies to attend on thee, and they shall fetch thee jewels from the deep, and sing while thou on pressed flowers dost sleep. And I will purge thy mortal grossness so, that thou shalt like an airy spirit go. Peace blossom, cobweb, moth, mustard seed.
Enter Peace Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, and Mustard Seed. Ready?
I.
And I. Where shall we go?
Where shall we go?
Be kind and courteous to this gentleman. Hop in his walks and gambol in his eyes. Feed him with apricots and dewberries, with purple grapes, green figs and mulberries. The honey bags steal from the humble bees, and for night tapers crop their waxen thighs, and light them at the fiery glowworm's eyes. To have my love to bed and to arise, and pluck the wings from painted butterflies, to fan the moonbeams from his sleeping eyes. Nod to him, elves, and do him courtesies.
Hail, mortal!
Hail!
Hail! Hail!
I cry your worship's mercy heartily. I beseech your worship's name.
Cobweb.
I shall desire you of more acquaintance, good Master Cobweb. If I cut my finger, I shall make bold with you. Your name, honest gentleman?
Peas Blossom.
I pray you commend me to Mistress Squash, your mother, and to Master Peace God, your father. Good Master Peace Blossom, I shall desire you of more acquaintance too. Your name, I beseech you, sir?
Mustard Seed.
Good Master Mustard Seed. I know your patience well. That same cowardly, giant-like ox beef had devoured many a gentleman of your house. I promise you, your kindred hath made my eyes water ere now. I desire your acquaintance, Master Mustard Seed.
Come, wait upon him, lead him to my bower. The moon methinks looks with a watery eye, and when she weeps, weeps every little flower, lamenting some enforced chastity. Tie up my love's tongue, bring him silently.
Excellent. Act 3, Scene 2, another part of the wood. Enter Oberon.
I wonder if Titania be awaked. Then, what it was that next came in her eye, which she must dote on in extremity.
Enter Puck.
Here comes my messenger. How now, mad spirit? What night rule now about this haunted grove?
My mistress with a monster is in love. Near to her close and consecrated bower, while she was in her dull and sleeping hour, a crew of patches, rude mechanicals who work for bread upon Athenian stalls, were met together to rehearse a play intended for great Theseus' nuptial day. The shallowest thick-skin of that barren sort who Pyramus presented in their sport forsook his scene and entered in a break. When I did him at this advantage take, an ass's knoll, I fix it on his head. Anon, his Thisbe must be answered. And forth my mimic comes, when they him spy, as wild geese at the creeping fowler eye, or russet-pated chuffs, many in sort, rising and cawing at the gun's report, sever themselves and madly sweep the sky. So, at his sight, away his fellows fly. And, at our stamp, here o'er and o'er one falls, he murder cries and help from Athens calls. Their sense doth weak, lost with their fears thus strong, made senseless things begin to do them wrong. For briars and thorns at their apparel snatch, some sleeves, some hats from yielders, all things catch. I led them on in this distracted fear and left sweet Pyramus translated there within that moment. So it came to pass, Titania waked and straightway loved an ass.
This falls out better than I could devise, but hast thou yet latched the Athenian's eyes with the love juice, as I did bid thee do?
I took him sleeping, that is finished too. Oh, and the Athenian woman by his side, that when he waked, of course she must be eyed.
Enter Hermia and Demetrius.
Stand close, this is the same Athenian.
This is the woman, but not this the man.
Oh, why rebuke you him that loves you so? Lay breath so bitter on your bitter foe.
Now I but chide, but I should use thee worse, for thou I fear hast given me cause to curse. If thou hast slain Lysander in his sleep, being o'er shoes in blood, plunging the deep, and kill me too. The sun was not so true unto the day as he to me. Would he have stolen away from sleeping Hermia? I'll believe as soon this whole earth may be bored, and that the moon may through the centre creep, and so displease her brother's noontide with Antipodes. It cannot be but thou hast murdered him. So should a murderer look, so dead, so grim.
So should the murdered look, and so should I, pierced through the heart with your stern cruelty. Yet you, the murderer, look as bright, as clear as yonder Venus in her glimmering sphere.
What's this to my Lysander? Where is he? Ah, good Demetrius, wilt thou give him me?
I had rather give his carcass to my hounds.
Out, dog, out, cur, thou drivest me past the bounds of maiden's patience. Hast thou slain him then? Henceforth be never numbered among men. I once tell true, even for my sake. Durst thou have looked upon him being awake, and hast thou killed him sleeping? O brave touch! Could not a worm and adder do so much? An adder did it, for with double a tongue than thine, thou serpent never adder stung.
You spend your passion on a misprized mood. I am not guilty of Lysander's blood, nor is he dead for aught that I can tell.
I pray thee, tell me then, what that he is well.
And if I could, what should I get therefore?
A privilege never to see me more, and from thy hated presence part I so. See me no more, whether he be dead or no.
Exit.
There is no following her in this fierce vein. Here, therefore, for a while I will remain. So sorrow's heaviness doth heavier grow from debt that bankrupt sleep doth sorrow owe, which now in some slight measure it will pay. For here is tender, here I make some stay.
Lies down and sleeps.
What hast thou done? Thou hast mistaken quite, and laid the love juice on some true love's sight. Of thy misprison must perforce ensue some true love turned, and not a false turned true.
Then fate or rules that one man holding troth, a million fail, confounding oath on oath.
About the wood, go swifter than the wind, and Helena of Athens look thou find. All fancy 6 years and pale of cheer, with sighs of love that cost the fresh blood dear. By some illusion, see thou bring her here. I'll charm his eyes against she do appear.
Oh, I go. Look how I go. Swifter than arrow from the Tartar's bow.
Flower of this purple dye, hit with Cupid's archery, sink in apple of his eye. When his love he doth espy, let her shine as gloriously as Venus of the sky. When thou wakest, if she be by, beg of her for remedy.
Re-enter Puck.
Captain of our fairy band, Helena is here at hand, and the youth mistook by me, pleading for a lover's fee. Shall we their fond pageant see? Lord, what fools these mortals be.
Stand aside. The noise they make will cause Demetrius to awake.
Well, then will two at once woo one. This must needs be sports alone. And those things do best please me, that befall preposterously.
Enter Lysander and Helena.
Why should you think that I woo in scorn? Scorn and derision never come in tears. Look, when I vow, I weep, and vows so born, in their nativity all truth appears. How can these things in me seem scorn to you, bearing the badge of faith to prove them true?
You do advance your cunning more and more. When truth kills truth, O devilish holy fray, these vows are Hermia's. Will you go over her? Weigh oath with oath, and will you nothing weigh? Your vows to her and me put into scales will even weigh in both as light as tails.
I had no judgment when to her I swore.
Nor none in my mind, now you give her o'er.
Demetrius loves her, and he loves not you.
Awaking.
Oh, Helena, goddess, nymph, perfect, divine, to what, my love, shall I compare thine eyne? Crystal is muddy. Oh, how ripened show thy lips, those kissing cherries, tempting grow, that pure congealed white, high Taurus snow, fanned with the eastern wind, turns to a crow when thou holdst up thy hand. Oh, let me kiss this princess of pure white, this seal of bliss.
Oh, spite. Oh, hell, I see you are all bent to set against me for your merriment. If you were to re-civil and no courtesy, you would not do me thus much injury. Can you not hate me as I know you do, but you must join in souls to mock me too. If you were men, as men you are in show, you would not use a gentle lady so, to vow and swear and surpraise my parts, when I am sure you hate me with all your hearts. You are both rivals and love Hermia, and now both rivals to mock Helena? I trim exploit at a manly enterprise to conjure tears up in a poor maid's eyes. With your derision, none of a noble sort would so offend a virgin and extort a poor soul's patience, all to make you sport.
You are unkind, Demetrius, be not so. For you love Hermia, this you know, I know. And here, with all goodwill, with all my heart, in Hermia's love I yield you up my part, and yours of Helena to me bequeath, whom I do love and will do till my death.
Never did mockers waste more idle breath.
Lysander, keep thy Hermia, I will none. If e'er I loved her, all that love is gone. My heart to her but as guestwise sojourned, and now to Helen is at home returned, there to remain.
Helen, it is not so.
Disparage not the faith thou dost not know, lest to thy peril thou will buy it dear. Look, where thy love comes, yonder is thy dear.
Re-enter Hermia.
Dark night, that from the eye his function takes, the ear more quick of apprehension makes, wherein it doth impair the seeing sense, it prays the hearing double recompense. Thou art not by mine eye, Lysander, found. Mine ear, I thank it, brought me to thy sound. But why unkindly didst thou leave me so?
Why should he stay whom love doth press to go?
What love could press Lysander from my side?
Lysander's love that would not let him bide, fair Helena, who more engilds the night than all your fiery oaths and eyes of light. Why seekest thou me? Cannot this make thee know the hate I bear thee made me leave thee so?
You speak not as you think, it cannot be.
Lo, she is one of this confederacy. Now I perceive they have conjoined all three to fashion this false sport in spite of me. Injurious Hermia, most ungrateful maid, have you conspired? Have you with these contrived to bait me with this foul derision? Is all the counsel that we two have shared, the sisters' vows, the hours that we have spent, when we have chid in the hasty-footed time for parting us, oh, is it all forgot? all school days friendships, childhood innocence. We Hermia, like two artificial gods, have we our needles created both one flower, both one of one sampler, sitting on one cushion, both warbling of one song, both in one key, as if our hands, our sides, voices and minds had been corporate? So we grow together, like to a double cherry seeming parted, but yet a union in partition, two lovely berries molded in one stem. So with two seeming bodies but one heart, two of the first, like coats of heraldry, due but to one and crowned with one crest. And will you rent our angel's love asunder, to join with men in scorning with your poor friend? It's not friendly, 'tis not maidenly. Our sex as well as I may chide you for it, though I alone do feel the injury.
I'm amazed at your passionate words. I scorn you not. It seems that you scorn me.
Have you not set Lysander as in scorn to follow me and praise my eyes and face? Made your other love Demetrius, who even but now did spurn me with his foot to call me goddess, nymph, divine and rare, precious, celestial? Wherefore speaks he this to her he hates, and wherefore doth Lysander deny your love so rich within his soul, and tender me forsooth affection, but by your setting on, by your consent? What thought I be not so in your grace as you, so hung upon with love so fortunate, but miserable most to love unloved? This you should pity rather than despise.
I understand not what you mean by this.
I too persevere counterfeit sad looks, make mouths upon me when I turn my back, wink at each other, hold the sweet jest up. This sport, well carried, shall be chronicled. If you have any pity, grace, or manners, you would not make such an argument. But fare ye well, 'tis partly my own fault, which death or absence shall soon remedy.
Stay, gentle Helena, hear my excuse. My love, my life, my soul, fair Helena.
Oh, excellent.
Sweet, do not scorn her so.
If she cannot entreat, I can compel.
Thou canst compel no more than she entreat. Thy threats have no more strength than her weak prayers. Helen, I love thee, by my life I do. I swear by that which I will lose for thee to prove him false that says I love thee not.
I say I love thee more than he can do.
I say, if thou say so, withdraw, and prove it too.
Quick, come.
Lysander, where to tends all this?
Away, you Ethiop.
No, no. He'll seem to break loose. Take on as you would follow, but yet come not. You are a tame man. Go.
Hang off, thou cat, thou burr, vile thing let loose, or I will shake thee from me like a serpent.
Why are you grown so rude? What change is this, sweet love?
Thy love! Out, tawny Tartar, out, out, loathed medicine, hated potion, hence!
Do you not jest?
Yes, sooth, and so do you.
Demetrius, I will keep my word with thee.
I would I had your bond, for I perceive a weak bond holds you. I'll not trust your word.
What? Should I hurt her, strike her, kill her dead? Although I hate her, I'll not harm her so.
What can you do me greater harm than hate? Hate me? Wherefore? O me, what news, my love? Am I not Hermia? Are you not Lysander? I am as fair now as I was erewhile. Since night you loved me, yet since night you left me. Why, then you left me. Oh, the gods forbid, in earnest, shall I say?
Ay, by my life, and never did I desire to see thee more. Therefore, be out of hope, of question, of doubt. Be certain, nothing truer, 'tis no jest, that I do hate thee and love Helena.
Oh me, you juggler, you canker blossom, you thief of love, what have you come by night and stolen my love's heart from him?
Ay, faith, have you no modesty, no maiden shame, no touch of bashfulness? What will you tear impatient answers from my gentle tongue? Fie, you counterfeit, you puppet, you!
Puppet? Why so? That way goes the game. Now I perceive that she hath made compare, and with her personage, her tall personage, her height forsooth, she hath prevailed with him. And are you grown so high in his esteem, because I am so dwarfish and so low? How low am I, thou painted maypole? Speak, how low am I? Am I not yet so low that my nails can reach unto thine eyes?
I pray you, Though you mock me, gentlemen, let her not hurt me. I was never cursed. I have no gift at all in shrewdness. And I am right made for my cowardice. Let her not strike me. You perhaps may think because she is something lower than myself that I can match her.
Lower, hark again.
Good Hermia, do not be so bitter with me. I am evermore did love you, Hermia. Did you ever keep your counsels, never wronged you? Save that in love unto Demetrius, I told him of your stealth unto this wood. He followed you for love, I followed him, but he hath chid me hence and threatened me to strike me, spurn me, nay, to kill me too. And now, so you will let me quiet go, to Athens I will bear my folly back and follow you no further. Let me go. You see how simple and how fond I am.
Why, get you gone. Who is it that hinders you?
Foolish heart that I leave here behind.
What with Lysander?
With Demetrius.
Be not afraid. She shall not harm thee, Helena.
No, sir, she shall not, though you take her part.
When she's angry, she is keen and shrewd. She was a vixen when she was in school, and though she be but little, she is fierce.
Little again, but nothing but low and little. Why will you suffer her to flout me thus? Let me come to her.
Get you gone, you dwarf, you minimus, of hindering not grass made, you bead, you acorn.
You are too officious in her behalf that scorns your services. Let her alone. Speak not of Helena, take not her part. For if thou dost intend never so little show of love to her, thou shalt abide it.
Now she holds me not. Now follow, if thou darest, to try whose right of thine or mine is most in Helena.
Follow? Nay, I'll go with thee, cheek by jowl.
Exeunt Lysander and Demetrius.
You, mistress, all this coil is long of you, nay, go not back.
I will not trust you. I no longer stay in your cursed company. Your hands than mine are quicker for a fray. My legs are longer, though, to run away.
Exit.
I am amazed, and know not what to say.
Exit.
This is thy negligence. Still thou mistaketh, or else committest thy knaveries wilfully?
Believe me, King of Shadows, I mistook. But did you not tell me I should know the man by the Athenian garments that he hath on? And so far, blameless proves my enterprise that I have anointed an Athenian's eyes, and so far am I glad that I did it sword, for this there jangling I esteem a sport.
Thou seest these lovers seek a place to fight. High, therefore, Robin, overcast the night, the starry welkin cover thou anon, with drooping fog as black as Acheron, and lead these testy rivals so astray as one come not within another's way. Like to Lysander, sometime frame thy tongue, then stir up Demetrius with bitter wrong, and sometime rail thou like Demetrius, and from each other look thou lead them thus, till o'er their brows death counterfeiting sleep with leaden legs and batty wings doth creep. Then crush this herb into Lysander's eye, whose liquor hath this virtuous property to take from thence all error with his might, and make his eyeballs roll with wonted sight. When they next wake, all this derision shall seem a dream and fruitless vision, and back to Athens shall the lovers wend, with league whose death shall never end. Whilst I, in this affair, do thee employ, I'll to my queen and beg her Indian boy, and then I will her charmed eye release from monster's view, and all things shall be peace.
My fairy lord, this must be done with haste, for night's swift dragons cut the clouds full fast, and yonder shines Aurora's harbinger, at whose approach ghosts wandering here and there troop home to churchyards, damned spirits all, that in crossways and floods have burial, already to their wormy beds are gone. For fear lest they should look their shames upon, they wilfully themselves exile from light, and must for aye consort with black-browed night.
Oh, but we are spirits of another sort. I with the morning's love have oft made sport, and Like a forester, the groves may tread even till the eastern gate, all fiery red, opening on Neptune with fair, blessed beams, turns into yellow gold his salt green streams. But notwithstanding, haste, make no delay, we may effect this business yet ere day.
Exit.
Up and down. Up and down. I will lead them up and down. I am feared in field and town. Goblin, lead them up and down. Oh, here comes one.
Re-enter Lysander.
Where art thou, proud Demetrius? Speak thou now.
Here, villain, drawn and ready, where art thou?
I will be with thee straight.
Follow me then, to plainer ground.
Exit Lysander as following the voice. Re-enter Demetrius.
Lysander, speak again. Thou runaway, thou coward, art thou fled? Speak. In some bush, where dost thou hide thy head?
Thou coward, art thou bragging to the stars, telling the bushes that thou lookst for wars? And wilt not come, come, recreant, come, thou child, I'll whip thee with a rod. He is defiled that draws the sword on thee.
Yea, art thou there?
Follow my voice. Will no manhood hear?
Exeunt. Re-enter Lysander.
He goes before me and still dares me on. When I come where he calls, then he is gone. The villain is much lighter heeled than I. I followed fast, but faster he did fly. Then fallen am I in a dark, uneven way. And here will rest me. Come, thou gentle day, for if but once thou show me thy grey light, I'll find Demetrius and revenge this spite.
Sleeps. Re-enter Puck and Demetrius.
Ho, 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 coward, why comest not thou?
Abide me if thou darest, for well I wot thou runst before me, shifting every place, and darest not stand, nor look me in the face. Where art thou now?
Come hither, I am here.
Nay then, thou mock'st me. Thou shalt buy this dear, if ever I thy face by daylight see. Now go thy way. Faintness constraineth me to measure out my length on this cold bed. By day's approach, look to be visited.
Lies down and sleeps. Re-enter Helena.
Oh, weary night, oh, long and tedious night, abate thy hour. Oh, shine comforts from the east, that I may be back to Athens by daylight. From these my poor company detest. It's sleep that sometimes shuts up sorrow's eyes. Steal me a while for my own company.
Lies down and sleeps.
Yet but 3. Come one more. 2 of both kinds make up 4. Oh, here she comes. Kirsten's sad. Cupid is a knavish lad that makes poor females mad.
Re-enter Hermia.
Never so weary, never so in woe, bedabbled with the dew, and torn with briers, I can no further crawl, no further go. My legs can keep no pace with my desires. Here will I rest me till the break of day. Heaven shield Lysander, if they mean a fray.
Lies down and sleeps.
On the ground, sleep sound. I'll apply to your eye, gentle lover, remedy.
Squeezing the juice on Lysander's eye.
When thou wakest, thou takest true delight in the sight of thy former lady's eye. And the country proverb known that every man should take his own. In your waking shall be shown, Jack shall have Jill, naught shall go ill, the man shall have his mare again, and all shall be well.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 1, the same. Lysander, Demetrius, Helena, and Hermia. Lying asleep. Enter Titania and Bottom, Peas Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, Mustard Seed, and other fairies attending. Oberon behind, unseen.
Come, sit thee down upon this flowery bed, while I thy amiable cheeks do coy, and stick musk roses in thy sleek, smooth head, and kiss thy fair, large ears, my gentle joy.
Where's Peas Blossom?
Ready.
Scratch my head, Peas Blossom. Where's Monsieur Cobweb?
Ready.
Monsieur Cobweb. Good, Monsieur. get you your weapons in your hand and kill me a red-hipped humblebee on the top of a thistle. And, good monsieur, bring me the honey bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, monsieur. And, good monsieur, have a care in the honey bag, break not. I would be loath to have you overflown with a honey bag, senor. Where's Monsieur Mustard Seed?
Ready.
Give me your neath, Monsieur Mustard Seed. Pray you, leave your courtesy, good monsieur.
What your will?
Nothing, good monsieur, but to help cavalry cobweb to scratch. I must to the barber's, monsieur, for methinks I am marvelous hairy about the face, and I am such a tender ass. If my hair do but tickle me, I must scratch.
What, wilt thou hear some music, my sweet love?
I have a reasonable good ear in music. Let's have the tongues and the bones.
Or say, sweet love, what thou desirest to eat.
Truly, a peck of provender. I could munch your good dry oats. Methinks I have a great desire for a bottle of hay. Oh, good hay, sweet hay. No fellow.
I have a venturous fairy that shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch thee new nuts.
I'd rather have a handful or two of dried peas. But I pray you, let none of your people stir me. I have a exposition of sleep come upon me.
Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Fairies, begone, and be always away. So doth the woodbine the sweet honeysuckle gently entwist, the female ivy so enrings the barky fingers of the elm. Oh, how I love thee, how I dote on thee.
They sleep. Enter Puck, advancing.
Welcome, good Robin. Seest thou this sweet sight? Her dotage now I do begin to pity. For meeting her of late behind the wood, seeking sweet favours from this hateful fool, I did upbraid her and fall out with her. For she, his hairy temples then had rounded with a coronet of fresh and fragrant flowers, and that same dew, which sometimes on the buds was wont to swell like round and orient pearls, stood now within the pretty floweret's eyes, like tears that did their own disgrace bewail. When I had at my pleasure taunted her, and she in mild terms begged my patience, I then did ask of her changeling child, which straight she gave me, and her fairy sent to bear him to my bower in fairyland, and now I have the boy. I will undo this hateful imperfection of her eyes, and gentle Puck, take this transformed scalp from off the head of this Athenian swain, that he awaking when the other do, may all to Athens back again repair, and think no more of this night's accidents, but as the fierce vexation of a dream. But first, I will release the fairy queen. Be as thou wast wont to be. See as thou wast wont to see. Dian's bud o'er Cupid's flower hath such force and blessed power. Now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen.
My Oberon, oh, what visions have I seen? Methought I was enamoured of an ass.
There lies your love.
How came these things to pass? Oh, how mine eyes do loathe his visage now.
Silence a while. Robin, take off this head. Titania, music call, and strike more dead than common sleep of all these 5 the sense.
Music, ho, music, such as charmeth sleep.
Now when thou wakest, with thine own fool's eyes peep.
Sound, music, come, my queen, take hands with me, and rock the ground whereon these sleepers be. Now thy and I, anew in amity, and will tomorrow night solemnly dance in Duke Theseus's house, triumphantly, and bless it all fair prosperity. There shall the pairs of faithful lovers be wedded, and with Theseus all in jollity.
Fairy king, attend and mark. I do hear the morning lark.
Then, my queen, in silence sad, trip we after the night shade. We the globe can compass soon, swifter than the wandering moon.
Come, my lord, and in our flight, tell me how it came this night that I sleeping here was found with these mortals on the ground.
Excellent. Horns winded within. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Aegeus, and train.
Go, one of you, find out the forester. For now our observation is performed, and since we have the byword of the day, my love shall hear the music of my hounds. Uncouple in the western valley, let them go. Dispatch, I say, and find the forester. We will, fair queen, up to the mountain's top, and mark the musical confusion of hounds and echo in conjunction.
I was with Hercules and Cadmus once, when in a wood of Crete they bayed the bear with hounds of Sparta. Never did I hear such gallant chiding, for besides the groves, the skies, the fountains, every region near seemed all one mutual cry. I never heard so musical a discord, such sweet thunder.
My hounds are bred out of the Spartan kind, so flued, so sanded, and their heads are hung with ears that sweep away the morning dew. Crook-kneed and dew-lapped like Thessalian bulls, slow in pursuit but matched in mouth like bells, each under each, a cry more tunable was never hollered to nor cheered with horn, in Crete, in Sparta, nor in Thessaly. Judge when you hear. But soft, what nymphs are these?
My lord, this is my daughter here asleep. And this Lysander, this Demetrius is, this Helena, old Nida's Helena. I wonder if they're being here together.
No doubt they rose up early to observe the rite of May, and hearing our intent, came here in grace of our solemnity. But speak, Aegeus. Is not this the day that Hermia should give an answer of her choice?
It is, my lord.
Go, bid the huntsmen wake them with their horns.
Horns and shout within. Lysander, Demetrius, Helena, and Hermia wake and start up.
Good morrow, friends. Saint Valentine is past. Begin these wood birds but to couple now.
Pardon, my lord.
I pray you all stand up. I know you two are rival enemies. How comes this gentle concord in the world, that hatred is so far from jealousy, to sleep by hate and fear no enmity?
My lord, I shall reply amazedly. Half sleep, half waking, but as yet I swear I cannot truly say how I came here. But as I think, for truly would I speak, and now do I bethink me, so it is. I came with Hermia hither. Our intent was to be gone from Athens, where we might without the peril of Athenian law.
Enough, enough, my lord, you have enough. I beg the law upon his head. They would have stolen away. They would, Demetrius, thereby to have defeated you and me, you of your wife and me of my consent that she should be your wife.
My lord, fair Helen told me of their stealth, of this their purpose hither to this wood, and I in fury hither followed them, fair Helena in fancy following me. But my good lord, I wot not by what power, but by some power it is, my love to Hermia, melted as the snow, seems to me now as the remembrance of an idle god, which in my childhood I did dote upon, and all the faith, the virtue of my heart, the object and the pleasure of mine eye, is only Helena. To her, my lord, was I betrothed ere I saw Hermia, but like in sickness did I loathe this food. But as in health come to my natural taste, now I do wish it, love it, long for it. I will for evermore be true to it.
Fair lovers, you are fortunately met. Of this discourse we will hear more anon. Aegeus, I will overbear your will. For in the temple by and by with us, these couples shall eternally be knit. And for the morning now is something worn. Our purposed hunting shall be set aside. Away with us to Athens, 3 and 3. We'll hold a feast in great solemnity. Come, Hippolyta.
Exeunt Theseus, Hippolyta, Aegeus, and train.
These things seem small and undistinguishable.
Methinks I see things with parted eye, when everything seems double.
So methinks, and I have found Demetrius like a jewel, mine own and not mine own.
Are you sure that we are awake? It seems to me that yet we sleep, we dream. Do not you think the Duke was here and bid us follow him?
Yea, and my father.
And Hippolyta.
And he did bid us follow to the temple.
Why then we are awake. Let's follow him, and by the way, let us recount our dreams.
Exeunt. Awaking.
When my cue comes, call me, I'll answer. My next is most fair Pyramus. Hey, Peter Quince. Flute the bellows mender, snout, the tinker, starveling. Got my life stolen hence and left me asleep. I have had a most rare vision. I have had a dream, past the wit of man to say what dream it was. Man is but an ass if he go about to expand this dream. Methought I was, there is no man can tell what. Methought I was, and methought I had, no, man is but a patched fool if he will offer to say what methought I had. No, the eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen, man's hand is not able to taste, his tongue to conceive, nor his heart to report what my dream was. I will get Peter Quince to write a ballad of this dream. It shall be called Bottom's Dream. Yep, because it hath no bottom. And I will sing it in the latter end of the play before the Duke. Who, peradventure, to make it the more gracious, I shall sing it at her death.
Exit. We are
Just
now
for-
going to Act 5, Scene 1. And
Perfect,
that
thank you
takes
so much.
place in Athens, the palace of Theseus. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Philostrate, lords, and attendants.
'Tis strange, my Theseus, that these lovers speak of.
More strange than true, I never may believe these antique fables nor these fairy toys. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason ever comprehends. The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold, that is, the madman. The lover, all as frantic, sees Helen's beauty in a brow of Egypt. The poet's eye, in fine frenzy rolling, doth glance from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven. And as imagination bodies forth the forms of things unknown, the poet's pen turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing a local habitation and a name. Such tricks hath strong imagination, that it would but apprehend some joy, it comprehends some bringer of that joy. Or in the night, imagining some fear, how easy is a bush supposed a bear.
But all the story of the night told over, and all their minds transfigured so together, more witnesseth than fancy's images, and grows to something of great constancy. But, howsoever, strange and admirable.
Here comes the lovers, full of joy and mirth.
They enter.
Joy, gentle friends, joy and fresh days of love accompany your hearts.
More than to us, wait in your royal walks, your board, your bed.
Come now, what masks, what dances shall we have to wear away this long age of 3 hours between us after supper and bedtime? Where is our usual manager of mirth? What revels are in hand? Is there no play to ease the anguish of a torturing hour? Call Philostrate.
Here, mighty Theseus.
Say, what abridgment have you for this evening? What mask, what music? How shall we beguile the lazy time, if not with some delight?
There is some brief. How many sports are rife? Make choice of your highness, we'll see first.
Giving a paper, reads.
The battle with the centaurs to be sung by an Athenian eunuch to the harp. Well, none of that. That have I told my love in glory of my kinsman Hercules. The riot of the tipsy bacchanals tearing the Thracian singer in their rage. That is an old device, and it was played when I was from Thebes came last a conqueror. Thrice 3 muses mourning for the death of learning, late deceased in beggary. That is some satire, keen and critical, not sorting with a nuptial ceremony. A tedious, brief scene of young Pyramus and his love Thisbe. Very tragical mirth. Merry and tragical, tedious and brief. That is hot ice, wondrous strange snow. How shall we find the concord of this discord?
A play there is, my lord, some 10 words long, which is as brief as I have known a play. But by 10 words, my lord, it is too long, which makes it tedious. For, in all the play, there is not one word apt, one player fitted. And tragical, my noble lord, it is. For Pyramus therein doth kill himself, which, when I saw rehearsed, I must confess made my eyes water, but more merry tears the passion of loud laughter never shed.
What are they that do play it?
Hard-handed men that work in Athens here, which never labored their minds till now, which have toiled their unbreathed memories with this same play against your nuptial.
And we will hear it.
No, my noble lord, it is not for you. I have heard it over, and it is nothing, nothing in the world, unless you can find sport in their intents, extremely stretched and conned with cruel pain to do you service.
I will hear that play, for never anything can be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. Go, bring them in, and take your places, ladies.
Exit Philostrate.
Love not to see wretchedness o'ercharged and duty in his service perishing.
Why, gentle sweet, you shall see no such thing.
He says they can do nothing in this kind.
The kind of we to give them thanks for nothing. Our sport shall be to take what they mistake, and what poor duty cannot do, noble respect takes it in might, not merit. Where I have come, great clerks have purposed to greet me with premeditated welcomes. Where I have seen them shiver and look pale, make periods in the midst of sentences, throttle their practice accent and their fears, and in conclusion dumbly to have broke off, not paying me a welcome. Trust me, sweet. Out of this silence, yet I picked a welcome, and in the modesty of fearful duty, I read as much from the rattling tongue of saucy and audacious eloquence. Love, therefore, and tongue-tied simplicity in least speak most to my capacity.
Re-enter Philostrate.
So please your grace, the prologue is addressed.
Let him approach.
Do, 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 do. Enter Quince for the prologue.
If we offend, it is with our goodwill, that you should think we come not to offend, but with goodwill, to show our simple skill. That is the true beginning of our end. Consider then, we come but in despite. We do not come as minding to contest you. Our true intent is all for your delight. We are not here. That you should here repent you, the actors are at hand, and by their show you shall know all that you are like to know.
This fellow does not stand upon points.
He hath rid his prologue like a rough colt. He knows not the stops. A good moral, my lord. It is not enough to speak, but to speak true.
Indeed, he hath played on his prologue like a child on a recorder. A sound, but not in government.
His speech was like a tangled chain, nothing impaired, but all disordered. Who is next?
Enter the players.
Gentles, perchance you wonder at this show, but wonder on till truth make all things plain. This man is Pyramus, if you would know. This beauteous lady, Thisbe, is certain. This man with lime and rough cast doth present wall, that vile wall which did these lovers sunder, and through wall's chink, poor souls, they are content to whisper, at the which let no man wonder. This man, with lantern, dog, and bush of thorn, presenteth moonshine. For if you will know, by moonshine did these lovers think no scorn to meet at Ninus' tomb, there to woo this grisly beast, which lion hight by name, the trusty Thisbe, coming first by night, did scare away, or rather did affright, and as she fled, her mantle she did fall, which lion vile with bloody mouth did stain. Anon comes Pyramus, sweet youth and tall, and finds his trusty Thisbe's mantle slain, whereat with bloody blameful blade, he bravely broached his boiling bloody breast, and Thisbe, carrying in mulberry shade, his dagger drew and died. For all the rest, that lion, moonshine, wall, and lovers twain at large discourse, while here they do remain.
I wonder if the lion be to speak.
No wonder, my lord. One lion may, when many asses do.
In this same interlude, it doth befall that I, one snout by name, present a wall, and such a wall as I would have you think, that had in it crannied a hole or chink, through which the lovers Pyramus and Thisbe did whisper often very secretly, this loam, this rough cast, this stone doth show that I am the same wall, the truth is so, and this the cranny is, right and sinister, through which the fearful lovers are to whisper.
Would you desire lime and hair to speak better?
It is the wittiest partition that ever I heard discourse, my lord.
Pyramus draws near the wall. Silence.
Oh, grim look night. Oh, night, with hue so black. Oh, night, whichever art when day is not. Oh, night, alack. I feel my Thisbe's forgot. And thou, oh, wall, oh, sweet, oh, lovely wall that stands between his father's ground and mine. Oh, thou, oh, wall, oh, sweet, oh, lovely wall, show me thy chink to blink through with mine eye. Ooh, thanks, curious wall. Jove, she be well for this. But what see I? No Thisbe do I see. Oh, wicked wall, through whom I see no bliss. Cursed be thy stones for thus deceiving me.
The wall, methinks, being sensible, should curse again.
Oh, no, in truth, good sir, he should not. Deceiving me is Thisbe's cue. She is to enter now, and I am to spy her through the wall. You shall see, it'll fall pat as I told you. See, yonder she comes.
O wall, full often hast thou heard my moans for parting my fair Pyramus and me. My cherry lips have often kissed thy stones with lime and hair knit up in thee.
I see a voice. Now will I to the chink to spy, and I can hear my Thisbe's face. Thisbe?
My love thou art, my love I think.
Think what thou wilt. I am thy lover's grace, and like Lymander I am trusty still.
And I like Helen till the fates me kill.
Not shaftless to Procrus was so true.
As shaftless to Procrus, I to ye.
Oh, kiss me through the hole of this vile wall.
I kiss the wall's hole, not your lips at all.
Wilt thou at Niddy's tomb meet me straight away?
Tight life, tight death, I come without delay.
Thus have I, wall, my part discharged so, and being done, thus wall away doth go.
Now is the mural down between the two neighbours.
No remedy, my lord, when walls are so willful to hear without warning.
This is the silliest stuff that ever I heard.
The best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse if imagination amends them.
It must be your imagination then, and not theirs.
If we imagine no worse of them than they are of themselves, then they pass for excellent men. Yeah, here come two noble beasts in, a man and a lion.
You ladies, you whose general arts do fear, the smallest monstrous mouse that creeps on floor, may now perchance both quake and tremble here, when lion rough in wildest rage doth roar. Then know that I one snug the joiner am, a lion fell, nor else no lion's dam. For if I should as lion come in strife into this place, 'twere pity on my life.
A very gentle beast, and of good a conscience.
The very best out of beast, my lord, that e'er I saw.
This lion is a very fox for his labor.
True, and a goose for his discretion.
Not so, my lord, for his valor cannot carry his discretion, and the fox carries the goose.
His discretion, I am sure, cannot carry his valour, for the goose carries not the fox. It is well. Leave it to his discretion, and let us listen to the moon.
This lantern doth have the horned mood present.
He should have worn the horns on his head.
He is no crescent, and his horns are invisible within the circumference.
This lantern doth the horned mood present, myself the man in the moon do seem to be.
This is the greatest error of all the rest. The man should be put into the lanthorn. How is it else the man in the moon?
He dares not come there for the candle, for you see it is already in snuff.
I am weary of this moon. Would he would change.
It appears by his small light of discretion that he is in the wane, but yet in courtesy all reason we must stay the time.
Proceed, moon.
All that I have to say is to tell you that the lantern is the moon, and I, the man in the moon, this thorn bush, my thorn bush, and this dog, my dog.
Why, all these should be in the lantern, for all these are in the moon. But silence, here comes Thisbe.
This is old Ninny's tomb. Where is my love?
Roar! Oh, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Lord Lion.
Well run, Thisbe.
Well shone, Moon. Truly the moon shines with a good grace.
Well moused lion.
And so the lion vanished.
And then came Pyramus.
Sweet moon, I thank thee for thy sunny beams. I thank thee, moon, for shining now so bright, for by thy gracious golden glittering gleams I trust a taste of truest Thisbe's sight. But stay, oh spite! But mark, poor knight, what dreadful goal is here? Eyes, do you see? How can it be? Oh, dainty duck! Oh dear! Oh, I should have brought the duck. Oh, thy mantle good, what? Stained with blood, approach ye furies fell. Oh, fates, come, come, cut thread and thrum, quail, crush, conclude, and quell.
This passion and the death of a dear friend would go near to make a man look sad.
Shrew my heart, but I pity the man.
Oh, wherefore nature didst thou lion's frame, since lion vile hair hath deflowered my dear witches? No, no, which was the fairest dame that lived, that loved, that liked, that looked with cheer. Come, tears, confound, out sword and wound the pap of Pyramus. No, no, I, the left pap, where the heart doth hop, huh? Thus die I, thus. Now, am I dead? Now am I fled? My soul is in the sky. Tongue loose thy life. Moon, take thy flight. Die, 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 die.
No die, but an ace for him, for he is but one.
Less than an ace, man, for he is dead. He is nothing.
With the help of a surgeon, he might yet recover and prove an ass.
How chance Moonshine is gone before Thisbe comes back and finds her lover?
She'll find him by starlight. Here she comes, and her passion ends the play.
Methinks she should not use a long one for such a Pyramus. I hope she will be brief.
A mote will turn the balance, which Pyramus, which Thisbe is the better. He for a man, God warrant us. She for a woman, God bless us.
She hath spied him already with those sweet eyes.
And thus she means videlicet.
Asleep, my love. What? Dead, my dove? Oh, Pyramus, arise. Speak, speak. Quite dumb. Dead? Dead. A tomb must cover thy sweet eyes. These my lips, this cherry nose, these yellow cowslip cheeks are gone, are gone. Lovers make a moan. His eyes were green as leeks. Oh, sister three, come, come to me, with hands as pale as milk. Lay them in gore, since you have shore, with shares his thread of silk. Tongue, not a word. Come, trusty sword. Come, blade, my breast imbrue. And farewell, my friends, thus Thisbe ends. Adieu, adieu, adieu.
Moonshine and Lion are left to bury the dead.
Aye, and Wall too.
No, I assure you, the wall is down that parted their fathers. Oh, will it please you to see the epilogue or to hear a Bergamask dance between two of our company?
No epilogue, I pray you, for your play needs no excuse. Never excuse, for when the players are all dead, there needs none to be blamed. Marry, if he that had writ it had played Pyramus and hanged himself in Thisbe's garter, it would have been a fine tragedy. And so it is truly and very noticeably discharged. But come, your Bergamask, let your epilogue alone. The iron tongue of midnight hath told 12. Lovers, to bed. 'Tis almost fairy time. I fear we shall outsleep the morning coming morn. As much as we this night have overwatched, this palpable gross play hath well beguiled the heavy gate of night. Sweet friends, to bed. A fortnight hold we this solemnity, nightly revels and new jollity.
Now the hungry lion roars, and the wolf behowls the moon, whilst the heavy ploughman snores, all with weary task fordone. Now the wasted brands do glow, while the screech owl, screeching loud, puts the wretch that lies in woe in remembrance of a shroud. Now is the time of night that the graves, all gaping wide, each one lets forth his sprite in the churchway paths to glide. And we, the fairies that do run by the triple Hecate's team, from the presence of the sun, following darkness like a dream. Now our frolic, not a mouse, shall disturb this hallowed house. I am sent with broom before, to sweep the dust behind the door.
Through the house give gathering light by the dead and drowsy fire. Every elf and fairy sprite hop as light as bird from briar. And this ditty, after me, sing and dance it trippingly.
First rehearse your song by rote, to each word a warbling note. Hand in hand with fairy grace will we sing and bless this place.
Now, until the break of day, through this house each fairy stray. To the best bride bed will we, which by us shall blessed be. And the issue there create ever shall be fortunate. So shall all the couples three ever true in loving be. And the blots of nature's hand shall not in their issue stand. Never mole, hair, lip, nor scar, nor mark prodigious, such as we are despised in nativity, shall upon their children be. With this field dew consecrate, every fairy take his gate, and each several chamber bless. Through this palace, with sweet peace, and the owner of it blessed, ever shall in safety rest. Trip away, make no stay, meet me all by break of day.
If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. That you have but slumbered here while these visions did appear, and this weak and idle theme no more yielding but a dream. Gentles, do not reprehend. If you pardon, we will mend. And as I am an honest Puck, if we have unlearned luck, now to scape the serpent's tongue, we will make amends ere long, else the Puck a liar call. So, good night unto you all. Give me your hands if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends.
Thank you all so much. A round of applause for everyone. Who knew that the end of Midsummer was going to be so applicable to the situation in which we were overrunning? You were all great. I'm going to ask you all to leave the meeting now so that we can get Titus on as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Please tune in, maybe not immediately because it's midnight, but any other shows before Monday, and I'm going to hand over to our next admin, the beautiful Catbolt, who is going to take over for us. Perfect. Gonna put us in gallery view. There you go. Hang on, you're unmuted now, aren't you, Kat?
Yeah.
I'm going to make you our wonderful host.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we are obviously running a tiny bit late at the moment, so I'm just going to let people in as quickly as possible. Just making sure everything's cool. Okay. Right. Ooh, am I admitting Read for the Globe, Sophie? Is that?
That must be an old me. I had trouble getting on.
Okay.
So that must have been an old Sophie.
Okay. Right, here's Ben. Just gonna make you a co-host, Ben. Awesome. So we can now start admitting our lovely readers. Right. So lovely to see everyone's faces. So just to reiterate to people who haven't been on this before, you're going to be muted until we finish the casting. Okay, lovely. So I think we've got pretty much everyone. Ben, if you want to keep just submitting people, I'm just going to double check that we can let Regine in on that account. Okay, so I'm going to start the show. We're going to go as quickly as we can because, as you know, we're running a little bit late from Midsummer and we are slightly tight on time because we have the end of a live stream, so we can't live stream for more than 12 hours. But that notwithstanding, I'm just going to remind everyone why we're here very, very quickly. So Shakespeare's Globe in London, it's an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It's in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as you all know, we are raising money by reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight with a team of over 200 volunteers, of which many lovely ones are here right now. We encourage you to talk to us on social media, and of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page. So I'm going to get on with it, actually. I think we're pretty much there. How are we doing with Regine there? Okay. Cool. So just to let you know, Ben is our co-host and he's going to be here in case my Wi-Fi fails, which it did this morning for Hamlet. In a minute, we can start the casting, during which you will be kept on mute. We're just going to start with a couple of ground rules. Just remember, we're live. You can be seen at all times. Don't do anything you wouldn't want your granny to do, granny to see, rather. On a serious note, if you behave inappropriately or deliberately disrupt the reading, I will have to stop the video and remove you from the call, although I'm absolutely sure that won't happen. Have fun, be kind. Many of you are trained actors, which is absolutely fantastic, but many of you aren't. This isn't a professional performance, it's a charity event. So mistakes will happen and that's absolutely fine. But also, as you know, we're tight for time. Please don't let your brilliant performance take away from the fact that we need to get the play read. So feel free to act, but no long pauses. Now, really important, there's a mute button at the bottom left of your screen. You'll be able to mute yourself when you're not speaking and unmute yourself when you are. You can also stop your video hovering over your own picture and clicking on the blue button in the corner. That is advised if you're going to the bathroom with your phone. Please stay with your computer throughout the play wherever you can. If you need to go to the loo or go and do something else, don't interrupt the call to ask, just mute yourself and leave. All I ask is that you get yourself back up to speed with the script as quickly as possible when you're back, because we won't be stopping for mass toilet breaks. We really, really don't have time for that tonight. So I'm here, Ben's here to keep things running really smoothly and calmly. If your Wi-Fi freezes, if you have to run off for an emergency, don't panic. We'll pick up any lines you drop. So the way the casting is going to work is that we are basically going to go through the parts and you will be able to indicate with the reaction button at the bottom of your screen, that should be towards the right, whether you want a role or not. I'm basically just going to pick on the first people that show up. Just to let you, Alison Glantz is your name. You're not on video, so I won't be able to see you at the moment, okay? I don't know if that's a problem at your end or not. I'm going to ask you to start your video there. Okay, so we're going to get straight to it. Just we have a couple of precast roles. So Regine, our lovely Regine from the Read for the Globe team, is going to be reading Aaron tonight. That's really, really exciting. Oh, just a question in the chat there. If you're not sure where the reaction button is, just give us a really big wave and we'll do what we can with that, okay? That's fine, I can see you all. And we're also gonna be having the lovely Marcus, AKA Donic Babe, reading Tamara tonight. So the Queen has come to read the Queen, and that's gonna be fantastic. Okay, so we are gonna start the casting now. Please react if you're interested in reading Titus Andronicus. Nicole, I see you there. Okay, so that's Nicole as Titus. Please react now if you're interested in reading Marcus Andronicus. Nat Graham, I see you, that's great. So Nat, you're Marcus. Please react if you're interested in reading Lavinia. Elaine Klein, I see you there. Okay, so as Lavinia, obviously you're only reading in Acts 1 and 2. Just to let you know, if you want to keep going after that, that would be fantastic. Obviously, there's lots of potential for groaning and moaning. We are definitely here to ham it up tonight. Okay, so who's up for reading Demetrius? Yeah, Maisie Robinson, lovely. That's Demetrius for you. Tamara's son. Tamara's other son, Chiron. Yeah, Mirren. Okay, so Mirren, that's Chiron, son to Tamara. Okay, anyone up for reading Lucius, son to Titus Andronicus? Jennifer Gray, that's lovely. So Jennifer, you are Lucius, the big Lucius, there's two. Okay, so the next one is Saturninus, who is the emperor. Yeah, Hannah Donnellan. So Hannah, you'll be reading Saturninus. Okay, now we're just getting to doubled up parts. Everyone's going to have a big part tonight, and it looks like actually we might need to double up a bit more. So this is going to be super fun. So the next one is you're reading in basically all the acts. Who would like Bassianus and Emilius? I will repeat that. Sarah Linnell, lovely. So you'll be reading Bassianus, okay, and Emilius. You can change your name on Zoom, by the way, if you just hover over your picture, and then there's a wee button in the top right-hand corner, and you can change your name there, which might help you to remember your parts. Okay, we've got quite a small part here. Is anyone up for reading that? In fact, you know what? We're going to skip that one for a minute, and then we're going to go over, we're going to come back to that, because I don't think we're going to have quite enough people. So we're going on to Marcius and Publius. These are a lot of sons. Anyone hasn't got a part? Oh, Emily Cotman, lovely. Yeah, so you will be Marcius, Titus's son, and you're also going to be Publius, Marcus the Tribune's son. Okay. Have we got anyone left who hasn't been cast yet, apart from me and Ben? Linda, lovely, and Andrea, I see you there as well. Okay, so Linda, you're going to take Mucius, son to Titus Andronicus. Okay, also the nurse and second Goth. Have you got all of those? So that's Mucius, nurse, and second Goth. And Andrea, if you could take Quintus, please. That's Titus's son, with the clown and the third Goth. So that's Quintus, clown, and third Goth. Okay, that's absolutely brilliant. So is there anyone who would like to do a super job and take another 3 parts on top of their own? Yeah, Elaine, go for it. Lovely. So that's going to be the captain, the messenger, and first Goth. Okay, that's absolutely brilliant. So Ben, if you could read the tribunes for me, that's just in Act 1. Lovely, and I'm going to be reading the stage directions so that I can keep up with all your lovely people and what you're doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to allow you to unmute yourselves, which is great. So when you need to speak, you can unmute yourself. When you're not speaking, it's great if you can mute yourself because it just helps with the view. Okay, so we are going to switch over to speaker view now, and we're going to start the play. Okay, so Titus Andronicus. Act 1, Scene 1, Rome, before the Capitol. The tomb of the Andronici appearing, the tribunes and senators aloft. Enter below from one side Saturninus and his followers, and from the other side Bassianus and his followers, with drum and colours.
Noble patricians, patrons of my right, defend the justice of my cause with arms, and countrymen, my loving followers, plead my successive title with your swords. I am his firstborn, that was the last that wore the imperial diadem of Rome. Then let my father's honours live in me, nor wrong mine age with this indignity.
Romans, friends, followers, favours of my right, if ever Bassianus, Caesar's son, were gracious in the eyes of royal Rome, keep then this passage to the Capitol, and suffer not dishonour to approach the imperial seat, to virtue consecrate, to justice, continence, and nobility. But let desert in pure elections shine, and Romans, fight for freedom in your choice.
Enter Marcus Andronicus aloft with the crown.
Princes that strive by factions and by friends ambitiously for rule and empery, know that the people of Rome, for whom we stand, a special party have, by common voice, in election of the Roman empery, chosen Andronicus, surnamed Pius, for many good and great deserts to Rome. A nobler man, a braver warrior, lives not this day within the city walls. He by the Senate is assitted home from weary wars against the barbarous Goths, that, with his sons a terror to our foes, hath yoked a nation strong, trained up in arms. 10 years are spent since first he undertook this cause of Rome, and chastised with arms our enemies' pride. 5 times he hath returned bleeding to Rome, bearing his valiant sons in coffins from the field. And now at last, laden with horror's spoils, returns the good Andronicus to Rome. Renowned Titus, flourishing in arms, let us entreat, by honour of his name, whom worthily you would have now succeeded, and in the Capitol and Senate's right, whom you pretend to honour and adore, that you withdraw you and abate your strength, dismiss your followers as suitors should, plead your deserts in peace and humbleness.
How fair the tribune speaks to calm my thoughts.
Marcus Andronicus, so I do ally in thy uprightness and integrity, and so I love and honour thee and thine, thy noble brother Titus and his sons, and her to whom my thoughts are humbled all, gracious Lavinia, Rome's rich ornament, that I will here dismiss my loving friends, and to my fortunes and the people's favour commit my cause in balance to be weighed.
Exeunt the followers of Bassianus.
Friends that have been thus forward in my right, I thank you all, and here dismiss you all, and to the love and favour of my country commit myself, my person, and the cause.
Exeunt the followers of Saturninus.
Rome, be as just and gracious unto me as I am confident and kind to thee. Open the gates and let me in.
Tribunes and me, a poor competitor.
Flourish. Saturninus and Bassianus go up into the Capitol. Enter a captain. We got a captain. Romans, make way. The good Andronicus.
The good Andronicus, patron of virtue, Rome's best champion, successful in the battles that he fights, with honor and with fortune is returned from where he circumscribed with his sword and brought to yoke the enemies of Rome.
Drums and trumpets sounded. Enter Marcius and Mucius. After them, 2 men bearing a coffin covered with black, then Lucius and Quintus. After them, Titus Andronicus, and then Tamara with Alarbus, Demetrius, Chiron, Aaron, and other Goths. Prisoners, soldiers, and people following. The bearers set down the coffin, and Titus speaks.
Hail Rome, victorious in thy morning weeds. Lo, as the bark that hath discharged her fraught, returns with precious jading to the bay, from whence at first she weighed her anchorage, cometh Andronicus, bound with laurel boughs to resalute his country with his tears, tears of true joy for his return to Rome. Thou great defender of this capital, stand gracious to the rights that we intend. Romans of 25 valiant sons, half of the number that King Priam had, behold the poor remains alive and dead. These that survive let Rome reward with love. These that I bring unto their latest home, with burial amongst their ancestors. Here Goths have given me leave to sheath my sword. Titus, unkind and careless of thine own, why sufferest thou thy sons, unburied yet, to hover on the dreadful shore of Styx? Make way to lay them by their brethren.
The tomb is opened.
There greet in silence as the dead are wont, and sleep in peace, slain in your country's wars. O sacred receptacle of my joys, sweet cell of virtue and nobility, how many sons of mine hast thou in store, that thou wilt never render to me more?
Give us the proudest prisoner of the Goths, that we may hear his limbs, and on a pile add manes, freight and sacrifice his flesh, before this earthy prison of their bones, that so the shadows be not unappeased, now we disturbed with prodigies on earth.
I give him you, the noblest that survives, the eldest son of this distressed queen.
Stay, Roman brethren! Gracious conqueror, victorious Titus, rue the tears I shed, a mother's tears impassioned for her son. And if thy sons were ever dear to thee, oh, think my sons to be as dear to me. Sufficeth not that we are brought to Rome to beautify thy triumphs and return, captive to thee and to thy Roman yoke, but must my sons be slaughtered in the streets for valiant doings in their country's cause? Oh, if to fight for king and commonwealth were piety and thine, it is in these. Andronicus, stain not thy tomb with blood. Wilt thou draw near the nature of the gods? Draw near them then in being merciful, since mercy is nobility's true badge. Thrice, noble Titus, spare my firstborn son.
Patience yourself, madam, and pardon me. These are their brethren, whom you Goths beheld alive and dead, and for their brethren slain, religiously they ask a sacrifice. To this your son is marked, and die he must, to appease their groaning shadows that are gone.
Away with him, and make a fire straight, and with our swords upon a pile of wood, let's hew his limbs till they be clean consumed. Exeunt Lucius, Quintus, Marcius, and Mutius with Alarbus.
Oh, cruel, irreligious piety!
Was ever Scythia half so barbarous?
Oppose not Scythia to ambitious Rome. Alarbus goes to rest, and we survive to tremble under Titus's threatening looks. Then, madam, stand resolved, but hope withal the selfsame gods that armed the Queen of Troy with opportunity of sharp revenge upon the Thracian tyrant in his tent, may favour Tamara, the Queen of Goths, when Goths were Goths and Tamara was queen, to quit the bloody wrongs upon her foes.
Re-enter Lucius, Quintus, Marcius, and Mutius with their swords bloody. See, Lord and Father, how we have performed our Roman rites. Alarbus, limbs are lopped, and entrails feed the sacrificing fire, whose smoke, like incense, doth perfume the sky. Remaineth naught, but to inter our brethren, and with loud larums welcome them to Rome.
Let it be so, and let Andronicus make this his last farewell to their souls.
Trumpets sounded, and the coffin laid in the tomb.
In peace and honour rest you here, my sons. Rome's readiest champions, repose you here in rest, secure from worldly chances and mishaps. Here lurks no treason, here no envy swells, here grow no damned grudges, here are no storms, no noise, but silence and eternal sleep. In peace and honour rest you here, my sons.
Enter Lavinia.
In peace and honour live Lord Titus long. My noble lord and father, live in fame. Lo, at this tomb my tributary tears I render for my brethren's obsequies, and at thy feet I kneel with tears of joy shed on the earth for thy return to Rome. Oh, bless me here with thy victorious hand, whose fortunes Rome's best citizens applaud.
Kind Rome, thou hast thus lovingly reserved the cordial of mine age to glad my heart. Lavinia, outlive thy father's days, and fame's eternal date for virtue's praise.
Enter below Marcus Andronicus and tribunes. Re-enter Saturninus and Bassianus attended.
Long live Lord Titus, my beloved brother, gracious triumpher in the eyes of Rome.
Thanks, gentle tribune, noble brother Marcus.
And welcome, nephews, from successful wars, you that survive and you that sleep in fame. Fair lords, your fortunes are alike in all, that in your country's service drew your swords, but save for triumph in this funeral pomp that hath aspired to Solon's happiness and triumph over chance in honour's bed. Titus Andronicus, the people of Rome, whose friends in justice thou hast ever been, send thee by me, their tribune and their trust, this palliament of white and spotless hue, and name thee in election for the empire. With these our late deceased emperor's sons, be candacious then, and put it on, and help to set a head on headless Rome.
A better head her glorious body fits than this that shakes for age and feebleness. What should I don this robe and trouble you? Be chosen with proclamations today, tomorrow yield up rule, resign my life and set abroad new business for you all? Rome, I have been thy soldier 40 years and led my country's strength successfully, and buried 21 valiant sons, knighted in field, slain manfully in arms, in right and service of their noble country. Give me a staff of honour for mine age, but not a sceptre to control the world. Upright he held it, lords, that held it last.
Titus, thou shalt obtain and ask the empery.
Proud and ambitious tribune, canst thou tell?
Patience, Prince Saturninus.
Romans, do me right. Patricians, draw your swords and sheathe them not till Saturninus be Rome's emperor. Andronicus, would thou wert shipped to hell rather than rob thee of the people's hearts?
Proud Saturnine, interrupt of the good that noble-minded Titus means to thee.
Content thee, Prince. I will restore to thee the people's hearts and wean them from themselves.
Andronicus, I do not flatter thee, but honor thee, and will do till I die. My faction, if thou strengthen with thy friends, I will most thankful be, and thanks to men of noble minds is honorable meed.
People of Rome and people's tribunes here, I ask your voices and your suffrages. Will you bestow them friendly on Andronicus?
To gratify the good Andronicus and gratulate his safe return to Rome, the people will accept whom he admits.
Tribunes, I thank you. And this suit I make, that you create your emperor's eldest son, Lord Saturnine, whose virtues will, I hope, reflect on Rome as Titans' rays on earth, and ripen justice in this commonwealth. Then, if you will elect by my advice, crown him and say, long live our emperor.
With voices and applause of every sort, patricians and plebeians, we create Lord Saturninus, Rome's great emperor, and say, long live our Emperor Saturnine.
A long flourish till they come down.
Titus Andronicus, for thy favours done to us in our election this day, I give thee thanks in part of thy deserts, and will with deeds requite thy gentleness. And for an onset, Titus, to advance thy name and honourable family, Lavinia will I make my empress, Rome's royal mistress, mistress of my heart, and in the sacred pantheon her espouse. Tell me, Andronicus, does this motion please thee?
It doth, my worthy lord, and in this match I hold me highly honoured of your grace. And here in sight of Rome to Saturnine, king and commander of our commonwealth, the wide world's emperor, do I consecrate my sword, my chariot, and my prisoners. Presents well worthy Rome's imperial lord. Receive them then, the tribute that I owe, mine honours in signs humbled at thy feet.
Thanks, noble Titus, father of my life. How proud I am of thee and of thy gifts, Rome shall record. And when I do forget the least of these unspeakable deserts, Romans, forget your fealty to me.
Titus to Tamara.
Now, madam, are you prisoner to an emperor? To him that for your honour and your state will use you nobly and your followers.
A goodly lady, trust me, of the hue that I would choose were I to choose anew. Clear up, fair queen, that cloudy countenance. Though chance of war hath wrought this change of cheer, thou comest not to be made a scorn in Rome. Princely shall be thy usage every way. Rest on my word, and let not discontent daunt all your hopes. Madam, he comforts you, can make you greater than the queen of God. Lavinia, you are not displeased with this.
Not I, my lord. Its true nobility warrants these words in princely courtesy.
Thanks, sweet Lavinia. Romans, let us go. Ransomless here, we set our prisoners free. Proclaim our honours, lords, with trump and drum.
Flourish. Saturninus courts Tamara in dumb show.
Lord Titus, by your leave, this maid is mine.
Seizing Lavinia.
How, sir? Are you in earnest then?
Aye, noble Titus, and resolved withal to do myself this reason and this right.
Some sequi is our Roman justice. This prince in justice sees us but his own.
And that he will, and shall, if Lucius live.
Traitors avaunt! Where is the Emperor's guard? Treason, my lord! Lavinia is surprised.
Surprised? By whom?
By him that justly may bear his betrothed from all the world away.
Brothers, help to convey her hence away, and with my sword I'll keep this door safe.
Exeunt Lucius, Quintus, and Marcius.
Follow, my lord, and I'll soon bring her back.
My lord, you'll not pass here.
What villain boy? Bars me my way in Rome?
Stabbing Mutius.
Help, Lucius, help!
Mutius dies. During the fray, Saturninus, Tamara, Demetrius, Chiron, and Aaron go out and re-enter above. Re-enter Lucius.
My lord, you are unjust, and more than so, in wrongful quarrel you have slain your son.
Nor thou nor he are any sons of mine. My sons would never so dishonour me. Traitor, restore Lavinia to the emperor.
Dead, if you will, but not to be his wife. That is another lawful promised love.
Exit Lucius.
No, Titus, no. The emperor needs her not, nor her, nor thee, nor any of thy stock. I'll trust by leisure him that mocks me once. Thee never, nor thy traitorous haughty sons, confederates all thus to dishonour me. Was there none else in Rome to make us stale but Saturnine? Full well, Andronicus, agree these deeds with that proud breck of thine. That saidst, I begged the emperor empire at thy hands.
Oh, monstrous! What reproachful words are these?
But go thy ways. Go give that chain and peace to him that flourished for her with his sword. A valiant son-in-law thou shalt enjoy, one fit to bandy with thy lawless sons, to ruffle in the commonwealth of Rome.
These words are razors to my wounded heart.
And therefore, lovely Tamara, queen of Goths, that like the stately Phoebe mongst her nymphs doth overshine the gallantest dames of Rome. If thou be pleased with this my sudden choice, behold, I choose thee, Tamara, for my bride, and will create thee empress of Rome. Speak, queen of Goths, dost thou applaud my choice? And here I swear by all the Roman gods, this priest and holy water are so near, and tapers burn so bright, and everything in readiness for Hymenaeus' stand. I will not resalute the streets of Rome, or climb my palace, till from forth this place I lead espoused by my bride along with me.
And here, in sight of heaven, to Rome I swear, if Saturnine advance the queen of Goths, she will a handmaid be to his desires, a loving nurse, a mother to his youth.
Ascend, fair queen, Pantheon. Lords, accompany your noble emperor and his lovely bride, sent by the heavens for Prince Saturnine, whose wisdom hath her fortune conquered. There shall we consummate our spousal rights.
Exeunt all but Titus.
I'm not bid to wait upon this bride. Titus, when wert thou wont to walk alone, dishonoured thus and challenged of wrongs?
Re-enter Marcus, Lucius, Quintus, and Marcius.
Oh, Titus, see what thou hast done. In a bad quarrel slain a virtuous son.
No, foolish tribune, no. No son of mine, nor thou nor these, confederates in the deed that hath dishonoured all our family. Unworthy brother and unworthy sons.
But let us give him a burial, as becomes, give Mutis burial with our breath in.
Traitors away! He rests not in his tomb. This monument 500 years hath stood, which I have sumptuously re-edified. Here none but soldiers and Rome's servitors repose in fame. None basely slain in brawls. Bury him where you can, he comes not here.
My lord, this is impiety in you. My nephew Mutius's deeds do plead for him. He must be buried with his brethren.
And shall, or him we will accompany.
And shall? What villain was it that spake that word?
He that would vouch it in any place but here.
What, would you bury him in my despite?
No, noble Titus, but entreat of thee to pardon Mutius and to bury him.
Marcus, even thou hast struck upon my crest, and with these boys mine honour thou hast wounded. My foes I do repute to you every one, so trouble me no more, but get you gone.
He is not with himself, let us withdraw.
Not I, till Mutius' bones be buried.
Marcus and the sons of Titus kneel.
Brother, for in that name doth nature plead.
Father, and in that name doth nature speak.
Speak thou no more, if all the rest will speed.
Renown Titus more than half my soul.
Dear father, soul and substance of us all,
suffer thy brother Marcus to inter his noble nephew here in virtue's nest, that died in honour and in Lavinia's cause. Thou art a Roman, be not barbarous. The Greeks, upon advice, did bury Ajax that slew himself, and wise Laertes' son did graciously plead for his funerals. Let not young Mucius, then, that was thy joy, be barred his entrance here.
Rise, Marcus, rise. The dismal day is this I e'er saw, to be dishonoured by my sons in Rome. Well, bury him, and bury me the next.
Mucius is put into the tomb.
there lie thy bones, sweet Mucius, with thy friends, till we with trophies do adorn thy tomb.
Everybody kneels.
No man
shed tears for noble Mucius. He lives in fame that died in virtue's cause.
My lord, to step out of these dreary dumps, how comes it that the subtle queen of Goths is of a sudden thus advanced in Rome?
I know not, Marcus, but I know it is, whether by device or no, the heavens can tell. Is she not then beholding to the man that brought her for this high good turn so far? Yes, and will nobly him remunerate.
Flourish. Re-enter from one side Saturninus attended, Tamara, Demetrius, Chiron, and Aaron. From the other, Bassianus, Lavinia, and others.
So, Bassianus, you have played your prize. God give you joy, sir, of your gallant bride.
And you of yours, my lord. I say no more, nor wish no less, and so I take my leave.
Traitor. If Rome have law or we have power, thou, thy faction, shall repent this rape.
Rape, call you it, my lord, to seize my own, my truth-betrothed love, and now my wife. But let the laws of Rome determine all. Meanwhile, I am possessed of that is mine.
'Tis good, sir. You're very short with us, but if we live, we'll be a shock with you.
My lord, what I have done, as best I may, answer I must and shall do with my life. Only thus much I give your grace to know. By all the duties that I owe to Rome, this noble gentleman, Lord Titus here, is in opinion and in honor wronged. That in the rescue of Lavinia, with his own hand did slay his youngest son, in zeal to you, and highly moved to wrath, to be controlled in that he frankly gave. Receive him then to favor, Saturnine, that hath expressed himself in all his deeds, a father and a friend to thee and Rome.
Prince Bassianus, leave to plead my deeds. 'Tis thou and those that have dishonoured me. Rome and the righteous heavens be my judge, how I have loved and honoured Saturnine.
My worthy lord, if ever Tamara were gracious in those princely eyes of thine, then hear me speak and indifferently for all, and at my suit, sweet, pardon what is past.
What, madam, be dishonoured openly and basely put it up without revenge?
Not so, my lord. The gods of Rome forfend I should be author to dishonour you. But on mine honour dare I undertake for good Lord Titus' innocence in all, whose fury not dissembled speaks his grief, then at my suit look graciously on him. Lose not so noble a friend on vain suppose, nor with sour looks afflict his gentle heart.
Aside to Saturninus.
My lord, be ruled by me. We won at last. Dissemble at your griefs and discontents. You are but newly planted in your throne, lest then the people and patricians too, upon a just survey, take Titus's part, and so supplant you for ingratitude, which Rome reputes to be a heinous sin. Yield it entreats, and then let me alone. I'll find a day to massacre them all, and raise their faction and their family, the cruel father and his traitorous sons, to whom I sued for my dear son's life, and make them know what 'tis to let a queen kneel in the streets and beg for grace in vain. Come, come, sweet emperor, come, Andronicus, take up this good old man, and cheer the heart that dies in tempest of thy angry frown.
Rise, Titus, rise. My empress hath prevailed.
I thank your majesty and her, my lord. These words, these looks infuse new life in me.
Titus, I am incorporate in Rome, a Roman now adopted happily, and must advise the emperor for his good. 'Tis day all quarrels die, Andronicus, and let it be mine honor, good my lord, that I have reconciled your friends and you. For you, Prince Bassianus, I have passed my word and promised to the emperor that you will be more mild and tractable. And fear not, lord, and you, Lavinia, by my advice, all humbled on your knees, you shall ask pardon of his majesty.
We do, and vow to heaven and to his highness that what we did was mildly as we might, tendering our sister's honour and our own.
That on mine honour here I do protest.
Away, and talk not, trouble us no more.
Nay, nay, sweet emperor, we must all be friends. The tribune and his nephew kneel for grace. I will not be denied. Sweetheart, look back.
Marcus, for thy sake and thy brother's here, and at my lovely Tamara's entreats, I do remit these young men's heinous faults. Stand up. Lavinia, though you left me like a churl, I found a friend, and sure as death I swore I would not part the bachelor from the priest. Come, if the emperor's court can feast two brides, you are my guest, Lavinia, and your friends. This day shall be a love day, Tamara.
Tomorrow, and it please your majesty, to hunt the panther and the hart with me, with horn and hound will give your grace bonjour.
Be it so, Titus, and grey mercy too.
Flourish, exeunt. Act 2, Scene 1. Rome, before the palace. Enter Aaron.
Now climbeth Tamara Olympus' top, safe out of fortune's shot, and sits aloft, secure of thunder's crack or lightning's flash, advanced above pale envy's threatening reach, as when the golden sun salutes the morn, and, having gilt the ocean with his beams, gallops the zodiac in his glistering coach, and overlooks the highest peering hills. So Tamara, upon her wit doth earthly honor wait, and virtue stoops and trembles at her frown. Then, Aaron, arm thy heart, and fit thy thoughts to mount aloft with thy imperial mistress, and mount her pitch, whom thou in triumph long hast prisoner held, fettered in amorous chains and faster bound to Aaron's charming eyes than is Prometheus tied to Caucasus. Away with slavish weeds and servile thoughts. I will be bright and shine in pearl and gold to wait upon this new-made empress. To wait, said I? To wanton with this queen, this goddess, this Samaris, this nymph, this siren that will charm Rome's Saturnine, and see his shipwreck and his commonweals. Halloa! What storm is this?
Enter Demetrius and Chiron, braving.
Chiron, thy years want wit, thy wit wants edge and manners to intrude where I am graced, and may, for aught thou know'st, affected be.
Demetrius, thou dost overween in all, and so in this, to bear me down with braves. 'Tis not the difference of a year or two makes me less gracious, or thee more fortunate. I am as able and as fit as thou to serve, and to deserve my mistress's grace, and that my sword upon thee shall approve, and plead my passions for Lavinia's love.
Clubs, clubs, these lovers will not keep the peace.
Why, boy, although our mother, unadvised, gave you dancing rapier by your side, are you so desperate grown to threaten your friends? Go to, have your laugh glued within your sheath, so you know better how to handle it.
Meanwhile, sir, with the little skill I have, full well shalt thou perceive how much I dare.
Aye, boy, grow ye so brave.
They draw.
Why? How now, lords? So near the emperor's palace, dare you draw and maintain such a quarrel openly? Full well I wot the ground of all this grudge. I would not for 1,000,000 of gold the cause were known to them it most concerns. Nor would your noble mother for much more be so dishonored in the court of Rome. For shame, put up.
Not I, till I hath sheathed my rapier in his bosom, and withal thrust these reproachful speeches down his throat, that he hath breathed in my dishonour here.
For that I am prepared and full resolved. Foul-spoken coward, that thunderest with thy tongue, and with thy weapon nothing darest perform.
Away, I say. Now, that the gods that warlike Goths adore, this petty rabble will undo us all. Why, lords, and think you not how dangerous it is to jet upon a prince's right? What, is Lavinia then become so loose, or Bassianus so degenerate that for her love such quarrels may be broached without controlment, justice, or revenge? Young lords, beware, and should the empress know this discord's ground, the music would not please.
I care not. I knew she and all the world. I love Lavinia more than all the world.
Youngling, learn thou to make some meaner choice. Lavinia is thine elder brother's hope.
Why, are ye mad? Or know ye not in Rome how furious and impatient they be, and cannot brook competitors in love? I tell you, lords, you do but plot your deaths by this device.
Aaron, 1,000 deaths would I propose to achieve her whom I love.
To achieve her? How?
Why makest thou it so strange? She is a woman, therefore may be wooed. She is a woman, therefore may be won. She is Lavinia, therefore must be loved. What man? More water glideth by the mill than wot's the miller of, and easy it is of a cut loaf to steal a shive, we know. Though Bassianus be the emperor's brother, better than he have worn Vulca's badge.
Aye, and as good as Saturninus may.
Then why should he despair that knows to court it, with words, fair looks, and liberality? What? Hast not thou full often struck a doe and borne her cleanly by the keeper's nose?
Why then, it seems some certain snatch or so would serve your turns.
Aye, so the turn were served.
Aaron, thou hast hit it.
Would you had hit it too. Then should not we be tired with this ado. Why, hark ye, and are you such fools to square for this? Would it offend you, then, that both should speed?
Faith, not me.
Nor me, so I were one.
For shame, be friends and join for that you jar. This policy and stratagem must do that you affect, and so must you resolve, that what you cannot as you would achieve, you must perforce accomplish as you may. Take this of me. Lucrece was not more chaste than this Lavinia, Bassianus' love. A speedier course than lingering languishment must we pursue, and I have found the path. My lords, a solemn hunting is at hand. There will the lovely Roman ladies troop the forest walks there will the lovely Roman ladies troop. The forest walks are wide and spacious, and many unfrequented plots there are fitted by kind for rape and villainy. Single you hither then this dainty doe, and strike her home by force, if not by words. This way, or not at all, stand you in hope. Come, our empress and her sacred wit to villainy and vengeance consecrate. Will we acquaint with all that we intend, and she shall file our engines with advice that will not suffer you to square yourselves, but to your wishes' height advance you both. The emperor's court is like the house of fame, the palace full of tongues, of eyes and ears. The woods are ruthless, dreadful, deaf and dull. There speak and strike, brave boys, and take your turns. There serve your lusts, shadowed from heaven's eye, and revel in Lavinia's treasury.
Thy counsel, lad, smells of no cowardice.
Sit facet nefas, till I find the stream to cool this heat, a charm to calm these fits. Pastiga permanus veror.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 2. A forest near Rome, horns and cry of hounds heard. Enter Titus Andronicus, with hunters, etc., Marcus, Lucius, Quintus, and Marcius.
The hunt is up, the morn is bright and grey. The fields are fragrant and the woods are green. Uncouple here and let us make a bay, and wake the emperor and his lovely bride, and rouse the prince and ring a hunter's peal, that all the court may echo with the noise. Sons, let it be your charge as it is ours, to attend the emperor's person carefully. I have been troubled in my sleep this night, but dawning day new comfort hath inspired.
A cry of hounds and horns winded in a peal, Enter Saturninus, Tamara, Bassianus, Lavinia, Demetrius, Chiron, and attendants.
Many good morrows to your majesty. Madam, to you as many and as good, I promised your grace a hunter's peal.
And you have rung it lustily, my lord, somewhat too early for new married ladies.
Lavinia, how say you?
I say no. I have been brought awake 2 hours and more.
Come on then, horse and chariots let us have, and to our sport.
To Tamara.
Madam, now shall ye see our Roman hunting.
I have dogs, my lord. Will rouse the proudest panther in the chase and climb the highest promontory top.
And I have horse will follow where the game makes way, and run like swallows o'er the plain.
Chiron, we hunt not, we with horse nor hound, but hope to pluck a dainty doe to ground.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 3. A lonely part of the forest. Enter Aaron with a bag of gold.
He that had wit would think that I had none. To bury so much gold under a tree and never after to inherit it. Let him that thinks of me so abjectly know that this gold must coin a stratagem, which, cunningly effected, will beget a very excellent piece of villainy. And so repose, sweet gold, for their unrest.
He hides the gold.
Let have their arms out of the empress's chest.
Enter Tamara.
My lovely Aaron, wherefore look'st thou sad, when everything doth make a gleeful boast? The birds chant melody on every bush, the snake lies rolled in the cheerful sun, the green leaves quiver with the cooling wind, and make a checkered shadow on the ground. Under their sweet shade, Aaron, let us sit. And whilst the babbling echo mocks the hounds, replying shrilly to their well-tuned horns, as if the double hunt were heard at once, let us sit down and mark their yelping noise. And after conflict, such as was supposed the wandering prince and Dido once enjoyed, when with a happy storm they were surprised and curtained with a council-keeping cave, we may, each wreathed in the other's arms, our pastimes done, possess a golden slumber, whilst hounds and horns and sweet melodious birds be unto us as is a nurse's song of lullaby to bring her babe asleep.
Madam, though Venus govern your desires, Saturn is dominator over mine. What signifies my deadly standing eye, my silence and my cloudy melancholy, my fleece of woolly hair, that now uncurls even as an adder when she doth unroyal to some fatal execution? No, madam, these are no venereal signs. Vengeance is in my heart, death in my hand, blood and revenge are hammering in my head. Hark, Tamara, the empress of my soul, which never hopes more heaven than rests in thee, this is the day of doom for Bassianus. His Philomel must lose her tongue today. The sons make pillage of her chastity and wash their hands in Bassianus's blood. And seest thou this letter? Take it up, I pray thee, and give the king this fatal plotted scroll. Now, question me no more, we are espied. Here comes a parcel of our hopeful booty, who dreads not yet their lives' destruction.
Ah, my sweet Moor, sweeter to me than life.
No more, great empress. Bassianus comes. Be cross with him, and I'll go fetch thy sons to back thy quarrels, whatsoever they be.
Exit Aaron. Enter Bassianus and Lavinia.
Who have we here? Rome's royal empress, unfurnished of her well-beseeming troop? Or is it Diane, habited like her, who hath abandoned her holy groves to see the general hunting in this forest?
Saucy controller of our private steps! Had I the power that some say Diane had, thy temple should be planted presently with horns, as was Actaeon's, and the hounds should drive up thy new transformed limbs, unmannerly intruder as thou art.
Under your patience, gentle empress, 'tis thought you have a goodly gift in horning, and to be doubted that your Moor and you are singled forth to try experiments. Jove shield your husband from his hounds today. 'Tis pity they should take him for a stag.
Believe me, queen, your swarth Cimmerian doth make your honor of his body's hue, spotted, detested, and abominable. Why are you sequestered from all your train, dismounted from your snow-white goodly steed, and wandered hither to an obscure plot, accompanied but with a barbarous Moor, if foul desire had not conducted you?
And being intercepted in your sport, great reason that my noble lord be rated for sauciness. I pray you, let us hence, and let her joy her raven-colored love. This valley fits the purpose passing well.
The king, my brother, shall have note of this.
Aye, for these slips have made him noted long. Good king to be so mightily abused.
Why have I patience to endure all this?
Enter Demetrius and Chiron.
How now, dear sovereign and our gracious mother? Why doth your highness look so pale and wan?
Have I not reason, think you, to look pale? These two have ticed me hither to this place. A barren, detested vale, you see it is. The trees, though summer, yet forlorn and lean, o'ercome with moss and baleful mistletoe. Here never shines the sun. Here nothing breeds, unless the nightly owl or fatal raven. And when they showed me this abhorred pit, they told me here, at dead time of the night, 1,000 fiends, 1,000 hissing snakes, 10,000 swelling toads, as many urchins would make such fearful and confused cries as many mortal body hear it, should straight fall mad, or else die suddenly. No sooner had they told this hellish tale, but straight they told me they would bind me here unto the body of this dismal ewe, and leave me to this miserable death. And then they called me foul adulteress, lascivious Goth, and all the bitterest terms that ever ear did hear to such effect. And had you not by wondrous fortune come, this vengeance on me had they executed. Revenge it, as you love your mother's life, or be ye not henceforth called my children.
This is a witness that I am thy son.
Stabs Bassianus.
And this for me, struck home to show my strength.
Also stabs Bassianus, who dies.
Nay, come, Semiramis, nay, barbarous Tamara, for no name fits thy nature but thy own.
Give me thy poniard. You shall know, my boys, your mother's hand shall right your mother's wrong.
Stay, madam. Here is more belongs to her. First thrash the corn, then after burn the straw. This minion stood upon her chastity, upon her nuptial vow, her loyalty, and with that painted hope braves your mightiness. And shall she carry this unto her grave?
And if she do, I wear a eunuch, drag hence her husband to some secret hole, and make his dead trunk pillow to our lust.
But when ye have the honey ye desire, let not this wasp outlive, us both to sting.
I warrant you, madam, we will make that sure. Come, mistress, now perforce we will enjoy that nice preserved honesty of yours.
Oh, Tamara, thou bearest a woman's face!
I will not hear her speak, away with her.
Sweet lords, entreat her, hear me but a word.
Listen, fair madam, let it be your glory to see her tears, but be your heart to them as unrelenting flint to drops of rain.
When did the tiger's young ones teach the dam? Oh, do not learn her wrath, she taught it thee. The milk thou suckedest from her did turn to marble. Even at thy teat thou hadst thy tyranny, yet every mother breeds not sons alike.
To Chiron.
Do thou entreat her, show a woman pity.
What? Would thou have me prove myself a bastard?
'Tis true. The raven doth not hatch a lark. Yet I have heard, could I find it now? The lion moved with pity did endure to have his princely paws pared all away. Some say that ravens foster forlorn children, the whilst their own birds famish in their nests. Oh, be to me, though thy hand hearts say no, nothing so kind, but something pitiful.
I know not what it means. Away with her.
Oh, let me teach thee, for thy father's sake, that give thee life, when well he might have slain thee. Be not obdurate, open thy deaf ears.
Hadst thou in person never offended me, even for his sake, I am pitiless. Remember, boys, I poured forth tears in vain to save your brother from the sacrifice, but fierce Andronicus would not relent. Therefore away with her, and use her as you will. The worse to her, the better loved of me.
O Tamara, be called a gentle queen, and with thine own hands kill me in this place. For 'tis not life that I have begged so long, for I was slain when Basanius died.
What beggst thou then, fond woman? Let me go.
'Tis present death I beg, and one thing more, that womanhood denies my tongue to tell. Oh, keep me from their worse than killing lust, and tumble me into some loathsome pit where never man's eye may behold my body. Do this and be a charitable murderer.
Oh, so should I rob my sweet sons of their fee? No, let them satisfy their lust on thee.
Away, for thou hast stayed us here too long.
No grace, no womanhood, a beastly creature, the blot and enemy to our general name. Confusion fall!
Nay, then I'll stop your mouth. Bring thou her husband. This is the hole where Aaron bid us hide him.
Demetrius throws the body of Bassianus into the pit. Then exeunt Demetrius and Chiron, dragging off Lavinia.
Farewell, my sons. See that you make her sure. Ne'er let my heart know merry cheer indeed, till all the Andronici be made away. Now will I hence to seek my lovely Moor, and let my spleenful sons this trull deflower.
Exit. Re-enter Aaron with Quintus and Marcius.
Come on, my lords, the better foot before. Straight will I bring you to the loathsome pit where I espied the panther fast asleep.
My sight is very dull, whate'er it bodes.
And mine, I promise you. Were it not for shame, well could I leave our sport to sleep a while.
Marcius falls into the pit.
What art fallen? What subtle hole is this whose mouth is covered with rude growing briars, upon whose leaves are drops of new shed blood, as fresh as morning dew distilled on flowers? A very fatal place it seems to me. Speak, brother, hast thou hurt thee with the fall?
Oh, brother, with the dismalest object hurt that ever eye was sight made heart lament.
Now will I fetch the king to find them here, that he thereby may give a likely guess how these were they that made away his brother.
Exit Aaron.
Why dost not comfort me and help me out from this unhallowed and blood-stained hole?
I am surprised with an uncouth fear. A chilling sweat o'erruns my trembling joints. My heart suspects more than mine eye can see.
To prove thou hast a true divining heart, Aaron and thou look down into this den and see a fearful sight of blood and death.
Aaron is gone, and my compassionate heart will not permit mine eyes once to behold the thing whereat it trembles by surmise. Oh, tell me how it is, for ne'er till now was I a child to fear I know not what.
Lord Bassianus lies embrued here, all on a heap like to a slaughtered lamb, in this detested dark blood-drinking pit.
If it be dark, how dost thou know 'tis he?
Upon his bloody finger he doth wear a precious ring that lightens all the whole, which like a taper in some monument doth shine upon the dead man's earthy cheeks, and shows the ragged entrails of the pit. So pale did shine the moon on Pyramus when he by night lay bathed in maiden blood. O brother, help me with thy fainting hand, if fear hath made thee faint, as me it hath, out of this fell devouring receptacle as hateful as Cocytus's misty mouth.
Reach me thy hand, that I may help thee out, or wanting strength to do thee so much good, I may be plucked into the swallowing womb of this deep pit, poor Bassianus' grave. I have no strength to pluck thee to the brink.
Nor I no strength to climb out without thy help.
Thy hand once more, I will not loose again, till thou art here aloft or I below. Oh, thou canst not come to me. I come to thee.
Quintus falls in. Enter Saturninus with Aaron.
Along with me, I'll see what hole is here, and what he is that now is leaped into it. Say, who art thou that lately didst descend into this gaping hollow of the earth?
The unhappy son of old Andronicus, brought hither in a most unlucky hour to find thy brother Bassianus dead.
My brother dead? I know thou dost but jest. He and his lady both are at the lodge upon the north side of this present chase. 'Tis not an hour since I left them there.
We know not where you left him all alive, but out, alas, here we have found him dead.
Re-enter Tamara with attendants, Titus Andronicus and Lucius.
Where is my lord the king?
Here, Tamara, though grieved with killing grief.
Where is thy brother Bassianus?
Now to the bottom dost thou search my wound. Poor Bassianus here lies murdered.
Oh, then all too late I bring this fatal writ, the complot of this timeless tragedy, and wonder greatly what man's face can fold in pleasing smiles, such murderous tyranny.
She gives Saturninus a letter. Saturninus reads,
And if we miss to meet him handsomely, sweet huntsman, Bassianus 'tis we mean, do thou so much as we dig the grave for him. Thou knowest our meaning. Look for thy reward among the nettles at the elder tree, which overshades the mouth of that same pit where we decree to bury Bassianus. Do this and purchase us thy lasting friend. O Tamara, would ever heard the light, this the pit, and this the elder tree. Look, sirs, if you can find the huntsman out that should have murdered Bassianus here.
My gracious lord, here is the bag of gold.
Two of thy wealth, foul curse of bloody kind, have here bereft my brother of his life. Sirs, drag them from the pit unto the prison. There let them bide until we have devised some never heard of torturing pain for them.
What? Are they in this pit? Oh, wondrous thing! How easily murder is discovered.
High Emperor, upon my feeble knee I beg this boon, with tears not lightly shed, that this fell fault of my accursed sons, accursed the fault be proved in them.
If it be proved, you see it is apparent. Who found this letter? Tamara, was it you?
Andronicus himself did take it up.
I did, my lord, yet let me be their bail, for by my father's reverend tomb I vow they shall be ready at your highness's will to answer their suspicion with their lives.
Thou shalt not bail them. See, thou follow me. Some bring the murdered body, some the murderers. Let them not speak a word. The guilt is plain. For by my soul were there worse end than death. That end upon them should be executed.
Andronicus, I will entreat the king. Fear not thy sons, they shall do well enough.
Come, Lucius, come. Stay not to talk to them.
Exeunt. Act 2, Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Enter Demetrius and Chiron with Lavinia, ravished, her hands cut off and her tongue cut out.
So, now go tell, and if thy tongue can speak, who 'twas that cut thy tongue and ravished thee?
Write down thy mind, bewray thy meaning so, and if thy stumps will let thee play the scribe.
See how with signs and tokens she can scrawl.
Go home, call for sweet water, wash thy hands.
She hath no tongue to call, nor hands to wash. So let's leave her to her silent walks.
And 'twere my case, I should go hang myself.
If thou hadst hands to help thee knit the cord.
Exeunt Demetrius and Chiron. Enter Marcus.
Who is this? My niece that flies away so fast. Cousin, a word, where is your husband? If I do dream, would all my wealth would wake me? If I do wake, some planet strike me down that I may slumber in eternal sleep. Speak, gentle niece, what stern, ungentle hands hath lopped and hewed and made thy body bare of her two branches, those sweet ornaments whose circling shadows kings have sought to sleep in, and might not gain so great a happiness as have thy love? Why dost thou not speak to me? Alas, a crimson river of warm blood, like to a bubbling fountain stirred with wind, doth rise and fall between thy rosed lips, coming and going with thy honey breath. But sure, some Tereus hath deflowered thee, and lest thou shouldst detect him, cut thy tongue. And now thou turnst away thy face in shame, and notwithstanding all this loss of blood, and from a conduit with 3 issuing spouts, yet do thy cheeks look red as Titan's face, blushing to be encountered with a cloud. Shall I speak for thee? Shall I say 'tis so? Oh, that I knew your heart and knew the beast, that I might rule him to ease my mind. Sorrow concealed like an oven stopped doth burn the heart to cinders where it is. Fair Philomena, she but lost her tongue, and in a tedious sampler sowed her mind. But, lovely niece, that mean is cut from thee. A craftier Tereus cousin hast thou met, and he hath cut those pretty fingers off that could have better sewed than Philomel. Oh, had that monster seen thy lily hands, tremble like aspen leaves upon a lute, and make the silken strings delight to kiss them, he would not then have touched them for his life. Or, had he heard the heavenly harmony which that sweet tongue hath made, he would have dropped his knife and fell asleep as Cerberus at the Thracian poet's feet. Come, let us go and make thy father blind, for such a sight will blind thy father's eye. 1 hour's storm will drown the fragrant minds. What will whole months of tears thy father's eyes? Do not draw back, for we will mourn with thee. Oh, could our mourning ease thy misery?
Exeunt. Act 3, Scene 1. Rome, a street. Enter judges, senators, tribunes, with Marcius and Quintus bound, passing on to the place of execution. Titus going before, pleading.
Hear me, grave fathers, noble tribunes, stay. For pity of mine age, whose youth was spent in dangerous wars, whilst you securely slept. For all my blood in Rome's great quarrel shed, for all the frosty nights that I have watched, and for these bitter tears which now you see, filling the aged wrinkles in my cheeks. Be pitiful to my condemned sons, whose souls are not corrupted as 'tis thought. For 22 sons I never wept, because they died in honour's lofty bed.
Lieth down, the judges, etc. pass by him, and exeunt.
For these tribunes in the dust I write, my heart's deep languor and my soul's sad tears. Let my tears stanch the earth's dry appetite. My son's sweet blood will make it shame and blush. O earth, I will befriend thee more with rain that shall distill from these 2 ancient urns, than youthful April shall with all his showers. In summer's drought I'll drop upon thee still. In winter with warm tears I'll melt the snow and keep eternal springtime on thy face, so thou refuse to drink my dear son's blood.
Enter Lucius with his sword drawn.
O reverend tribunes, O gentle aged men, unbind my sons, reverse the doom of death, and let me say that never wept before, my tears are now prevailing orators.
O noble father, your lament in vain, the tribunes hear you not, no man is by, and you recount your sorrows to a stone.
Ah, Lucius, for thy brothers let me plead. Grave tribunes, once more I entreat you.
My gracious lord, no tribune hears you speak.
Why, 'tis no matter, man, if they did hear, they would not mark me. Or if they did mark, they would not pity me, yet plead I must, and bootless unto them. Therefore I tell my sorrows to the stones, who though they cannot answer my distress, yet in some sort they are better than the tribunes, for that they will not intercept my tale. When I do weep, they humbly at my feet receive my tears and seem to weep with me. And were they but attired in grave weeds, Rome could afford no tribune like to these. A stone is soft as wax, tribunes more hard than stones. A stone is silent and offendeth not, and tribunes with their tongues do men to death.
He rises.
But wherefore standst thou with thy weapon drawn?
To rescue my 2 brothers from their death, for which attempt the judges have pronounced my everlasting doom of banishment.
O happy man, they have befriended thee. Why, foolish Lucius, dost thou not perceive that Rome is but a wilderness of tigers? Tigers must prey, and Rome affords no prey but me and mine. How happy art thou then from these devourers to be banished? But who comes with our brother Marcus here?
Enter Marcus and Lavinia.
Titus, prepare thy aged eyes to weep, or if not so, thy noble heart to break. I bring consuming sorrow to thine age.
Will it consume me? Let me see it then.
This with thy daughter.
Why, Marcus, so she is.
Ay me, this object kills me.
Faint-hearted boy, arise and look upon her. Speak, Lavinia, what accursed hand hath made these handless in thy father's sight? What fool hath added water to the sea or brought a faggot to bright burning Troy? My grief was at the height before thou camest, and now like Nilus it disdaineth bounds. Give me a sword, I'll chop off my hands too, for they have fought for Rome and all in vain, and they have nursed this woe. In feeding life, in bootless prayer have they been held up, and they have served me to effortless use. Now all the service I require of them is that the one will help to cut the other. 'Tis well, Lavinia, that thou hast no hands, for hands to do Rome's service are but vain.
Speak, gentle sister, who hath martyred thee?
Oh, that delightful engine of her thoughts that blabbed them with such pleasing eloquence is torn from forth that pretty hollow cage, where like a sweet melodious bird it sung sweet varied notes, enchanting every ear.
Oh, say thou for her, who hath done this deed.
Oh, thus I found her straying in the park, seeking to hide herself, as doth the deer that hath received some recurring wound.
It was my dear, and he that wounded her hath hurt me more than had he killed me dead. For now I stand as one upon a rock, environed with a wilderness of sea, who marks the waxing tide grow wave by wave, expecting ever when some envious surge will in his brinish bowels swallow him. This way to death my wretched sons are gone. Here stands my other son, a banished man, and here my brother weeping at my woes. But that which gives my soul the greatest spurn is dear Lavinia, dearer than my soul. Had I but seen thy picture in this plight, it would have maddened me. What shall I do now I behold thy lively body so? Thou hast no hands to wipe away thy tears, nor tongue to tell me who hath martyred thee. Thy husband, he is dead, and for his death thy brothers are condemned and dead by this. Look, Marcus, our son Lucius, look on her. When I did name her brothers, then fresh tears stood on her cheeks, as doth the honeydew upon a gathered lily almost withered.
Perchance she weeps because they killed her husband. Perchance because she knows them innocent.
If they did kill thy husband, then be joyful, because the law hath ta'en revenge on them. No, no, they would not do so foul a deed. Witness the sorrow that their sister makes. Gentle Lavinia, let me kiss thy lips, or make some sign how I may do thee ease. Shall thy good uncle and thy brother Lucius and thou and I sit round about some fountain, looking all downwards to behold our cheeks how they are stained, as meadows yet not dry, with miry slime left on them by a flood. And in the fountain shall we gaze so long till the fresh taste be taken from that clearness, and made a brine pit with our bitter tears. Or shall we cut away our hands like thine? Or shall we bite our tongues, and in dumb shows pass the remainder of our hateful days? What shall we do? Let us that have our tongues plot some deuce of further misery to make us wondered at in time to come.
Sweet father, cease your tears, for at your grief see how my wretched sister sobs and weeps.
Patience, dear niece. Good Titus, dry thine eyes.
Ah, Marcus, Marcus. Brother, well I wot thy napkin cannot drink a tear of mine, for thou, poor man, hast drowned it with thine own.
Ah, my Lavinia, I will wipe thy cheeks.
Mark, Marcus, mark. I understand her signs. Had she a tongue to speak, now would she say that to her brother which I said to thee. His napkin, with his true tears all bewet, can do no service on her sorrowful cheeks. Oh, what a sympathy of woe is this, as far from as limbo is from bliss.
Enter Aaron.
Titus Andronicus, my lord the emperor sends thee this word, that if thou love thy sons, let Marcus, Lucius, or thyself, O Titus, or any one of you, chop off your hand and send it to the king. He for the same will send thee hither both thy sons alive, and that shall be the ransom for their fault.
O gracious emperor, O gentle Aaron, did ever raven sing so like a lark that gives sweet tidings on the sun's uprise? With all my heart I'll send the emperor my hand. Good Aaron, wilt thou help to chop it off?
Stay, father, for that noble hand of thine that hath thrown down so many enemies shall not be sent. My hand will serve the turn. My youth can better spare my blood from you, and therefore mine shall save my brothers' lives.
Which of your hands hath not defended Rome, and reared aloft the bloody battle-axe, writing destruction on the enemy's castle? Oh, none but both of high desert. My hand hath been idle, let it serve, to ransom my two nephews from their death, then have I kept it to a worthy end.
Nay, come, agree whose hand shall go along, for fear they die before their pardon come.
My hand shall go.
By heaven, it shall not go.
Sirs, strive no more. Such withered herbs as these are meet for plucking up, and therefore mine.
Sweet father, if I shall be thought thy son, let me redeem my brothers both from death.
And for our father's sake and mother's care, let me show a brother's love to thee.
Agree between you, I will spare my hand.
Then I will go fetch an axe.
But I will use the axe.
Exeunt Lucius and Marcus.
Come hither, Aaron, I'll deceive them both. Lend me thy hand, and I will give thee mine.
If that be called deceit, I will be honest, and never whilst I live deceive men so. But I'll deceive you in another sort, and that you'll say, ere half an hour pass.
Cuts off Titus's hand. Re-enter Lucius and Marcus.
Now stay your strife, what shall be is dispatched. Good Aaron, give his majesty my hand. Tell him it was a hand that warded him from 1,000 daggers. Bid him bury it, more hath it merited. That let it have. As for my sons, say I account of them as jewels purchased at an easy price, and yet dear too, because I bought mine own.
I go, Andronicus, and for thy hand, look by and bide to have thy sons with thee. Their heads, I mean. Oh, how this villainy doth fat me with the very thoughts of it. Let fools do good and fair men call for grace. Aaron will have his soul black like his face.
Exit Aaron.
Oh, here I lift this one hand up to heaven and bow this feeble ruin to the earth. If any power pities wretched tears to what I call.
To Lavinia.
What? Wilt thou kneel with me? Do then, dear heart, for heaven shall hear our prayers, or with our sighs will breathe the welkin dim, and stain the sun with fog, as sometime clouds when they do hug him in their melting bosoms.
Oh, brother, speak with possibilities, and do not break into these deep extremities.
Is not my sorrow deep, having no bottom? Then be my passions bottomless with them.
But yet let reason govern thy lament. If there were reason for these miseries, then into limits could I bind my woes. When heaven doth weep, doth not the earth overflow? If the winds rage, doth not the sea wax mad, threatening the welkin with his big swollen face? And wilt thou have a reason for this coil? I am the sea, hark, how her sighs do blow. She is weeping welkin, I the earth. Then must my sea be moved with her sighs. Then must my earth, with her continual tears, become a deluge, overflowed and drowned. For why my bowels cannot hide her woes, but like a drunken must I vomit them. Then give me leave, for losers will have leave, to ease thy stomachs with thy bitter tongues.
Enter a messenger with 2 heads and a hand.
Worthy Andronicus, ill art thou repaid for that good hand thou sentest the emperor. Here are the heads of thy 2 noble sons, and here's thy hand, in scorn to thee sent back. Thy griefs their sports, thy resolution mocked. That woe is me to think upon thy woes, more than remembrance of thy father's death.
Exit messenger.
Now let Aetna cool in Sicily, and by my heart an ever-burning hell. These miseries are more than may be borne. To weep with them doth ease some deal, but sorrow flouted at its double death.
That this sight should make so deep a wound, and yet detested life not shrink thereout. That either death should let life bear his name, where life hath no more interest but to breathe.
Lavinia kisses Titus.
Alas, poor heart, that kiss is comfortless as frozen water to a starved snake.
When will this fearful slumber have an end?
Now, farewell flattery. Die, Andronicus. Thou dost not slumber. See, thy 2 sons' heads. Thy warlike hand, mangled daughter here. Thy other banished son, with this dear sight, struck pale and bloodless, and thy brother I, even like a stony image, cold and numb. Ah, now no more will I control thy griefs. Rend off thy silver hair, thy other hand, gnawing with thy teeth, and be this dismal sight the closing up of our most wretched eyes. Now is the time to storm. Why, art thou still? Why dost thou laugh? It fits not with this hour.
Why, I have not another tear to shed. Besides, this sorrow is an enemy and would usurp upon my watery eyes and make them blind with tributary tears. Then which way shall I find revenge's cave? For these two heads do seem to speak to me, and threat me I shall never come to bliss till all these mischiefs are be returned again, even in their throats that have committed them. Come, let me see what task I have to do. You heavy people, circle me about, that I may turn me to each one of you, and swear unto my soul to right your wrongs. The vow is made. Come, brother, take a head, and in this hand the other I will bear. Lavinia, thou shalt be employed. These arms, bear thou my hand, sweet wench, between thy teeth. As for thee, boy, go get thee from my sight. Thou art an exile, and thou must not stay. Hie to the Goths, and raise an army there. And if you love me, as I think you do, let's kiss and part, for we have much to do.
Exeunt Titus, Marcus, and Lavinia.
Farewell, Andronicus, my noble father, the woefullest man that ever lived in Rome. Farewell, proud Rome, till Lucius come again. He leaves his pledges dearer than his life. Farewell, Lavinia, my noble sister. O would thou wert as thou torture hast been. But now nor Lucius nor Lavinia lives, but in oblivion and hateful griefs. If Lucius live, he will requite your wrongs and make proud Saturine and his empress beg at the gates, like Tarquin and his queen. Now will I go to the Goths and raise a power to be revenged on Rome and Saturine.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 2. A room in Titus's house, a banquet set out. Enter Titus, Marcus, Lavinia, and young Lucius, a boy.
So, now sit, and look you eat no more than will preserve just as much strength in us as will revenge those bitter woes of ours. Marcus, unknit that sorrow-wreathen knot. Thy niece and I, poor creatures, want our hands, and cannot passionate our tenfold grief with folded arms. This poor right hand of mine is left to tyrannize upon my breast, who, when my heart, all mad with misery, beats in this hollow prison of my flesh, then thus I thump it down.
To Lavinia.
Thou map of woe, that thus dost talk in signs. When thy poor heart beats with outrageous beating, thou canst not strike it thus to make it still. Wound it with sighing, girl, kill it with groans, or get some little knife between thy teeth, and just against thy heart and make thou whole, that all the tears that thy poor eyes let fall may run into that sink, and soaking in drown the lamenting fool in sea salt tears.
Fie, brother, fie! Teach her not thus to lay such violent hands upon her tender life.
Now, has sorrow made thee dote already? Why, Marcus, no man should be mad but I. What violent hands can she lay on her life? Wherefore dost thou urge the name of hands? To bid Aeneas tell the tale twice o'er, how Troy was burnt and he made miserable? Oh, handle not the theme, the talk of hands, lest you remember still that we have none. Fie, how frantically I square my talk, as if we should forget we had no hands, if Marcus did not name the word of hands. Come, let's fall to. And gentle girl, eat this. Here is no drink. Hark, Marcus, what she says. I can interpret all her martyred signs. She says she drinks no other drink but tears, brewed with her sorrow meshed upon her cheeks. Speechless complainer, I will learn thy thought. In thy dumb action will I be as perfect as begging hermits in their holy prayers. Thou shalt not sigh, nor hold thy stumps to heaven, nor wink, nor nod, nor kneel, nor make a sign, but I of these will wrest an alphabet, and by still practice learn to know their meaning.
Good grandsire, leave these bitter deep laments. Make my aunt merry with some pleasing tale.
Alas, the tender boy in passion moved doth weep to see his grandsire's heaviness.
Peace, tender sapling, thou art made of tears, and tears will quickly melt thy life away.
Marcus strikes the dish with a knife.
What dost thou strike at, Marcus, with thy knife?
At that I have killed, my lord, a fly.
Out on thee, murderer! Thou kill'st my heart. Mine eyes are cloyed with view of tyranny. A deed of death done on the innocent. Become not Titus's brother. Get thee gone. I see thou art not for my company.
Alas, my lord, I have but killed a fly.
But how if that fly had a mother and a father? How would he hang his slender gilded wings and buzz lamenting doings in the air? Poor harmless fly, that with his pretty buzzing melody came here to make us merry. and thou hast killed him.
Pardon me, sir. It was a black, ill-favoured fly, like to the Empress's moor. Therefore I killed him.
Oh. Then pardon me for reprehending thee, for thou hast done a charitable deed. Give me thy knife, I will insult on him, flattering myself as if it were the Moor come hither purposely to poison me. There's for thyself, that's for Tamora, sirrah. Yet I think we are not brought so low, but that between us we can kill a fly that comes in likeness of a coal-black Moor.
Alas, poor man. Grief has wrought on him. He takes false shadows for true substances.
Come, take away. Lavinia, go with me. I'll go to thy closet and go read with thee, sad stories chanced in the times of old. Come, boy, and go with me. Thy sight is young, and thou shalt read when mine begins to dazzle.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 1, Rome, Titus' garden. Enter young Lucius and Lavinia running after him, and the boy flies from her with books under his arm. Then enter Titus and Marcus. Help, grandsire, help! My Aunt Lavinia follows me everywhere. I know not why. Good Uncle Marcus, see how swift she comes. Alas, sweet aunt, I know not what you mean.
Stand by me, Lucius. Do not fear thine aunt.
She loves thee, boy, too well to do thee harm. Oh, sorry. Aye, when my father was in Rome, she did.
What means my niece Lavinia by these signs?
Fear her not, Lucius. Somewhat doth she mean. See, Lucius, see how much she makes of thee. Some whither would she have thee go with her? Our boy Cornelia never with more care read to her sons than she hath read to thee, sweet poetry and Tully's orator.
Canst thou not guess wherefore she plies thee thus?
My lord, I know not I, nor can I guess, unless some fit or frenzy do possess her. For I have heard my grandsire say full oft, extremity of griefs would make men mad. And I have read that Hecuba of Troy ran mad through sorrow. That made me to fear, although, my lord, I know my noble aunt loves me as dear as e'er my mother did, and would not but in fury fright my youth, which weighed me down to throw my books and fly, causeless perhaps. But pardon me, sweet aunt, and madam, if my Uncle Marcus go, I will most willingly attend your ladyship.
Lucius, I will.
Lavinia turns over with her stumps the books which Lucius has left.
How now, Lavinia? Marcus, what means this? Some book there is that she desires to see. Which is it, girl, of these? Open them, boy. But thou art deeper read and better skilled. Come and take choice of all my library, and so beguile thy sorrow, till the heavens reveal the damned contriver of this deed. Why lifts she up her arms in sequence thus?
I think she means that there was more than one confederate in the fact. Aye, more there was, or else to heaven she heaves them for revenge.
Lucius, what book is that she tosseth so?
Grandsire, 'tis Ovid's Metamorphoses. My mother gave it me.
For love of her that's gone. Perhaps she culled it from among the rest.
Soft! See how busily she turns the leaves.
Helping her.
What would she find? Lavinia, shall I read? This is the tragic tale of Philomel, and treats of Tereus' treason and his rape. And rape, I fear, was root of thine annoy.
See, brother, see! Note how she quotes the leaves.
Lavinia, wert thou thus surprised, sweet girl? Ravished and wronged as Philomena was? Forced in the ruthless, vast and gloomy woods? See! Aye, such a place there is, where we did hunt. Oh, have we never hunted there? Patterned by that the poet here describes, by nature made for murders and for rapes.
Oh, why should nature build so foul a den unless the gods delight in tragedies?
Give signs, sweet girl, for here are none but friends. What Roman lord it was durst do the deed, or slunk not Saturnine, as Tarquin erst, that left the camp to sin in Lucrece's bed.
Sit down, sweet niece. Brother, sit down by me. Apollo, Pallas, Jove, or Mercury, inspire me that I may this treason find. My lord, look here, Lavinia. This sandy plot is plain. Guide, if thou canst, this after me, when I have writ my name, without the help of any hand at all.
He writes his name with his staff and guides it with feet and mouth.
Cursed be that heart that forced us to the shift. Write thou, good niece, and here display at last what God will have discovered for revenge. Heaven, guide thy pen to print thy sorrows plain, that we may know the traitors and the truth.
She takes the staff in her mouth and guides it with her stumps, and writes.
Oh, do ye read, my lord, what she hath writ? Stuprum Chiron Demetrius.
What? What? The lustful sons of Tamara are performers of this heinous bloody deed.
Magni dominator poli tam lentis audis sclera, tam lentis vides?
Oh, calm thee, gentle lord. Although I know there is enough written upon this earth to stir a mutiny in the mildest thoughts and arm the minds of infants to exclaims. My lord, kneel down by me, Lavinia, kneel, and kneel, sweet boy. The Roman Hector's hope, and swear with me, as with the woeful fear and father of that chaste dishonoured dame, Lord Junius Brutus, swear for Lucretia rape, that we will prosecute by good advice mortal revenge upon those traitorous Goths, and see their blood, or die with this reproach.
'Tis sure enough, and you knew how. But if you hunt these bear whelps, then beware. The dam will wake, and if she wins you once, she's with the lion deeply still in league, and lulls him while she playeth on her back, and when he sleeps will she do what she list. You are a young huntsman, Marcus, let it alone. And come, I will go get a leaf of brass, and with a gad of steel will write these words, and lay it by. The angry northern wind will blow these sands, like Sybil's leaves abroad, and where's your lesson then? Boy, what say you?
I say, my lord, that if I were a man, their mother's bedchamber should not be safe for these bad bondmen to the yoke of Rome.
Aye, that's my boy. Thy father hath full oft for his ungrateful country done the like.
And uncle, so will I, and if I live.
Come, go with me into mine armoury. Lucius, I'll fit thee, and withal, my boy, shalt carry from me to the empress's sons presents that I intend to send them both. Come, thou'lt do thy message, wilt thou not?
Aye, with my dagger in their bosoms, grandsire.
No, boy, not so. I'll teach thee another course. Lavinia, come. Marcus, look to my house. Lucius and I'll go brave it at the court. Aye, marry will we, sir, and will be waited on.
Excellent Titus, Lavinia, and young Lucius.
Oh, heavens! Can you hear a good man crow, and not relent or not compassion him? Marcus, attend him in his ecstasy, that hath more scars of sorrow in his heart than foeman's marks upon his battered shield, and yet so just that he will not revenge. Revenge, ye heavens, for old Andronicus.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 2, the same, a room in the palace. Enter from one side Aaron, Demetrius, and Chiron. From the other side, young Lucius and an attendant, with a bundle of weapons and verses writ upon them.
Demetrius, here's the son of Lucius. He hath some message to deliver us.
Aye, some mad message from his mad grandfather.
My lords, with all the humbleness I may, I greet your honours from Andronicus, and pray the Roman gods confound you both.
From mercy, lovely Lucius, what's the news?
That you are both deciphered, that's the news, for villains marked with rape. May it please you, my grandsire, well advised, hath sent by me the goodliest weapons of his armoury, to gratify your honourable youth, the hope of Rome, for so he bade me say. And so I do, and with his gifts present your lordships that, whenever you have need, you may be armed and appointed well, and so I leave you both, like bloody villains. Exeunt young Lucius and attendant.
What's here? A scroll, and written round about. Let's see. Integer vitae scelerisque purus non eget Mauri jaculus nec arcu.
Oh, it is a verse in Horace. I know it well. I read it in the grammar long ago.
Aye, just. A verse in Horace. Right, you have it. Now, what a thing it is to be an ass. Here's no sound jest. The old man hath found their guilt and sends them weapons wrapped about with lines that wound beyond their feeling to the quick. But were our witty empress well afoot, she would applaud Andronicus's conceit. but let her rest in her unrest a while. And now, young lords, was't not a happy star led us to Rome, strangers, and more than so, captives, to be advanced to this height? It did me good before the palace gate to brave the tribune in his brother's hearing.
But me more good to see so great a lord basely insinuate and send us gifts.
Had he not reason, Lord Demetrius? Did you not use his daughter very friendly?
I would we had 1,000 Roman dames at such a bay by turn to serve our lust.
A charitable wish and full of love.
Here lacks but your mother for to say amen.
And that would she for 20,000 more.
Come, let us go, and pray to all the gods for our beloved mother in her pains.
Pray to the devils. The gods have given us over.
Trumpets sound within.
Why do the emperor's trumpets flourish thus?
Belike, for joy the emperor hath a son.
Soft, who comes here?
Enter a nurse with a blackamoor child in her arms.
Good morrow, lord. So tell me, did you see Aaron the Moor?
Well, more or less, or ne'er a whit at all. Here Aaron is, and what with Aaron now?
Oh, gentle Aaron, we are all undone. Now help or woe betide thee evermore.
Why, what a caterwauling dost thou keep? What dost thou wrap and fumble in thine arms?
Oh, that which I would hide from heaven's eye, our empress's shame and stately Rome's disgrace. She is delivered, Lord, she is delivered.
To whom?
I mean, she is brought to bed.
Well, God give her good rest. What hath he sent her?
A devil.
Why, then she is the devil's dam, a joyful issue.
A joyless, dismal, black and sorrowful issue. Here is the babe as loathsome as a toad. Amongst the fairest breeders of our clime, the empress sends it thee, thy stamp, thy seal, and bids thee christen it with thy dagger's point.
Zoons, ye whore, is black so base a hue? Sweet blouse, you are a beauteous blossom, sure.
Villain, what hast thou done?
That which thou canst not undo.
Thou hast undone our mother.
Villain, I have done thy mother.
And therein, hellish dog, thou hast undone. Woe to her chance, and damned her loathed choice, accursed the offspring of so foul a fiend.
It shall not live.
It shall not die.
Aaron, it must, the mother wills it so.
What, must it, nurse? Then let no man but I do execution on my flesh and blood.
I'll broach the tadpole on my rapier's point. Nurse, give it me, my sword shall soon dispatch it.
Sooner this sword shall plough thy bowels up.
Takes the child from the nurse and draws.
Stay, murderous villains. Will you kill your brother? Now, by the burning tapers of the sky that shone so brightly when this boy was got, he dies upon my scimitar's sharp point that touches this, my firstborn son and heir. I tell you, younglings, not Enclidus with all his threatening band of Typhon's brood, nor great Alcides, nor the god of war shall seize this prey out of his father's hands. What, ye sanguine, shallow-hearted boys, ye white-limed walls, ye alehouse painted signs. Coal black is better than another hue, in that it scorns to bear another hue. For all the water in the ocean can never turn the swan's black legs to white, although she lave them hourly in the flood. Tell the empress from me I am of age to keep mine own, excuse how she can.
Wilt thou betray thy noble mistress thus?
My mistress is my mistress. This myself, the vigor and the picture of my youth, this before all the world do I prefer. This maugre all the world will I keep safe, or some of you shall smoke for it in Rome.
By this our mother is forever shamed.
Rome will despise her for this foul escape.
The emperor in his rage will doom her death.
I blush to think upon this ignominy.
Why, there's the privilege your beauty bears. Fie, treacherous hue, that will betray with blushing the close and acts and counsels of the heart. Here's a young lad framed of another Lear. Look, how the black slave smiles upon the father, as who should say, "Old lad, I am thine own." He is your brother, lords, sensibly fed of that self-blood that first gave life to you. And from that womb where you imprisoned were, he is enfranchised and come to light. Nay, he is your brother by the surest side, although my seal be stamped in his face.
Aaron, what shall I say unto the Empress?
Advise thee, Aaron, what is to be done, and we will all subscribe to thy advice. Save thou the child, so we may all be safe.
Then sit we down, and let us all consult. My son and I will have the wind of you. Keep there, and talk at pleasure of your safety.
They sit.
How many women saw this child of his?
Why, so brave lords, when we join in league, I am a lamb. But if you brave the moor, the chafed boar, the mountain lioness, the ocean swells, not so as Aaron storms. But say again, how many saw the child?
Cornelia the midwife and myself, and no one else but the delivered Empress.
The Empress, the midwife, and yourself. Two may keep counsel when the third's away. Go to the Empress. Tell her I said...
He kills the nurse.
Weak, weak, so cries a pig prepared to the spit.
What meanst thou, Aaron? Wherefore didst thou this?
O Lord, sir, 'tis a deed of policy. Shall she live to betray this guilt of ours? A long-tongued, babbling gossip? No, lords, no. And now be it known to you my full intent. Not far, one Mooley lives, my countryman. His wife but yesternight was brought to bed. His child is like to her, fair as you are. Go pack with him and give the mother gold, and tell them both the circumstance of all, and how by this their child shall be advanced and be received for the emperor's heir and substituted in the place of mine, to calm this tempest whirling in the court, and let the emperor dandle him for his own. Hark ye, lords, ye see I have given her physic.
Pointing to the nurse.
And you must needs bestow her funeral. The fields are near, and you are gallant grooms. This done, see that you take no longer days, but send the midwife presently to me. The midwife and the nurse well made away, then let the ladies tattle what they please.
Aaron, I see thou wilt not trust the heir with secrets.
For this care of Tamara, herself and hers are highly bound to thee.
Exeunt Demetrius and Chiron, bearing off the nurse's body.
Now to the Goths as swift as swallow flies, there to dispose this treasure in mine arms, and secretly to greet the Empress's friends. Come on, you thick-lipped slave, I'll bear you hence, for it is you that puts us on our shifts. I'll make you feed on berries and on roots, and feed on curds and whey, and suck the goat, and cabin in a cave, and bring you up to be a warrior and command a camp.
Exit. Act 4, Scene 3. The same, a public place. Enter Titus, bearing arrows with letters at the ends of them. With him Marcus, young Lucius, Publius, Sempronius, Caius, and other gentlemen with bows.
Come, Marcus, come, kingsman, this is the way. Sir boy, now let me see your archery. Look ye draw home enough, and 'tis there straight. Terras Astrea reliquit. Be ye remembered, Marcus, she's gone, she's fled. Sirs, take you to your tools. You cousins shall go sound the ocean and cast your nets. Happily you may catch her in the sea, yet there's as little justice as at land. No, Publius and Sempronius, you must do it. 'Tis you must dig with mattock and with spade, and pierce the inmost centre of the earth. Then when you come to Pluto's region, I pray you, deliver him this petition. Tell him it is for justice and for aid, and that it comes from old Andronicus, shaken with sorrows in ungrateful Rome. Ah, Rome. Well, I made thee miserable what time I threw the people's suffrages on him that thus doth tyrannize o'er me. Go get you gone, and pray be careful all, and leave ye not a man of war unsearched. This wicked emperor may have shipped her hence, and kinsmen, then we may go pipe for justice.
Oh, Publius, is not this a heavy case to see thy noble uncle thus distract?
Therefore, my lord, it highly us concerns by day and night to attend him carefully, and feed his humour kindly as we may, till time beget some careful remedy.
Kinsman, his sorrows are past remedy. Join with the Goths, and with revengeful war take wreak on Rome for this ingratitude and vengeance on the traitorous Saturnine.
Publius, how now? How now, my masters? What, have you met with her?
No, my good lord, but Pluto sends you word. If you will have revenge from hell, you shall marry. For justice she is so employed, he thinks, with Jove in heaven or somewhere else, so that perforce you must needs stay a time.
He doth me wrong to feed me with delays. I'll dive into the burning lake below and pull her out of Acheron by the heels. Marcus, we are but shrubs, no cedars, we no big-boned men framed of the Cyclops' size. But metal, Marcus, steel to the very back, yet wrung with wrongs more than our backs can bear. And sith there's no justice in earth nor hell, we will solicit heaven and move the gods to send down justice for to wreak our wrongs. Come to this gear. You are a good archer, Marcus.
He gives them the arrows.
Ad Jovem, that's for you. Here, ad Apollinum. Ad Martem, that's for myself. Here, boy, to Pallas. Here, to Mercury, to Saturn. Caius, not to Saturnine. You are as good to shoot against the wind. To it, boy. Marcus, loose when I bid, of my word. I have written to effect. There's not a god left unsolicited.
Kinsman, shoot all your shafts into the court. We will afflict the emperor in his pride.
Now, masters, draw.
They shoot.
Oh, well said, Lucius. Good boy, in Virgo's lap, give it Pallas.
My lord, I aim a mile beyond the moon. Your letter is with Jupiter by this.
Publius, what hast thou done? See, thou hast shot off one of Taurus's horns.
This was the sport, my lord, when Publius shot. The bull, being galled, gave Ares such a knock that down fell both the ram's horns in the court. And who should find them but the empress's villain? She laughed and told them all he should not choose but give them to his master for a present.
Why, there it goes. God give his lordship joy.
Enter a clown with a basket and 2 pigeons in it.
News from heaven. Marcus, the post is come. Sirrah, what tidings? Have you any letters? Shall I have justice? What says Jupiter?
Oh, the gibbet maker? He says that he hath taken them down again, for the man must not be hanged till the next week.
But what says Jupiter, I ask thee?
Alas, sir, I know not Jupiter. I never drank with him in all my life.
Why, villain, art not thou the carrier?
I? Of my pigeons, sir. Nothing else.
Why didst thou not come from heaven?
Oh, from heaven? Alas, sir, I never came there, God forbid. I should be so bold to press heaven in my young days. Why, I am going with my pigeons to the tribunal plebs to take that up a matter of brawl betwixt my uncle and one of the imperial's men.
Why, sir, that is as fit as can be to serve for your oration, and let him deliver the pigeons to the emperor from you.
Tell me, can you deliver an oration to the emperor with a grace?
Nay, truly, sir, I could never say grace in all my life.
Sirrah, come hither. Make no more ado, but give your pigeons to the emperor. By me thou shalt have justice at his hands. Hold. Meanwhile, here's money for thy charges. Give me pen and ink. Sirrah, can you with a grace deliver a supplication?
Aye, sir.
Then here is a supplication for you. And when you come to him, at the first approach you must kneel, then kiss his foot, then deliver up your pigeons, and then look for your reward. I'll be at hand, sir. See you do it bravely.
I warrant you, sir. Let me alone.
Sirrah, hast thou a knife? Come, let me see it. Here, Marcus, fold it in the oration, for thou hast made it like an humble suppliant. And when thou hast given it to the emperor, knock at my door and tell me what he says.
God be with you, sir. I will.
Come, Marcus, let us go. Publius, follow me.
Exeunt. Act 4, Scene 4. The same, before the palace. Enter Saturninus, Tamara, Demetrius, Chiron, lords and others. Saturninus with the arrows in his hand that Titus shot.
Why, lords, what wrongs are these? Was ever seen an emperor in Rome thus overborne, troubled, confronted thus, and for the extent of eager justice used in such contempt? My lord, you know, as know the mightful gods, however these disturbers of our peace buzz in the people's ears, their naught hath passed, but even with law, against the wilful sons of old Andronicus. And what And if his sorrows have so overwhelmed his wits, shall we be thus afflicted in his wreck, his fits, his frenzy, and his bitterness? And now he writes to heaven for his redress. See, here's to Jove, and this to Mercury, this to Apollo, this to the god of war, sweet scrolls to fly about the streets of Rome. What's this but libeling against the Senate, and blazoning our injustice everywhere? A goodly humour, is it not, my lords? As who would say in Rome no justice were? But if I live, his feigned ecstasy shall be no shelter to these outrages. But he and his shall know that justice lives in Saturninus' health, whom, if she sleeps, he'll be so awake as she in fury shall cut off the proudest conspirator that lives.
My gracious lord, my lovely Saturnine, lord of my life, commander of my thoughts, calm thee, and bear the faults of Titus's age, the effects of sorrow for his valiant sons, whose loss hath pierced him deep and scarred his heart, and rather comfort his distressed plight than prosecute the meanest or the best for these contempts. Why, thus it shall become high-witted Tamara to gloze with all. But Titus, I have touched thee to the quick, thy lifeblood out. Fairer now be wise, then all is safe. The anchor's in the port.
Enter clown.
How now, good fellow? Wouldst thou speak with us?
Yea, forsooth, and your mistership be imperial.
Empress I am, but yonder sits the emperor.
Ah, 'tis he. God and Saint Stephen give you good den. I have brought you a letter and a couple of pigeons here.
Saturninus reads the letter.
Go take him away and hang him presently.
Well, how much money must I have?
Come, sirrah, you must be hanged.
Hanged? Oh, by Our Lady, then, I have brought up a neck to a fair end.
Exit, guarded.
Spiteful and intolerable wrong. Shall I endure the monstrous villainy? And from whence this same device proceeds, may this be born, as if his traitorous sons that died by law for murder of our brother have by my means been butchered wrongfully. Go, drag the villain hither by the hair, nor age nor honour shall shake privilege. For this proud mock, I will be thy slaughterman, sly, frantic wretch that haltest to make me great, in hope thyself should govern Rome and me.
Enter
What news with
Emilius.
thee, Emilius?
Arm, my lord. Rome never had more cause. The Goths have gathered head, and with a power, high-resolved men bent to the spoil, they hither march amain under conduct of Lucius, son to old Andronicus, who threats in course of this revenge to do as much as ever Coriolanus did.
Is warlike Lucius general of the Goths? These tidings knit me, and I hang the head as flowers with frost or grass beat down with storms. Aye, now begin our sorrows to approach. 'Tis he the common people love so much. Myself have often overheard them say, when I have walked like a private man, that Lucius' banishment was wrongfully. And they have wished that Lucius was their emperor.
Why should you fear? Is not your city strong?
Aye, but the citizens favour Lucius, and will revolt from me to succour him.
King, be thy thoughts imperious, like thy name. Is the sun dimmed that gnats do fly in it? The eagle suffers little birds to sing, and is not careful what they may mean thereby, knowing that with the shadow of his wings he can at pleasure stint their melody. Even so mayst thou, the giddy men of Rome. Then cheer thy spirit, for know, thou emperor, I will enchant the old Andronicus with words more sweet and yet more dangerous than baits of fish or honey stalks to sheep, whenas the one is wounded with the bait, the other rotted with delicious feed.
But he will not entreat his son for us.
If tomorrow entreat him, then he will, for I can smooth and fill his aged ear with golden promises, that were his heart almost impregnable, his old ear's death, yet should both ear and heart obey my tongue.
To Emilius.
So that, Go thou before, be our ambassador. Say the emperor requests a parley of warlike Lucius, and appoint the meeting even at his father's house, the old Andronicus.
Emilius, do this message honourably, and if he stand on hostage for his safety, bid him demand what pledge will please him best.
Your bidding shall I do effectually.
Exit Emilius.
Now will I to that old Andronicus, and temper him with all the art I have, to pluck proud Lucius from the warlike Goths, and now, sweet emperor, be blithe again, and bury all thy fears in my devices.
Then go successantly and plead to him.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 1, Plains near Rome. Enter Lucius with an army of Goths, with drum and colours.
Approved warriors and my faithful friends, I have received letters from great Rome, which signify what hate they bear their emperor and how desirous of our sight they are. Therefore, great lords, be as your titles witness, imperious and impatient of your wrongs, and where in Rome hath done you any scarf, let him make treble satisfaction.
Brave slip, sprung from the great Andronicus, whose name was once our terror, now our comfort, whose high exploits and honourable deeds in grateful Rome requites with foul contempt, be bold in us. We'll follow where thou leadest, like stinging bees in hottest summer's day, led by their master to the flowered fields, and be avenged on cursed Tamara.
And as he saith, so say we all with him.
I humbly thank him, and I thank you all. But who comes here, led by a lusty Goth?
Enter a Goth, leading Aaron with his child in his arms.
Renowned Lucius, from our troops I strayed to gaze upon a ruinous monastery, and as I earnestly did fix mine eye upon the wasted building, suddenly I heard a child cry underneath the wall. I made unto the noise, when soon I heard the crying babe controlled with this discourse. Peace, tawny slave, half me and half thy dam. Did not thy hue bewray whose brat thou art? Had nature lent thee but thy mother's look? Villain, thou mightst have been an emperor, but where the bull and cow are both milk white, they never do beget a coal-black calf. Peace, villain, peace. Even thus he rates the babe, for I must bear thee to a trusty Goth, who, when he knows thou art the empress's babe, will hold thee dearly for thy mother's sake. With this, my weapon drawn, I rushed upon him, surprised him suddenly, and brought him hither, to use as you think needful of the man.
O worthy Goth, this is the incarnate devil that robbed Andronicus of his good hand. This is the pearl that pleased your empress's eye, and here's the base fruit of his burning lust. Say, wall-eyed slave, whither thou convey this growing image of thy fiend-like face? Why dost not speak? What? Death? Not a word. A halter, soldiers, hang him on this tree, and by his side his fruit of bastardly.
Touch not the boy. He is of royal blood.
Too like the sire for ever being good. First hang the child, that he may see it sprawl, a sight to vex the father's soul withal. Get me a ladder.
A ladder is brought, which Aaron is made to ascend.
Lucius, save the child, and bear it from me to the empress. If thou do this, I'll show thee wondrous things that highly may advantage thee to hear. If thou wilt not, befall what may befall. I'll speak no more, but vengeance wrought you all.
Say on, and if it please me which thou speakst, thy child shall live, and I will see it nourished.
And if it please thee, why, assure thee, Lucius, 'twill vex thy soul to hear what I shall speak, for I must talk of murders, rapes and massacres, acts of black night, abominable deeds, complots of mischief, treason, villainies, ruthful to hear, yet piteously performed. And this shall all be buried by my death, unless thou swear to me my child shall live.
Tell on thy mind. I say thy child shall live.
Swear that he shall, and then I will begin.
Who should I swear by? Thou believest no God. That granted, how canst thou believe an oath?
What if I do not? As indeed I do not. Yet, for I know thou art religious and hast a thing within thee called conscience. with 20 popish tricks and ceremonies, which I have seen thee careful to observe. Therefore I urge thy oath, for that I know an idiot holds his bauble for a god and keeps the oath which by that god he swears. To that I'll urge him. Therefore thou shalt vow by that same God, what God soever it be, that thou adorest and hast in reverence to save my boy, to nourish and bring him up, or else I will discover naught to thee.
Even by my God, I swear to thee I will.
First know thou, I begot him on the empress.
O most insate and luxurious woman.
Tut, Lucius, this was but a deed of charity to that which thou shalt hear of me anon. 'Twas our 2 sons that murdered Bassianus. They cut thy sister's tongue and ravished her, and cut her hands and trimmed her as thou sawest.
O detestable villain, call'st thou art trimming?
Why, she was washed and cut and trimmed, and 'twas trim sport for them that had the doing of it.
O barbarous, beastly villains, like thyself.
Indeed, I was their tutor to instruct them. That codding spirit had they from their mother, as sure a card as ever won the set. That bloody mind, I think they learned of me. As true a dog as ever fought at head. Well, let my deeds be witness of my worth. I trained thy brethren to that guileful hole where the dead corpse of Bassianus lay. I wrote the letter that thy father found and hid the gold within the letter mentioned, confederate with the queen and her 2 sons, and what not done that thou hast cause to rue, wherein I had no stroke of mischief in it. I played the cheater for thy father's hand, and when I had it, drew myself apart and almost broke my heart with extreme laughter. I pried me through the crevice of a wall, when, for his hand, he had his 2 sons' heads, beheld his tears, and laughed so heartily that both mine eyes were rainy like to his. And when I told the empress of this sport, she swooned almost at my pleasing tale, and for my tidings gave me 20 kisses.
What, canst thou say all this and never blush?
Aye, like a black dog, as the saying is.
Art thou not sorry for these heinous deeds?
Aye, that I had not done 1,000 more. Even now, I curse the day, and yet I think if you come within the compass of my curse, wherein I did not some notorious ill, as kill a man, or else devise his death, ravish a maid, or plot the way to do it, accuse some innocent and forswear myself, set deadly enmity between 2 friends, make poor men's cattle break their backs, set fire on barns and haystacks in the night, and bid the owners quench them with their tears. Oft have I digged up dead men from their graves and set them upright at their dear friends' doors, even when their sorrows almost were forgot, and on their skins, as on the bark of trees, have with my knife carved in Roman letters, "Let not your sorrow die, though I am dead." I have done 1,000 dreadful things as willingly as one would kill a fly, and nothing grieves me heartily indeed, but that I cannot do 10,000 more.
Bring down the devil, for he must not die so sweet a death as hanging presently.
If there be devils, would I were a devil, to live and burn in everlasting fire, so I might have your company in hell, but to torment you with my bitter tongue.
Sirs, stop his mouth, and let him speak no more.
Enter a Goth.
My lord, there is a messenger from Rome desires to be admitted to your presence.
Let him come near.
Enter Amelia.
Welcome, Emilius. What's the news from Rome?
Lord Lucius, and you princes of the Goths, the Roman emperor greets you all by me, and for he understands you are in arms, he craves a parley at your father's house, willing you to demand your hostages, and they shall be immediately delivered.
What says our general?
Emilius, let the emperor give his pledges until my father and my uncle Marcus, and we will come. March away.
Exeunt. Act 5, Scene 2, Rome, before Titus' house. Enter Tamara, Demetrius, and Chiron. disguised.
Thus, in this strange and sad habiliment, I will encounter with Andronicus, and say I am Revenge, sent from below to join with him and right his heinous wrongs. Knocked his study, where, they say, he keeps to ruminate strange plots of dire revenge. Tell him Revenge is come to join with him, and work confusion on his enemies.
They knock. Enter Titus above.
Who doth molest my contemplation? Is it your trick to make me ope the door, that so sad my decrees may fly away, and all my study be to no effect? You are deceived, for what I mean to do, see here in bloody lines I have set down, and what is written shall be executed.
Titus, I am come to talk with thee.
No, not a word. How can I grace my talk, wanting a hand to give it action? Thou hast the odds of me, therefore no more.
If thou didst know me, thou wouldst talk to me.
I am not mad. I know thee well enough. Witness this wretched stump. Witness these crimson lines. Witness these trenches made by grief and care. Witness the tiring day and heavy night. Witness all sorrow that I know thee well, for our proud empress, mighty Tamora, is not thy coming for my other hand?
No, thou sad man, I am not Tamora. She is thy enemy, and I thy friend. I am Revenge, sent from the infernal kingdom to ease the gnawing vulture of thy mind, by working wreakful vengeance on thy foes. Come down, and welcome me to this world's light. Confer with me of murder and of death. There's not a hollow cave or lurking place, no vast obscurity or misty veil, where bloody murder or detested rape can couch for fear. But I will find them out, and in their ears tell them my dreadful name, Revenge, which makes the foul offender quake.
Art thou Revenge? And art thou sent to me to be a torment to mine enemies?
I am. Therefore come down and welcome me.
Do me some service ere I come to thee. Lo, by thy side where rape and murder stands, now give me some assurance that thou art Revenge. Stab them or tear them on thy chariot wheels, and then I'll come and be thy wagoner, and whirl along with thee about the globe. Provide thee 2 proper palfreys, black as jet, to hail thy vengeful wagon swift away, and find out murderers in their guilty caves. And when thy car is loaded with their heads, I will dismount, and by the wagon wheel trot like a servile footman all day long, even from Hyperion's rising in the east until his very downfall in the sea. And day by day I will do this heavy task, so thou destroy rapine and murder there.
These are my ministers, and come with me.
Are these thy ministers? What are they called?
Rapine and murder, therefore called so, 'cause they take vengeance of such kind of men.
Good Lord, how like the Empress's sons they are, and you, the Empress. But we worldly men have miserable, mad, mistaking eyes. O sweet Revenge, now do I come to thee, and if one arm's embracement will content thee, I will embrace thee in it by and by.
Exit above.
This closing with him fits his lunacy, whate'er I forge to feed his brain-sick fits. Do uphold and maintain in your speeches, for now he firmly takes me for Revenge. And being credulous in this mad thought, I'll make him send for Lucius his son. And whilst I at a banquet hold him sure, I'll find some cunning practice out of hand, to scatter and disperse the giddy Goths, or at the least make them his enemies. See, here he comes, and I must ply my theme.
Enter Titus below.
Long have I been forlorn, and all for thee. Welcome, dread fury, to my woeful house. Rapine and murder, you are welcome too. How like the Empress and her sons you are. Well are you fitted, had you but a Moor. Could not all hell afford you such a devil? For well I wot the Empress never wags, but in her company there is a Moor. And would you represent our queen aright, if were convenient for you had such a devil? But welcome as you are. What shall we do?
What would thou have us do, Andronicus?
Show me a murderer, I'll deal with him.
Show me a villain that hath done a rape, and I am sent to be revenged on him.
Show me 1,000 that have done thee wrong, and I will be revenged on them all.
Look round about the wicked streets of Rome, and when thou find'st a man that's like thyself, good murder, stab him. He's a murderer. Go thou with him, and when it is thy hap to find another that is like to thee, good rapine, stab him. He's a ravisher. Go thou with them. And in the emperor's court there is a queen, attended by a Moor. Well mayst thou know her by thy own properation, for up and down she doth resemble thee. I pray thee, do on them some violent death. There have been violent to me and mine.
Well hast thou lessoned us. This shall we do. But would it please thee, good Andronicus, to send for Lucius, thy thrice valiant son, who leads towards Rome a band of warlike Goths, and bid him come and banquet at thy house? When he is here, even at thy solemn feast, I will bring in the empress and her sons, the emperor himself, and all thy foes, and at thy mercy shalt they stoop and kneel, and on them shalt thou ease thy angry heart. What says Andronicus to this device?
Marcus, my brother, 'tis sad Titus calls.
Enter Marcus.
Go, gentle Marcus, to thy nephew Lucius. Thou shalt inquire him out among the Goths. Bid him repair to me, and bring with him some of the chiefest princes of the Goths. Bid him encamp his soldiers where they are. Tell him the emperor and the empress too feast at my house, and he shall feast with them. This do thou for my love, and so let him as he regards his aged father's life.
This I will do, and soon return again.
Exit Marcus.
Now will I hence about thy business, and take my ministers along with me.
Nay, nay, let rape and murder stay with me, or else I'll call my brother back again and cleave to no revenge but Lucius.
What say you, boys? Will you bide with him, whilst I go tell my lord the emperor how I have governed our determined jest? Yield to his humour, smooth and speak him fair, and tarry with him till I turn again.
I know them all, though they suppose me mad, and will o'erreach them in their own devices, a pair of cursed hellhounds in their dam.
Madam, depart at pleasure. Leave us here.
Farewell, Andronicus. Revenge now goes to lay a complot to betray thy foes.
I know thou dost. And sweet revenge, farewell.
Exit Tamara.
Tell us, old man, how shall we be employed?
Tut, I have work enough for you to do. Publius, come hither. Caius and Valentine.
Enter Publius and others.
What is your will?
Know you these two?
The Empress's sons, I take them, Chiron and Demetrius.
Fie, Publius, fie. Thou art too much deceived. The one is murder, rape is the other's name, and therefore bind them, gentle Publius. Caius and Valentine, lay hands on them. Oft have you heard me wish for such an hour, and now I find it. Therefore bind them sure, and stop their mouths if they begin to cry.
Exit. Publius, etc., lay hold on Chiron and Demetrius.
Villains, forbear, we are the Empress's sons.
And therefore do what we are commanded. Stop, close their mouths, let them not speak a word. Is he sure bound? Look that you bind them fast.
Re-enter Titus with Lavinia, he bearing a knife and she a basin.
Come, come, Lavinia. Look, thy foes are bound. Sirs, stop their mouths, let them not speak to me, but let them hear what fearful words I utter. O villains, Chiron and Demetrius, here stands the spring whom you have stained with mud, this goodly summer with your winter mixed. You killed her husband, and for that vile fault 2 of her brothers were condemned to death. My hand cut off and made a merry jest. Both her sweet hands, her tongue, and that more dear than hands or tongue, her spotless chastity. Inhuman traitors, you constrained and forced. What would you say if I should let you speak? Villains, for shame you could not beg for grace. Hark, wretches, how I mean to martyr you. This one hand yet is left to cut your throats, whilst that Lavinia tween her stumps doth hold the basin that receives your guilty blood. You know your mother means to feast with me, and calls herself revenge, and thinks me mad. Hark, villains, I will grind your bones to dust, and with your blood and it I'll make a paste, and on the paste a coffin I will rear, and make 2 pasties of your shameless heads, and bid that strumpet, your unhallowed dam, like to the earth swallow her own increase. This is the feast that I have bid her to, and this the banquet she shall surfeit on. For worse than Philomel you used my daughter, and worse than Progny I will be revenged. And now prepare your throats. Lavinia, come.
He cuts their throats.
Receive the blood. And when that they are dead, let me go grind their bones to powder small, and with this hateful liquor temper it. And in that paste let their vile heads be baked. Come, come, be everyone officious to make this banquet, which I wish may prove more stern and bloody than the centaur's feast. So now bring them in, for I'll play cook, and see them ready 'gainst their mother comes.
Exeunt, bearing the dead bodies. Act 5, Scene 3, Court of Titus' house, a banquet set out. Enter Lucius, Marcus, and Goths with Aaron prisoner.
Uncle Marcus, since it is my father's mind that I repair to Rome, I am content.
And ours with thine befall what fortune will.
Good uncle, take you in this barbarous Moor, this ravenous tiger, this accursed devil. Let him receive no sustenance. Fetter him till he be brought until the empress's face, the testimony of her foul proceedings, and see the ambush of our friends be strong. I fear the emperor means no good to us.
Some devil whisper curses in mine ear, and prompt me that my tongue may utter forth the venomous malice of my swelling heart.
Away, you human dog, unhallowed slave. Sirs, here are uncles to convey him in.
Convey him.
Exeunt Goths with Aaron, flourish within.
The trumpets show the emperor is at hand.
Enter Saturninus and Tamara with Emilius, tribunes, senators, and others.
What? Had the firmament more sons than one?
What boots in thee to call thyself a son?
Rome's emperor and nephew break the pile. These quarrels must be quietly debated. The feast is ready, which the careful Titus hath ordained to an honourable end. For peace, for love, for league, and good to Rome, please you, therefore, draw nigh and take your places.
Marcus, we will.
Hautboys sound. The company sits down at table. Enter Titus, dressed like a cook, Lavinia veiled, young Lucius, and others. Titus places the dishes on the table.
Welcome, my gracious lord. Welcome, dread queen. Welcome, you warlike Goths. Welcome, Lucius, and welcome all. Although the cheer be poor, 'twill fill your stomachs. Please, you eat of it.
Why art thou thus attired, Andronicus?
Because I would be sure to have all well, to entertain your highness and your empress.
A beholding to you, good Andronicus.
And if your highness knew my heart, you were. My lord the emperor, resolve me this. Was it well done of rash Virginius to slay his daughter with his own right hand because she was enforced, stained, and deflowered?
It was, Andronicus.
Your reason, mighty lord?
Because the girl should not survive her shame, and by her presence still renew his sorrows.
A reason mighty, strong, and effectual. A pattern, precedent, and lively warrant. For me, most wretched to perform the like. Die, Lavinia, and they shame with thee.
Kills Lavinia.
And with thy shame, thy father's sorrow die.
What hast thou done, unnatural and unkind?
Killed her, for whom my tears have made me blind. I am as woeful as Virginius was, and have 1,000 times more cause than he to do this outrage, and it is now done.
What, was she ravished? Tell who did the deed.
Wilt please you eat? Wilt please your highness feed?
Why hast thou slain thy only daughter thus?
Not I. 'Twas Chiron and Demetrius. They ravished her and cut away her tongue, and 'twas they that did her all this wrong.
Go fetch them hither to us presently.
Why, there they are both, baked in that pie, whereof their mother daintily hath fed, eating the flesh that she herself hath bred. 'Tis true, Witness my knife's sharp point.
Kills Tamara.
Die, frantic wretch, for this accursed deed.
Kills Titus.
Can the son's eye behold his father's bleed? There's meed for meed, death for a deadly deed.
Kills Saturninus. A great tumult. Lucius, Marcus, and others go up into the balcony.
You sad-faced men, people and sons of Rome, by uproar severed like a flight of foe, scattered by winds and high tempestuous gusts. Oh, let me teach you how to knit again this scattered corn into one mutual sheath, these broken limbs against one body, lest Rome herself be bane unto herself, and she whom mighty kingdoms curtsy to, like a forlorn and desperate castaway, do shameful execution on herself. But if my frosty signs and chaps of age, grave witness of true experience, cannot induce you to attend my words.
To Lucius.
Speak, Rome's dear friend, as erst our ancestor, when with his solemn tongue he did discourse to lovesick Dido's sad attending ear the story of that baleful burning night, when subtle Greeks surprised King Priam's Troy. Tell us what Sinon hath bewitched our ears, or who hath brought the fatal engine in that grieves our Troy, our Rome, our civil wound. My heart is not compact of flint nor steel, nor can I utter all our bitter grief, but floods of tears will drown my oratory, and break my utterance even in the time when it should move you to attend me most. Lending your kind commiseration, here is a captain. Let him tell the tale. Your hearts will throb and weep to hear him speak.
The noble auditory, be it known to you, that cursed Chiron and Demetrius were they that murdered our emperor's brother, and they it were that ravished our sister. Their fell fault our brothers were beheaded, our father's tears despised, basely cunned. That true hand that fought Rome's quarrel out and sent her enemies into the grave. Lastly, myself unkindly banished, the gate shut on me and turned weeping out to beg relief among Rome's enemies, who drowned their enmity in their true tears and opened their arms to embrace me as a friend. I am the turned forth, be it known to you, that have preserved her welfare in my blood, and from her bosom took the enemy's point, sheathing the steel in my adventurous body. Alas, you know I am no fainter. I, my scars can witness, dumb although they are, that my report is just and full of truth. But soft, methinks I do digress too much, citing my worthless praise. Oh, pardon me, for when no friends are by, men praise themselves.
Now is my turn to speak. Behold this child.
Pointing to the child in the arms of an attendant.
Of this was Tamara delivered, the issue of an irreligious Moor. Chief architect and plotter of these woes, the villain is alive in Titus's house, and as he is, to witness this is true. Now judge what cause had Titus to revenge these wrongs, unspeakable, past patience, or more than any living man could bear. Now you have heard the truth, what say ye, Romans? Have we done aught amiss? Show us wherein, and from the place where you behold us now, the poor remainder of Andronici will hand in hand or headlong cast us down, and on the ragged stones beat forth our brains and make a mutual closure of our house. Speak, Romans, speak. And if you say we shall, lo, hand in hand, Lucius and I will fall.
Come, come, thou reverend man of Rome, and bring our emperor gently in thy hand. Lucius, our emperor, for well I know, the common voice do cry, it shall be so.
Lucius, all hail, royal emperor.
Go, go into old Titus' sorrowful house.
To attendants.
And hither hail that misbelieving Moor to be adjudged some direful slaughtering death, as punishment of his most wicked life.
Exeunt attendants. Lucius, Marcus, and the others descend.
Lucius, all hail, Rome's gracious governor.
Thanks, gentle Romans. May I govern so to heal Rome's harms and wipe away her woe. But gentle people, give me aim a while, for nature puts me to a heavy task. Stand all aloof, but uncle, draw you near, to shed obscurious tears upon this truck. Oh, take this one kiss on thy pale cold lips.
Kissing Titus.
These sorrowful drops upon thy blood-stained face, the last true duties of thy noble son.
Tear for tear, and loving kiss for kiss, thy brother Marcus tenders on thy lips. Oh, were the sum of these that I should pay countless and infinite, yet I would pay them.
Come hither, boy, come, come, and learn of us to melt in showers. Thy grandshare loved thee well. Many a time he danced thee on his knee, sung thee asleep, his loving breast thy pillow. Many a matter hath he told to thee, meeting agreeing with thine infancy. In that respect then, like a loving child, should yet some small drops from thy tender spring, because kind nature doth require it so. Friends should associate friends in grief and woe. Bid him farewell, commit him to the grave, do him that kindness, and take leave of him.
Oh, grandsire, grandsire, even with all my heart, would I were dead, so you did live again. Oh Lord, I cannot speak to him for weeping. My tears will choke me if I ope my mouth.
You sad Andronici have done with woes. Give sentence on this execrable wretch that hath been breeder of these dire events.
Set him breast deep in earth and famish him. There let him stand and rave and cry for food. If anyone relieves or pity him, for the offence he dies. This is our doom. Some stay to see him fastened in the earth.
But why should wrath be mute and fury dumb? I am no baby, I that with base prayers I should repent the evils I have done. 10,000 worse than ever yet I did would I perform if I might have my will. If one good deed in all my life I did, I do repent it from my very soul.
Some loving friends conveyed the emperor hence and give him burial in his father's grave. My father and Lavina shall forthwith be closed in our household's monument. As for that heinous tiger Tamora, no funeral rite, nor man or mourning reeds, no mournful bell shall ring her burial, but throw her forth to beasts and birds of prey. Her life was beast-like and devoid of pity, and being so, shall have like want of pity. See justice done on Aaron, that damned Moor, by whom our heavy haps had their beginning. Then afterwards, to order well the state, that like offence near it ruinate.
Hey, well done, everyone. That was absolutely fantastic. You were all like, it was brilliant. You were so on point. No one missed a line. It was just, yeah, it was fantastic. Big shout outs to Aaron, to our wonderful Tamara, who has moved over to the next play. So catch her on 12th night in a couple of minutes. And obviously to our wonderful Titus. Thank you so much, everyone. There's no part too small. Nat, we also have to give a big shout out to your toga and Lavinia down there, your wonderful stumps and your bike helmet as the basin. That was fantastic. Genuinely really, really fantastic. I had so much fun. So I'm just going to ask you all to leave the meeting now. Thank you so much. We've had a great time.